Rein kicked the body of the last pirate captain, flying a crumpled stack of bounty posters clutched in his hand. 50 million, 10 million, and a couple 3 million extras. Rein curled his lip, tucking the posters into his coat. Too poor. In this era, the great pirate age hadn't fully erupted yet. Bounties over 100 million were rare in the New World, and these small fries were dirt broke. Scrape this haul together and it amounts to 70 or 80 million berry. Barely enough for half a year at the high-end casinos on Sabaody Archipelago, or a couple nights with the understanding ladies in the red light district. Money like this doesn't last. Hey, whoever's alive, give a sign. Rein shouted at the marine soldiers hiding behind the ruined tavern wall. Call your superiors, bring money for cleanup duty. I'm pressed for time. The marine soldier crawled out, trembling, scrambling for the den mushy. Rein sighed, reaching idly for the liquor flask at his waist. Nearly 40 years living in this world, and life just keeps growing duller. At 19 I'd maxed out my abilities with the help of the system. Then the system dumped a max stat panel on me and vanished without another word. His looks hadn't aged a day, immortal and undying. All 3 colors of Haki maxed hand-to-hand combat, and swordsmanship at monstrous levels. Other men risked their lives setting sail. For him the sea was a playground. No devil fruit, no weakness to seawater. Idling between bounties, hiring out his sword, the blood money always went straight to whores and gambling tables. Lost in thought about dinner, a violent burst of air pressure erupted behind his back, without warning. No sign at all. The very air itself was torn apart in an instant. Black-red lightning blanketed half the sky in an instant. A terrifying slash skimmed across the sea surface, rocketing straight for the back of Rein's skull. Shit. Rein cursed and drew his blade. The supreme-grade Kitetsu Fudo left the sheath in one flawless motion. Single-hand grip, no wasted movement, a reverse slash behind him. Dark gold Haki erupted from the blade. Boom. 2 world-shattering forces collided head-on in the open ground before the tavern, with zero buffer between them. Dark gold and black-red Haki twisted and slaughtered each other. The ground peeled back layer after layer. The surrounding seawater was forced back a dozen meters, exposing a bare seabed. Rein stood his ground, without retreating a half-step. He twisted his wrist and sheathed his blade. Greeting me with a killing blow? Did a sea king eat your brains? Roger. Rein shouted curses at the pirate ship steadily approaching on the horizon. Ha ha ha. Wild laughter cut clean through the crashing waves. GOLD. Roger stood on the bow, gripping ace, in one hand, his trademark curly mustache bristling high. Your observation, Haki's still sharp as ever, Rein. I locked onto you from 3 islands away. Roger leapt straight off the bow, landing solidly on the shore, striding over with arms spread wide for an embrace. Rein lifted his leg and kicked Roger square in the gut. Roger didn't dodge, taking the blow head on, and laughing even harder, so cold as always. If I'd forcibly dragged you onto my ship back then, I'd have added a great swordsman to my crew. Get lost. I'll take money over dreams any day. Rein dusted the ash off his pant leg. A boat full of men who don't bathe for 10 days to a fortnight. Not a chance I'm signing up for that hell. So what do you want? Catching up costs by the hour. I'm off to collect my bounty soon, can't afford to lose gambling time because of you. Roger rubbed his stomach, grinning widely, flashing 2 rows of big white teeth. Got a big job for you, Mercenary Rein. You in? Rein raised an eyelid. How big? Enough to keep you partying on Sabaody for 10 years. Rein picked at his ear, leaning slowly against a broken pillar. Money's always good, but when big money comes out of your mouth, it usually comes with big trouble. Where would you scavenge the cash, you miser? Last time we drank at Water 7, you sold Rayleigh out just to cover the tab. Roger burst into laughter, completely unbothered at being exposed. Rein followed Roger's gaze toward the Oro Jackson, where Rayleigh, Jabba, and the rest of the familiar faces were waving at him from the deck. All of them out in force. Rein's instincts snapped to alert immediately. You boys headed to scrap with some pirate crew. Sharp as always, that nose of yours. Roger pressed down on his straw hat. We're headed to the Valley of the Gods. The Valley of the Gods. The moment those 3 words fell, Rein's mind instantly cycled through the intel he'd recently purchased from the underworld. The Celestial Dragons are hosting a hunting tournament there. What business do a bunch of pirates have with it? Rein lit another cigarette, blowing a smoke ring. You going to play the righteous hero, smiting evil on their behalf? I don't care a damn about the Celestial Dragons' affairs. Roger's smile vanished, a rare moment of genuine gravity. Shaki's been captured. Shaki. Rein froze. The woman who spent every day with a cigarette in her mouth shaking down tourists on Sabaody Archipelago for every last berry. Not just Shaki, Rock's wife and children too. The Celestial Dragons have taken them as premium prizes for this hunting tournament held hostage on the island. Roger slung his sword over his shoulder. The full Rock's pirates, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Charlotte, Lin Kaido, John Wangji. Every last monster is already en route to the Valley of the Gods. Rox has declared he won't just rescue that son of his called Teach, but overthrow the Celestial Dragons and dominate the world in the process. Damn it. Rox leads the charge to take the Celestial Dragon nest. Roger rushes to save people, and the Celestial Dragons are still partying on the island. With a commotion this huge, the Marines definitely won't sit idly by. Garp has surely been urgently conscripted by Sengoku and the others already en route to put out the fire. Possibly even the 5 Elder Stars are keeping watch on site. This isn't a hunting tournament. It's a meat grinder of a monster melee. So, Rein pointed at his own nose. You want me to mix into a place like that? I'm going to grab people, and money too. Roger's eyes gleamed. The celestial dragons have stockpiled countless treasures plundered from every nation in the Valley of the Gods. Pull this off, and we'll never spend it all in a lifetime. You guys grab people, I grab money. Rein instantly distilled the core of the deal. Not just that. Roger leaned in, lowering his voice. The situation's too big. The Knights of Gods not pushovers. I need someone who can hold the line when it counts, and aren't you always complaining about having no worthy opponents? Rein stroked his chin. No question, those terms were tempting. He'd been invincible too long, living opponents who could draw out the full power of Fudo were growing scarcer by the day. On Rox's ship, there's Whitebeard with solid skills, Linlin, and Kaido with egos off the charts. Not to mention those old monsters at the top of the world government. Go join the fun, grab some death money, look for some entertainment. Pure profit, zero risk. 5 billion. Rein extended one finger. Deposit first, settle after the job. From the celestial dragon treasures, I pick first, the rest is split evenly. When this job's done, only then do I take your next one. Roger cheerfully slapped his thigh. Deal. Agreeing that fast, definitely up to no good. Rein eyed him suspiciously. Where's the money? Roger shamelessly pointed toward the Valley of the Gods, in the celestial dragon's gold vault in the Valley of the Gods. Once we break and take whatever you want, it's all your deposit. Are you kidding me? Rein drew his blade on the spot. Trying to pull a con on me with empty hands. I'll take your heads for bounty right now. Whoa, wait. Rayleigh, bring out the secret stash. On the ship, Rayleigh covered his face and sighed, pulling a small cloth bundle from his coat and tossing it precisely ashore. Rein caught the bundle, weighed it in his hand, tore it open, and it was full of top-quality large gold bricks. Smart of you. Rein pocketed the gold, casually kicked over a pirate corpse at his feet. Fine, I'm taking this job. One job, one payment, no arrears. If I catch you stiffing me, I'll cleave your ship in half and burn it for firewood. Ha ha ha. Welcome aboard. Roger laughed and turned around. Destination Valley of the Gods. Boys, full speed ahead. Rein leaped high into the air, landing steadily on the deck of the Oro Jackson. The sea wind roared violently into his coat. He lowered his gaze to the bundle of battered bounty posters in his pocket, tossed them carelessly, and let the paper scraps rain down into the sea. To hell with the small fry. Time to play in the big leagues. The Oro Jackson swung hard around, cutting a massive white wave across the sea surface, heading straight for the eye of the storm. Bang! The sharp crack of a gunshot exploded through the long, narrow canyon of God Valley. A celestial dragon in a bubble helmet raised a smoking flintlock and shouted excitedly, I hit it. That pig's leg is broken. Quick, go skin it. Below, hundreds of natives and the Davy clan, drenched in blood, scattered like livestock among the rocks. Screams and wailing mixed into a din that made eardrums ache. Above the cliff, Figureland Garling sat beneath an ornate parasol, his crescent-shaped hair combed immaculately. He took a sip from his goblet, his eyes utterly cold. In the eyes of these gods, knights, human life was worth less than points in a game. These fools moved too slowly. What a bore. Garling put down his goblet and drew the long sword from his waist. I order it, take no prisoners. Kill them all. At the edge of the ruins at the bottom of the canyon, Ivankov with his enormous head gritted his teeth and glared up at the celestial dragons cackling above. Those beasts never meant for us to live. Ivankov grabbed hold of the person beside him. Everyone listen. Don't scatter. Retreat into the dense forest on the north side. Behind a heap of broken stones nearby, Ginny lay flat on her stomach, a battered eavesdropping transponder snail against her ear. Drenched in sweat, she scribbled notes with frantic speed. Shushill. I caught major intel. Ginny jerked her head up, her eyes blazing. She yanked the giant boy Kuma beside her info on the celestial dragon's prize vault. The prizes this time include 2 devil fruits. One is a mythical Zoan azure dragon form. The other is a paramecia pawpaw fruit. Kuma froze his colossal frame, trembling slightly. Can the fruits save everyone? Of course they can. Once we eat them, we'll have power. With power, we can break out. Ivankov slapped his thigh in excitement. Boy Kuma, let's go. Let's steal the fruits. Kuma nodded firmly and turned to creep toward the central zone. They hadn't the slightest idea that on a ruined watchtower 100 meters away, a celestial dragon had lifted a long-barreled rifle, his crosshairs fixed unerringly on the back of Ivankov's head. Found a few fat rats. Die, you common filth. The celestial dragon's finger was on the trigger, just beginning to squeeze. A large hand in a black leather glove suddenly covered his mouth from behind. The other hand seized his chin with crisp precision. Crack. The clean snap of bone was swallowed by gunfire. The celestial dragon's heavy body instantly went limp as a noodle, collapsing to the floor without even a cry. Monkey D. Dragon in a washed-out marine officer's coat kicked the corpse into a corner with a cold expression. He turned his gaze to the pool of blood in the tower's corner. A woman in tattered clothes lay there, a sword wound in her chest, blood pouring from her mouth in great surges. She was a celestial dragon's private property, or a toy stolen from some country not even allowed a name. But at this moment, she shielded the 2 swaddled infants in her arms with all her might. Please. Her mouth full of blood, the woman clutched Dragon's trouser leg and pushed a red-haired infant toward him. Take them away. Shanks and Shamrock, please save the children. The woman stopped breathing, her eyes wide open. Dragon was silent. He crouched down and reached out to close her eyes. This so-called God Valley hunting contest had shown Dragon the true nature of the world government and the celestial dragons. The marine justice he had once taken pride in meant nothing at all here. The Marines were even standing guard outside for these butchers. Justice rotted long ago. Dragon untied the marine cloak from his body and bound both infants to his chest. He took one last look at the celestial dragons slaughtering civilians in the canyon, then turned and vanished into the tower's shadows. He had to carry these two children out of this hell. The slaughter at God Valley continued, but night was fast approaching. It was no rainstorm gathering. A black tornado suddenly rose over the sea before God Valley, reaching from the sky to the waves. Boom. The defensive wall around God Valley shattered like paper, instantly ground into dust by an overwhelming force. Amid the flying debris, rocks Zebek stood on the bow of a giant pirate ship, his arrogant laughter carrying across the entire island. Ha ha ha, this place looks pretty. Smash it all for me. Rox waved his hand, and the monsters behind him went on a complete rampage. Whitebeard Edward Newgate hefted Murakamajuri and soared into midair, his arms knotted with muscle as he slammed a punch into the void. Crack, crack, crack. The air split open with spiderweb-like fissures. The terrifying shockwave pushed outward, blasting two marine battleships in the way into clouds of wooden splinters. Gururara. Boys, let's raise hell. Elsewhere, Kaido sprinted ashore with his spiked club. Charlotte Linlin rode the thundercloud Zeus and crazily shot out lightning, and Golden Lion Shiki slashed with both swords, cutting the beach to pieces. Stussy Captain John and Silver Axe, those top-tier lunatics, charged into the island's interior like starving wolves sweeping down a mountain. Atop the tallest building at the island's center, watching the Rocks pirates advance through the island below with unstoppable force, Garling's expression finally changed. This lot of lowlife pirate scum. Garling roared, God's knights. All units attack. Stop those madmen from Rocks. Gunko, Summers, Mafiga, and the others beside him instantly drew their weapons, leapt straight down from the high platform, and charged toward the battlefield. Notify every marine on the scene. Garling roared into the transponder snail. Forget the outer defenses. All of you get back here and protect the celestial dragons at all costs. Anyone who takes a step back will be executed on the spot for treason. God Valley had become a roiling cauldron, and while the island's southern side was locked in an earth-shattering battle, the northern coastline also welcomed a band of uninvited visitors. Bang! The thousands of Marines guarding the shore immediately turned their guns. The Marine Rear Admiral in the lead drew his long blade, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and bellowed with forced courage, "It's the Roger pirates. Fire! Do not let them set foot on the island." Bang! 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 A dense shower of lead balls hammered the pirate ship. Before Roger could even draw his sword, a tall, dark figure crashed down from the ship's rail into the middle of the Marine formation. Lei-In rose to his feet, hands in his pockets, his 198-centimeter frame radiating immense pressure. Hundreds of guns instantly aimed at his head. You poor hired hands, earning a pittance yet still risking your necks for those fish tank-headed idiots. Lei-In unhurriedly drew the supreme grade blade Huido from his waist. The pitch-black blade flashed a sinister light under the sun. He wasn't the kind to kill Marines. As long as they didn't court death, he usually left them breathing. Celestial dragons were the exception. Their very existence was a form of pollution. Go lie down over there. Don't block my path to a fortune. Lei-In flipped his wrist. The edge pointed up, the spine pointed down. Boom. Dark gold haki instantly wrapped around the blade's spine. Lei-In gripped the sword in one hand and swept it viciously outward. There wasn't the slightest trace of flashy swordplay, just pure, overwhelming force. A shockwave dozens of times wilder than a typhoon exploded along the ground, and the air in front of him was sucked dry in an instant. Aya! Screams rose in one unbroken chorus. The Rear Admiral and the more than 3,000 Marines behind him had their guns crushed in an instant. Every one of them foamed at the mouth, eyes rolling white, and like tattered sacks swept into a tornado, they flew into the air, then crashed into the distant sea one after another, like dumplings tossed into a pot. One strike. The entire coastal flank was completely cleared. Roger jumped down from the ship, the famed blade ace in hand, stamping his feet. In urgency, Lei-In. Cut the chatter. Find her. Find Shaki. Rayleigh and Gabon also charged off the ship with the rest of the crew, all of them cracking their knuckles in readiness. The acrid smoke of battle completely blotted out the sky above the island. The iconic twin-peaked monolith of God Valley had already crumbled by a third beneath the relentless barrage of cannon fire and clashing haki. Enormous crimson boulders tumbled endlessly into the canyon, slamming into the native settlement below and sending towering pillars of dust skyward. Lei-In sprinted across the fractured rock, racing at full tilt toward the central gorge. Roger charged ahead, the famed blade ace in hand, with Rayleigh and Gabon close on his heels. Every corner of God Valley was engulfed in slaughter. Ghastly screams mingled with the thundering collapse of structures enough to make eardrums ache. Suddenly, from the island's eastern edge, a ferociously violent surge of armament haki erupted into the air. An earth-splitting detonation followed immediately. Roger ground to a halt, his eyes blazing with light. With all that racket, that mad dog Garp has made it ashore too. Let Garp sink his teeth into Rock's crew. That's none of our concern. Our first priority is finding Shaki. Once she's rescued, I still have to collect my 5 billion berry advance from the Celestial Dragon's vault. At that exact moment, in the dense highland woods on the northern shore, Dragon, drenched in sweat, clutched 2 bundled infants tightly to his chest as he tore madly through the thick forest. Behind him, a searing yellow beam lanced through the tree trunks and punched straight through Dragon's left shoulder. Blood sprayed into the air. Dragon let out a muffled grunt, his body lurching off balance as he crashed face first into the mud. One of the swaddled bundles wrapped in blue cloth flew from his grasp. A foot shod in a golden greave stamped down on Dragon's back, grinding him deep into the mire. Mafiga of the God's Knights gazed down at him from on high, snatching the falling infant cleanly out of the air with his left hand. The child's nameplate read Shamrock. A fool who betrayed justice, still attempting such laughable good deeds. Mafiga's face was utterly impassive as he raised a razor-sharp cruciform longsword high with his right hand, aiming its point squarely at Dragon. Dragon clenched his jaw, shielding the remaining red-haired infant with every fiber of his being. Just as the blade was about to descend, an impossibly shrill sound of tearing air came screaming in from the far distance. The air was torn asunder by brute force. A colossal slash came riding on a world-ending torrent of wind pressure. Mafiga's pupils constricted, and he instantly raised his cruciform sword to parry. Crack! The cruciform blade shattered into fragments. The slash, laden with supreme haki, carved clean through Mafiga's right arm. Blood gushed forth in torrents, splattering the ground. Mafiga went deathly pale, clutching the infant as he staggered backward dozens of paces. 100 meters away, Whitebeard Edward Newgate strode through the rubble with giant strides, his Murakamajiri dangling from a single hand. Behind him, Kaido charged forward, swinging his Hasaikai, while Charlotte Linlin rode the thundercloud Zeus, cackling like a madwoman. The three of them bulldozed everything in their path with murderous intent that touched the heavens. The Marines' defensive line couldn't hold for even a second before them. Whitebeard never so much as glanced at Mafiga. That attack had merely been a casual sweep to clear the obstacles in his way. Newgate, don't think you're getting past me. A thunderous roar erupted from midair. Garp bounded off the air itself with Jeppo, his fists cloaked in jet-black armament haki, and came plunging down from the sky, slamming a punch straight at Whitebeard's face. Whitebeard instantly hoisted Murakamajiri to block. Boom! The ground sank on the spot, great trees all around ripped up by their roots with splinters whirling madly through the air. Garp, get the hell out of the way! Kaido roared in fury, leaping into the air and bringing Hasaikai down upon the back of Garp's skull, wreathed in crackling black lightning. Charlotte Linlin snatched the thundercloud Zeus and the sun Prometheus out of the air, slamming her arms together. Heavenly Flame. Thunderbolt. Savage bolts of lightning and roaring flames twisted together, engulfing Garp's body whole. The blinding glare of the explosion illuminated half the island. As the flames subsided, Garp tore off his charred justice coat, with one tug bearing his powerful torso. His muscles were sheathed in the highest grade of armament haki, and his skin remained utterly unharmed beneath the searing inferno. You little brats of rocks. None of you are leaving today. Garp closed in with heavy strides, cracking his knuckles. Don't get tangled up with him. My goal is in the central district. Whitebeard swept his Naginata to drive Garp back, then turned on his heel and left. Kaido and Lean, unwilling to fight to the death, fell in behind him. Garp bellowed and gave chase, single-handedly hounding the three great powers as he hammered them relentlessly. Seizing the opening left by the monster's brawl, Dragon gritted his teeth against the searing pain and dragged himself upright. Clutching the red-haired infant against his chest, he fled headlong toward the shadows along the shoreline without looking back. Mafiga clutched his severed arm, cradling Shamrock with his remaining hand, and retreated through gritted teeth to the God's Knights' staging ground. The central region of God Valley. Rein and his group of 4 had barely charged into an open clearing when, dead ahead, they suddenly collided with a pack of pirates on the run. Golden Lion Shiki floated in midair, while Captain John and Silver Axe slaughtered any guards who dared block their path. And at the very front of their formation was none other than Whitebeard, who had just shaken off Garp. Roger's gaze met Whitebeard's, locking in midair. Not a word was exchanged. Both men drew their weapons in the same instant. The famed blade Ace and Murakamajiri collided with savage ferocity as the air itself seemed to split. At the instant of impact, the two supreme grade blades erupted in blinding sparks. Black-red lightning exploded outward. Conqueror's haki collided in a frenzy, sending shockwaves rippling in every direction. Shiki and the others were forced to halt, while the surrounding rabble of Marines and pirates, by the dozens, rolled their eyes back and crumpled to the ground unconscious. Roger, what the hell are you doing here? Whitebeard thundered. I've come to bring my crew home. Roger laughed wildly, then shouted over his shoulder, Rein, Rayleigh, Gabon, go get Shaki out of there. I'll handle things here. Rein dug a finger into his ear. I can't stand these messes that never go according to plan. With that, Rein stamped down on the fractured flagstones and launched himself forward like a bullet. Along the way, several officers of the Rock's pirates who tried to block him didn't even touch the hem of his coat before the flat of his blade smashed into their bodies, hurling them into the cliff walls so deep that not even prying would drag them out. The central castle of God Valley. The first floor atrium. The marble floor was awash in blood. Shaki's wrists and ankles were bound with heavy seastone cuffs, draining every ounce of strength from her body. Somaz of the God's Knights stood outside the iron cage. Dressed in resplendent white livery, he gripped a slender rapier whose blade was still dripping blood. A pirate's accomplice, in other words base trash. Somaz regarded Shaki with icy contempt. So, I hear Roger and a few other good-for-nothings are out there looking for you. Then I'll carve you into 8 pieces right here, hang your innards from the castle walls, and let those pirates learn the price of angering gods. Shaki curled the corner of her mouth into a cold sneer. I'd advise you to kill me right now. Somaz's expression darkened. He abruptly raised his rapier and thrust it straight at the center of Shaki's brow. Bang! The castle's ceiling shattered with a cataclysmic crash. Massive chunks of stone rained down into the atrium amid a howling gale. Rein plummeted from above his landing foot, shattering the unyielding marble floor. Without a single wasted motion, he thrust out his left hand, veiled in armament haki, and snatched Somaz's rapier mid-thrust before it could reach Shaki. Somaz's arm muscles bulged as he strained with all his might, yet the blade remained locked between Rein's fingers, utterly immovable. Who the hell are you? Somaz shrieked in terror, cold sweat beading across his forehead. Rein raised an eyebrow. I'm the creditor here to collect a 5 billion berry advance. You nearly destroyed my cash cow. The moment those words left his mouth, Rein suddenly tightened his grip. Crack! The top-tier rapier forged of fine steel broke into several pieces. Somaz's face twisted in shock as his legs turned to jelly, and he tried to retreat. Rein's right hand had already drawn Huodo, slashing it viciously across Somaz's chest. A torrent of blood burst from Somaz's mouth. His body slammed into the marble floor, carving out a 2-meter-deep crater as he lay embedded within it, completely unconscious. Rein stepped forward and lashed out with his blade, severing the seastone chains that secured the iron cage. The cell door crashed to the ground. Rayleigh and Gabon dropped down through the hole Rein had smashed in the roof. Without a word, Rayleigh dashed over, drew his sword, sliced through the seastone shackles on Shaki's wrists and ankles, and swept her into his arms. Sorry I'm late. Rayleigh panted heavily. A dull thud. Rayleigh landed steadily on both feet, shielding Shaki, whose shackles had just been struck off, tightly in his arms. Rein flicked his wrist, shaking the blood off the spine of his blade, without so much as a glance at Summers, who lay foaming at the mouth in the ditch. He's all yours. As planned, the rescue's done. Next comes my private withdrawal time. You really can't stay even a second longer, can you? Rayleigh smiled wryly, pulling Shaki closer. The Celestial Dragon's vault is swarming with heavy guards. Going in alone, you'd better tread lightly. Don't trip in the gutter. A few watchdogs think they can stop me from striking it rich. Rein sneered, bending his knees slightly. Boom. The marble floor beneath his feet exploded on the spot. His whole form like a cannonball, leaving the barrel shot up through the gaping hole in the castle dome, painting a trail of afterimages across the sky as he flew straight toward the rear of the highland. Behind God Valley's highland lay the spoils warehouse. This was the place built specifically to house the rare treasures the Celestial Dragons had scraped together from every corner of the world, along with the finest prizes of this hunting competition. With a thunderous crash, the 3-meter-thick blast-proof door was smashed open from the outside by sheer force. Kuma, the giant enslaved youth, and Ivankov, whose head was as big as a hot air balloon, tumbled in. Holy crap, we're rich. Ivankov dusted the dirt off his rear, both eyes glowing a fierce green. At the center of the warehouse, on 2 transparent display tables, lay 2 devil fruits in tranquil repose. One was verdant green all over, oozing the wild aura of a ferocious beast. The other was pink, its surface covered in lumpy protrusions resembling cat paw pads. Kuma swallowed hard. Ginny had told him that if he ate this, he would gain the power to save everyone and break out of this hell. The moment he reached out to grab the pink pawpaw fruit, a teeth-grinding crack came from the dome above. Mahaha! All the good stuff belongs to me. A pair of long, high-heeled legs kicked straight through the dome. Charlotte, lean riding the thundercloud Zeus and gripping the saber Napoleon in one hand, landed directly atop the display area. She hadn't even glanced at the 2 brats beside her. She snatched up the green fruit in one grab. Then her greedy gaze locked onto the pink pawpaw fruit, and she reached out to take it. That one's for saving people. Kuma's eyes turned blood red in an instant. With a burst of strength he didn't know he had, he lunged, wrested the pawpaw fruit from her hand, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed its skin, and all in one go. Ugh! The taste was 100 times more repulsive than swill that had marinated in a sewer for 3 days. Kuma dropped to his knees, heaving 2 dry retches. In an instant, 2 pink paw pads sprouted from the centers of his palms. You little shit. You're asking to die. Linlin flew into a murderous rage, raising her longsword to split Kuma's head. Clang! A metallic crash thundered through the air. The wall beside them was smashed apart with brute force, and Kaido, carrying Hasaikai, came storming in. He caught sight of the green fruit in Linlin's hand with a single sweep of his eyes, and without a word swung his spiked club and attacked. Savage black lightning laced with raw force slammed into Lin's arm. Shrieking in pain, her fingers flew open and the azure dragon fruit shot into the air. Kaido howled with laughter and snatched it out of the air. Lin, I'll be taking this little treasure off your hands. Kaido opened his enormous mouth and chomped the azure dragon fruit twice before gulping it down. Kaido, you ungrateful bastard. Lin trembled in fury. The thundercloud Zeus discharged lightning like a maddened beast looking for all the world, as if it would skin Kaido alive. While the two monsters were locked in their dogfight, Kuma paid them no attention whatsoever. He turned and rushed out of the warehouse, sprinting toward the civilians still being hunted by the celestial dragon's guards. Everyone grab hold of me. Kuma thrust both palms toward the crowd. Pow! The paw pads in his palms unleashed a repulsive force of staggering terror. More than 500 despairing civilians, not even understanding what was happening, were enveloped in masses of translucent bubbles and launched straight off this island of death, rocketing toward an unknown stretch of sea. At the island's edge, in the rubble of a town, Garp punched a hole through a pirate underling who got in his way, then strode in long, forceful steps into the town square. A second later, his feet nailed themselves to the ground. There were no pirates in the square at all. The ground was strewn with the bodies of natives and slaves. Old men, children. Corpses toppled every which way, lying in pools of blood. Every wound was on the back or the back of the skull. They hadn't died in the crossfire. They had been shot down from behind, executed like target practice. Garp's mind went blank with a hum. He turned, grabbed a nearby Marine Rear Admiral by the collar. As he inventoried ammunition, his voice cold as ice. This is the fucking thing you're all here to protect. The Rear Admiral's legs gave out in fear, his rifle clattering to the ground. Vice Admiral Garp, this is the Celestial Dragon's hunting competition. We have no authority to interfere. We're only meant to handle the aftermath. Garp suddenly tensed his muscles and flung the Rear Admiral more than 10 meters away, sending him crashing hard into a broken wall. He clenched his fists desperately, knuckles cracking like beans popping over a fire. What kind of justice was this? This was nothing short of a living hell. Western coastline. Waves hammered the rocks in a frenzy. Roxy. Zebek spat out a wad of bloody spittle, one arm locked around his heavily pregnant wife Alice. In Alice's arms was a baby grinning and gurgling with glee. Teach. Those goddamn persistent mongrels sure can run. Rock's eyes were thick with animosity. Dozens of meters away, Figureland, Garling, commander of the God's Knights, stood holding that crescent moon, saber blood trickling down his temple. Yet his eyes remained cold and venomous. Save your breath, Rox. You're not leaving God Valley today. Garling sneered. He was not alone. Behind Garling stood two monstrous figures, enormous, hideously warped bodies. They were Rock's parents. That monster hiding in the shadows behind the Holy Land Emu had activated Black Shift domination, forcibly transforming the two elders into mindless weapons stripped of all sanity. Alice clutched Rock's arm, her eyes red-rimmed. Let's split up. You take these repulsive bastards around in circles. I'll protect Teach. We'll meet in Malaysia. Bullshit. There's no way in hell I'm abandoning my wife and kid and running. Rox roared. Then nobody gets out. Alice stared him down without flinching. Rox ground his teeth. Then with a sudden release he let go of her and turned his back. Without a single word wasted. Terrifying Conqueror's haki blasted outward like a material force, and Rock's entire body became a black shadow charging straight at the God's Knights. Just a few clashes later. With an ear-splitting burst of air, a broad swath of the God's Knights' finest fell. A gash so deep it revealed bones split Garling's chest, and he crashed heavily into a pile of rocks, vomiting blood uncontrollably. On the other flank of the battlefield, Magnetism Azura's riot prison. Captain John slammed both hands on the ground. An invisible magnetic field instantly covered half of God Valley. Tons upon tons of gold in the Celestial Dragon's treasury, along with tens of thousands of swords, knives, and muskets scattered on the battlefield, were all yanked into the sky by an unstoppable force, merging into a colossal storm of metal. It's all mine now. Captain John cackled. Before the words even faded, Gonsway, a core crewmate of the Rock's pirates, grinning maliciously, dug a finger into his nostril, rolled out a booger, and flicked it with a snap of his finger. That thing traced a parabola in the air and landed with ruthless precision at Captain John's feet. Boom. A blast equivalent to tons of high explosive shot Captain John flying dozens of meters away. The Rock's maniacs had never truly cared about loyalty to begin with. All hell broke loose then and there as they erupted in infighting over the treasure hanging in the sky. Golden Lion Shiki sneered coldly, seized the moment, and activated the float fruit, sweeping up several huge bundles of the highest purity gold bricks and taking to the air in escape. Rox had just caught his breath and was about to go after Alice when the sky over all of God Valley changed color. It wasn't overcast. It was a deathly still dark crimson. On the central highland, Emu descended in person, borrowing the flesh of J. Garcia, Saturn, one of the 5 elders. That body was undergoing a sickening mutation, bones twisting and swelling, morphing into a Gyuki the size of a mountain. But on that face, the features that once belonged to Saturn had been scrubbed away, replaced by a pair of pupils bearing an eerie whirl of rings. It was definitely not Saturn. Rox halted, locking his gaze on the monstrous thing high above. Now what in the hell is this? A thunderous crash. Whitebeard Edward Newgate came down with Murakimajeri in hand, wiping sweat off his face. Rox, what's this revolting horn-covered thing? From the heavens came a deafening dragon roar. Having just swallowed the fish fruit, Kaido had turned into a 100-meter azure dragon circling the air. Who cares what it is? Smash it to bits, and we're done. Rox laughed, coldly flicking blood from his long blade. That one is what they call the world. Emu rotated those ring-pupiled eyes, its gaze locked dead onto Rox. From the air came a shrill scraping sound like two pieces of sandpaper grinding together. Davy Jones. You've crossed the line. I'm nobody but myself. Not some fucking Davy Jones. Rox unsheathed his blade, pointing at the sky. I'll honor my promise and crush you high and mighty, scumbags. Emu said no more. On that giant Gyuki body, countless eyes burst open in dense, grotesque clusters. Without the barest sign of charging, horrifying black-red laser beams sprayed madly in every direction, completely unprovoked. There was no distinction whatsoever. Pirates, marines, slaves, and the remnants of the gods' knights alike. All were incinerated to ash beneath this storm of laser rain. This is nothing but mass slaughter of the innocent. Garp, arriving at the central battlefield, had eyes burning crimson. His proud marine force. In the eyes of these gods, they weren't worth a single insect. God or devil, I'll beat you to a pulp today. Garp stamped the air, rising with moonwalk as pitch-black supreme armament Haki coiled around his fists in an instant. Dashing straight into the hail of lasers, he drove at the Gyuki's face. Just then, without the faintest warning, an earth-splitting dark gold sword arc directly tore through the dense red clouds over God Valley. Rein, with a bulging, oversized sack on his left shoulder, and another hanging from his right, a half-lit cigar between his lips, and Hudo, in a one-handed reverse grip, leapt straight off the roof of the Celestial Dragon's vault. Slash. He didn't even bother shouting out a fancy move name. The dark gold arc suffused with Conqueror's Haki carved through Emu's airtight defense lasers like a force of annihilation. The blade's momentum did not relent, slicing that mountain-sized Gyuki body cleanly through the center into two perfectly even halves. Stinking black blood sprayed across the heavens like a waterfall. Clunk. Rein landed firmly, setting the sacks down beside him with a casual toss, the crisp clink of gold bricks ringing from within. He dusted off his clothes, blew out a smoke ring, and looked at the mangled corpse parts all over the ground with profound displeasure. If you're that ugly, don't come out prowling and scaring folks. You're in my way while I count my money, got it? In the shadow of the forest, dragon slumped against a tree trunk, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The overwhelming Haki radiating from Rein's casual slash had left every muscle in Dragon's body spasming, and it was a long while before he could catch his breath. When he forced himself to his feet and reached into the bundle at his chest, his expression changed in an instant. From the cloth that had been wrapped around the red-haired infant, a hard chunk of wood rolled out instead. On the edge of the battlefield, amid a heap of plundered treasure, Little Shanks was flung through the air by the blast wave and went tumbling, rolling, and bumping into a huge golden, silver inlaid treasure chest. It was too loud outside. Little Shanks let out a milky burp, turned over, and with a soft click the lid closed tight, sealing away the war raging beyond. At the very center of the battlefield, Im, who had been cleaved in two by Rein, was far from dead. The two halves of that foul, reeking ox-demon carcass writhed wildly on the ground as countless tendrils of flesh intertwined, and in the blink of an eye restored the body to its original form. Those eerie ringed eyes fixed dead on Rox, and a voice colder than ice pierced everyone's minds. Rox, your wife and child, and that brat named Teach. I won't let a single one of you escape. Touch even a single hair on their heads, and I'll grind you into mincemeat. Rox was completely enraged. Bursting with monstrous Haki, he charged straight at Im, his long blade whirling in a frenzy. Every slash drew blood, and he carved Im's freshly regenerated body into over 100 mangled pieces. But in the instant when Rox's old strength had just faded and new strength had yet to surge, a black tentacle covered in barbs shot out from the pile of shredded flesh, too fast to track, and pierced straight through Rox's chest. A flood of black liquid poured through the tentacle and into Rox's body. Dark Dominion. In the same instant, sinister black markings, as if alive, crawled up Rox's neck and face. Rox let out a muffled groan, dropped to one knee, and clutched his head. Get out of my head. Kill them. Go and tear that woman and child apart with your own hands. Im's voice bore into him like an affliction that gnawed at his very bones. You turtle cowering in the Holy Land. Veins bulged on Rox's forehead as he mocked with a wild laugh. You're afraid. Afraid of Davy D. Jones, and even more afraid of Joy Boy. Im gave no answer. The black liquid deepened its infiltration. Rox's consciousness began to fray. He knew all too well the power of this thing. His own parents had lost their minds to it just the same. Hey, ya. Rox raised his head to the sky and let out an inhuman roar. His body began to swell violently, and his upper garment instantly burst apart. Sharp fangs tore through his lips, the two shoulder blades on his back ripped open, and a pair of enormous black bat wings abruptly unfurled. All reason was stripped away. Demon Rox was born. Swish. A black silhouette flashed across midair. Before Kaido, who had just transformed into an azure dragon, could even understand what was happening, several sharp claw marks tore open his chest. A torrent of dragon blood spilled down, and Kaido slammed out of the sky with a scream. "Hey, have you lost your mind, Rocks?" Charlotte Linlin shouted from below. Before the words had even faded, Demon Rocks was already in front of her. A massive flying knee cracking with a supersonic boom slammed hard into Linlin's abdomen. Linlin had no time to defend. She was knocked flying several hundred meters and crashed into the mountain behind her, caving in half of it. "Rocks, snap out of it!" Whitebeard roared and swung Murakamajiri. The blade, wreathed in the shimmering glow of the tremor fruit, collided with Rox's descending claws in a thundering impact. The sound of shattering space was deafening. The shockwave from their brief clash flattened a great mountain at the center of God Valley. Riding the backlash of the clash, Demon Rocks spread his wings and shot into the sky, eyes burning red as he streaked toward the northern coastline, the direction Alice and Teach had retreated. The wind on the northern coastline carried a thick stench of blood. Alice clutched Teach tightly. Ahead of them lay rows of marine warships, their dark cannon muzzles already charged and ready. Behind them the sky was eclipsed by a pair of colossal black wings. Demon Rocks dove down with savage bloodlust, his scarlet eyes utterly devoid of emotion. The marine warships opened fire all at once. A dense rain of cannonballs and the black shockwave blasting from Rox's mouth hurtled toward mother and child at the same time. In the nick of time, a towering figure suddenly appeared before Alice. "Don't be afraid." Bartholomew Kuma thrust both palms forward. Pop. The power of the pawpaw fruit was pushed to its absolute limit. A colossal bear paw bubble enveloped Alice and the infant Teach. In the 0.1 second before the cannon fire and shockwave landed, the bubble launched skyward and vanished into the horizon at an impossible, untrackable speed. Boom. The entire beach was blasted into a crater hundreds of meters deep. His target, lost, Demon Rocks pounded his chest in fury and let out a piercing screech. M's command detonated in his mind: once more wipe out every living thing on the island. Rocks whipped his head around, locked onto the pirates and civilians desperately fleeing in the distance, and with one beat of his wings, he was ready to unleash a massacre. Clang! A black-red long blade shot out from an angle and firmly caught the killing claws as Rocks struck. With an unlit cigar dangling from his mouth, Lei and held Widow in one hand. "That's enough, big guy." Lei spat out the cigar and looked up at the monster before him. "Let you keep raving any longer, and all the treasure I just packed up will be smashed to pieces. I've got a short temper. Anyone who touches my money ends up in a very bad way." Demon Rocks roared and opened his jaws wide, trying to bite through Lei's neck. But in the very moment they were locked in stalemate, Rox's enormous body suddenly began to tremble violently. "Leian." A voice weak beyond all measure streamed directly into Leian's mind through the voice of all things. Leian raised an eyebrow. That was Rox's subconscious trapped deep within his own body. "Do me a favor. Kill me." There was a resolute longing for release in Rox's voice. He could barely hold on any longer. Dark Dominion was devouring the last shreds of his sanity. "You bastard." Rox laughed bitterly inside his mind. "Get out of here alive. Don't die at the hands of these insects. And thanks." The voice in his mind fell completely silent. The Demon Rocks before him raised its claws once more, its bloodlust spiraling completely out of control. Leian lowered his eyelids and let out a soft sigh. "What a reckless fool, but fine. I accept your thanks." Leian gripped the hilt of Widow with both hands. In that instant, his cynical, roguish air vanished without a trace. In its place rose a terrifying haki that made the entire island tremble. A dark gold conqueror's haki coiled madly around the blade. There were no flashy opening stances, no earth-shattering battle cry. World Severance. A black line, nearly impossible for the naked eye to follow, cut smoothly across Rox's neck. For a second, space itself seemed to stop. Then Demon Rox's colossal body stiffened, the red light in his eyes dimmed in an instant, and he crashed down at Leian's feet, completely bereft of life. That era's mighty overlord died in this hellish battlefield. "Listen up, everyone. Board the ships now. Pull out of God Valley." Garp bellowed from afar, his voice tearing at his throat. For the first time in history, Marines and pirates did not attack one another. All of them were desperately fleeing the island on the verge of sinking. Leian sheathed his blade. He turned and walked over to the wreckage of the treasure Rox had drawn in with his magnetism. 5 billion. That settles the down payment and the final payment in one go. Leian lashed 2 sacks to his back, and in the same motion dragged out an extremely luxurious gilded treasure chest from the rubble. Hefting the chest onto his shoulder, he exploded off the ground and landed directly aboard the Oro Jackson as she turned her bow around. Behind him, God Valley, shattered into several pieces by endless cannon fire and the rupturing of the earth, accompanied by the arrogant laughter of the celestial dragons and the wails of countless wronged souls, sank completely into the cold ocean. The Oro Jackson sliced through the towering waves of the West Sea, leaving God Valley, now a churning whirlpool, far behind. The deck was in complete chaos. The pirates who had just escaped from death's grasp collapsed onto the deck, gasping for air, too spent to even speak. Leian had no attention to spare for anyone else. He walked to an open stretch of deck and dumped the 2 bulging sacks off his back onto the planks. Clang. The heavy metallic thud made the deck shudder. Then as carefully as if he were carrying a bride, he set the oversized gilded treasure chest down among the sacks. He even lifted the hem of his clothes and wiped the black soot off the lid. All right, mercenary clocking out. Rein reached out his right hand to Roger as he walked over and rubbed his fingers together. Let's settle the account. I got your people out safely. That's over-delivering on the job, and I even helped you slash some Madden rocks on the side. Don't I deserve a little extra hardship pay? Roger, holding an empty liquor bottle, circled the gilded treasure chest twice. You're quick, aren't you? While we were fighting tooth and nail out front, you actually ran off and cleaned out the Celestial Dragon's treasury to the last coin. Roger leaned in to touch the chest. Shoo, don't touch. Rein slapped Roger's hand away. This is a blind box. I braved a hail of gunfire to salvage from the ruins. Look at the outside. Whatever's inside has to be top grade. It might even be some lost mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Rein rubbed his hands together, a greedy glint flashing in his eyes. This job had been worth it. With the exquisite jewels in those 2 sacks plus the 5 billion berry deposit, that had to be 6 or 7 billion at the very least. If this chest also produced a priceless treasure, he could live like a king on the Sabaody Archipelago for the next 10 years. Every day he'd stay in the finest suite, drink the most expensive wine, and at night get 8 or 10 long-legged beauties together to play poker. Now that was a life to look forward to. At the thought, Rein exerted his strength and snapped open the chest's solid gold clasp. Bang! He threw open the lid. The deck fell dead silent in an instant. Rein walked over, helping Shaki, who had just changed into clean clothes. He leaned in to look and froze. There was no glowing devil fruit inside, let alone a blinding solid gold crown. What lay in the chest was a human infant. The little creature had a head of eye-catching red hair and was noisily sucking its thumb with great relish. Hearing the chest open, the baby opened its eyes. It stared up at the ring of burly men surrounding it, and instead of crying, it broke into a toothless grin. Goo-goo. The baby let out a loud milk burp and blew a translucent drool bubble. Rein's smile collapsed on the spot. Damn it. I hauled this thing halfway across the island thinking I'd stumbled onto a massive score. Do those perverted celestial dragons have rocks in their heads? They use a solid gold chest this expensive to store a kid. Rein refused to accept it. He reached and lifted the baby out and searched the bottom of the chest back and forth. Empty. Not even a single coin. Rein's face turned green. He loosened his grip and stuffed the baby back into the chest. What lousy luck. Whose little brat crawled into my cash box? Still cursing under his breath, Rein turned to Roger. Aren't you the one who loves a good spectacle? Consider this kid my personal gift to you, a token of consolation. Don't be polite, take him and have fun. Roger didn't mind in the least. Laughing loudly, he reached over and scooped up the red-haired baby. Whoa, this little one's got some nerve. With this much killing intent all around, he doesn't cry or fuss at all. Roger teased the baby's chin with his finger. The baby reached out, 2 chubby little hands grabbed Roger's trademark handlebar mustache and yanked with all its might. Ow, that hurts. Let go. Roger grimaced in pain, but he couldn't bear to throw the child away. Just then a tag hanging around the baby's neck slipped out. Shaki had sharp eyes. Using the fingers that held her cigarette, she flipped open the wooden tag for a look. Shanks. She read the name on the tag. That's his name. Roger held Shanks up over his head. Looking into the little one's clear eyes, he grinned from ear to ear, showing 2 rows of big white teeth. Shanks is it? Great name. This kid really appeals to me. Roger turned to Rein. Rein, we've never kept a little kid on this ship. Why don't we make him an apprentice crew member? Rein pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and pressed his temple in exasperation. You think this is adopting a cat or a dog? This is a pirate ship. We're out in wind and rain all day. Who's going to have time to change his diapers and mix his milk powder? Before Rein could finish his complaint, a perfectly aimed arc of pee splattered across Roger's face. Shanks had peed. Warm infant urine dripped down Roger's chin. The deck went dead silent for 2 seconds, then erupted into thunderous laughter. Gabon laughed so hard he rolled around on the deck, and even Shaki couldn't help shaking her shoulders, cigarette in hand. Roger wiped his face. Far from getting angry, he laughed even louder. Huh, that's got some kick. For that one stream of piss, I'm definitely keeping this kid. Rein rolled his eyes, too lazy to deal with these pirates who were missing a few screws. He crouched down, drew Huodo from his waist, and took the solid gold chest apart in a flash, stuffing the gem-inlaid gold bars into the sack one after another. Who cared what was inside? The packaging itself was solid gold through and through. There was no way he was wasting it. You really do pluck feathers from every passing goose. Shaki blew a smoke ring and leaned against the ship's rail, watching Rein work. I really have to thank you this time. If you hadn't been so quick, these old bones of mine would probably have been left at God Valley. Don't try to get close to me. I only care about money. Rein stuffed the last gold clasp into his pocket and hefted the sack in his hand. Not bad. With the deposit that nearly cleaned out Rayleigh's private coffers, this job netted at least 7 billion berries. All you long-legged sisters of Sabaody, this young master is coming to relieve your poverty. Rein stood up, lashed the 2 hemp sacks shut with thick rope, and hoisted them onto his shoulder. All right, our business is settled. Rein walked to the ship's rail and kicked loose the rope securing the lifeboat. I'm not staying on this lousy ship. I need to find a place to enjoy a high-class flower petal bath. Hey, Rein. Roger shoved Shanks into Rayleigh's arms and ran to the rail shouting, "What are you planning next? Why not come hit the New World with us? I hear there are some great countries over there, and the liquor is especially strong." "Not going." Rein refused flatly. "Go to the New World and work as a free thug. He'd have to be insane. Win and you get nothing to lose and you're covered in stink. I'm going to Sabaody to clear my head." Rein grabbed the rope with one hand and slid down the hull into the lifeboat. He stowed the sacks and grabbed the oars. "If you have another big job like this, contact me provided the deposit is ready." Rein waved at the deck. "As for that free rescue nonsense, get it as far away from me as possible." With that, Rein put strength into both hands, and the little boat shot forward dozens of meters in a flash, veering away from the Oro Jackson's course and heading straight for the first half of the Grand Line. Rayleigh held Shanks, who was still blowing drool bubbles, and watched Rein's rapidly shrinking figure letting out a heavy sigh. That guy is as strong as a monster, yet he has no interest at all in dominating the world. That's just land for you. Roger grinned happily. As long as the money's enough, he'd charge into Mariewa and cut down the 5 elders. But if we go to him, next time we'll probably have to drain every last bit of your private savings. Get the hell away from me, Rayleigh roared. 2 days later, the sea breeze was gentle and the sunlight was just right. Rein lay bare-chested in the little boat, his head resting on a sack stuffed with treasure, one leg crossed over the other. He hummed an unfamiliar tune and drummed his fingers on the side of the boat. A few crisp bird calls came from overhead. A news coo wearing a postman's cap flapped its wings and landed on his stomach, carrying the latest edition of the world news in its beak. Rein casually fished a 100-berry coin from the money pouch beside him and flicked it into the small leather pouch hanging from the news coo. The coo dropped the newspaper, saluted, and flapped away with a swish of its tail. Rein unfolded the newspaper. The front page headline in heavy black type was almost blinding. "The God Valley Incident. A Marine hero emerges." Below it was a huge black and white photo taking up half the page. In the photo, a young Vice Admiral Garp face, smeared with blood, stood on the ruins of God Valley, his justice coat flapping in the wind. That face in the photograph was as stern as it could be. The article's prose was full of exaggerated praise. The core message was just one sentence: Vice Admiral Garp, all alone, had routed the Rocks pirates, and the Roger pirates by himself shattered the villain's ambition to rule the world, and the world government would soon bestow on him the honorary title of Hero of the Marines. Throughout the entire article, there was not a single mention of the Celestial Dragon's native hunting contest. The slaughter of innocent civilians on the island was wiped away completely. The world government's tactic of turning black into white was genuinely sickening. Tsk. Rein crumpled the newspaper into a ball and tossed it into the sea. These politicians had filthy hearts, but that suited him perfectly. The real way to live was to keep quiet and rake in the money. If the photo had shown his back as he ran out of the Celestial Dragon's treasury with 2 bulging sacks, then in the days ahead Marine admirals would have been chasing him every single day. And then there would be absolutely no way for him to find the long-legged sisters for a heart-to-heart talk. 300 million belly. These Navy high-ups are really stingy. In the first half of the Great Navigation route, the weather was erratic. Just after the hailstones as big as watermelons fell, the bright sun came out again. Rein lay naked-chested in the small broken boat, rolling up the stack of banknotes in his hand and stuffing them into his pants pocket, muttering curses under his breath. He had just helped the Navy eliminate a pirate admiral with an 800 million belly bounty, but that old brat Zhangguo was nitpicking with him over deductions like battleship depreciation and shell consumption, drastically cutting the reward by more than half. Did they think I was doing this out of charity? Rein picked up the wine jug beside him and took a large swig. Over these 11 years he had squandered all that earth-shattering windfall he had scraped up back at Shinji Valley. The high-end clubs of the Sabaody Archipelago, the long-legged sisters in the red light district. They had all but emptied tens of billions from his pocket. Immortal, maxed out attributes, unable to die. What else was there to do in such a life except seek amusement? When the money ran out, he took on jobs from both the light and dark sides, since whoever paid more got his help in chopping people down. Rein was pondering where to find a fat sheep to slaughter when a huge black shadow suddenly emerged on the horizon ahead. A 3-masted sailing ship cut through the waves, the iconic mustached skull emblem on its sail fluttering in the wind. The Oro Jackson. "Hey, Uncle Rein." Before the ship even drew close, a voice tore from the deck. 2 half-grown boys leaned over the rail, waving frantically at Rein. One wore a straw hat with a mane of red hair, the other wore a knit cap with an extremely conspicuous giant red nose sticking out from the middle of his face. Rein's toes tapped the small boat, and he launched himself into the air, crossing dozens of meters of sea surface before landing firmly on the deck of the Oro Jackson. "Uncle Rein, where did you go to make a fortune this time?" That milk baby who used to blow bubbles in the pure gold treasure chest had now grown into a 12-year-old half-grown boy, Zyankasi, excitedly pouncing forward. Rein without hesitation reached out his big hand, pressed down on Zyankasi's head, and ruffled his red hair into a mess. "No respect for elders, call me big brother. You're obviously an uncle. 11 years, and not a single wrinkle on your face. How old are you anyway?" Zyankasi struggled fiercely. Baji, standing aside with his arms crossed, snorted contemptuously, "Zyankasi, you idiot, he's definitely an old monster who ate some evil fruit." Rein backhanded Baji on the back of his head, making him stagger. "Keep talking nonsense, and I'll cut off that red nose of yours to go with my drink. Don't you dare speak of this great master's nose." Baji covered his red nose, shrinking back behind the mast in fear. "Ha ha ha. Why are you squabbling with two apprentices?" The cabin door pushed open and Luo Jie strode out carrying two huge oak wine barrels. 11 years had passed, and Luo Jie's iconic handlebar mustache had grown even longer, while the aura of a great pirate around him had become increasingly restrained. Lazily and Jaba followed behind Luo Jie, holding platters of roasted meat to accompany the drink. Rein kicked aside the blocking Baji with his foot, stepped forward to take the wine barrel from Luo Jie's hands, popped the wooden stopper with one hand, and tilted his neck for a huge gulp. "Only the wine on your ship is still potable." Rein wiped his mouth, his gaze sweeping past Luo Jie to glance back at Lazily. He sized up Lazily with two looks, whistled teasingly. "Old man with your dark forehead and shaky legs, you've been running around a lot lately. Where has Xiachi gone to make a fortune again? Why isn't she seen on the ship?" Lazily pushed up his round frame glasses on his nose, his old face rarely blushing, and cleared his throat twice without responding. Jaba beside him laughed so hard he leaned back and forth, tossing the roasted meat onto the deck. "Don't mention it. Xiachi had long been fed up with our rowdiness on the ship, so she ran off alone to the Sabaody Archipelago to open a small tavern, making a living by selling information. This old thing Lazily making excuses to leave the team every other day, sneaking off there secretly. The Sabaody Archipelago." Rein raised an eyebrow. "She actually has the leisure to go there and sell wine." Luo Jie waved his hand, turned, and shouted to Zyankasi and Baji, "Go go go, you two keep watch on the lookout tower. Adults are discussing business, don't let little brats eavesdrop." Zyankasi made a face, dragging the unwilling Baji up the mast. When only the four of them remained at the rear of the deck, Rein pulled over a wooden barrel, sat down, and grabbed a bone-in piece of roasted meat, taking a bite. Around them, only the sound of sea wind whistling through the canvas remained. Rein did not rush to drink. He lifted his eyelids, his gaze fixed directly on Luo Jie's face. The previously merry atmosphere suddenly became somewhat tense. Luo Jie was still grinning with his big white teeth, but under Rein's stare his laughter also stopped. Rein's knuckles tapped the rim of the wine barrel. "What's going on with your body?" As soon as the words fell, Lazy's fingers suddenly gripped the wine glass tightly. The smile on Jaba's face completely disappeared, his muscles instinctively tensed. There were no outsiders present at all, yet this sentence was like a thunderclap, directly flipping inside out the most core secret on Luo Jie's ship. Luo Jie paused for a moment, then stroked his chin and laughed. "Your observation Haki has become increasingly outrageous. I hid my aura so thoroughly, and yet you can still tell, eh? See, what ghost do I even need to look?" Rein cursed irritably. 11 years ago at Shinji Valley your blood aura could have cooked the Sea King on the spot. Now, sitting in front of me is like a leaking old tire, vitality flowing out in abundance. Others can't tell, but this old man rolls in piles of dead bodies every day, and the smell of death on you is almost overpowering the scent of wine. Rein spoke with absolute bluntness, with no intention of hiding anything. Jaba gritted his molars, a hint of irritation flashing in his eyes. Lazily silently removed his glasses, wiping the lenses with the corner of his shirt. Luo Jie, however, did not consider it taboo, and simply sat cross-legged on the deck, yes, about to die. He said it casually, as if talking about eating roasted meat tonight. "Search doctors all over the world, all said there's no cure." Luo Jie grabbed the wine barrel and took a gulp. "This disease rots from the bones out, untreatable. But we were lucky how recently at the lighthouse of Diandao Mountain we encountered Kalukas, that world's top doctor who treats island whales every day." Rein raised an eyebrow. "Yes, that's him. I invited him aboard as our exclusive ship doctor." Luo Jie pointed towards the lower hold. "Kalukas said that with his medicine forcing life to continue, I can at most hold on for 3 years. 3 years. Rein snorted, leaning back against the ship's rail. "With your ragged body, what can 3 years do? Go back and buy a piece of land with good feng shui to build a grave. This old man wants to complete the final circumnavigation." Luo Jie suddenly stood up, raising the wine barrel high in his hand, his eyes shining astonishingly to that ultimate island that no one has ever been to. Lafadir. The sea wind swept up Luo Jie's cape, and the arrogance exploding from this dying man made the entire sea area tremble. Rein studied him for a long while. "So you old bastards all knew, but kept it from those brats outside." Rein pointed toward the top of the mast where Shanks and Buggy were wrestling. "If those two little shits find out you're about to kick the bucket, they'll probably cry themselves blind. Why bother telling them? Only adds to their troubles." Rayleigh put his glasses back on and sighed. "Since the captain has made up his mind, we old bones will ride this madness to the end with him. Crocus has also promised to keep this secret to the grave." Rein reached into his pocket, pulled out a cigar, and clamped it between his lips. Jaba fetched a lighter and stepped close to light it for him. "Hiss, phew." Rein exhaled a thick plume of blue smoke. "Fine. Where you choose to die is your own business, but don't forget to settle your drinking tab with me first." Rein stood up, cigar still in his mouth, and brushed the dust off his pants. In the name of our long friendship, I'll burn you some berry down below, so you won't have to beg for food when you arrive. Roger threw back his head and laughed, entirely unfazed by Rein's sharp tongue, and threw an arm around his shoulder. Rein, since we've run into each other, why not come aboard and finish this last voyage with me? Laughtail, aren't you the least bit curious about what lies there? Rein bit down on his cigar, without so much as lifting his eyelids. Go to that godforsaken barren rock. Sounds like a dead end with no prospect. Roger grinned, baring a row of brilliant white teeth. Full room and board plus drinks on me. The rum on this ship is the finest in the world. Deal. Rein agreed, quicker than turning a page. Let's get one thing straight. I'm crashing here because I've gone broke, and I'll keep an eye on you. If you drop dead halfway, I'll sell your sword, Isu, right away to settle your debts. Huh. Don't worry. I'll settle my tabs with you before I kick the bucket. Roger laughed heartily and slapped Rein on the shoulder. Rayleigh adjusted his round spectacles and exhaled in relief. Jabba couldn't help but mutter, all talk, but soft underneath. These old sailors knew better than anyone. For all his harsh words, Rein simply couldn't bear to see Roger's crumbling body go unguarded. He had come specifically to keep watch. Roger's booming laughter swept across the sea. Listen up, you lot. Party time. We've got a living ghost aboard today. He raised a wine barrel and bellowed across the deck to the crew. On deck, the officers of the Roger pirates converged at the commotion. Shanks and Buggy, the deckhands, were utterly dumbfounded. Both stood with their mouths agape, chins nearly brushing the planks. Be big, bro. You're really boarding our ship. Shanks sprinted over, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Buggy, meanwhile, was trembling so badly his knees knocked together. He scrambled desperately behind the mast. This wasn't some new crewmate. This was a walking natural disaster. Stop hiding, Red Nose. Rein grabbed Buggy by the collar, yanked him from behind the mast, and tossed him beside the lounge chair. Go move that wine chest to my cabin, the biggest one next to the captain's quarters, and replace all the bedsheets with fresh ones. I am not your damn servant. Buggy leaped to his feet and cursed. Rein curled his knuckles and flicked him sharply on the red nose. Bang! Ow! Buggy rolled on the deck, clutching his nose, tears gushing. Shanks, ever eager to please, immediately hoisted the wine chest onto his shoulder. Big bro, you stay in that room. I'll go make up the bed right away. It was originally reserved as the vice-captain's quarters. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and gave a dry cough, choosing not to comment, silently sanctioning Rein's brazen room seizure. Who would dare provoke this ancestor? If he was willing to stay and keep the peace, Rayleigh wouldn't even flinch at handing over the captain's quarters. Rein, however, headed straight for the infirmary. The medical room was thick with the sharp scent of medicine. Crocus sat behind the desk, peering over his reading glasses at a copy of that day's newspaper. Crocus looked up, his gaze passing over his spectacles to take in Rein. His deeply lined face twitched. Rein, I've heard that once you draw your blade, nothing living remains within 10 li, not even a dog. What are you doing on this nearly sinking wreck? Scavenging for food and checking on that dying fool. Rein tapped the desk. Spit it out, old man. What's really going on with Roger's condition? Don't give me that 3-year bullshit. When I touched him, his organ failure is progressing faster than what you just said. Crocus fell silent. He rose, walked to the medicine cabinet, and retrieved a bottle of strong liquor. He poured 2 glasses and slid one toward Rein. 3 years. That was under ideal conditions. Absolute rest. No battles against any of the world's top fighters. Crocus's voice was heavy. Look at that reckless bastard out there, shouting day and night about taking on Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. At the rate he's burning through his life force like fuel, he has at most 2 years left. In those final months, he won't even have the strength to walk, kept conscious only by toxic painkillers. Rein gripped the glass and downed the liquor in one swallow. The burning trail of alcohol scorched its way down his throat to his stomach. 2 years. Rein let out a cold sneer. That pauper still owes me a proper drinking session. If he dies halfway, I'll have lost the fare to Refutero as well. Crocus sat back, down, his expression complicated as he looked at Rein. Now that you're aboard, matters are far more manageable. With a monster like you keeping watch, Roger will have fewer confrontations with marine admirals or rival pirate crews. You might just help him reach that final island. Don't expect me to be his free bodyguard. Rein rose, brushing off his pants. I work on a case-by-case basis. Strict principles, that's how I operate. If he can't pay, I'll watch him get cut down without so much as a blink. With that, Rein pushed the door open and walked out. Crocus watched his retreating figure and shook his head with a smile. This bastard never spoke a kind word, yet somehow his presence brought an inexplicable sense of security. Over the following days, the atmosphere aboard the Oro Jackson transformed completely. Rein had commandeered the large room next to the captain's quarters and slept until well past noon. Once up, he would stake his claim on the finest deck chair with the best view, a glass of top-shelf rum in one hand and the latest underground casino odds in the other. Shanks and Buggy had been reduced to his personal attendants, serving tea, pouring drinks, and massaging his shoulders and legs. Red Nose, go fetch me another ice-cold glass, the red-haired vintage. This meat's overcooked, go get another piece. Rein's sunglasses perched on his face and basking in the sun commanded his subordinates with effortless grace. Ah, this is what a voyage should feel like. Rein stretched languidly. New World, Ed Warsea. The weather was abnormally good, and the sea was so calm it didn't even have a ripple. Lei-In, wearing a pair of shades, lay sprawled on the luxury lounge chair at the very front of the deck. On the small side table sat a glass of top-shelf rum packed with ice, while Shanks under the blazing sun huffed and puffed as he fanned Lei-In with a huge palm leaf fan. "Boss, how's the pressure?" Shanks wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lei-In grunted and turned over. "More pressure on the left. Did you skip breakfast? Have the cook with that ridiculous hairstyle cut up some fruit and bring it over, and it better be chilled." "You got it." Shanks shoved the fan into Buggy's hand. "Hold down the fort. I'm going to cut up watermelon." "Why the hell should I wait on him?" Buggy's eyes bulged as he protested in a low voice, but seeing how defenseless Lei-In looked, he cowardly raised the fan and waved it half-heartedly. This deadbeat life had gone on for a while now. Lei-In had finally figured it out. Roger's crowd was a pack of out-and-out layabouts. Here was a man on the verge of his last breath, yet every day he went tearing across the sea, charging straight into danger wherever it was thickest. And on top of that, the whole crew was dead broke. If Lei-In hadn't forced them every day to plunder a few wicked pirate crews to pay everyone's wages, this trip would have been a complete waste. Then, without warning, a deafening roar of cannon fire exploded in midair. Boom, boom, boom. Huge water columns erupted around the Oro Jackson. A great sheet of icy seawater crashed down, soaking Lei-In to the bone. Lei-In shot upright and ripped off his sunglasses. The top-shelf iced rum on the side table lay shattered on the deck, glass and all. "Damn it," Lei-In cursed, wiping seawater from his face. "Which sick bastard is tired of living and dares to flip my table?" Buggy had already scurried away in terror, cowering on the crossbeam at the top of the mast, and howled in his grating voice, "Enemy attack. We're under attack." "In the sky? They're all in the sky." Lei-In looked up. Good grief. The previously cloudless sky was so thick with ships, it was practically packed solid. Not just a handful, dozens of heavy three-masted sailing ships with deep drafts. These warships simply floated in midair, every cannon mouth aimed at the lone Oro Jackson below. Standing at the bow of the colossal flagship at the center was a man who was impossible to miss. His golden hair whipped madly in the wind, wooden clogs on his feet, a cigar held in his hand. It was the admiral of the flying pirates, one of Rock's old crewmen, the Golden Lion Shiki. On the deck, the Roger pirates all burst out. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, his hand already on his sword hilt. Roger strode to the bow, tilted his head back, and grinned broadly. "Yo, Shiki, quite a formidable lineup. Did you come all this way just to drink with me?" The Golden Lion puffed out a thick cloud of smoke, drifted gently into the air, and looked down at Roger. Roger stopped playing dumb. Shiki's voice rode the sea wind to every ear. "I know you can read the words on those battered stones. You have a lead on the ancient weapons, don't you?" Roger said nothing. He merely drew the famous blade at his waist, ace halfway out of its sheath. "Join me, Roger." Shiki spread his arms, his tone fanatical. "Use the intelligence you have on the ancient weapons, add my invincible flying fleet, and together we can topple this world. Rule the entire sea. When that day comes, I'll be the boss, and you'll be my deputy. We'll share the world." A dead silence fell. Buggy, trembling on the mast like a leaf, wailed, "We're doomed, doomed. That's the Golden Lion, the overlord of the New World. Dozens of ships against our one. We're dead." Roger lowered his head, his shoulders shaking. Then he exploded into thunderous, wild laughter. "Ha ha. Shiki, has the seawater rotted your brain?" Roger suddenly lifted his sword and pointed it at the sky. "I'm a pirate. Pirates pursue freedom. I have absolutely no interest in something as tedious as ruling over others. You're courting death." The frenzy on Shiki's face vanished in an instant, his gaze turning colder than a blade. "Since you won't cooperate, then take your secrets and sink to the bottom of this sea." Shiki waved a hand. On dozens of giant warships above the cannons finished charging simultaneously. The pitch-black muzzles exuded the breath of death. "All hands, prepare to engage," Rayleigh bellowed. "Hold on." Lei-In rose deliberately, shook his sodden hair, fished a cigar from his pocket, and lit it. He walked up beside Roger, held up two fingers, and rubbed them together. "The usual rules. Settle the bill." Lei-In pointed at the fleet above. "They've got at least 20,000 men and more than 50 ships of all sizes. This job is too risky. My appearance fee just doubled. 3 billion berries. If I'm short even a single coin, I'll just watch from the sidelines today." Before Roger could speak, Rayleigh behind him turned dark-faced. "You're robbing us in a crisis." Rayleigh jabbed a finger at Lei-In's nose and cursed. "The ship's money. You lost every last bit of it at the casino on the last island the day before yesterday. You even swiped my private savings. I can't scrape together 100,000 berries right now. Where am I supposed to find 3 billion for you? I don't care. If you have no money, then fight it yourselves." Lei-In turned and headed for the cabin. "Deal," Roger shouted. "After this battle, I'll take you to rob a nation's treasury. I'll settle your account completely." Lei-In stopped, turned around, and grinned. "You said it. If you dare renege, I'll strip off your shorts and pawn them for good." The instant his voice faded, the cannons above fired all at once. Hundreds of black cannonballs slammed toward the Oro Jackson like a torrential downpour. Annoying eyesores. Lei-In flicked his wrist, and the supreme grade blade, Huido, left its sheath in an instant. Without even using haki, he gripped the sword in one hand and casually slashed at the air. Boom. A horrible invisible sword chi surged into the sky and met the storm of cannonballs head on. There was no flash of explosion at all. The moment the hundreds of solid shells touched the sword chi, they were sliced into powder, and the air itself was plowed into a vacuum corridor several hundred meters long. Rein exploded with force from his feet. The marble-hard deck was stomped into a spiderweb-shaped crater. His body became a black lightning bolt charging straight at the fleet formation in midair. Shiki, long time no see. Your fur is still so yellow. Rein crossed a distance of several hundred meters in an instant and appeared right in front of the golden lion out of thin air. The huado in his hand, wreathed in blinding black-red lightning, hacked down toward his head with no flourish whatsoever. Shiki's pupils contracted violently. Rein, why are you on Roger's ship? Shocked and furious, he immediately drew the famed blades Ingshur and Muku from his waist and crossed them overhead to block. Clang! The metallic shockwave sent waves more than 10 meters high erupting from the sea below. Shiki felt as if a mountain had smashed into his arms, and the webbing between his thumbs and forefingers split open on the spot. For all his status as a user of the float fruit, he was sent plummeting from the sky by the sheer monstrous force of that single slash. Rein, you money-grubbing bastard. Whatever Roger is paying you, I'll pay you double. Shiki bellowed as he hurtled downward. Rein hovered in midair and blew out a smoke ring. No can do. I've already taken this job, and in business first come first served. Granted, these broke bastards still owe me money, but a nouveau riche with a bird's nest haircut like you. Just looking at you gets on my nerves. Rein swung his blade again. Dozens of enormous pitch-black slashes fanned outward, striking indiscriminately in every direction. The nearest 5 flying pirate ships were cut clean in half before they even had time to react. Wood splinters flew through the air amid a chorus of screams as pirates plunged into the sea like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Bastard, don't get too cocky. Shiki steadied himself and utterly lost his temper. His legs lashed out in rapid succession, sending more than a dozen colossal sword beams shaped like lion heads straight at Rein's face. The two of them clashed in a frenzy midair. Down below, the Roger pirates were not idle either. Rayleigh and Gabon launched themselves into the sky with Moonwalk and engaged the Grand Fleet under Golden Lion's command. Cannon fire filled the sky, and the entire Edward Sea turned into a seething cauldron. The battle was extraordinarily brutal. Though the Roger pirates boasted monstrous individual combat power, their enemies had too many men and too many ships, and sheer numbers dragged the Oro Jackson into a desperate struggle. Just as Rein kicked Shiki flying several hundred meters away and was about to finish him off, the sky suddenly changed. One moment it was clear and cloudless. The next, the entire sea was plunged into a darkness so absolute that one couldn't see a hand in front of one's face. A violent wind erupted out of nowhere. Not an ordinary sea breeze, but a hurricane strong enough to tear steel apart. Boom. Lightning bolts as thick as arms slammed madly into the sea. Several dozen colossal tornadoes connecting heaven and earth took shape, without warning, in the middle of the fleet. What the hell is this weather? Rein steadied himself in midair, his coat snapping loudly in the gale. The New World's climate was already a joke, but Rein had never seen extreme weather this outrageous in all his years. Admiral, the wind is too strong. We can't control the ships anymore. A shrill scream came from the flying fleet. Shiki's float fruit could indeed make objects levitate, but against an extreme storm born of nature run wild, even his power had reached its limit. A dozen heavy warships hovering in the sky were caught by the tornadoes, lost all control, and slammed violently into one another. Boom, boom, crack. Broken masts and shattered hulls filled the air. A huge shipwreck torn apart by the tornado hurtled past on the gale at terrifying speed. The enormous wooden helm disintegrated in midair, and half of the spiked steering wheel, carrying the force of wind and thunder, hurtled straight toward Golden Lion, who was still struggling against the storm. Shiki's observation Haki sensed the danger, but he was straining every muscle to keep several main vessels aloft, and had no hand free to block it. Squelch! A grinding, teeth-gritting thud. The half-spiked ship's wheel struck with perfect precision, embedding itself tightly into the very center of Shiki's forehead. Blood burst out, instantly staining Shiki's golden hair crimson. Eoward! Shiki let out a scream unlike any human voice, lost consciousness completely, and plunged straight down into the sea. With their commander severely wounded, the devil fruit ability was instantly undone. Dozens of remaining pirate ships in the sky lost all buoyancy, and amid the howling storm crashed down into the sea like hail. The entire grand fleet of the flying pirates had been annihilated by the power of nature itself in that sudden divine gale. Rein landed on the bow of the Oro Jackson and couldn't help laughing as he watched Golden Lion rolling in the waves far away, clutching his head. Yo Shiki, that new head accessory of yours is quite stylish. Rustic wooden Haryuku vibes. Suits you. Rein's voice carried clearly through the storm. On a battered lifeboat in the distance, Golden Lion's ship, Doctor managed to haul Shiki aboard at the risk of his own life. Don't pull it out. If you pull it out, the Admiral's brains will come out with it. It has to stay stuck in his head, the doctor shouted in despair. Rein couldn't be bothered to watch that poor sod any longer. He turned and bellowed at Tang Xinhua, who was gripping the ship's wheel for dear life behind him. Stop standing around. Let's go. While the encirclement is broken, get us out of here now. The gale swept up the sea and formed a monstrous tornado of water several kilometers in diameter directly ahead of the Oro Jackson. The seawater stood like an insurmountable wall blocking every path forward. Roger rushed over with his sword in hand. Leon, cut us a path. 1 billion paid in cash now or no deal. Leon bit down on a cigar long extinguished by the rain. Fine. When we reach the next island I'll sell my own blood if I have to, but I'll pay. Roger roared at the top of his lungs. Remember what you just said. Leon stepped to the very front of the bow. He gripped the hilt of Huido and drew in a deep breath. Get the hell out of my way. Leon slashed fiercely the blade, carving upward in a diagonal arc. A dark golden sword light, even vaster than the colossal tornado, slammed straight into the wall of water. Hesichararke. The towering tornado that linked sky and sea was sliced cleanly in half from its very center. Between the halves appeared a passage 100 meters wide. On both sides water churned madly, yet the center was as calm as a mirror. Full helm. Full speed ahead. Roger roared. The Oro Jackson raised her sails and shot through the passage Leon had carved like an arrow from a bow, bursting out of that deathly purgatory of Ed War Sea. Only after they had left the storm far behind did the weather clear again. Everyone on board collapsed onto the deck, gasping for air. Leon flicked the water off his blade and sheathed it. He walked over to Roger, who was also sprawled on the deck, and held out his hand, palm open, without the slightest pretense of courtesy. Don't play dead. I cut through the storm, and I cut down the enemy ships. Leon rubbed his fingers together. That's 1 billion we agreed on. Pay up now. Roger patted his empty pockets and turned to look at Rayleigh. Rayleigh silently looked away, adjusted his glasses, and said, Don't look at me. Even my underwear is sewn together from patches. Leon's face darkened. Fine. He grabbed Roger by the collar, hoisted him up, and dragged him toward the rail. No money, huh? Then we'll hang you off the bow as bait, fish up some sea kings, and sell the meat to pay off the debt. Whoa. Leon, let's talk about this. The next island. There'll definitely be money on the next island. Roger's miserable pleas rang out across the deck. Left side, that's it, put some muscle into it. Are you starving, or what? Rein lounged on the deck with his legs crossed, a glass of cheap rum diluted with water in his hand. Roger, a great pirate who once shook the new world to its core, was now tying on an apron and scrubbing the deck with a brush, huffing and puffing. Rein, I've been scrubbing for 3 days now. Can the 10 billion berries wait a little longer? Roger wiped the sweat from his brow, his face twisted in misery. Your head on a silver platter, that's what I want. I said I'd hang you from the bow as sea king bait, but you refused for the sake of your pride. So now you work off the debt. Rein blew out a smoke ring. 10,000 berries a day. Scrub for 100,000 days and you'll just about have it paid off. Rayleigh sat beneath the mast reading a newspaper, pretending he hadn't heard a word. Gabon was nearby, sharpening his axe on a whetstone with a scraping sound, a suppressed smile tugging at his lips. Just as this easygoing, good-for-nothing life was at its most comfortable, a piercing sound of something tearing through the air came from the distance. It wasn't the roar of cannon fire, but the shrill shriek of a heavy object ripping through the sky. A pitch-black solid cannonball slammed straight into the sea just ahead of the Oro Jackson. Bang! A colossal column of water erupted dozens of meters into the air, seawater crashing down onto the freshly scrubbed deck. A warship with the emblematic doghead prow burst through the waves, lunging out of the mist. At the bow, Garp stood in his vice admiral coat, casually tossing 2 cannonballs in his hand, and bellowed at the top of his lungs, Roger, you won't get away today. Come quietly with me to impel down. The moment Roger heard that commotion, he tossed aside his brush, his eyes instantly blazing with light. No trace left of the laborer from a moment ago. That old dog Garp is here. Boys, prepare for a boarding action. Roger reached for the legendary sword Ace at his waist. Board your grandmother. Rein planted a foot squarely on Roger's backside, sending the legendary pirate stumbling forward. You think this wreck of a body can go toe-to-toe with that mad dog? Eager to die, are you? Rein dashed his cup to the deck, rose, and walked to the ship's rail. The warship had closed to within less than 50 meters. Garp spotted Rein standing at the bow at a glance. Rein, you money-grubbing bastard. What are you doing on Roger's ship? Garp frowned. Collecting a debt. Rein picked at his ear. This old rascal owes me 10 billion. He's my personal ATM now. You blow my ATM to smithereens. Are you going to pay me back? I don't care about any of that. If you're chumming around with pirates, I'll beat you senseless too. Garp didn't believe in reason. The thing he hated most in all his life was thinking. He slammed his legs against the deck. Using Soru, he tore a white trail through midair, his fist coated in jet black armament haki, like a human meteor, descending straight toward Roger's face. Fist bone meteor. If you want to touch my money first, ask my fist if it agrees. Rein unclasped the Huido at his waist and casually tossed it to Shanks, who was standing nearby. Hold it for me. If you scratch it even a little, selling you won't cover the damage. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Rein charged straight ahead. He clenched his right fist. No flashy techniques, no elaborate moves, just a single simple straight punch. Dark gold armament haki coiled around his knuckles in an instant, letting out a sharp cry as it rent the air. Boom. The 2 fists collided violently in midair. Black and crimson lightning erupted on the spot, writhing wildly around the point of impact like a nest of furious vipers. A visible shockwave blasted outward in every direction, pressing the surrounding seawater down a dozen meters and carving out an enormous bowl-shaped void. Both the Oro Jackson and the Doghead warship rocked violently, their masts groaning with strained creaks. Garp felt the monstrous force traveling up his fist, and his expression changed. "You bastard, you've gotten even stronger." Garp gritted his teeth, the muscles in his arms bulging high. "Old dog, your fist's gone soft. Haven't you eaten enough?" Rein grinned, then abruptly twisted his wrist, seizing Garp's own wrist and jerking it downward. At the same time, his left knee shot upward with a supersonic crack, driving straight at Garp's face. Garp reacted in the blink of an eye, raising his free hand to block the knee strike, enduring the blow head-on. Thud! A dull, heavy sound of flesh striking flesh rang out. Garp was hurled backward by the sheer impact, crashing onto the Doghead warship and blasting a crater more than 2 meters deep into the thick solid wood deck. Wood splinters flew everywhere. The nearby Marines scrambled and crawled in terror, diving for cover below deck. Thrilling. Again, Garp leapt out of the crater, ripped off his justice cloak, and revealed his powerful bare torso. His chest and arms were now completely sheathed in jet-black armament haki. Rein landed lightly on the warship's railing, rolling his neck with a series of crisp cracks from his bones. "It's been a long time since I've fought anyone barehanded. Today I'll play with you a little." Rein vanished in a flicker, reappearing directly before Garp. The two abandoned all pretense of defense and engaged in the purest, most brutal form of hand-to-hand combat. Fists pounded against flesh, producing dull, teeth-grinding thuds. Every exchange of blows sent out shockwaves that shattered the very air. The warship's deck splintered inch by inch beneath their stomping feet. The steel-reinforced bulwarks twisted and deformed from a single grazing punch. Garp swung a wild haymaker at Rein's temple. Rein ducked aside, then drove an uppercut straight into Garp's jaw. Garp was knocked backward, but answered with a heavy elbow that slammed into Rein's chest. "Huh, now that's what I'm talking about." Far from retreating, Rein only grew more exhilarated. He seized Garp and hurled him over his shoulder, smashing him straight through the deck below. Crash! A violent tremor shook the warship's lower decks. Vice Admiral's Adjutant Bogard pressed down the brim of his cap, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He didn't dare get anywhere near the fight. When monsters of this caliber fight, anyone who gets close dies. The two battled from one end of the ship to the other until Rein kicked the iconic Doghead ram clean off the bow, sending it splashing into the sea. Just as Rein landed a kick to Garp's stomach, sending the old man stumbling back a dozen steps, Roger shouted from the other side of the Oro Jackson's deck. "Rein, stop fighting. The winds shifted. Time to make our getaway." Rein shook his numb fist and landed steadily atop the cabin. "No time to waste on you today, old dog." Just as Rein was about to turn away, his eyes rolled, catching sight of the warship's open supply depot door nearby. Inside were several oak barrels stamped with the mark of high-grade Navy special provisions, along with crates of premium dried meat and Garp's personal supply of special Senbei rice crackers. Rein's eyes lit up. "Garp, since Roger can't pay my appearance fee, I'll take your supplies as compensation." Rein stepped over in a single stride, grabbing a pair of enormous oak barrels in each hand, while tucking 2 crates of special Senbei under his arms. Carrying several hundred pounds meant nothing to him, like picking up a couple of feathers. "Rein, dare to steal my Senbei?" Garp was so furious his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He went pale and launched himself forward, with Soru lunging to snatch them back. Rein didn't even look back. He jammed both legs against the deck. With a thunderous crash, a full half of the supply depot collapsed beneath the force of his takeoff. Rein, laden with his spoils, landed steadily back on the Oro Jackson's deck. "Full speed ahead. Run while the wind's good." Rein set down the barrels and roared at Gabon, who was at the helm. No need for the order. Gabon had already thrown the rudder hard over. The Oro Jackson unfurled every sail and shot forward like an arrow from a bow, riding the sudden tailwind. Garp stood on the battered, half-wrecked Doghead warship, staring at the empty supply depot, and let out a sky-shaking roar. "Rein, Roger, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth and beat you both to a pulp." Aboard the Oro Jackson, Rein dusted off his hands and kicked the bung out of a special provisions barrel. A rich, fragrant aroma of fine liquor flooded the entire deck. "Tisk, now this is the real deal, Navy High Command grade. Beats that watered-down horse piss you keep on board." Rein grabbed a handful of Senbei and shoved them into his mouth, crunching loudly. Shanks and Buggy were practically drooling, staring longingly at the barrels and meat. "Big brother, can you spare us a little?" Shanks sidled up with a fawning grin. "Shoo shoo. You're just kids. No drinking. Go eat some meat." Rein tossed them a few strips of dried meat. Roger came over, eyes gleaming, rubbing his hands together as he reached for the wine ladle. "Rein, this is good stuff. Share and share alike, right? In your dreams." Rein shoved Roger aside and guarded the barrels. "Until you pay back the 10 billion you owe me, if you so much as touch my liquor, I'll pull out every last one of your remaining beard hairs." Roger sat on the deck, rubbing his backside, and burst out laughing. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and let out a long breath as he watched the Doghead warship growing smaller and smaller behind them. Having a money-crazed monster on board who recognized nothing else made this voyage far less troublesome than he'd imagined. A year later, on an obscure volcanic islet in a new world. Big bro. Fat prey. A colossal fat prey. Shanks slid down the cable along the mainmast and landed on the deck, his excited voice cracking. Rein was sprawled out on his private luxury lounger basking in the sun, his face covered by a 2-day-old newspaper. Hearing the commotion, he yanked the paper off and dug a finger into his ear. What's all the hollering? I'm not deaf yet. Rein sat up, lazily grabbed the ice-cold water from the side table, and took a big gulp. Where's this fat prey of yours? How much is it worth? The Moby Dick. It's Whitebeard's ship. Buggy also came tumbling down from the mast. Whitebeard. Roger, who had been arm wrestling Rayleigh, sprang to his feet at once. Ha ha ha. So that Newgate bastard finally showed himself. Boys, grab your weapons. We're going to war. Roger drew the saber ace from his hip, trembling with excitement. Rayleigh pushed up his round spectacles and let out a helpless sigh. This broken body of yours. Croculus told you in no uncertain terms that you must not exert yourself. Are you really that eager to die? To hell with his medical advice. I'm having a good fight today no matter what. Roger wouldn't listen to reason and strode toward the bow. Rein clutched his cup, his eyes rolling in thought. Newgate. He rubbed his chin. That old Whitebeard has plenty of men under him and vast territories. He must have stacked up quite a fortune over the years. Then he glanced at Roger's bunch of deadbeats who owed him billions in total. For over a year, no matter how hard Rein pressed them, they simply had no money to pay, idling around the seas all day with pockets cleaner than their faces. Since Roger couldn't pay, he'd squeeze Whitebeard dry instead. Roger, I'll waive your appearance fee for this job. Rein tossed the cup aside, hoisted the sheathed Huido onto his shoulder, and grinned from ear to ear. All the treasure on Whitebeard's ship belongs to me. Anyone who dares fight me over it, I'll cut down too. Suit yourself. I just want a good fight. Roger laughed and leaped onto the gunwale. The two colossal ships dropped anchor simultaneously on opposite sides of the jungle-covered volcanic island. The Roger pirates had barely lowered their gangplank when boisterous laughter erupted from the dense forest on the other side of the island. Ha ha ha. Roger pirates. I've been wanting to cross swords with you. Kazuki Odin, let me claim the first strike. A man in a kimono with a bizarre slicked-back pompadour charged out of the woods like a crazed bull, clutching the famed swords, Aim no Habakiri, and Ima. His speed was tremendous, his presence utterly ferocious. Kazuki Odin swung his twin blades wildly, sending the few low-ranking Roger crewmen who'd just rushed down the gangplank flying, men and weapons alike, screaming into the bushes hundreds of meters away. Oh, a tough one, eh? Gobber cracked his wrists and hoisted his twin handaxes ready to charge. Rayleigh also drew his sword, preparing to join forces to suppress this brainless madman. Out of my way. Rein kicked Gobber square in the rear, sending him sprawling aside. Then Rein himself turned into a streak of black shadow launching from the ship like a round from a cannon. This fat prey is mine. Nobody touches my spoils. Rein bellowed midair. Without even coating himself in haki, he swung the sheathed Huido in a single hand, slamming it down directly onto Kazuki Odin's oversized head. Odin, in the heat of battle, looked up to see a dark figure plummeting toward him. Instinctively, he raised both swords overhead, crossing them in a crude X-shaped guard. Clang! The sheathed longsword crashed onto the crossing point of the two famed blades, letting out a tooth-grinding metallic shriek. Odin felt as if 10 elephants had simultaneously stamped on both his arms. His bones let out agonized groans under the strain. The terrifying force rippled down through the blades, rattling his eyeballs so hard they nearly popped out of their sockets. What in hell is this monstrous strength? Was the only thought that had time to flash through Odin's mind. The next second, before he could even scream, his entire body was sent flying low across the ground like a ball smoked by a baseball bat, hurtling several hundred meters, smashing through more than a dozen trees thick, as 3 men embracing, and finally lodged deep inside a massive granite boulder. His head lolled to one side, and he fell into a dead faint, wide-eyed on the spot. A dead silence hung over the battlefield for 2 seconds. Members of the Roger crew swallowed hard. Marco Jozu and the others from the Whitebeard pirates had just emerged from the jungle. Now all eyes went wide, their steps grinding to a violent halt. "Oh," the young Marco blurted out. That was their 2nd division commander, a monster who had run roughshod all over Wano, and he'd been knocked senseless in one exchange by someone using nothing but a scabbard. And here I thought I was dealing with a king. Turns out it's just a pawn. Rein rested the long blade on his shoulder, dug his pinky into his ear, and spat with the utmost contempt. With skills like that, you shouldn't be out here embarrassing yourself. You're wasting my looting time. Boom! A thunderous, earth-shaking roar. Edward Newgate Whitebeard hefted his massive supreme-grade blade near a Kamijiri. With each step, he took the island's rocky ground split open in a vast web of cracks. His colossal frame radiated a suffocating pressure, and his crescent-shaped mustache twitched with fury. You rotten bastard. How dare you strike down my family? With a ferocious roar, Whitebeard wrapped his tremor ability around the blade, enveloping it in a translucent, glowing protective shell. He soared into the air and brought the blade crashing down toward Rein. Rein didn't flinch in the slightest. He just grinned. This old-timer obviously had money. If he didn't squeeze every last belly out of him today, Rein would turn his own name upside down. Newgate, you old goat, your temper's still as foul as ever. If you don't cough up every last coin in your treasury today, even calling me daddy won't save you. Clang. Rein finally drew his blade. Dark gold armament haki instantly enveloped the body of Huido, and then that all-crushing dark gold conqueror's haki erupted like a volcanic explosion. Murakamajiri and Huido collided with earth-shattering force. Yet they never actually touched. Between the two blades hung a dozen centimeters of absolute void where dark gold and red-black lightning tore into each other in a frenzy. Rumble. The entire volcanic island shuddered violently. Beneath the collision of two supreme conquerors' haki, the heavy clouds above split clean down the middle, carving out a vacuum corridor thousands of meters long. A savage shockwave exploded outward in all directions from the two men. Hold strong, Marco shouted, shifting into his phoenix form and desperately spreading his wings to shield the younger brothers behind him. But it was impossible to keep out. The rank-and-file crew members, whether from Roger's side or Whitebeard's, were caught in the shockwave, rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth, and collapsed in neat rows like mowed wheat. The Moby Dick and the Oro Jackson, anchored on opposite coasts, were blasted dozens of meters backward by the storm, while seawater erupted in 100-meter-high waves. Rein, can't you be a little more careful when you fight? If my ship gets wrecked, you're going to pay for it. Roger fumed, hopping mad behind him. But the next second, he grabbed his blade and charged into the battle, laughing. Count me in. Whitebeard is my prey. Get lost. This old geezer is my personal cash machine now. Don't try to steal my kill. Rein kicked at Roger as he charged over. Enough talk. Today I'm settling all old and new scores with you lot at once. Whitebeard swung Murakamajiri and almost as an afterthought landed a heavy blow on Roger as well. The situation spiraled completely out of control. What had been a duel between Rein and Whitebeard turned into a three-way battle of monsters once Roger joined in. As the fight dragged on, Whitebeard and Roger realized that this kid Rein was simply toxic. Not only did he fight dirty, but whenever the two of them were locked in combat, he would sneak off to filch the gold coins and gems that had dropped from the belts of Whitebeard's underlings. Roger, let's team up and beat this money-obsessed bastard into the ground. Whitebeard gnashed his teeth in fury. Just what I was thinking. This kid acts like a lord on the ship every day. I've wanted to punch him for ages. Roger laughed. At the center of the island, the three top-tier fighters clashed in an earth-shattering battle. The men below were not idle either. The officers of the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates went all out, engaging in brutal one-on-one battles all over the island. Rayleigh squared off against a young Marco. Gabon took on the hulking Josu Vista, and a crowd of division commanders fought furiously against the Roger Pirates squad leaders. In a corner, the two cabin boys, Shanks and Buggy, small knives in hand, were stealthily scavenging at the edge of the battlefield. Those Whitebeard crewmen who had been knocked out by Haki were cleaned out completely by those two little rascals. The coin pouches at their waists and their precious daggers were all picked clean. Shanks, hurry up. That big guy's pocket is bulging. He's definitely loaded. Buggy's eyes gleamed as he worked swiftly. I know. Just as Shanks was about to go through the next poor unlucky devil, he suddenly spotted a chubby kid about his own age crouched behind a rock up ahead. The kid was missing a few teeth, had curly black hair, and was gnawing happily on half a watermelon he had apparently swiped from somewhere. This was none other than the young Marshal D. Teach. Hey, are you on Whitebeard's ship? Shanks leaned in and studied him curiously. Teach paused his watermelon-eating grin and said, yeah. You two are pretty smooth at grabbing treasure. Better at it than me. Buggy raised his knife to scare him. Cut the chatter. If you know what's good for you, hand over the money on you. The two exchanged words, but somehow never came to blows. During the chaotic battle of the past few days, Shanks noticed that this guy Teach was always roaming the edge of the battlefield day or night. He never once saw him close his eyes. Hey, Buggy. Shanks lowered his voice and nudged Buggy's side. That guy never seems to sleep. Look at his eyes. Red from staying up, yet he's not sleepy at all. That stamina is seriously unnatural. Really. He can stay alive without sleeping. Buggy was stunned too. Shanks made a mental note about this strange fat kid. The battle went on for a full 3 days and 3 nights. The already desolate volcanic island was thoroughly ravaged. The mountain was sliced to pieces by sword energy, huge cracks hundreds of meters deep ran everywhere, and large stretches of forest were burned to ashes by cannon fire and Haki shockwaves. On the morning of the 4th day, just as the sun was peeking over the horizon, Roger and Whitebeard lay slumped back to back in a huge crater at the center of the island. Both were covered with wounds of every size, too exhausted to lift even a finger, and their ragged gasping sounded like a pair of bellows. Across from them, Rein sat bare-chested on a comparatively intact rock. Apart from a few holes in his trousers, he did not have a single scratch on him. He was using a ragged cloth to unhurriedly wipe the mud off Huido. Roger had been sickly to begin with, and though Whitebeard was in his prime, not even he could withstand 3 straight days of non-stop fighting. The two had joined forces to beat Rein, and only to have their stamina drained dry by him. No more. Roger waved his hand, tossed Ace aside, and sprawled flat on his back. Rein, you freak. I have no idea how you trained that monstrous strength. Whitebeard wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, still gasping. Gururara. It's been a few years and you bastard really are getting younger. Damn my luck. I failed to keep watch over my own turf this time. Cut the crap. If you can't win, you take the loss. Rein sheathed his blade and jumped down from the rock. He walked up to Whitebeard and unceremoniously kicked at the old man's huge wooden clogs. The money. Spending these 3 days playing with 2 old farts who are already halfway into the grave. Consider it a 1-year contract for the Whitebeard pirates. Flat rate 10 billion cash on the spot. That's robbery. Whitebeard's eyes went wide. Right, I'm robbing you. If you don't like it, stand up and we'll have another round. Rein rolled his neck and cracked his knuckles. Whitebeard had no choice but to wave Marco over from the distance. Go. Move everything from Vault No. 2 over to this bastard so he'll stop hanging around and mooching off us. With both captains having stopped, the men below also put a complete halt to the fight. The 2 pirate crews held an open-air banquet right in the ruins of the island. Barrels of fine liquor were carried down from the ships, and the grease from roasted meat dripped into the bonfires, driving away the thick stench of blood. Roger and Whitebeard sat on a charred tree trunk, matching each other drink for drink, and swapping tales of their adventures at sea and the messy business at God Valley years ago. Rein meanwhile sat on a nearby pile of gold and silver, one leg crossed over the other as he stuffed gold bars into a sack, without giving them so much as a glance. Newgate. I reached the end of the log pose route 13 years ago, Lodestar Island. Roger took a swig of liquor, and his voice suddenly dropped low. Whitebeard paused his drinking and shot him a glance. You made it to the end. Then why are you still rushing all over the sea? Because that's not the real end. Roger slapped his thigh. After searching that island high and low, I learned that to find the true final island, you need to gather 4 road poneglyphs to get its coordinates. Roger sighed, grabbed the wine jug, and gulped down a mouthful. But no one aboard my ship can make sense of the strange letters on those red stones. It's like a chest of gold coins right in front of you, yet you can't find the key. Whitebeard said nothing. Roger turned and fixed his eyes on Kazuki Odin, who was drinking with Rein off to one side, his gaze burning bright. Newgate, I know that's asking for too much, but I really don't have much time left. I'm begging you, lend Odin to me for a year. Just 1 year. As long as he helps me decipher the poneglyphs, I'll bring him back to your ship safe and sound. Roger, with that stubborn, dogged temper of his, a man who would never bow his head, even at death, had actually said beg to Whitebeard. Pops Newgate, I want to go. Odin grabbed Whitebeard's sleeve, his face brimming with excitement. Those stones carved with the strange letters. I've always wanted to know just how big this world is. I want to see that so-called final island. Whitebeard looked at the longing in Odin's eyes, a wish that came from the bottom of his heart. His fists clenched, then loosened, then clenched again. A full minute of silence passed. You reckless brat. Whitebeard finally let out a heavy sigh. 1 year. Just 1 year. Ha! Thanks, Newgate. I'll remember this favor for the rest of my life. Roger jumped up excitedly. Nearby lay and stuffed a piece of top-quality gold into his sack and curled his lip. Don't get all excited for nothing. Rein hoisted 2 bulging sacks onto his shoulders and strode off toward the Oro Jackson. Now that you've got your man, raise anchor and get to work. If you don't find anything valuable on the next island, I'll sell you and that kimono man to the coal mines of Sabaody to work off your debts. Roger laughed as if he didn't have a care in the world. Set sail, set sail. Lads, our new journey is about to begin. A battle that shook heaven and earth had finally ended in this absurd way. The Oro Jackson unfurled its sails, and carrying the newly recruited Kazuki Odin headed straight for the depths of the new world. Rein hefted the 2 enormous sacks on his shoulders. Inside were all the premium treasures from Whitebeard's second vault. Gold bars, pigeon egg-sized rubies and sapphires, and several antiques he couldn't even name. Not far away, Whitebeard's men were staring at him goggle-eyed. Young Marco, holding his still swollen cheek, ground his teeth. Pops, is he really going to let him haul away all our money like that? Shut up, Marco. Whitebeard sat cross-legged on the wreckage, gulping sake. That kid knows money, not loyalty. If we don't hand it over, he'll dismantle our ship and sell it as scrap lumber. Money can be earned again. What matters is keeping our lives. Rein couldn't care less how much it stung Whitebeard's side. He swaggered across the deep crater and walked up to the gangplank of the Oro Jackson. Rein leaving already. Gabon, bare-chested, tossed a short axe in his hand. Not coming to the next island to grab another haul. Grab my ass. With a bunch of paupers like you, all I do is lose money. Rein tossed the sacks onto the deck, making the planks shudder. This job was bad enough. I worked for free and even paid for meals out of my own pocket. The next island. If you hit another cheap bastard there, how am I supposed to pay wages? The old sea dogs on board had long been used to his incorrigible money grubbing, and they all burst out laughing. Spencer, the intelligence officer, sidled over and offered a cigar. Mister Rein, take care and no farewells. Just don't come back to wreck our food money. Rein snatched the cigar and clamped it between his teeth, then swiped the lighter out of Spencer's pocket as well. That cheap lighter of yours looks like solid gold. I'll take it as interest for the past few days. Rein lit the cigar and exhaled a thick plume of smoke. Rayleigh came out of the captain's cabin, pushing up the round glasses on his nose. He walked up to Rein, glanced around like a thief, then pulled a drab gray pouch from his pocket and shoved it into Rein's hand. What? Hush money. Rein hefted the pouch, frowning. This pittance is for beggars. Rayleigh, are you so broke now that you can only get the discount set in the red light district? Rayleigh's old face flushed. He shot Rein a glare. A side job, Rayleigh said, lowering his voice. Go to Sabaody Archipelago and check on Shaki for me. Rein unceremoniously stuffed the pouch into his pocket. Fine. For the sake of this pocket change, I'll reluctantly make the trip. Rein blew a smoke ring. But old man at your age still pining for your woman every day, have a little pride. With how ruthless Shaki is, you really need to worry. Rayleigh coughed twice and turned away to fake an interest in the scenery. Big brother. Shanks and Buggy came running over in a flash. Shanks's face was full of reluctance, his red hair a mess. Buggy meanwhile was covering his pocket, his eyes darting away. Rein grinned. He reached out, two calloused hands planted one on each boy's head and ruffled them hard. All right, stop wailing here like a funeral. Rein rubbed Shanks's hair into a proper bird's nest. He turned to Buggy and his fingers shot down like lightning, plucking a pigeon egg-sized ruby straight out of Buggy's pants. Hey, that's the one I just picked up off Whitebeard's ship. Buggy hopped about frantically, reaching to grab it. Confiscated. Rein tossed the ruby into the air, caught it neatly, and put it away. Consider it the fine for corrupting Shanks. You haven't even grown all your fur, and already you're hiding a private stash. What will you be like when you grow up? Buggy's heart ached so much he plopped down on the ground and bawled. Shanks ignored Buggy and looked up at Rein. Big brother, will you come back to play with us later? Play my ass. Rein gave Shanks a knock on the head. Stay on the ship. Don't spend every day just scrubbing the deck. When you can block one of my strokes without passing out, then come back and talk about playing with me. At the foredeck, Roger strode over with a half-empty bottle of rum. Behind him were the ship's Dr. Crocus and the kimono-clad Kazuki Odin. Odin was eyeing Rein curiously, clearly still not out of the shadow of having been knocked out by Rein's scabbard in the past few days. Rein turned and met Roger's gaze. Their gazes collided in midair. No idle words were needed. Rein knew perfectly well that Roger's body had long since been pushed to its absolute limit. That he had managed to stay standing for the past year was all because Rein was there to keep the peace, sparing Roger from desperate battles with the top combatants. But now Roger had found Odin, who could decipher the poneglyphs. For the road ahead, an outsider like Rein had no need to butt in. It was time for this ship to fulfill its mission. I'm leaving. Rein flicked off the ash. This job cost me a fortune. The billions you owe me probably won't be repaid in this lifetime. Ha ha ha. Roger threw back his head and laughed. He wrapped an arm around Rein's shoulders and clapped them hard twice. Rein, when I come back from Laugh-Tale, I'll go to Sabaody Archipelago and find you for a drink. I'll return it with interest then. Roger laughed, showing a row of big white teeth. Rein pushed his hand off in disgust. Don't hand me any pie-in-the-sky promises, Rein cursed irritably. Once you go to that lousy place, you might end up so poor you can't even get a pair of underwear. Rein hoisted the two huge sacks back onto his shoulders, walked to the ship's side, and jumped straight down. He landed squarely on the battered little boat kept for getaways. The small boat sank low, and seawater nearly washed into the hold. The entire Roger Pirate's crew leaned over the rail watching him. Helmsman Donkino waved with his pipe in his mouth. The fishman Sunbell raised his harpoon in salute. Even Buggy, who had been beaten into tears, was sniffing and looking down. Rein stowed the sacks, picked up the oars. He didn't row immediately. Instead, he looked up at the straw hat man above, grinning from ear to ear. The sea wind made Roger's red cloak snap. Roger. Rein's voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. On that face, which always wore a mocking, careless expression, the usual roguishness was put away for once. Reach the final island alive. With that, Rein's left hand gripped the supreme grade sword Hudo at his waist. He did not draw it at all. Still sheathed, he swung it backhanded in a casual slash at the boundless sea behind him. Boom. A soul-trembling dark gold conqueror's haki fused with pitch-black armament haki, turned into a terrifying fan-shaped sword, arc several kilometers long, blasting out across the sea. The turbulent sea ahead opened like a slab of butter sliced by a hot knife. 100-meter-wide bottomless trench split the water in silence. The monstrous waves were forced to both sides, carving a straight ripple-free road across the sea. Even the dense clouds in the sky were torn into a gap tens of thousands of meters long by that single blow. Sunlight poured straight through the gap and spilled onto Rein's little boat. The whole island fell quiet. Whitebeard's men nearly popped their eyes out. Just a casual wave without drawing the blade. This monster's power was utterly bottomless. Rein withdrew his hand, then gripped the oars with both hands and rowed hard. The small boat shot along the cleaved road like an arrow off the string. Don't die on the way. I'm not going to that crappy place to collect your corpse. Rein's voice came from far away, and the boat had already become a black dot on the horizon. Aboard the Oro Jackson, Roger's smile disappeared. He looked at the split trench for a long time, saying nothing. Rayleigh walked to his side and sighed. That guy knows your situation better than anyone. With that temper of his, he'd rather die than say one soft word. Now that's Rein. Roger broke into a grin again. He drew the saber, ace, from his waist and pointed it skyward. Boys, our objective is clear. Hoist the sails. Weigh anchor. Let's turn this world upside down. Bang. Two oversized sacks stuffed with treasure crashed heavily onto the wooden floor. Sabaody Archipelago Peninsula 13 at Shaki's ripoff bar. Lay-in kicked open the bar's swinging door, sauntered over to the counter as if he owned the place, pulled up a bar stool, and plopped himself down. Give me the strongest drink you've got. The sea's been reeking of salted fish for days. It nearly made me puke. Rein slapped the table. Shaki was leaning against the counter wiping a glass of slim cigarette dangling from her lips. She glanced at the 2 sacks spilling gold bars on the floor and blew out a thin wisp of smoke. Well, a rare guest. I heard you hitched a ride on Roger's ship a while back. I thought you'd followed them to the latter half of the New World to get yourself killed. Shaki took a bottle of whiskey from the shelf, filled a glass to the brim, and slid it over. Like hell I'd die? Those bastards are so broke they'll have to hock their pants soon. No way I could keep running with them. Rein raised the glass and drained it in one gulp. Come on, get someone to take stock of these 2 sacks. This is the no. 2 treasury I clawed out of Whitebeard's lair at the risk of my own life. Cash it in right now. I want 10 long-legged ladies for a flower petal bath. Without even lifting an eyelid, Shaki snapped her fingers. A few black market appraisers emerged from the back door and quickly untied the sacks. Half an hour later, the head appraiser wiped his sweat and respectfully handed over a slip. Boss Shaki, the estimate's done. With the goods and depreciation it comes to roughly 2 billion belly. Puffed. Rein spat out the second glass he had just drunk. How much? He grabbed the appraiser by the collar, his eyes bulging. You dare cheat me? That's Whitebeard's vault. 2 entire sackfuls of pure gold and gems. And you tell me it's only 2 billion. The appraiser's legs shook so hard, he could barely stand. I really didn't cheat you. Please boss, look. Those gold bricks have lead inside, plenty of the gems are flawed, and the antiques are all hot goods with no paper trail, so we had to chop the price to the bone. Shaki waved a hand to dismiss the appraiser, then took a deposit certificate from a drawer and slapped it on the counter. That's enough. Don't make things hard for the staff. I already gave you the best possible price. Shaki tapped off her cigarette ash. Use your head. What kind of man is Whitebeard? He doesn't squeeze the common people, doesn't traffic weapons, and doesn't touch the slave trade. He's got thousands of mouths to feed under him, big and small. How much money could he possibly have left? Those 2 billion are probably just the burial savings he scraped together from robbing other pirates for decades. Rein was dumbstruck. Damn it. If I'd known Whitebeard was just a broke loser puffing himself up, I wouldn't have wasted all that effort smashing Kazuki Oden. And this is the caliber of the 4 emperors. If I'd known, I'd have robbed Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, those 2 nouveau riche bastards. Rein grumbled as he stuffed the deposit certificate into his pocket. He then pulled out a dusty gray bag and tossed it to Shaki. Here. That old geezer Rayleigh told me to bring this to you. Said it was hush money, though I can't figure out what secret it's supposed to seal. Shaki opened the bag, peeked inside, and silently put it away in a drawer. Fine. 2 billion it is. With a little discipline, it's still enough to live in style for a while. Rein stretched. Book me a year at the best hotel in Sabaody and convert the rest into chips. I'm going to the casino to bust the bank. A year later. In an underground casino on Sabaody Archipelago. Big. Rein bare-chested shoved his last 2 stacks of million-denomination chips hard into the center of the table. The dealer lifted the dice cup. 1, 2, 3. Small. House takes all. The muscles on Rein's face twitched. Are you kidding me? It's come up small 14 times in a row. Rein kicked over his chair, and under the unbothered stares of the regular gamblers stormed out of the casino cursing. The sunlight outside was blinding. Rein patted his empty pockets. In that 1 year he had truly wrung every last drop of pleasure out of Sabaody Archipelago. Every day it was either a massage parlor or a private buyout of the red light district, and with his god-awful luck at the gambling tables, the 2 billion belly Whitebeard had funded were blown to nothing under his hands. No good. I'll have to borrow a bit from Shaki first, or maybe take another contract to kill a celestial dragon. Wearing board shorts and flip-flops, Rein swayed over and pushed open the door of the rip-off bar. The door had barely opened a crack when Rein froze. The bar was empty of other customers. For once Shaki wasn't smoking, she was carrying a tray laden with several plates of rich roasted meat from the back kitchen. At the counter sat 2 people wrapped in broad black cloaks. At the sound of the door, the slightly shorter one on the left turned around. He pulled back his hood, revealing a striking head of medium-length blonde hair and that signature pair of round glasses. It was Rayleigh. The man on the right, who had been hunched over gnawing meat, turned around as well. A battered straw had a handlebar mustache that seemed about to curl into the sky. It was Roger. Rein arched an eyebrow, walked over, and took a seat beside the 2 of them. Yo, what wind blows you 2 here? Rein unceremoniously reached over, snatched a piece of grilled meat from Roger's plate, and stuffed it into his mouth. A year had passed since their last meeting. Roger's complexion had visibly worsened, but strangely his eyes burned with an alarming brightness. It was the wild arrogance of a man who had finally fulfilled his lifelong desire and had not a single regret. Huh. Rein, I've missed you like crazy. Roger yanked off his cloak, raised his glass, and clinked it against the empty glass in front of Rein. Come on, have a drink with me. Rein didn't touch his glass. He looked at Roger, then turned to Rayleigh. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, poured himself a glass, drained it, and said nothing. Just the 2 of you. Rein pointed outside. What about all those errand boys on your ship? Why didn't Red Nose and Red Hair come along to take care of their captain, who's about to croak? I disbanded them. Roger laughed easily. What? Rein froze. Just the day before yesterday. Roger gnawed at a huge piece of meat, his cheeks stuffed full. I gave the order to disband the Roger Pirates. Leyen looked him up and down and finally understood why the atmosphere had felt so strange. So you found that godforsaken final island after all. We did. Roger put down his meat and slammed the table, sending the liquor in his glass splashing. Leyen, I really found it. We are the first people in 800 years to set foot on that place. Roger rose abruptly and spread his arms wide. The presence of a great pirate once again erupted from his failing body. I named the island. Roger grinned from ear to ear like a child who had just gotten his dream toy. Laugh Tail. What do you think? Pretty good name, right? Roger leaned closer. Don't you want to know what's actually there? Just ask, and I'll tell you everything this instant. Roger's eyes sparkled, bursting with eagerness to share this secret that would shake the world with his old friend. Not even lifting an eyelid, Leyen picked up the towel on the table and wiped the grease from his hands. Not interested. The answer came clipped and clear. Roger's smile froze. What? What did you say? He couldn't believe it digging at his ear. This is the ultimate treasure that every person in the whole world would kill to know. You could at least ask one question. Ask my ass. Leyen rolled his eyes and cut him off without mercy. What's on that crappy island got to do with me? Can it be turned into money? Can it get me long-legged beauties? If not, shut your mouth. Leyen grabbed Roger by the collar. There's only one thing I care about right now. He glared at Roger fiercely. You disbanded the entire crew, which is basically you declaring bankruptcy, right? Then who the hell is going to pay the billions of belly you owe me in appearance money? What? Should I go to Marine headquarters and claim your bounty to settle the debt? Rayleigh couldn't hold it in any longer and sprayed out a mouthful of liquor. Shaki, holding a cigarette, was doubled over with laughter behind the counter. Roger stared blankly for 2 seconds, then burst into a roar of laughter that nearly ripped the roof off. Ha ha ha, that's our Leyen. Roger laughed until tears streamed from his eyes, slapping Leyen hard on the shoulder. Fine. Don't worry. When I hand over this life of mine, there will definitely be someone to pay you back that fortune. Leyen swatted his hand away in disgust. Don't feed me empty promises. If you're really going to die, go somewhere far away. Don't dirty the bathhouse I always go to. The laughter slowly died down. A brief silence fell over the bar. Roger quietly finished the last of his drink. He stood up and draped the black cloak back over his shoulders. It's almost time. Roger pulled the hood down low, covering most of his face. He didn't look back at Rayleigh or Shaki. I'm going to Batarilla Island in the South Blue. Roger's voice was calm. There's someone there I want to see. The place is quiet, good for convalescence. Everyone in the bar knew what that need for convalescence really meant. His body had long been a ruin, and he could drop dead at any moment. He just wanted a quiet place to spend the last few months of his life. Rayleigh stayed motionless on his stool, both hands gripping his glass as if they might crush it. The first mate who had weathered all kinds of storms had red around his eyes. But he said no words of persuasion. I'm off. Roger pushed open the door, and sunlight streamed through the gap onto him. Leyen grabbed a bottle of Shaki's prized top-shelf vodka from the bar and casually threw it over. Without turning around, Roger reached back and caught it cleanly with his observation haki. Get lost. Leyen, a cigar appearing in his mouth from nowhere, blew out a thick stream of smoke. If you die out there, don't expect me to claim your body. The fare's too expensive. Huh. Thanks. The door slammed shut. Roger's figure vanished at the end of Sabaody Archipelago's bustling street. The bar was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Rayleigh took off his glasses, wiped the lenses with his sleeve, and let out a long breath. All right, old man, cut the brooding act. Leyen knocked on the table. Your crew's gone. From now on, just work off your debts as Shaki's free labor here in Sabaody. And while you're at it, lend me some money. I just lost everything at the casino, even my drawers. Rayleigh gave him an annoyed glare. Scram. My pockets are cleaner than my face. Shaki poured 2 glasses and pushed them across to Rayleigh and Leyen. Let's toast. Shaki raised her glass. To Laugh Tail, and to this era that's about to go wild. Leyen raised his glass and clinked it with both of them. Sizzle. A piece of beast meat the size of half a wash basin was set over the campfire. As grease dripped into the charcoal below, the flames suddenly shot up a full stretch. South Blue Batarilla Island. The sea breeze swept past the little wooden cabin by the beach and made the wind chimes beneath the eaves ring with a crisp, clattering song. Leyen sat sprawled on a wooden stump like a conquering general, 1 foot propped on a nearby rock. He hooked a bottle of rum from the wooden crate at his feet, popped the cap off with his thumb, tilted his head back, and gulped down half the bottle in one long, greedy draft. Across from him, Roger was stripped to the waist, a floral shirt hanging loose over his shoulders. He was turning the beast meat on an iron skewer, and his trademark, 2-pronged mustache twitched with every chew. A year had passed, and the old devil actually looked pretty good. Not a trace of the deathbed misery that would have left him unable to get out of bed. That vibrant energy of his was even clearer and brighter than back when he stood on deck every day roaring that he was going to Laugh Tail. Your skills have slipped. The meat is burnt, Leyen said with a look of disdain at the slightly charred beast meat. Even so, he reached out unceremoniously, tore off a huge hunk with his bare fingers, and shoved it into his mouth. Be grateful, you bastard. I'm a retired man now. You're the only person in the whole world who gets me grilling meat for him personally. Roger split his mouth into a grin, flashing 2 rows of big white teeth, laughing without a care in the world. The cabin stood silent all around. Rouge Roger's woman had gone into town for supplies, leaving just the two old boys in the backyard. Rein wolfed down the meat, in a few bites wiped the grease from his mouth with the back of his hand, then let his gaze settle on Roger's side. The supreme grade blade ace, the sword that had followed Roger for most of his life and cut down countless great swordsmen, lay casually tossed on the sandy ground, its scabbard even smeared with a bit of mud. Noticing Rein's gaze, Roger paused in his grilling. He grabbed the rag at his side, gave the scabbard a couple of casual wipes, then put force into his wrist and hurled the sword sheath, and all straight at Rein. Thwack! Rein raised his left hand and caught it cleanly. The blade was heavy, and even without leaving its sheath, its restrained supreme sharpness made one's skin prickle cold. What's the meaning of this? Rein raised an eyebrow, weighing the famed blade in his hand. Have you broke bastard, finally grown a conscience and decided this will cover my appearance fees from the past decade or so? Let's get one thing straight. This may be valuable on the black market, but it still won't cover the debt you owe me. Roger laughed out loud. It's yours. That widow of yours may be a good fit, but this one of mine is premium stock even among supreme grade blades. Even splitting firewood, it works better than any ordinary sword. Rein didn't answer. He laid ace across his knees and ran his fingertips over the scabbard twice. No one knew better than he did what this blade meant to Roger. The old devil had made his final reckoning with life, giving away even the last weapon at his side. Say what you mean and spare me the small talk. Rein shed his usual roguishness and lifted his eyes to look directly at Roger. If you're tossing this thing to me, what are you planning to do next? Dig a hole and bury yourself. I'm going to Marineford. Roger took a swig from the bottle, his tone as calm as if he were saying he'd go into town to buy cabbage. I'm turning myself in at Marine headquarters. Rein's eyelids twitched hard. Have you finally gone mad from the pain? You're the pirate king, and you're surrendering. Sengoku and those old bastards would laugh themselves to death. What the hell are you after? I'm after a blazing, world-shaking finale. Roger suddenly rose to his feet and spread his arms, the sea wind flooding into his floral shirt. I'm about to die anyway. I can't just rot away in bed without a sound. Since death is coming, I'll drag the whole world into one wild carnival. I'll push open the gate of this new era with my own hands. Madness. Rein curled his lips. The arrogance in that madman's bones had never dimmed by even half a degree. Roger sat back down on the stump, leaned forward, and lowered his voice. Rein, I'm done bullshitting with you. The sword is yours, and I've got a personal job to give you. Talk. Rouge is pregnant. Roger stared at the burning fire, and for once those eyes, usually blazing with arrogance, softened with an unexpected warmth. I've already picked the names. If it's a boy, Ace. If it's a girl, and Rein's hand around the bottle paused briefly. That was fast. The world government and those hyenas in the Navy, you know them better than I do. The moment I'm dead, they'll go mad hunting through every place I've ever been. They won't even spare a tomcat. Roger looked up and met Rein's gaze. Take care of her. Keep her safe and see that the child is born. Rein tossed the empty bottle aside, and the glass shattered against the rocks. I only know how to kill, not how to deliver babies, and I sure as hell don't know how to raise kids. Rein pulled a cigar from his pocket and stuck it between his teeth. If you want me to watch a child, you might as well send me to roast Sengoku's goat. You don't have to raise it. Roger waved a hand. I know your type. You can't sit still, and you're always scurrying around the world. I've already found the person to raise the child. Once I'm locked away, I'll personally entrust it to him. Who? Monkey D. Garp. You're putting your wife and child in the hands of a Marine vice admiral who spent most of his life chasing you with a blade. That's exactly why I trust him. Roger laughed with unshakable certainty. Old Garp has a foul temper, but deep down he's as honorable as they come. When it comes to the bottom line of never harming wives and children, no one holds the line more firmly than he does. That old ghost will never stand by and watch my unborn child be wiped out by the world government. Impeccable logic. Rein had to concede that the old man's way of thinking truly stunned him. Fine. Rein bit down on his cigar. He didn't reach for any ledger, nor did he say a single word about his appearance fee. He rose, hung ace at his waist, and patted the dust off his clothes. For the sake of this blade, I'll take the job. Rein looked down at Roger. Never mind the Navy. Even if the celestial dragons come knocking, I'll slash them all into the sea with a single swing. There was no need for more words. Rein, who normally couldn't open his mouth without mentioning money, had agreed more readily than anyone. Some bonds are forged in heaps of the dead, and they are worth more than gold. Roger smiled. He knew that as long as this man nodded, no one on these seas could touch a single hair on Rouge or her child. I'm off to town for a look. This crappy island of yours doesn't even have a single woman with long legs. What a bore. Rein walked out through the gate without looking back. Roger watched Rein's broad back, and for once his eyes stung with warmth. Rein, Roger shouted after him. Rein stopped, but didn't turn around. Thanks. Screw you. Rein raised his right hand and waved, then vanished around the bend in the beach. Half a month later, the world shook and newsbirds filled every inch of the sky. The front page headline in thick black type was almost enough to blind everyone who looked at it. Pirate King Galdi. Roger captured. Marineford impelled down. Heavy leather footsteps echoed through the darkest corridor of the lowest level. Torchlight flickered across the sea stone bars, casting a frigid blue gleam. Roger sat cross-legged on a pile of straw in the center of the cell, heavy sea-stone shackles binding his hands. Outside the iron bars before him stood the hero of the Marines, Garp, his face iron gray with fury. Garp clenched his fists so hard his knuckles cracked and his chest heaved violently. Roger, you goddamn idiot. Couldn't you have gone and died in some godforsaken trench? You had to come all the way back to mess with me. Garp roared in fury. Ha ha ha. Garp, don't be so distant. We've been through decades together. Roger laughed easily with none of the awareness of a condemned prisoner. Then his smile disappeared, and he moved himself forward closer to the bars. Garp, I'm going to be a father. Roger looked straight into Garp's eyes. An unborn child is innocent. Garp, I'm entrusting my child to you. What the hell are you saying? I'm a Marine. Garp slammed a fist against the sea-stone bars, making the whole cell ring with a dull boom. You'll agree. Roger grinned with absolute confidence. We've crossed swords so many times that I've long seen you as a comrade. You feel the same, Garp. Garp clenched his jaw and didn't argue. Suddenly, a world-shaking crash erupted from above the prison. Dust rained down from the ceiling. Outside, alarms blared wildly, and a frantic voice burst from a speaker transponder. Snail, enemy attack. It's Golden Lion Shiki of the Flying Pirates. He's charging through Marineford Plaza alone. What the hell is that mad dog Shiki doing here? Garp spun around and bolted for the door. Go beat him up. He probably can't believe you worthless bastards actually managed to catch me. Roger laughed from behind. Garp stopped, still facing away from Roger, and his voice rumbled like distant thunder. The goddamn mess you've left behind. I'll take care of it. And the child, I'll make sure it lives. With that, Garp charged out of the corridor, without looking back, heading to the plaza to subdue the maddened Golden Lion alongside Sengoku. A week later, East Blue Lobetown. The sky was choked with black clouds, and raindrops the size of beans pounded the bluestone streets. The execution square was walled in by Marines packed so tightly that not a drop could slip through. Countless heroes, schemers, and reporters from around the world flooded into the town like sharks catching the scent of blood. On a raised platform at the edge of the square, a crowd packed together beneath a sea of umbrellas. In the middle of that noisy, shoving crowd, there was a bizarrely empty vacuum. No matter how hard the people around them jostled, anyone who came within 3 meters of the two figures in black cloaks felt an oppressive cold that made their souls tremble. Their bodies instinctively recoiled, unable to squeeze even half a step closer. Rein stood with his arms crossed, his wide cloak concealing his nearly 2-meter-tall frame. Beside him stood a woman in an equally heavy cloak, her face completely hidden by her hood, the pregnant Rouge. Lobetown ought to have been more dangerous than ever. But who was Rein? As long as he stood there, even if every Marine admiral came in full force, they'd never wrest a single soul from his grasp. He's out. Rouge's voice trembled, her hands clutching the edge of her cloak. The gate beneath the execution platform slowly opened. Wooden shackles locked Roger's hands and neck. One executioner walked on each side of him. Without fear, without despair, the man straightened his back and climbed the tall wooden steps one by one. Rein's eyes, hidden in the shadows, watched all of this in silence. Any regrets? Rein asked the woman beside him without turning his head, his voice low. None. Through the gap in her hood, Rouge stared hard at the man on the platform. That was his choice. I came only to see him off on his last journey. On the execution platform, Roger sat down cross-legged, rain streaming down his unruly black hair. From his high vantage, he swept his eyes over the tens of thousands gathered in the square. Suddenly a shout erupted from the crowd below. Pirate King, where did you hide all the treasure you found? The One Piece. What is really in Laughtail? The executioners on the platform went pale and raised their long blades. Shut up. Execute. The two blades crossed and thrust down toward the back of Roger's neck. At the very instant the blades were about to strike, Roger's signature wild laughter exploded across the sky of Lobetown, overwhelming even the thunder. You want my treasure? If you want it, I'll give it all to you. Go look for it. I've put every last piece of it there. Thunk. The sound of steel piercing flesh. The man who had conquered the Grand Line and trampled the entire world beneath his feet let his head fall heavily. But the dauntless smile still lingered at the corner of his mouth. The square was dead silent for 2 seconds. Then a frenzy of cheers erupted loud enough to flip the island. Countless pirates, eyes bloodshot, roared and hurled their weapons toward the sky. The great pirate era had begun. At the edge of the high platform, Rouge's body swayed hard, tears slipping silently down her cheeks. But she made no sound as she just bit her lip and pressed both hands tightly over her belly. Rein watched the lifeless body on the platform. At his waist, the famed blade, named Ace, seemed to tremble faintly within its sheath. Let's go. Rein turned, draped a large hand over Rouge's shoulder, and used his observation haki to steer around the fanatical crowd. Wrapped in black cloaks, the two left the execution square soundlessly through the pouring rain and melted into the pitch-black alleys of Lobetown. The old era had closed. For Rein, the days of guarding the cub had only just begun. Bang! Rein kicked open the broken door of the wooden cabin and casually tossed his mud-spattered black cloak onto the rickety chair in the corner. All right, stop pretending. If you want to cry, just wail it out. I won't laugh at you. Rein walked to the wooden table, grabbed the half-empty bottle of rum, flicked the cap off with his thumb, tilted his head back, and took a deep swig. Lugio slowly pushed back the hood of her cloak. Her usually gentle face was pale, but she didn't cry. I won't cry. Lugio sat down on a wooden stool, her hand resting gently on her belly. This was his choice. He left without pain. Rein glanced at her and slammed the bottle heavily onto the table. That old bastard Roger sure was carefree. After that one shot of his, all those pirates below went insane. From now on, this sea is going to be one hell of a mess. Rein pulled out a chair and sat down lazily. But the trouble is, our problem has just gotten huge. Rein let out a burp. Sengoku and Kong, those two old foxes, aren't pushovers. What Roger pulled at the end was like smearing a giant pile of filth all over the world government's face. To save face, they're absolutely going to kill everyone on this earth who was ever connected to Roger. Will they come to the South Blue? Lugio asked. Not will they come, they're on their way right now. Rein bit down on a cigar and lit it. Within 3 days, the Marines will have turned every stone over. Especially for pregnant women. Those suited CP agents will even investigate a hen that just laid an egg to check if it carries Roger's blood. Lugio's hand clenched tightly. Then what about Garp? Don't count on that old man. Rein blew out a smoke ring, crossing one leg over the other and swinging it lazily. He just fought Shiki at Marineford. Half of Marine headquarters collapsed. Right now, Sengoku definitely has him by the ear in a meeting. Without 10 days or half a month, he can't break away to come get you. Then we hide. Lugio looked at Rein. Rein rolled his eyes. Hide? You think the child in your belly is a potato you can just bury in any random hole and be done with it? This island is only this big. If I guarded the door every day and killed people within 3 days, the whole world would know that Rein is protecting a woman in the South Blue. Besides, defense has never been my style. Then what do you plan to do? Lugio looked at the man. Rein grinned widely. Simple. Since the world government and the Marines have nothing better to do than hunt pregnant women, I'll just find them some huge entertainment and make them completely forget about this place. Lugio was stunned. What do you mean? Rein didn't answer. He turned, walked to the corner, and lifted the long cloth-wrapped bundle. He tore the cloth away, revealing the pitch-black scabbard of the supreme grade blade Hudo. He tucked the sword into his belt and also hung the ace that Roger had left behind on the other side. I haven't made a single cent of income in over half a year. That dog bastard Roger didn't even repay his billions in debts before he died. Rein patted his empty pocket and cursed under his breath. I'm almost at the point where I can't even afford the bathhouse at the Sabaody Archipelago anymore. I need someplace to vent this fury. You're going to rob someone? Lugio was taken aback. She knew Rein loved money, but at this critical moment, what robbery could possibly divert the Marines' attention? I'm going to stock up on some serious goods. Rein rolled his neck and his joints cracked with sharp pops. Stock up. That's right. Rein turned around, his eyes blazing with a terrifying light. Those pigs in the sky wearing bubble helmets must have a mountain of good stuff. I didn't get to kill enough at God Valley back then. This time I'm going straight to their lair for a visit. Lugio's eyes instantly flew wide open. The sky. Pigs. Lair. You're going to the Holy Land, Mary Geos. Is there a problem with that? Rein shrugged. Since the Marines are busy checking everyone's background, I'll go demolish the Celestial Dragon's houses and clean out their treasury while I'm at it. Let's see if those old farts on the Five Elders with their own house burning down still have the leisure to send people all the way to the South Blue looking for a pregnant woman they haven't even caught a glimpse of. A madman. An absolute madman. Lugio finally understood why Roger held this man in such high regard, even entrusting him with his very lifeline. Causing chaos at Mary Geos. Just for a promise. In 800 years, who had ever dared to harbor such thoughts against the Holy Land? That is the heart of the world government. The CP0 and the God's Knights are all stationed there. Lugio couldn't help but warn him. You're just one man. When I work, I never mind having more people around. Rein waved his hand and cut her off. He walked to the door of the cabin, then turned back to instruct her, stay put. I've left Conqueror's Haki around the house. If any ordinary pirate or beast gets close, they'll become idiots on the spot. I bought a full month of food and drink yesterday. No matter if the sky falls outside, don't leave the house. I'm off. Bang. The wooden door slammed shut. The first half of the Grand Line, the Red Line. The towering crimson rock wall rose vertically, slicing the entire world in two. This was a natural chasm that even birds could barely cross. And above the clouds was the Holy Land, known as the center of the world, Mary Geos. The sunlight was blinding. Rein stood on the reef at the base of the Red Line, looking up at the cliff wall that seemed to have no summit. He didn't take the bubble lift from Sabaody Archipelago, nor did he use any official passage. That was the way for ordinary people. The height is passable. Rein muttered, bending his knees slightly. In an instant, the enormous reef beneath his feet was covered in cracks like a spiderweb. Boom. The air was brutally stomped apart. Rein transformed into a streak of black lightning, shooting straight into the sky. He pierced through thick layers of clouds, and the air grew thin. The view opened up before him. The Holy Land, Mary Geos. There were no commoners here. Only the celestial dragons who called themselves gods, countless slaves wearing collars, and heavily armed guards patrolling around the clock. Nice scenery, too bad a bunch of pigs live here. Rein landed steadily on the high wall at the edge of Mary Geos. Inside the wall, the broad streets were covered with expensive carpets. Several celestial dragons wearing bubble helmets were riding on the backs of slaves, brandishing whips and laughing heartily. Crack! Run faster! You lowly scum! Did you not eat? A bloated celestial dragon lashed the whip across the face of the man beneath him, and blood immediately sprayed out. The man's eyes were hollow, mechanically crawling forward on instinct. What a damn eyesore. Looking at these bastards for a second is enough to make me throw up this morning's breakfast. Rein made no attempt to conceal himself at all. He stood on the city wall and drew the hudo from his waist. Without any fancy movements, Rein gripped the blade in one hand and swung it at the lavish street below. Boom! A pitch-black sword aura stretching hundreds of meters came crashing down from the sky with a piercing howl. It wasn't a precise strike, just pure indiscriminate destruction. The moment the sword aura hit the ground, the street was plowed into a terrifying chasm over a dozen meters deep and 100 meters long. Ah! The fat celestial dragon who had been whipping his slave moments ago, along with more than a dozen fully armed guards around him, didn't even have time to process what had happened. They were all blasted into the air by the violent shockwave triggered by the sword aura. The celestial dragon's ridiculous bubble helmet shattered instantly. Blood and shredded flesh mixed with marble fragments raining down crimson from midair. One slash cleared the field. Clean and decisive. The alarm. A piercing alarm immediately blared wildly across all of Merigios. Countless red warning lights flashed on the city walls and fortresses. Enemy attack. Someone is invading the Holy Land. A celestial dragon is injured. Medical team, hurry. Deploy the garrison. Identify the intruder immediately. All of Merigios was like an anthill that had been stepped on, instantly erupting into chaos. Rein picked his ear, leaped down from the wall, and landed steadily in the middle of the shattered street. Ahead, hundreds upon thousands of Holy Land garrison soldiers in white uniforms were surging forward like a tide, armed with muskets, swords, and blades. The moment he saw Rein, the garrison squad leader charging at the very front, suddenly ground to a halt, his eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. It's that bounty hunter. That madman from God Valley. Rein. The squad leader's voice cracked completely from sheer terror. How did this monster end up at Merigios? Oh, you know me. Then I guess the toll should be doubled, right? Rein grinned, hoisting his blade onto his shoulder as he walked forward over the rubble. Fire. Open fire now. Don't let him get anywhere near Pangaea Castle. The squad leader drew his command sword and roared at the top of his lungs. Bang, 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 bang. A dense hail of gunfire instantly engulfed Rein's position, smoke filling the air. But before the garrison could breathe a sigh of relief within the smoke, a dark golden conqueror's haki blasted outward in all directions like a materialized shockwave. Crack. Under that pressure, large cracks spread across the walls of the lavish buildings all around, and glass shattered into powder all at once. The 1,000+ garrison soldiers in the front line didn't even get to let out a groan. Their eyes all rolled back, and they collapsed to the ground one after another like dumplings being dropped into a pot, foaming at the mouth. Rein strolled out of the smoke at a leisurely pace, cigar clamped between his teeth. The bullets from the muskets struck his body without leaving so much as a white mark. With this level of skill, you dare to block my path? You're insulting my appearance fee. Rein blew out a thick plume of smoke and looked toward the enormous, oppressive Pangaea Castle ahead. Come on then. If I don't strip your treasury bare today, my name isn't Rein. Just then, 3 figures wearing white suits and strange masks appeared atop the rubble ahead, arriving without a sound. CP0. The world government's supreme intelligence agency, directly under its control. Rein, do you know what you are doing? The CP0 agent in the middle, wearing a Rakshasa mask, let out an icy demand from beneath it. Attacking the Holy Land is an act of blasphemy against the descendants of the creators. You are declaring war on the entire world. War my ass. Rein dug at his ear with his pinky and flicked the earwax toward them with utter contempt. I'm just a bit short on cash lately, so I came by to borrow some pocket money and kill a few pigs to pass the time. Rein flicked his wrist, and Hudo let out a crisp ring. You 3 in white suits look like you're worth a lot. Hand over your wallets, and I might consider leaving your corpses in one piece. Before his words even faded, Rein vanished from where he stood. The pupils beneath all 3 CP0 masks violently contracted, their observation haki screaming frantic warnings. Above, before they could react, Rein had already appeared above their heads. Dark golden lightning crackled wildly across Hudo. Let me stamp you with a mark first. Rein slashed down with everything he had. There was no flashy sword technique, just extreme power and invincible haki. Boom. The very ground of Merigios trembled violently once more. This time the magnitude was more than 10 times greater than before. The lights throughout Pangaea Castle flickered frantically under the force of that single strike. Far away at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku was in a foul mood, venting his frustration at the mountain of paperwork piled on his desk. Roger had just died, the great pirate era had begun, and pirates were rioting everywhere. He was just about to issue orders for a comprehensive search of all pregnant women, when suddenly the golden den mushy on his desk let out a frantic scream. Sengoku grabbed the receiver. This is Sengoku. A voice on the other end, the Holy Land operator shrieked through tears. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Something huge has happened. That madman named Rein has broken into Mary Geos. Crack. The fountain pen in Sengoku's hand was crushed into powder on the spot. What did you say? Sengoku felt his brain buzz. What is he doing at Mary Geos? He's killing celestial dragons, and robbing them at the same time. Sengoku's vision went black and he nearly passed out on the spot. To hell with searching for pregnant women. The sky was falling. Pass my orders. Assemble all troops. Reinforcements to Mary Geos now. Sengoku roared hysterically into the den mushi. Was there no law and order left in this sea at all? Meanwhile, the instigator of it all, Rein, was stomping a CP0 agent's head into the marble floor while idly juggling the golden pocket watch he had just fished out of the man's pocket. Nice quality. This can buy me 2 spa packages. Rein tucked it away with satisfaction. He looked up at the large group of fully armed gods knights charging out from not far away. Come on, you fat sheep. Line up and pay up one by one. Rein laughed heartily, raising his sword as he charged toward them. This blazing fire had well and truly ignited. Bang! Rein swung his blade backhanded and sent the god's knight charging at the very front, flying. What already broke? Rein planted a foot on the chest of another severely wounded knight officer lying on the ground, bent down, and snatched the necklace from his neck. He weighed it in his hand. The purity is passable. Demon, how dare you run wild in the Holy Land? The remaining few gods' knights clutched their spears, their hands trembling so violently they could barely hold them. What are you shouting about? Rein stuffed the diamond necklace into his pocket and gave Widow a disdainful flick to shake off the blood. I'm just here to rob the rich, and while I'm at it, clean up those pig-faced cripples for you. Not charging you a sanitation fee is already polite enough. Just as Rein was about to step across the ruins and make for the largest vault in Pangaea Castle, a piercing whistle of displaced air suddenly tore through the sky above. Dozens of colossal warships flying seagull flags surged up through the private lift channel behind the Holy Land and burst onto the summit of the Red Line. Before the warships had even come to a halt, several terrifying auras shot up from the decks and crashed down into the plaza in front of Rein like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. The smoke cleared. The man at the head was tall with a pair of frog-like glasses and a braided beard tied beneath his chin. Sengoku, Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. To his left stood Steelbone Kong, the current Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, with a mountain-shaped coiffure and muscles knotted like ancient tree roots. On his right was Black-Armed Zephyr, Chief Instructor of the Marines, wearing purple-tinted sunglasses and a head of violet hair. Behind him, a dark mass of Marine elites leapt down from the warships. Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Kazan, 3 young vice-admirals, stood prominently in the front row. Rein stopped. He did not draw his sword. Instead, he slowly fished a cigar out of his trench coat pocket and clamped it between his teeth. Yo, quite the impressive lineup. Rein groped for his lighter. What's the matter? Did Marine Headquarters run out of rations today, so you all came here for a banquet? Rein, seeing dismembered celestial dragon corpses scattered across the ground and the wrecked southern gate of Mary Geos, Sengoku's temples bulged with veins and his roar was loud enough to crack the clouds. You lawless bastard. Roger just died, and you're already running mad in the Holy Land. Do you honestly think the world government is made of paper? Sengoku immediately activated his Zoan human fruit mythical beast form, the Great Buddha. A golden Buddha dozens of meters tall rose from the earth, its blinding light illuminating half the Holy Land. Whether Roger lives or dies is none of my damn business. Rein finally dug out his lighter, lit the cigar with a click, and exhaled a thick plume of smoke. He owed me billions and never paid back. I'm a little short on cash, so I came here to stock up. What's the big deal? Instead of chasing pirates across the 4 seas, you Marines come here to screw with my money-making. Are you out of your minds? Utter nonsense. Steelbone Kong stepped forward, his bones crackling like popping beans. Breaking into the Holy Land and slaughtering celestial dragons. No matter what reasons you have, there is absolutely no way you're getting out of here alive. Why waste so many words? It's one man. Throw the entire force at him and take him down. Zephyr's arms instantly coiled with pitch-black armament haki. Fine. So you want a gang fight, huh? Rein put the lighter back into his pocket and casually rested Huido on his shoulder. Same rule as always, I normally don't kill Marines. But if you insist on throwing yourself at my blade, I won't be reimbursing your medical bills. The instant he finished speaking, an extremely ferocious figure charged out of the Marine ranks. No need for an admiral to make a move. I'll deal with you myself. Sakazuki's right arm transformed into surging magma, the searing heat warping the surrounding air. Great eruption. A magma fist larger than a house hurtled straight toward Rein's face with earth-shaking force. Almost at the same moment. Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Borsalino turned into a blinding yellow flash, appeared in an instant above Rein, and brought his right leg, blazing with a piercing cross-shaped light, slicing down at Rein's head. On the ground, Kazan crouched and pressed both hands against the rubble. Ice Age. Terrifying cold shot across the ground, freezing the earth within a 1,000-meter radius to absolute zero in an instant. Ice spikes erupted from every direction, sealing off all of Rein's escape routes. The 3 future admirals of the Marines had unleashed a flawlessly coordinated killing strike. Admiral candidates. Quite a lively crowd. Rein did not dodge. He didn't even release his signature dark gold Conqueror's Haki. Facing Sakazuki's magma fist powerful enough to melt steel, Lei and simply raised his left hand. No Haki coating, pure physical strength. Smack. A dull impact. Lei's massive hand clamped tightly around most of Sakazuki's magma-formed fist. The magma, hot enough to burn through a warship in an instant, sizzled in Lei's palm, but did not so much as blister a single layer of skin. Sakazuki's pupils shrank sharply as he stared at Lei as if seeing a ghost. How is this possible? He took magma with his bare flesh. Your temperature is too weak. It's not even good enough to light a cigar. Lei's left hand clenched hard. Boom. Sakazuki's magma fist was crushed outright by that monstrous force, exploding into a sky full of sparks. Lei followed up with a kick to Sakazuki's stomach. Sakazuki spewed a mouthful of blood and flew backward like a shell fired from a cannon. Meanwhile, Borsellino's lightspeed kick had already reached the top of Lei's head. Too dazzling light bulb. Lei casually tilted his head. The lightspeed kick grazed past his ear and crashed into the ground, blasting a crater 100 meters deep. Seizing the exact instant when Borsellino's old force had faded and his new force had yet to surge, Lei swung his scabbard backhanded and caught him precisely under the chin. Crack. Borsellino's jaw was dislocated on the spot. His entire body scattered into a blur of light. Then he spun dizzily and slammed into the distant fountain pool. As for the ice age creeping across the ground, Lei stomped down hard. A thunderous boom rang out. Overwhelming force poured into the earth through the sole of his foot. The 1,000-meter ice field Kazan had created didn't last even a tenth of a second. It burst into fragments, turning into a haze of ice powder. The recoil shot backward through the ground like a thunderbolt into Kazan's chest. He let out a muffled grunt and staggered back over a dozen steps before steadying himself. 3 moves. Casual and effortless. His clothes weren't even dirted. The 3 monstrous vice admirals were routed on all fronts. The entire plaza fell dead silent. Every Marine elite swallowed hard, a chill crawling up from the soles of his feet. Is this guy really a human? All right, warm-up's over. Lei flicked the ash off his cigar, his gaze sliding past the young commanders and locking directly onto the big shots in the rear. Sengoku, Old Man Kong, Zephyr. Lei crooked his finger at them. Stop letting the kids under you embarrass themselves. Come at me together, all 3 of you. I'm in a hurry. I still have to go inside and haul out the vault. Too arrogant. Zephyr roared and struck first. Using Moonstep, he crossed 100 meters in an instant, his iron fist coated in supreme armament Haki, and aimed straight at Lei's heart. Steelbone Kong followed right behind him. The full strength of a supreme commander erupted. As his twin fists swung, the air itself was compressed into visible pressure cannons. The great Buddha Sengoku in midair showed no mercy either. A colossal golden shockwave descended from above, sealing off every route of escape. The pinnacle combat strength of a bygone era. 3 apex fighters joining forces to kill him. Now that's a bit more interesting. Lei bared his teeth in a grin and finally drew Hudo. Dark gold armament Haki instantly flowed through the entire blade. Then the dark gold Conqueror's Haki, strong enough to tear the heavens open, was unleashed without reserve. The sky above Mary Geos had been clear and cloudless, but in an instant it was dyed a deep crimson by that Conqueror's Haki. The thick clouds were split down the middle as if by a divine blade, forming a vacuum corridor tens of thousands of meters long. The Marine elites, standing on the periphery, didn't even have time to let out a groan before they collapsed in wave after wave, the whites of their eyes rolling up. Boom. Lei, gripping the blade with one hand, swept upward from below and met the combined attack of the 3 head-on. At the instant, the edge collided with shockwaves and iron fists. There was no sound. The supreme collision sucked the air out of the space in an instant. Then a world-destroying shockwave radiated from them, raging outward in every direction. Dozens of luxurious fortresses in the southern district of Mary Geos crumbled to nothing under the aftershock as if they had been made of paper. Lei remained where he stood. The ground beneath him collapsed into a bottomless crater. His trench coat snapped loudly in the violent wind, and he had not retreated so much as half a step. As for the great Buddha Sengoku, in midair the force blasted him back 100 meters. When Steelbone Kong and Zephyr landed, their feet carved 2 deep furrows through the earth. What in the hell did this monster eat to grow up like this? Zephyr gritted his teeth, his arms nearly numb. Steelbone Kong's face was so dark it looked ready to drip water. Haki at this level is absolutely unheard of. Sengoku panted heavily, his eyes fixed on the man smoking a cigar at the bottom of the crater. Lei hadn't used anything close to his full strength. He hadn't even lost his breathing rhythm. Just as Sengoku was about to summon Kong and Zephyr for another assault, from deep within Pangaea Castle came several bizarre, icy cold presences. The moment they appeared, the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted. Even when observation Haki stretched toward them, it felt like staring into an abyss. Enough, Marines. An utterly frigid voice echoed across the plaza. Then a row of figures wearing strange masks and white cloaks patterned with crimson emerged from the shadows of the ruins. The main force of the Gods' Knights, and the supreme commander of the Gods' Knights, Saint Figurland Garling. Figurland Garling emerged flanked by a retinue of guards draped in white robes. His absurdly ostentatious crescent moon-shaped golden hair gleamed under the sunlight, radiating an insufferable aura of arrogance. Going out in this day and age with a giant crescent moon on your head, are you afraid of getting run over at night? Did you strap a reflector plate on for safety? Rein jammed the cigar into his mouth and casually tossed the bloodstained short blade aside. Garling's face beneath the mask darkened. He spoke coldly, ignorant commoner. To witness the supreme commander of the gods' knights before your death is the greatest honor of your miserable life. God. Rein picked at his ear. Back in the Valley of God, rocks nearly beat you to death. The moment those words, Valley of God, left his mouth, Garling completely lost his composure. That was the shame the entire Celestial Dragon clan could never wash away. Draw your sword. Garling barked in fury, yanking the slender rapier from his waist with a sharp clang. Top-tier armament Haki instantly coiled around the blade. He stamped his foot, blasting a shallow crater into the marble floor, and his entire body turned into a blurred afterimage hurtling straight for Rein's throat. He was blindingly fast, the sword tip tearing through the air with a piercing sonic boom. All flash, no substance. Rein stood rooted to the spot, not even flinching. Just as the blade tip came within less than a finger's width of his throat, Rein's left hand shot out. His index and middle fingers clamped with pinpoint precision onto the onrushing legendary sword. Garling's pupils shrank violently. He poured every ounce of armament Haki into the blade, straining to yank it free, but the sword held in Rein's 2 fingers wrapped in dark gold Haki might as well have been cast in solid iron. It didn't budge an inch. That all the strength you've got? Didn't get your morning milk? Rein grinned, clenched his right fist, and slammed it straight into Garling's face. Bam! Garling was sent flying backward by the monstrous force, tumbling across the ground for over a dozen rolls before finally stopping. The bridge of his nose had completely collapsed, blood smeared across his entire face. Sengoku, Kong, and Zephyr, watching from behind, all turned green in the face. This was the highest commander of the gods' knights. If he were beaten to death right in front of the 3 of them, the top brass of the Marines, the world government would tear Marine headquarters apart. Rein, don't you dare! Sengoku roared, the golden radiance of his great Buddha form surging once more as a colossal golden palm swept down from above with a terrifying shockwave. Kong and Zephyr closed in from both flanks, as well, their pressure cannons and iron fists sealing off every possible avenue of escape. Annoying as hell. I told you I wouldn't kill you, yet you still insist on running straight into the line of fire. Rein frowned, his right hand gripping the hilt of the blade Huadu at his waist, then suddenly drew it from its sheath. Dark gold Conqueror's Haki erupted like a tsunami as the blade traced a blinding crescent arc of light. Boom! The sword chi shattered Sengoku's shockwave and forced the colossal golden Buddha back a full 100 meters. Spotting an opening, Rein whipped out a side kick with his left leg, sending Kong, who had charged into close range, flying clean off his feet. Zephyr tried to close in, but Rein reversed his grip and slammed the sword hilt hard into Zephyr's ribs. 3 muffled grunts rang out simultaneously. The 3 peak combat powers of the Marines had been forced back by a single strike from Rein. Brushing aside the bothersome Marines, Rein strode over to Garling, who had just managed to rise halfway. Finally, fear flickered in Garling's eyes. He had never seen such a ruthlessly unreasonable monster. Instinctively, he raised the rapier to block. Rein stomped down on his wrist. A sharp crack. Garling's wrist bones shattered into fragments, and the rapier clattered to the ground. Alt. Garling let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Weren't you all bark just a moment ago? Rein ground his heel into the shattered wrist, twisting hard. You pigs' bones aren't even as satisfying to step on as a stray dog's. Just as Rein was about to slice Garling's head clean off, deep within the Holy Land, 5 immensely oppressive, sinister, and freezing auras exploded into being. Those 5 auras churned the very heavens. Thick dark clouds instantly blotted out the sunlight, plunging the entirety of Mary Geos into an eerie twilight. 5 old men in different tailored suits stood silently at the highest point before the plaza. The 5 elders, the highest visible authorities of the world government. How insolent! St. Peter coldly gazed down at Rein. A mere bounty hunter dares to run wild in the courtyard of the creators. What do you think the world government is, eh? Beside him, Saint Saturn leaned on his cane, his gaze icy. Release Garling. In consideration of your having once dealt with rocks, we shall grant you a whole corpse. Rein glanced up at those 5 old bastards and nearly burst out laughing. Oh, the turtles finally deigned to stick their heads out of their shells. Rein rested the blade Huadu on his shoulder and whistled up at them. Cut the creator crap. I'm here to collect protection money. Be smart and open the treasury doors, or I'll flip that crumbling castle of yours over too. St. Peter flew into a rage. Utter nonsense. Lay a single hair on Garling's head, and there won't be a place left in this world for you to stand. Really? Rein laughed. He lifted his foot and slammed it straight down on Garling's left knee. A crisp crack echoed across the entire plaza. Garling's left leg bent backward at a full unnatural angle, bone shards piercing through the pants leg and jutting out into the open. Garling didn't even have the strength to scream. His eyes rolled back and his body convulsed on the ground. The entire plaza fell dead silent. Sengoku and Kong watched, their hearts pounding. Right in front of the 5 elders, he had stomped the commander of the gods' knights into a cripple. This man truly did not give a damn about the world government. Rein. The 5 elders went completely berserk. What are you yelling for? My ears aren't deaf. Rein had no intention of stopping. With his left hand, he grabbed Garling by his prideful crescent moon golden hair and hoisted him up like pulling a radish from the ground. His right hand spun the blade huadu in a flourish. No hesitation. Shink, shink, shink. 3 consecutive slashes. Garling's remaining right leg and left arm were cleanly severed into neat chunks that thudded to the ground. Blood spurted over 2 meters into the air, splattering across Mary Geos' precious marble tiles. Garling had been reduced to a human husk. I can't stand self-righteous faces like yours. Rein sneered, his 5 fingers tightening, violently crushing Garling's throat with a single squeeze. Bam! Rein hurled Garling's mangled corpse into the air like trash, then whipped the blade around in a backhand slash. A pitch-black sword chi shredded the body midair into a rain of blood. Figureland, Garling's supreme commander of the gods' knights, died without a single intact piece. Kill him. The 5 elders' eyes were bloodshot. 800 years. No one had ever dared to so brazenly slaughter a core celestial dragon in the heart of Mary Geos. 5 black-red flashes of lightning shot into the sky. Without a single word, the 5 old men activated their awakened forms on the spot. A colossal gyuki, a nightmarish sandworm bristling with fangs, a rampaging giant boar, a monstrous bird wreathed in flames, and a lightning-fast skeletal wooden horse. 5 beasts that belonged only to myth, radiating a pressure capable of annihilating everything, leaped down from the high platform and hurtled straight at Rein. Rein spat out the nearly finished cigar and rolled his neck. Zoos open for business. Rein gripped the hilt of huadu with both hands, and dark gold conqueror's haki erupted into a visible hemispherical domain, pulverizing every scrap of rubble within it into dust. Sengoku. Calm. Attack. Not one step out of this holy land alive today. Saint Mars, now transformed into the monstrous bird, shrieked a piercing cry from midair. Sengoku gritted his teeth, his great Buddha form erupting once more. Kong and Zephyr knew there was no clean way out of this, so they steeled themselves and followed suit. 8 top-tier combat powers. They surrounded Rein right in the center of the plaza. Replace Rein with anyone else on the seas, and they would have already gone weak in the knees and closed their eyes waiting for death. But Rein did not retreat. That's more like it. Rein burst into laughter. A fight should always be a dogpile. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Boom. The ground caved in on the spot. Rein's entire body became a dark gold meteor, charging head-on straight into the massive boar. Pure physical might layered with the pinnacle of armament haki. The boar, larger than a house, took a flying knee straight to the chin, its colossal frame flipping backward and smashing through 3 mansions behind it. Immediately after, Rein spun around and slashed, repelling Sengoku's great Buddha shockwave, then grabbed the horrifying sandworm bursting from the earth and swung it like a giant windmill, slamming the creature directly into the charging Zephyr and Kong. This battle dragged the entirety of Mary Geos straight into hell. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The very apex of the red line trembled violently. The gates of Pangea Castle were cleft in 2. The topsoil of the Creator's Plaza was carved away a full 10 meters deep. The opulent residential districts of the Celestial Dragons were leveled flat by the shockwaves. On the 4th day, Sengoku, Kong, and Zephyr had already withdrawn from the battle. The 3 old Marines, utterly drained of stamina and covered in blood, collapsed at the edge of the ruins, gasping for breath. They stared at the man still locked in a savage brawl with the 5 monsters ahead, disbelief written all over their faces. This madman. Doesn't he ever get tired? Zephyr's arm was trembling uncontrollably. He couldn't even muster his armament haki. 7 days and 7 nights. The sun rose and fell. Mary Geos was reduced to nothing but ruins. When the first rays of dawn touched this scorched earth on the 7th day, the deafening thunder of battle finally ceased. In the great crater at the center of the plaza, the 5 exalted elders, all having been forced out of their monster forms, lay bloodied among the rubble. Though their grotesque regenerative abilities kept them clinging to life, none of them had anywhere near the strength left to stand. Click. Rein stepped on Saint Saturn, leisurely flicking his lighter. It took 3 tries before the bloodstained flint will finally sparked, lighting the last half of a crumpled cigar. Of cheap trash. Rein glanced down at Saint Saturn, who was rolling his eyes beneath his foot, and casually wiped the blood off his shoe sole on him. At the bottom of the huge pit, the 5 elders, who had been so arrogant moments ago, now lay scattered among the rubble with more breath out than in. 7 days and 7 nights. These 5 old geezers had disgustingly strong regenerative powers. Cut off a limb, and it would grow back after a while. Alright, stop playing dead. Rein kicked Saint Saturn square in the chin, sending 2 of the old man's teeth flying. Protection money plus medical expenses plus compensation for the 7 days of my youth you wasted. Open the Pangea Castle treasury right now. If you make me unhappy today, I'll cut off your heads and sell them on the black market. Just then, an extremely cold, hair-raising pressure spread without warning from the deepest part of the Pangea Castle ruins. No footsteps. A woman in an elegant gown with a beautiful face appeared out of thin air at the edge of the pit. Her eyes had fully turned into red-ringed eyes without pupils looking down at Rein at the bottom of the pit from above. She stood there casually, yet the surrounding air seemed to have been instantly sucked dry. Even the residual flames among the ruins had eerily turned a dark crimson. The 5 elders lying on the ground forced their eyes open. The moment they saw the woman, the 5 old men scrambled to turn over, ignoring the excruciating pain of their broken bones, and simultaneously knocked their heads against the rubble, trembling like leaves. Sengoku and Kong, collapsed at the outskirts, were completely stunned. Who was this woman? The man Maya Junzagong. Why were the 5 elders kneeling to her? Rein bit his cigar, glanced up at the woman, and raised an eyebrow. Didn't know her. But that cold, foul stench, he knew it all too well. And I was wondering who it was. Rein hoisted Huodo onto his shoulder with one hand, pointing at the woman above. That spirit that possessed rocks and made a mess of things at God Valley a dozen years ago. That was you, wasn't it? The woman didn't respond. Her ringed eyes stared at Rein with indifference, and her voice was doubled ethereal, utterly unlike the voice of a living person. Ignorant mortal. The woman spoke, her tone carrying the rotten air of haughtiness accumulated over centuries. Do you think that with brute force alone you can do as you please on this sacred land? Withdraw and I can overlook your sins. Boom. The woman hadn't even finished half her words. Rein appeared before her in an instant, Haki wrapping directly around his fist, and slammed it right into her face. Your forgiveness, my ass. Stop bluffing. Rein cursed loudly. If you've got no money, then get the hell out of my way. You're delaying my money-making. The woman's eyes sharpened, and she instantly raised both hands to guard a bizarre, visible red barrier forming in front of her. Crack. It was not even in the same league. The red barrier didn't hold for even half a second, shattering like glass. Rein's fist, bigger than a sandbag, smashed into the woman's arms without reservation. A crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. The woman let out a muffled groan, and like a kite with a severed string, she flew straight through the marble wall dozens of meters thick behind her, embedding herself deeply into a load-bearing pillar. In the ruins, the woman struggled to pull herself out of the pillar. The body she had possessed was too weak, her hands were completely shattered, and Imu's massive consciousness, struck by Rein's punch, had become somewhat unstable. She stared hard at Rein. Madman. An utter madman. Most people, upon facing such an overwhelming pressure beyond common sense, would at least test the waters first. This guy, on the other hand, went for the kill at the slightest disagreement. Rein shook his wrist and walked toward her step by step. This body's no good. Can't even take a single punch from me. Rein stepped on the broken glass strewn across the ground, tilting his head to look at her. Come on, call out your true self. Last time at God Valley, I cut down rocks whom you possessed. This time, if you don't show some real skill, I'll level this whole damn place to the ground. His arrogance knew no bounds. In the distance, Sengoku clutched the cracks in the ground, feeling like he was about to have a heart attack. The woman didn't move. She knew Rein meant every word. This man's physical combat skills and Conqueror's Haki were absolutely at a monster level. If her true self were to come out from the flower chamber now and really fight this madman on this land without holding back, not to mention Mary Geos, the entire red line could be torn down by the two of them. For the sake of a money-grabbing rascal, would she let the 800-year legacy of the world government crumble in an instant? Not worth it. Extremely not worth it. The woman's expression shifted again and again. The murderous intent in those ringed eyes almost became tangible, but in the end she forcibly suppressed it. You? What do you want? The woman spoke, her voice still maintaining that aloof demeanor, but the gnashing of her teeth was audible to a blind man. She backed down. Rein halted, immediately sheathed Huodo from his shoulder, and casually dusted off his trench coat. Wouldn't this have been settled earlier if you'd taken this attitude? Rein immediately put on a smiling face and rubbed his fingers together, the very image of a slime merchant who just closed a huge deal. Same as usual, protection money plus emotional damages for my brother Roger being hounded to death by you, plus the coaching fee for your 5 pets who just sparred with me. I'll give you a discount. 10 billion belly cash and hard currency only. 10 billion. Sengoku beside him nearly spat blood. That was more than the Marine's annual budget, damn it. The woman's delicate face twisted in fury. Ruling the world for so many years, this was the first time someone had come to her doorstep demanding protection money. Give it to him. The woman forced out these words through clenched teeth. She didn't even want to look at Rein again. Her form instantly collapsed limply to the ground, and that extremely cold aura receded like a tide. Clearly Imu had severed the possession without hesitation, out of sight, out of mind. The original host, man Maya Junzagong, regained consciousness. Feeling the excruciating pain of her shattered arms, she was about to scream when Rein stomped her unconscious. A few minutes later, several survivors of the God's Knights Black and Blue tremblingly opened the door to the deepest underground vault of Pangaea Castle. Rein kicked the door open. Looking at the mountains of gold bars, priceless jewels, and cases of brand-new banknotes without serial numbers stacked inside, Rein nearly drooled. As expected of the rulers of the world, filthy rich. Rein didn't stand on ceremony at all. He grabbed a few oversized burlap sacks from the corner of the vault that had once held expensive carpets, and as if stocking up on goods, frantically shoveled gold bricks and cash into them. As he packed, he muttered curses, complaining that pure gold was too heavy. For massive sacks were filled. Each sack was taller than Rein himself. For an ordinary person, the weight alone would have crushed them. Rein strung the 4 sacks together with a rope, picked it up with one hand, and slung it over his shoulder. He walked out of the vault and passed by the edge of the great pit. The 5 elders were still lying there playing dead. Rein stopped, freed his left hand, and patted St. Saturn's blood-caked old face. "All right, you old farts, I'm very satisfied with this transaction." Rein chewed a high-grade cigar he'd somehow acquired, grinning like a villain. "I can see you've done a thorough job demolishing this area. You'll be busy for the next few years. Take your time fixing it up, no rush. If you finish and still have some spare cash, feel free to place an order with me anytime." No one said a word. Even the 5 elders slowed their breathing, afraid that this madman might suddenly change his mind and slash them again. Rein let out a loud laugh, hoisting the 4 sacks, and shot into the sky using moonwalk. He leaped straight off the top of the red line, shrinking into a tiny black that vanished below the clouds. Mary Geos was dead silent. The wind blew across Creator Square, now reduced to ruins, stirring up clouds of dust. Thump! Sengoku slammed his fist heavily into the rubble, gasping for breath, staring at the mess with his head buzzing. The gates were gone, the gods' knights were half crippled, the 5 elders were gravely wounded, and half of Pangaea Castle had been leveled. This mess, just filling the pits, rebuilding, and pacifying the celestial dragons running wild everywhere, would take at least 5 years, and he still had to guard against the pirates below, seizing the chance to cause trouble. Damn it. Fleet Admiral, a blood-soaked squad leader, crawled over from the distance, asking with a sobbing voice about that order Admiral Sengoku gave earlier to search the entire sea for pregnant women. "Should we continue?" "Search my ass." Commander-in-Chief Kong cursed, clutching his broken ribs. "First clear up this pile of rubble for me. No time to care about any pregnant women." Bang! For oversized sacks, swollen as if about to burst, slammed into the sandy ground in front of the wooden cabin, leaving 4 deep craters. The rough hemp ropes around the sack mouths loosened, and gleaming gold bricks mixed with piles of crisp, sequentially numbered belly bills spilled out in a heap, nearly flooding over the doorstep. Rouge heard the noise and pushed open the door. She was about to speak when the words caught in her throat. Staring at the money all over the ground and the 4 sacks taller than a person, she could not squeeze out a single word for a long time. "All right, stop staring." Rein pulled off his long trench coat and tossed it aside, then sat down on a wooden stump with a swaggering air. "I tore down half the celestial dragon's nest and cleaned out a vault in Pangaea Castle while I was at it. Those bastards must be so poor now they'd have to patch their underwear. No way they'll have time to go hunting for pregnant women within 5 years. Rouge swallowed hard and pointed at the gold bricks on the ground. You really robbed the Holy Land, Mary Geos. Just went there to stock up." Rein pulled out a high-grade cigar he had lifted in Mary Geos and lit it. This lousy job wasn't much of a challenge. The only trouble was those 5 old men could take a beating, which cost me a few extra days. Over the following days, Rein casually got his hands on a few fresh issues of the World Economy News. The front pages were all about pirates running wild across the world after Roger's death. The Marines were scrambling to put out fires everywhere, and the Grand Line had turned into complete chaos. As for the attack on Mary Geos, the beating of the 5 elders, and the gods' knights suffering more than half dead or wounded, the newspapers did not mention so much as a single punctuation mark. Rather die of face-saving than admit it. Rein tossed the newspaper into the fire with a sneer. The people of the world government were so utterly humiliated that they had clamped down on the whole matter. They did not even dare to update Rein's name on the bounty list, let alone issue a wanted poster. Over at Marine headquarters, Sengoku flew into a rage in his office every day over the reconstruction costs and the mess left behind by Mary Geos. Marine forces were tied up so tightly that they could not spare a single hand for any kind of large-scale pregnancy screening. And just like that, the crisis was ended in a blunt, ruthless way. No more hiding, no more desperately holding off labor to dodge the dragnet. Rein settled into a life of bodyguard and slacker on this wretched little island. With 4 sacks of money and nowhere to spend it, Rein simply hired a few village women to wait on Rouge hand and foot every day with good food and drink. He himself dragged a reclining chair onto the beach and spent his days fishing and sunbathing. 9 months later, a heart-wrenching scream came from inside the wooden cabin, followed by the midwife's high-pitched shout, "It's here, it's here. It's a boy. Mother and child are safe." Rein was in the yard with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, baiting his fishing hook. At those words, his hands paused. He blew out a smoke ring and tossed the fishing rod aside. That old rogue Roger. His genes really are something. The door opened, and the midwife came out beaming, carrying a basin of water. Rein stepped inside. The room was thick with the smell of blood mixed with heat. Rouge was propped against the headboard. Her face was as pale as paper, but her breathing was still steady. In her arms lay a wrinkled, red-skinned little monkey. The tiny creature, eyes squeezed shut, was wailing with all its might. "So noisy." Rein stood at the bedside looking down at him. "Ugly little thing. Apart from those 2 eyebrows, I can't see who he takes after. His name is Ace." Rouge looked down at the baby in her arms, her voice soft but resolute. "Gold. Ace. Call him whatever you like." Rein pulled up a chair and sat down. "Anyway, he came out in one piece, so half my job here is done." A few days later, a warship with a doghead ramming prow crept in under the cover of night and anchored beneath the cliffs on the far side of Batarilla Island. Garp, dressed in a loud floral shirt and shorts, sneaked over the back mountain like a thief. The moment the old man landed, he ran right into Rein, who was tending a fire and roasting meat in the yard. Garp's eyelid twitched hard. He pointed at Ryan's nose and cursed loudly, "You bastard, why are you still here? Do you know Sengoku nearly blew the roof off Marineford because of you? Did you do that Mary Geo's job? What are you yelling about?" Rein rolled his eyes and turned the skewer of meat over the fire a couple of times. "I earned that money with my own skills. If the Marines don't like it, come bite me. If Sengoku has that much free time, tell him to come to the South Blue and find me for a spar." Garp was so angry his teeth itched, but he had no way to deal with this man. The old bastards in the Marine High Command had just been beaten up by this madman at Mary Geo's. Who would dare come looking for trouble now? The world government simply pretended the whole thing had never happened. Everyone was playing deaf and dumb. "I don't have time to argue with you." Garp plopped down across from Ryan, grabbed some roasted meat, and shoved it into his mouth. "Where's Roger's posthumous child?" Ryan jerked his chin toward the cabin behind him. "Inside. You old man move way too slowly. Roger's corpse was already cold by the time you came to pick them up. What the hell do you know?" Garp chewed as he shot back, his words garbled. "Pirates are causing trouble everywhere, and I'm out at sea catching them every day. On top of that whole mess in Mary Geo's, I haven't even had time to eat rice crackers these past few months." Garp wiped the grease from his mouth, stood up, and started for the cabin. "This place can't stay safe for long. Even if nobody's checking now, who knows later? I'm taking the mother and child with me." "Where to?" Ryan asked casually. "East Blue Goa Kingdom, Mount Corvo." Garp pushed open the door without looking back. "That place is remote, far from any authority, and it's my turf. Nobody there dares touch them." Half an hour later, wrapped in a thick coat and holding Ace tightly to her chest, Rouge followed Garp out of the cabin. At the yard's gate, Rouge stopped, turned, and looked at Ryan sitting beside the fire. She knew that if this man had not gone alone to Mary Geo's and drawn the world government's attention, she and Ace could never have survived so peacefully until now. "Thank you." Clutching the child, she bowed deeply. Ryan waved a hand, without looking up, fully focused on the meat in his hands. "Don't get chummy with me. I took this job because I got Roger's ragged sword out of it. Pure business. Now get going. And don't get caught in the future. I don't do after-sale service." Garp burst out laughing and slapped Ryan on the shoulder. "You bastard, still hard-mouthed. I'm off. Try to cause me less trouble from now on." Ryan grimaced and swatted Garp's hand away. "Get lost. Don't touch those big sacks. That's all my hard-earned money." Garp stared at the treasure piled up like a small mountain, clicked his teeth, then turned and disappeared into the night with Rouge and the child. The sea breeze blew across the beach, rustling the trees in the yard. The cabin, so lively just moments ago, suddenly felt empty. Only the occasional crackle of charcoal from the fire broke the silence. Ryan wolfed down the meat in a few mouthfuls and wiped his hands on his sleeve. He stood up, walked to the corner, and drew out the supreme grade blade Ace left behind by Roger, sheath and all. With a twist of his wrist, he drove it into the ground with a dull thud. The blade reflected the cold moonlight. Ryan pulled an unopened bottle of aged rum from his pocket. With a flick of his thumb, the cap flew far away. He tilted his head back and took a long, gulping swig. The fiery liquor burned down his throat and into his stomach. "Huh." Ryan let out a long breath and wiped his mouth. "The job is done." Ryan looked at the famous blade stuck in the ground, his tone calm. "Your wife and child are alive and well. They went to the East Blue with Garp whole and sound. I'm not responsible for what happens after this. It's up to their own fate." With that, Ryan turned his wrist and poured the remaining half bottle of rum over Ace. The liquor seeped into the ground, leaving a dark stain. "Big, big, big. Give me a big one." Ryan seized the dice cup, rattled it hard twice, and slapped it down on the table with a sharp crack. Across the table, the few pirate captains were sweating profusely, their clothes completely soaked through, their eyes locked on the dice cup. Ryan lifted the cup. 3 6s. Leopard. Clean sweep. Ryan bared a wide grin, and with one sweep of his hand raked the pile of chips stacked like a small mountain over to himself. The scantily dressed women beside him immediately pressed and closed, coquettishly pouring his wine and lighting his cigarette. For years had passed. Even if he spent all day, every day, wallowing in the New World's casinos and pleasure dens, eating and drinking like a glutton, Ryan had still only managed to chip away at one corner of the 4 sackfuls of money he had hauled out of Mary Geo's. Over these 4 years, he had taken on almost no major jobs. Aside from occasionally going to the East Blue to check on Ace and his mother, he had spent his time scattering cash and acting like a big shot. Just as he tossed a few stacks of chips to the women beside him and was about to start the next round, the ornately carved wooden door of the private room was violently shoved open with a bang. The 4 pirate captains across the table were so startled that they scrambled to their feet and drew their guns, but Ryan didn't even raise his head, calmly stacking the chips on the table into a little pyramid. 3 people walked in, wrapped in heavy black robes despite the hot weather, with straw hats on their heads and wooden clogs on their feet. They made a jarring clatter, with every step looking utterly out of place. The one in the lead raised a hand and took off his straw hat, revealing a completely bald head. His eyebrows were unusually long, hanging down to either side of his face. "So you are the mercenary Lord Ryan?" Longbrow sized Ryan up from head to toe, his voice dripping with condescending sarcasm. Ryan tossed a grape into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed it, skin, seeds and all. If your eyesight is bad, go get it fixed. With this build, and this face of mine, can you find a second man on this sea? Spit it out. Can't you see I'm busy winning money? Longbrow choked for a moment, swallowing his anger. If his superiors hadn't made it clear before he left that this mission could not afford any mistakes, he would have drawn his sword already. I am Fukuro Kujou. Longbrow took a step forward. Acting on the orders of Shogun Kurozumi Orochi of Wano Country, I have come to the New World especially to find you. I have a business proposition to discuss. Wano Country. Ryan finally raised his eyelids and glanced at Fukuro Kujou. That decrepit, closed-off little place. What aside from samurai and paupers, you people have spare cash to hire mercenaries? The moment those pirate captains heard the words, Wano Country, they wisely grabbed the few remaining stacks of chips and slipped out, hugging the walls. Men from Wano coming out to hire outside help was no small-time matter, and they wanted no part in it. The private room was left with only Ryan and the three ninjas. The one thing Lord Orochi has never lacked is money. Fukuro Kujou drew a heavy parcel from inside his robe and threw it down onto the low table before Ryan. The parcel burst open, revealing gleaming gold bars and 5 promissory notes with a face value of 100 million each. This is a 500 million berry advance. Another 500 million will be paid once the task is done. Fukuro Kujou raised his chin, utterly certain that this huge sum was enough to knock the bounty hunter senseless. 1 billion berries. Pirates in the New World with bounties over 100 million would beat each other's brains out for a few dozen million. This was absolutely an astronomical figure. Ryan glanced at the money on the table. In all honesty, he wasn't exactly short of that 1 billion. But he had always lived by one plain truth: money that came knocking on your door was money you'd be a fool to send away. Who would ever find cash too hot to hold? 1 billion. Ryan tossed his chips onto the table and crossed his legs. Come on then. Who do you want me to go cut down in that mountain backwater of yours? Kazuki Oden. Fukuro Kujou spat out the name, his expression turning noticeably darker. Uffed. The mouthful of wine Ryan had just drunk erupted from his mouth, splattering all over Fukuro Kujou's robe. Cough, cough. Who did you say? Ryan wiped his mouth and nearly burst out laughing on the spot. Kazuki Oden, son of the former shogun. Fukuro Kujou curled his lip in disgust as he flicked the wine from his clothes, assuming Ryan had been frightened by the name. After all, Kazuki Oden had once sailed aboard Whitebeard's and Roger's ships, and his name carried quite a reputation in the outside world. Isn't he the rightful heir of Wano Country? Ryan lounged back against the sofa with the look of a man who loved watching trouble from a safe distance. What now? He's had a falling out with that Orochi of yours. Fukuro Kujou gave a cold snort. He's an idiot. For the past 4 years, to protect the so-called common people, he made a deal with Lord Orochi and Boss Kaido. He strips naked in the streets of the flower capital once a week in exchange for the lives of the civilians. Dancing. Ryan's eyes went wide as if he had just heard the most absurd joke in the world. Yes, a bare-ass dance for 4 straight years. Fukuro Kujou's voice was full of derision. Now the fool has finally realized Lord Orochi was toying with him. He claims he's going to bring his retainers to Onigashima and fight us to the death. Lord Orochi has Boss Kaido backing him, but to be safe, he sent me across the sea to recruit top-tier combat strength at a high price. Your reputation is huge on the black market. We searched for a long time before finding you here. Ryan finished listening, raised a hand to rub his temples, and began to shake uncontrollably from the shoulders down. Ha ha ha. Ryan could hold it in no longer, and slammed the table, howling with laughter until tears nearly streamed from his eyes. Fukuro Kujou frowned. What's so funny? I can't. This is killing me. Ryan wiped the corner of his eye. 4 years of dancing bare-ass. Is that kid's head filled with bean curd dregs? For years ago, when I knocked him out with my scabbard aboard Whitebeard's ship, I already thought he was a dimwit. I just never imagined he could be this stupid. Fukuro Kujou blinked. You know Kazuki Oden. Can't say I know him. I beat him up once one-sidedly. Ryan stood up and stretched. Fukuro Kujou exchanged a look with the other 2 ninjas. A one-sided beating of Kazuki Oden. Was this man boasting, or had it actually happened? But Lord Orochi had told him this: no matter the method, spending a little more to buy insurance was always the wise move. So you accept this commission? Fukuro Kujou asked. Taken. Why wouldn't I? Ryan grabbed the bundle with the 500 million advance and stuffed it casually into the huge leather single-strap bag behind him. Fund delivered to my door plus a 1 billion berry errand fee. Only a fool would turn that down. Ryan went to the coat rack in the corner, pulled his signature long coat off it, and draped it over his shoulders. Then he hung 2 celebrated blades, one on each side, and the entire air around him shifted in an instant. The man who had been guzzling and gorging in the casino was completely gone, replaced by a bone-chilling ferocity that made the scalp tingle. Fukuro Kujou felt a chill run down his back and instinctively took half a step back. Let's go, Longbrow. Ryan bit down on a cigar, pulled out a lighter, lit it, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Let's take a trip to that broken little island of yours. I want to see how much progress that bare-ass dancing fool has made after 4 years. Fukuro Kujou swallowed, suppressed the unease churning in his chest, and stepped aside to make way. The ship is ready. After you, my lord. Inside the skull dome of Onigashima, a thunderous crash rang out as the doors to the Beast's Pirates Banquet Hall were kicked open. This damn door is sturdy, but it sure is in the way. Rein patted the dust off the hem of his trench coat and strode in grandly. Fukurokuju, following behind him, was scared out of his wits. This was Kaido's turf, and this living ancestor was already wrecking the place. Who dares to cause trouble on Onigashima? King, one of the all-stars, drew his blade at once. King, stand down. A voice came from the throne at the top of the dais. Kaido was sitting cross-legged beside a massive sake cask, his gaze locked onto Rein, a flicker of wariness flashing deep within his eyes. This madman had vanished from the seas for years. Who would have thought he'd show up in Wano today? Yo, Kaido. Rein completely ignored the surrounding pirates, walking straight to the dais, grabbing a large chair and plopping himself down. You've grown taller, and you've grown a beard too. Look a lot more decent than you did back at God Valley. Rein. Kaido set down his gourd of sake. So that bastard Orochi hired you as his mercenary. He actually managed to bring you in. Who else? His down payment was generous enough, so I figured I'd come along as a tourist. Rein casually grabbed a roasted leg of lamb from the table and took a huge bite. 10 billion berry for your extra insurance. That long eyebrow guy said it's for dealing with that fool Kazuki Oden. I don't need any damn insurance. Kaido snorted coldly. That coward Orochi is just afraid of dying wasting money on this nonsense. One lousy Kazuki Oden. I can crush him myself. That's your business. Rein tossed the bone aside and wiped his hands with a clean rag nearby. I get paid, I do the job. You can fight however you like, just don't get in the way of me collecting the final payment. Of course, if you end up getting cut down and I have to step in, the price goes up. This bastard was still the same as ever. Money, money, money. Just as the two were talking, a deafening roar of battle suddenly erupted from outside. A minor officer stumbled into the hall, having lost a shoe in his panic. Governor Kaido. Terrible news. Kazuki Oden has brought his retainers to attack. Our men can't hold them off. Perfect timing. Kaido grabbed his kanabo, 8 trigrams, and rose to his feet. Terrifying conqueror's haki burst from his body. Today I'll crush those fools in Wano's hopes once and for all. Kaido turned to Rein. You just sit here and drink. Watch me turn that dancing fool into paste. With that, Kaido strode out of the banquet hall in great strides, transforming into a massive azure dragon and soaring into the sky with a thunderous roar. Rein didn't even move an inch. He poured himself a cup of sake and curled his lip. That guy's got quite the temper. Long eyebrows, come pour me a drink. Fukurokuju hurriedly bowed and scurried over to attend to this honored guest. Outside Onigashima, rain poured down in torrents. Kazuki Oden, bare-chested, gripped the famed blade's enma and aimed no habakiri with both hands, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at the massive azure dragon circling overhead. For years, for whole years, to protect his people, he had endured every humiliation and insult, dancing naked in the streets every week, only to be met with the complete betrayal of Orochi and Kaido. They had never intended to keep their promises, merely stalling for time to build their weapon factories. Now he had finally awakened to the truth, but it was all too late. Kaido. Oden let out a furious roar, bending his knees slightly before shooting into the sky like a cannonball, charging straight at the descending azure dragon. The 9 red scabbards following behind him drew their weapons, as well clashing with the beast's pirates' army in a chaotic melee. The battle was exceptionally brutal. Oden fought with absolute resolve, every slash pouring out all of his ryu. Kaido's proud dragon scales shattered endlessly under Oden's strikes, blood mingling with rain as it scattered wildly. You bastard, die. Oden seized the opening as Kaido exhaled, his fiery breath spinning sharply in midair. His twin blades crossed, haki erupting to its fullest. Paradise Tatsuka. 2 terrifying slashes of sword energy converged in the sky into a massive cross, striking Kaido's chest with unerring precision. Roar. Kaido let out a pained howl, his indestructible dragon scales torn apart in an instant, leaving a massive cross-shaped wound on his chest that cut deep enough to reveal bone. The enormous azure dragon lost its balance, crashing heavily from midair into the muddy ground, carving out a huge crater. Rolling its eyes back, it was forced out of its dragon form. Kaido's been defeated. The pirates of the beast's pirates saw this, and their morale collapsed in an instant. The 9 red scabbards erupted into thunderous cheers. Lord Oden has won. Wano can be saved. Oden landed, breathing heavily, both hands gripping his swords tightly. If he could defeat Kaido, Wano would truly open its borders. He raised his twin blades, aiming at Kaido. Hey, that's about enough. If you slash him down, who's going to pay me my final 10 billion? Oden paused mid-motion, turning to look at the source of the voice. There stood Rein, holding a black oil paper umbrella, a cigar dangling from his mouth, strolling leisurely out of Onigashima's gates. Who are you? Oden stared at the man who had suddenly appeared, his instincts screaming that this person was extremely dangerous. This is Wano's internal affair. Outsiders stay out of it. Rein picked his ear, walking to the edge of the crater, glancing at Kaido sprawled inside, twitching. See, this kid's just a punching bag. Can't even beat a fool. The name's Rein. I'm a mercenary who gets paid to do a job. Oden froze, staring at Rein's face, suddenly remembering something. For years ago, It was this very man who had knocked him unconscious with a single strike, without even drawing his sword. It's you, eh? Odin's expression changed drastically, his grip on his swords tightening unconsciously. You took Orochi's money. Well, you're not completely stupid. Rein rested the umbrella on his shoulder. I heard you've been dancing around naked for 4 years. If that Roger guy knew his ship had produced a clown like you, he'd probably climb out of his grave just to clap for you. Odin struck right in his sore spot, turned crimson, with rage veins bulging on his forehead. That was the shame he could never wash away in his lifetime. Shut up. Even if it's you, you won't stop me from opening Wano's borders. Odin roared, abandoning the Kaido on the ground. His twin blades wrapped in ferocious Ryu came straight at Rein. Lord Odin, we'll help you. Kinemon, Denjiro, and the other 9 red scabbards, seeing this, also abandoned their opponents and surrounded Rein from all sides, unleashing their killing blows together. Tisk. Rein shook his head and tossed the umbrella aside. You people don't know what's good for you. I earn hundreds of millions a second. I don't have time to play house with you. His right hand casually rested on the hilt of Hoodoo. Clang. A crisp ring of the blade overwhelmed the thunder rolling across the sky. The instant the pitch-black blade left its sheath, a world-ending dark golden conqueror's haki exploded outward from Rein, like a tsunami blasting in every direction. The Beast's Pirates members nearby collapsed in droves, rolling their eyes back, without even a whimper. Odin and the 9 red scabbards bore the brunt of it, feeling an irresistible force slam into their chests. What a... Odin desperately tried to raise his swords to block. Too late. Rein, gripping Hoodoo, casually swung it forward. Boom. A dark golden sword wave swept across the ground. Odin's proud dual-blade style couldn't even touch the edge of the blast. With a violent tremor in his wrists, aim no habakiri, and Inma flew out of his hands. His entire body was struck head-on by the sword wave, his chest caving in instantly. He spat out a massive mouthful of blood and flew backward, slamming heavily into a huge boulder. The 9 fierce retainers fared even worse. The moment the shockwave reached them, their weapons shattered collectively, every bone in their bodies letting out agonizing cracks, blood spraying everywhere. They collapsed in a scattered heap, too drained to even struggle. One slash. Just one slash. The arrogant Kazuki Odin and his retainers were all taken down completely, losing their ability to fight. The Beast's Pirates officers, who had barely managed to stay conscious from the haki, looked at Rein standing there, as if he were a monster. Rein slowly sheathed Hoodoo, then walked up to Odin. Odin, covered in blood, lay among the rubble, breathing shallowly. His teeth clenched, he glared at Rein with eyes full of defiance and unwillingness. Don't look at me like that. Rein crouched down and patted Odin's mud-splattered face. I'm just a hired hand. Rein stood up, turned his head, and looked at Fukurokuju, who was trembling behind a rock in the distance. Hey, long eyebrows. Rein shouted at the top of his lungs. The job's done. Go tell that Orochi to have the remaining 5 billion ready. If he's short a single coin, I'll cut him down too. Fukurokuju scrambled out and bowed frantically to Rein. Yes, yes, your might is boundless. This humble one will report at once. At that moment, Kaido in the crater finally caught his breath, clutching his bleeding chest as he staggered to his feet. He looked at the 9 red scabbards sprawled across the ground, and Odin mortally wounded, then at Rein completely unharmed. He was grinding his molars to dust. Damn it, this monster hasn't weakened one bit. Kaido, your durability isn't bad. Rein walked over and slapped a hand onto Kaido's wound. HSS. Kaido winced in agony, but he didn't dare to flare up. Alright, I've laid them out for you. You clean up the rest of the mess yourself. Rein stretched and yawned. Rainy days are such a pain. I need to find a place to take a hot bath. Remember to deliver the final payment to me. I've got a short temper, and I hate it when people owe me money. With that, Rein walked toward the depths of Onigashima, without looking back, leaving behind a field of severely wounded prisoners and one utterly exasperated governor of the beasts. Deep within Onigashima, at a top-tier sulfur hot spring, Rein tossed his trench coat and gear over a screen, then stepped bare-chested into the steaming waters. 2 maids knelt trembling nearby, presenting a pot of premium sake warmed to perfection. The temperature will do. Rein seized the sake pot, tilted his head back, and drained a hearty swallow before exhaling with contentment. Beyond the dividing wall, the square erupted into chaotic pandemonium. Let me go. I will die alongside Lord Kazuki. A woman in pink ninja garb struggled against 2 pirates. Nearby, Kaido, clutching his freshly bandaged chest, glanced over in irritation. Behead her. Kazuki Odin, pinned face down in the mud, suddenly burst, his bloodshot eyes wide, roaring at the top of his lungs. Hold on. I have never laid eyes on this woman in my life. She allied herself with those assassins who just ambushed me, trying to take advantage of the chaos to finish me off. Odin spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. Why are you even dragging her? If you're going to kill me, come at me directly. Kaido glanced down at the female ninja with undisguised contempt. He couldn't be bothered to spare her a second look. She was nothing worth his attention. Foolish bastard, desperate for death. Kaido kicked the woman aside. Scram. I have no time for scum like you today. Get off Onigashima. His men immediately closed in, shoving and hauling the sobbing woman out. Rein continued drinking his sake. A short, stout man with a disproportionately large head shuffled and rubbing his hands together, followed closely by the long-browed Fukurokuju. Fukurokuju carried a heavy wooden chest under his arm. Lord Rein, I've long admired your reputation. Today we owe everything to your intervention. Save the flattery. I don't make friends with ugly men. Rein leaned against the pool's edge, not even deigning to glance at Orochi. Where's the remaining payment? Cash first, then I acknowledge you. That's the rule of my trade. Understood. I understand. Orochi waved eagerly. Fukurokuju hurried forward 2 steps, placing the wooden chest beside the pool and opening it. Inside lay neat stacks of high-denomination promissory notes alongside more than a dozen top-grade rubies. This is the 500 million balance, plus a few local specialties from Ueno. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Orochi's eyes crinkled into slits as he beamed. Rein nodded with satisfaction, dragging the chest within reach. Fine. Payment complete. Rein picked up his cup. The door's over there. Exit on your own. Don't delay my bath. Orochi didn't move. Instead, he shuffled 2 steps closer, hands rubbing together, his face twisted in awkward anticipation. Lord Rein, there's one more matter. I wonder if I might propose. Orochi swallowed hard. Rein shot him a sidelong glance. Spit it out. It's this way. Orochi lowered his voice. Kazuki Odin is, after all, the son of the former shogun, still somewhat popular among the common folk of Ueno. Simply killing him won't satisfy our wrath nor serve as adequate deterrence against those rebellious subjects. And your point. Therefore, in 3 days at the flower capital's central square, we shall execute Odin and his 9 retainers using the caldera boiling punishment. A cruel smile flickered across Orochi's face. We'll set up a massive cauldron and fry all 10 alive. Rein found this amusing. You've got quite the taste for the dramatic fat man. Why torture them like deep-fried dough sticks? A clean decapitation would be far more straightforward. It's about establishing authority. Orochi chuckled nervously. But there are still die-hard loyalists of the Kazuki clan outside. Who knows what chaos they might stir up on execution day? Orochi produced another document from his sleeve and presented it with reverence. I'd like to request your presence in Ueno for a few more days. On the day of the execution, I'd have you drink and dine from the high platform as a deterrent. Orochi held up a stubby finger. I'll add another 100 million belly. Rein burst out laughing at the 100 million promissory note before him. Free money. If you don't take it, you're a damn fool. In this forsaken place, who else could possibly challenge him? Odin was already broken, and the remaining minor thugs couldn't so much as scratch him. 3 days of waiting for 100 million. Where else could he find such a deal? All right. Money talks. Rein snatched the promissory note and secured it with the chest. Full board lodging and companionship for 3 days. Keep the fine wine and meat flowing, and on the 3rd day, I'll fan the flames of your oil cauldron. Splendid. Thank you, my lord. Orochi's relief was palpable as he bowed repeatedly, then departed with Fukurokuju. That night, in the great dungeon, Kazuki Odin was shackled to the wall with thick iron chains. In adjacent cells, Kanjuro and Denjuro lay worse for wear, sprawled unconscious amid straw. Drip drip. Water droplets fell from the rock walls. Then came the faintest footsteps echoing from the corridor's end. Before the 2 pirate guards at the cell entrance could even turn, 2 figures flashed past, followed by 2 sharp thuds as they were rendered unconscious and dragged into shadow. The cell door creaked open. Lord Odin. Kazuki Toki, wrapped in a dark cloak, led 2 young children to the bars, her eyes red from crying. Momonosuke and Himawari, both only a few years old, cried in terror until Toki silenced them with her hands. Ashi. Odin strained to open his eyes, forcing a grimace across his cracked lips. Don't cry. This isn't a goodbye. Such a sight, so unseemly. Toki beheld her husband's wretched state and wept uncontrollably. She nodded to the retainer who had bribed the guards, and he quickly produced 2 scabbard-long swords from his pack, sliding them through the bars. Aim no habakiri. Enma. That morning on the battlefield, Rein had slashed these legendary blades from Odin's grasp with a single strike. Kaido's men had discarded them like trash in the storage room outside the cell. Toki risked her life to retrieve them. Take these swords with you. Odin refused to touch them, his gaze fixed on Kazuki Toki. The Kazuki family blades must never fall into the hands of that wretch Black Chain, Orochi. Lord Odin, we must survive together. Toki clutched the iron bars until her knuckles turned white. There is no living. Odin gave a bitter smile, spitting blood. Had I not poured my armament haki into protecting my vital organs, Rein's strike would have cleaved me in 2. And Orochi has already sentenced me to the boiling cauldron in 3 days. Kaido will not let me leave alive. Odin drew a deep breath, his eyes clearing to an almost supernatural sharpness. Listen to me, Ashi. His voice dropped to a whisper. The true winter of Ueno has only just begun. Black Chain, Orochi, and Kaido will transform this nation into an arsenal of weapons. The people will suffer in hell. My death is merely a curtain call. Odin reached into his coat and produced a blood-stained envelope, passing it through the bars to Toki. For 20 years I sailed the seas, witnessed the world, journeyed with Whitebeard, and followed Roger to the final island. Some things were destined long ago. Odin locked eyes with his wife. If I fail to defeat Kaido this time, then in this era none shall overcome him. But 20 years hence. His voice rose fierce and unyielding. 20 years from now this world will be engulfed in a war vast enough to swallow the entire sea. Then those young souls who can bear this era's weight and vanquish Kaido shall step onto these new shores. They alone are the true hope for Wano's liberation. Toki clutched the blood-stained letter, tears blurring her vision. And what of me? What must I do? Live? Odin grinned with reckless abandon as though witnessing tomorrow itself. The dawn of Wano must not perish today. Footsteps echoed from the corridor. The pirate patrol was changing shifts. Go. Don't let them find you. Odin threw himself back against the wall, sealing his emotions behind closed eyes. Take the swords and run. Toki bit her lip until it bled, pressing the letter and twin swords to her chest, then led her children into the corridor's darkness. Silence reclaimed the cell. Odin listened until their footsteps faded entirely. Rein, that monstrosity of a friend Captain Roger spoke of. The image of the man in the trench coat surfaced in Odin's mind, and even now the memory sent shivers through him, a power so absolute it defied comprehension. I pray that in the war of 20 years hence, I never cross paths with that madman again. Odin murmured to himself. Flower Capital Square. An iron wok sat in the center, filled to the brim with sizzling hot oil. Black Carbon Serpent Kaido sat on the front row raised platform, his fatty flesh trembling with excitement as he drummed his stubby fingers against the railings. Beside him, Kaido stared coldly down at the scene below. The outer perimeter of the square was packed with people craning their necks and pointing mockingly at the execution ground. Kazuki Odin and his retainers were tightly bound, marched forward by a group of pirates. The shame of Wano country. You fool of a lord. You're finally getting your comeuppance. The common folk screamed their hatred at the top of their lungs, despising the man who had spent 4 years dancing naked through these very streets in humiliation. Odin endured the curses without flinching. He stopped before the wok of boiling oil and looked straight up at Kaido on the platform. Kaido, how about a wager? Kaido lowered his sake gourd and glanced down. About to hit the frying pan, and still you want to make bets? Give me a chance. Odin tugged at the heavy iron chains around his wrists. If I can survive in there until the time you set and all of us make it out alive, let the rest of them go. Kaido grinned wide. Interesting. You set the time. How long? 1 hour. Odin did not hesitate. Fine. Kaido nodded. The pirates untied Odin's bindings. Odin stripped off his tattered upper garment, stepped bare-chested to the very top of the stairs, gazed at the churning oil below, and leaped. Splash. SSSSSS. Almost immediately Odin's upper body vanished beneath the rolling oil. His skin reddened visibly before their eyes. Mitsunori and the other retainers' eyes turned red with fury. My lord, we come with you. Mitsunori led the way, lunging toward the wok, while the remaining 8 charged desperately at the oil's edge. Don't you dare jump. A roar beyond human erupted from the boiling oil. Odin thrust his hands upward with all his might and caught a massive wooden plank. Odin's arms bulged with corded muscle, every vein threatening to burst as he held the plank level above his head. All of you stand on it. Mitsunori and the others bit down hard and leaped onto the board one after another. Alone, standing waist deep in 700-degree oil, Odin used his own body as a pillar, holding the plank steady above him, so not a single drop of scalding oil touched those 9 men. The common folk in the square were utterly stunned into silence. You bastards. Just then a piercing scream of rage exploded from the rear of the crowd. A female ninja in pink clothes smashed through the crowd, scrambling on hands and knees to the front, and pointed at the commoners, unleashing a torrent of curses. You have no idea what Lord Odin has done for you. Smallhide was sobbing, tears and snot streaming down her face as she pointed at Kaido on the platform. 4 years ago, that bastard grabbed hundreds of hostages as leverage. He's mad. He hates Wano country and wanted to turn this nation into hell. Smallhide screamed until her voice gave out. Lord Odin made a pact with them to save our lives. Every time he danced, 100 people were freed. He danced naked for 4 years, bearing all your humiliation on his shoulders, and you still call him a fool. The truth was ripped bare and thrown before everyone's eyes. The commoners who had been hurling insults at Odin just moments before froze where they stood. Lord Odin, an old man's legs buckled. With a thud, he dropped to his knees and buried his face in his hands, howling. Within moments, cries of grief swept across the entire square like a tidal wave. Hold on, Lord Odin. Stay alive. You have to survive. In the boiling oil, time moved slower than a blade cutting flesh. 50 minutes passed. Odin's nerves had long since been burned away by the intense heat. He could no longer feel pain. He tilted his head upward, looking at the 9 men on the plank above, their faces soaked in tears. Stop looking so miserable. Odin coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his voice raspy as 2 sheets of sandpaper grinding together. Mitsunori Jirocho, listen to me. Above him, the 9 men bit their lips until they bled, tears streaming relentlessly. The reason Wano country has remained closed off all these years is to guard against an enormously powerful force. Each word cost Odin immense effort. But times have changed. In 20 years, a war that will engulf the entire world will erupt upon these seas. When that day comes, a group of young people who will overturn the entire era will arrive here. Before they get here, someone must open the gates of Wano country. Odin's arms shook uncontrollably, but he held firm, refusing to let the plank sink an inch. This is Kazuki Odin's one and only request in this life. Odin forced the corner of his mouth upward into a grotesque smile. Live for me, and open Wano country. Dong! The great bronze bell tolled. 1 hour had passed. Hooray! He held on. Lord Odin won. Release them now. The crowd erupted in deafening cheers, everyone convinced they had survived the worst. On the raised platform, Kaido's obese face contorted completely. He stared at the man below who had not yet died, and let the words grind out between his teeth. Bullshit. Who said anything about letting them go? Kaido bellowed at the top of his lungs. I changed my mind just now. Change the sentence from boiling to firing squad. Blow them all to pieces. Leave not a single one alive. The moment those words left his mouth, shock rippled through the entire square. Large contingents of beast pirates armed with matchlock rifles surged forward from all sides, every muzzle trained on the execution ground. Kaido, you despicable coward. Mitsunori drew his short sword ready to fight to the death. Mitsunori, open the country. Odin released a roar that tore through the heavens. His nearly charred arms exploded with a final surge of strength, the last flicker of a dying flame. And with all his might he hurled the massive thick plank along with the 9 men upon it straight out toward the edge of the square. Go, don't look back. Run. The plank traced a parabola through the air and crashed into the outer ring of the crowd. The 9 retainers tumbled onto the muddy ground. My lord. Jirocho's eyes bulged as if they might split open, blood streaming from the corners. Run. Don't let Lord Odin's sacrifice be for nothing. Mitsunori bit through his lip, turned, and sprinted toward the city gates at full speed. None of them dared glance back even once, because if they looked back their feet would stop moving. The pirates had barely moved to give chase when Kaido rose from his seat on the platform. He looked down at the man in the pot, no longer recognizable as human. Glory or disgrace, your death will be sung about for generations. Kaido raised his matchlock rifle, aiming directly at Odin's head. Not necessary. Odin, half submerged in the boiling oil at the final moment of his life, smiled with incomparable brilliance and freedom. He drew in breath and shouted the line he had always loved most, I am destined to become the clear broth. Bang! A dull crack of gunfire. The bullet pierced clean through the center of Odin's brow. The smile frozen on his face became eternal. The body that had held on for 1 full hour finally lost every ounce of strength, and Odin fell backward. Gulp. Scalding oil splashed high into the air. Kazuki Odin sank completely beneath the surface of the boiling mass in the great iron walk. In the square the common people wept until their hearts shattered. They raised their hoarse voices toward the walk and finished the sentence the dead man had left unfinished, charcoal fire boiled and flame roasted. That is the true nature of Odin the man. Torrential rain broke suddenly from the sky, pouring onto the scalding oil and sending great plumes of white steam billowing into the air. At that very moment the era of Kazuki Odin came to its final end. Flower Capital Plaza. The commotion in the oil vat had completely subsided. At least he died like a man. Rein raised his cup and took a long drink, shaking his head. Just too stupid. His brain was filled with paste. He only thought to flip the table after all his cards were stripped away. He woke up far too late. The cries of the commoners in the square echoed everywhere, making ears ache. Good riddance. Good riddance. Black Chain Higuruma jumped up from his chair in excitement. Wano is mine now. Someone. Send people to Kuri immediately. Burn down Odin's castle. Kill his wife and child, leave no survivors. After shouting this, Higuruma suddenly turned his head, his oily face bursting with flattering smiles as he ran to run. He pulled out a pre-prepared draft from his sleeve and offered it with both hands. Lord Rein, keep this 100 million berries. Thanks to you for keeping order here today. As for cleaning up in Kuri afterward, what do you think? You fatty, not only do you look ugly, but you're also as pushy as a debt collector. Rein didn't respond, took the draft, tapped it to verify it was genuine, and stuffed it into his pocket. Rein stood up from his chair and stretched. All right, money and job done, no loose ends. I'll head to Kuri and tie up the loose ends for you so no one can say I took the money and did nothing. Kaido, who had remained silent beside him, picked up the hachisai from the ground and glanced at Rein. You monster, drifting on the sea every day, just earning this kind of errand money. Why not join my beast pirates? I've kept the position of vice admiral for you. Save the friendly talk. Rein rolled his eyes mercilessly, sticking an unlit cigar in his mouth. Your miserable pirate crew is nothing but trash that escaped from a zoo. Following you around, I'd rather go back home and fish. Kaido snorted coldly and said nothing more. Let's go wrap it up. Rein placed one hand on the huado at his waist and pushed off with his feet. Rein's entire body became a blur, heading straight for Kuri. Meanwhile, in Kuri Odin's castle, the fire had already completely erupted. Rolling black smoke shot into the sky. Kaido's men had surrounded the outer area, setting fires everywhere. In the main hall, Toki was in disheveled state, looking at her chaotic retainers before her forcing herself to stay calm. Kawamatsu, take Himawari and go immediately. Exit through the secret passage. Don't look back. Toki shoved her tearful daughter into Kawamatsu's arms. Kawamatsu stamped his feet anxiously. My lady, we die together. How can we abandon you and Lord Momonosuke to escape on our own? Get lost. Take her and go quickly. The bloodline of the Tokitsune family cannot end here. Toki scolded sharply. Kawamatsu bit through his lip, tears mixing with blood streaming down. He quickly knelt and bowed, then picked up Himawari and rushed into the secret passage. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi were also covering other retainers, breaking out in different directions. Only a few remained in the hall. Toki, Kinemon, Reizo, Kanzo, Kikunajo, and Momonosuke, who was kneeling on the ground, desperately clinging to Toki's leg. Mother, I don't want to die. The fire outside is so big, I'm so scared. Momonosuke cried with a face full of snot, wiping his nose and tears on Toki's skirt. Kinemon was covered in wounds, barely able to hold his sword. My Lady Kaido's army is about to break in. With our lord absent, we cannot hold them. Toki looked at her worthless son and sighed. She quickly formed hand seals, and a peculiar energy radiated from her body. I will send you to the future 20 years from now. Toki's gaze was resolute, staring at Kinemon and the others. In these 20 years I will pray for you in the past. When you reach that era, you must find hope to restore the nation. Hearing the word future, Momonosuke stopped crying and grabbed Toki's clothes, asking, if we go to the future, we won't have to die. That's great. Mother, let's go quickly. The array's light grew brighter, about to swallow them whole. Boom. The heavy main gate of Odin's castle was kicked to pieces by someone. The massive solid wood door flew into the hall, smashing a large hole in the ground. A violent dark golden haki instantly swept through the entire hall. Rein stepped on the smoking broken wood and walked in leisurely. Run to the future. Nice thinking. Rein exhaled a thick puff of smoke. That fat snake spent 100 million to have me clean this up. If I let you all slip away, do I still want my reputation? It's you. Kinemon's eyes instantly turned red, his hand gripping the broken sword trembling. That bastard from Onigashima. As long as you know who I am saves me the introduction. Ren's eyes swept over the array on the ground. This crappy array is quite an eyesore. Toki's face turned pale. She could feel the unrestrained killing intent from him. She desperately activated her fruit ability. Quickly, the ability is about to activate. Kinemon shouted, taking Reizo and the others to block in front of Toki, attempting to delay time. Momonosuke was terrified out of his wits, shrinking behind Toki. A warmth spread in his crotch, and he directly urinated on the ground. The smell of urine mixed with the scent of burning wood spread through the hall. Shut up. Rein didn't even lift his eyelids. His thumb pushed the guard. Draw strike sheath. The entire motion took less than half a second. In the air above the hall, only a blinding dark golden crescent-shaped sword aura remained. Whoosh. The glowing time array was split in half by this sword aura, instantly dissipating and vanishing. Kinemon, Reizo, Kanzo, and Kikunajo, who were blocking in front, all froze in place. The next moment, all four didn't even manage a half scream before their bodies were neatly cut in half at the waist. Internal organs and blood splattered everywhere, upper bodies crashing heavily into pools of blood. Momonosuke, who was hiding behind with eyes shut in terror, was still holding his head. Pat. Momonosuke's head rolled directly off his neck, rolling to the corner of the wall. Rein exhaled a wisp of blue smoke and walked to the center of the hall, stepping through the blood-covered ground. He ignored the gruesome corpse parts on the ground and looked down at Toki, the only one untouched, collapsed on the ground. She looked at her son's head that rolled to the corner, at the retainers who were cut in half at the waist, her mind ringing. No hope. It's all over. The last legitimate male bloodline of the Tokitsune family was dead. She didn't go mad, didn't frantically rush to fight Rein to the death. Her eyes simply went completely empty, like a soulless puppet. This fruit ability is somewhat interesting. Rein took a drag of his cigar, studying her. You carry an aura of time. With that commotion just now, you wanted to send them away, didn't you? Rein put his hand back in his pocket, his tone flat. Originally, if you hadn't bothered with them and used that crappy ability to go back to the past or run to the future on your own, I wouldn't have bothered chasing you all over the world. After all, that's not within my scope of work. As for Himawari, who had just escaped, and the other few retainers, Rein had no intention of dealing with them either. The 100 million berries from the employer was only enough for this single slash. Wanting him to work overtime and chase people all over the mountains and forests. Not a chance. Since the employer paid promptly, I'll give you a chance to leave your last words. Rein looked at Toki. Toki raised her head and looked at the already burned-through roof. The firelight cast her face in red. She closed her eyes, tears silently sliding down her cheeks. The bright moon knows not. Toki suddenly spoke, her voice soft, yet carrying a piercing power of deathly silence. Rein raised his eyebrows, but said nothing. If this wish is granted for 20 moonlit nights, 9 layers of shadows fall from heaven, and you shall know the dazzling dawn. After reciting this prophecy poem, Toki completely gave up struggling and collapsed on the spot, waiting for death. How mystical. Rein sneered. Who cares about the mess from 20 years later? Bang, bang, bang. Just then, more than a dozen beast pirates' grunts suddenly charged in from outside. As soon as they entered the hall and saw Toki collapsed on the ground, without hesitation, they pulled the trigger. Over a dozen lead bullets instantly pierced through Toki's chest and abdomen at extremely close range. Toki's body shuddered violently. Without even a groan, she directly fell into the pool of blood, completely dead. Huh. The remnants of the Tokitsune family are all dead. The leading pirate grunt laughed wildly, raising his gun. Rein turned his head and gave that grunt a cold glance. The grunt's laughter was suddenly cut off like a rooster whose neck was grasped. He clearly saw Ren's face, and was so scared he directly dropped his gun, his legs trembling violently. Your shooting skills are quite accurate. Ren walked over and patted that grunt's face. I was only halfway through listening to this woman's last words, and you interrupted. The grunt fell to his knees in fright, frantically kowtowing. Your Excellency, we were ordered by Governor Kaido to sweep the area. We didn't know you were handling matters here. Spare my life. Enough, cut the nonsense. Ren disgustedly wiped his hand on the grunt's clothes and glanced at Odin's castle that had turned into a sea of fire. The job was done. The direct descendant that Higuruma specifically wanted dead was gone, and several retainers were also thoroughly killed. This commission was considered fully completed. Ren, with a cigar in his mouth, strode out of the burning Odin's castle, planning in his mind whether the next stop would be to find Shaki in the Sabaody Archipelago for a drink, or to spend several months partying in the spending hell of the New World. On the edge of Mt. Kalubo in the Goa Kingdom of the East Blue lay and kicked open the yard's broken wooden door. With one hand, he carried a burlap sack even larger than himself, and with the other, he plucked the cigar from his mouth and flicked off the ashes. Anyone still breathing? Come out and serve. A flurry of hurried footsteps sounded from inside the house. Rouge stepped out in a coarse cotton dress, and an apron, a spatula still in her hand. Lay in. Rouge's eyes lit up. She quickly set down the spatula and wiped her hands on her apron. Why did you suddenly come to the East Blue? I thought you'd gone to the New World. Just passing through, clearing out inventory. Lay-in tossed the oversized sack into the middle of the yard. Clatter. The sack's mouth loosened, and its contents tumbled out like beans rolling all over the ground. Sea King jerky, flashy high-grade foreign liquor, a set of pure gold tableware from some poor kingdom's royal family, and even a few pigeon egg-sized rubies of the finest quality, all casually rolling a couple of turns in the mud. 4-year-old Ace poked out a fuzzy little head from inside the house, his face still smeared with unwashed mud. The moment he saw Lay-in, his eyes went round, and he came pattering over on his stubby little legs. What goodies did you bring this time? Ace looked up. Let go, let go. Have you been digging in the mud for manure with those hands? Lay-in pushed Ace away with a look of disgust, fished a ruby out of the sack on the ground, and tossed it to him. Go play marbles with this. Don't bother me. Ace caught the ruby, held it up to the sunlight, and found it glowing bright red. Grinning from ear to ear, he turned and crouched in the corner to play. Rouge looked at the priceless pile on the ground, the corners of her mouth twitching. Over the past 4 years, this man would show up every year or two, and every time he dumped a pile of messy, but extremely valuable things on her. That old man Garp did arrange for the two of them to stay here, but he barely showed his face twice a year. When he did come, he just shoved a few packs of rice crackers at them, and kept shouting about training Ace into the strongest Marine. Lay-in, on the other hand, always had no after-sales service, and just passing by hanging on his lips, yet he was more generous than anyone with his handouts. Go inside and sit down. I'll pour you some tea. Rouge turned and went inside. A moment later, she returned with a cup of hot tea and set it on the old wooden table in the yard. Lay-in sat on the wooden stool, took a big gulp of tea, and smacked his lips. This tea is already broken to bits. Didn't that stingy old Garp leave you anything good? Vice Admiral Garp takes good care of us. This place is safe, and being peaceful is just fine. Rouge looked at Ace crouching in the corner playing with the gem, and her eyes softened completely. She suddenly turned to Lay-in, her expression unusually serious. Lay-in, Ace is old enough to understand things now. You've helped us too much over the years. Without you, the two of us would never have made it this far. I want Ace to acknowledge you as his godfather. Lay-in sprayed out the tea he had just drunk. He shot to his feet, and backed away 2 big steps, staring at Rouge as if she were a monster. Are you out of your mind, or did you skip your medicine today? I'm a mercenary who kills people for money. Godfather, do you really take me for a philanthropist? Rouge didn't retreat. She walked over, grabbed Ace by the arm, and dragged him in front of Lay-in. Ace, say it. Rouge's tone was rarely so firm. Ace was still clutching the mud-stained ruby in his hand. He looked up and blinked twice. He showed no shyness at all. In a clear, ringing voice, he yelled, Godfather. After all, this tall guy always brought delicious meat and shiny stones to play with every time he came, and calling him one word wouldn't cost a piece of flesh. Lay-in felt every hair on his body stand on end. Stop. Shut up. Don't call me that. He hastily covered his ears, disgust practically oozing from his face. What an absurd joke. He was a man who collected heads all over the world and flung fortunes around in casinos. How the hell did he suddenly get a son? Wasn't that just like putting a dog leash around his neck? There's no way. Not through the window, either. I have principles. I don't accept godchildren, only real gold and silver. Lay-in forgot about the sack on the ground, turned around, and headed out, waving his hands frantically as he went. If that old Garp isn't coming, tell him to get lost. I'm through with this nonsense. Ace waved his grubby little hand from behind. Godfather, you're leaving. Next time, bring more meat with bones. Lay-in stumbled underfoot and nearly pitched into the grass. If I can't afford to deal with them, I sure as hell can afford to run. He fled the yard like his life depended on it, and vanished into the mountain forest within a few steps, his retreating back pathetically comical. Rouge stood in the yard watching the direction where Lay-in had fled in panic and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Half a month later. Sabaody Archipelago Grove, 13, Shaki's Rip-Off Bar. Bang. The bar door was shoved open rudely. Lei tore off his trench coat, flung it over a high stool at the bar, and collapsed onto it. Shaki served the drinks. The strongest one. Lei shouted, pounding the table. Shaki pulled a bottle of rum from under the counter and slid it in front of Lei. She leaned against the bar, blew out a smoke ring, and wore a teasing grin. Yo, isn't this our new daddy from the East Blue? How come you're back in the Sabaody Archipelago? Shouldn't you be home raising the kid? Lei had just poured a glass of wine and swallowed it in one gulp. The wine got stuck in his throat, and he coughed violently. Woman, is your intelligence network planted in that old garb's crotch? Lei finally caught his breath, slammed the table, and cursed. Which bastard spread that rumor? Since when did I become a father? From the corner of the bar, Rein interjected with a grin. Now, every black market information dealer across the sea has caught wind of it. They say Lei, that living king of hell who only recognizes money, has been frequenting the Goa kingdom in the East Blue these past few years, and every time, he brings piles of treasure. For him to be that generous, how can it be anything but a bastard son? Bullshit. That's Roger. Lei stopped mid-sentence and forced the rest back down. Damn it, there really was no way to explain this. If the world government ever found out that was Roger's spawn, they'd probably send all 3 admirals overnight to level that mountain. To protect that mother and child, he had gone to marry Geos and demolished half of Pangaea Castle back then. This was a black pot he could only carry on his own back. Fine. Bastard son it is. Lei scratched his hair irritably, fished out a stack of bank drafts and a few rubies from his pocket, and slapped them all on the bar. 500 million in bank drafts plus 5 top-grade rubies from Wayno. Lei knocked the bar, putting on the air of a big shot. Change them into chips and send them to the casino hotel I usually go to. I've got to wash off the bad luck of these past 2 days. Shaki's eyes lit up and her fingers deftly played over the rubies. Excellent color. She flicked the ash from her cigarette. Wayno goods. You went to that godforsaken place. At the words Wayno country, Rayleigh's hand around the glass paused. The smile on his face instantly cooled. Want to pick up a job? Lei didn't hide it, taking big gulps of wine. That fat man Korizumi Orochi offered me 1 billion to kill someone. Who did you kill? Rayleigh turned to Lei. A fool who spent 4 years dancing naked in the streets. Lei curled his lip, his tone full of undisguised contempt. Named Kazuki Odin. He used to be on your ship. Roger's eye for crew is getting worse and worse. How could he take aboard a moron with being dregs for brains? Rayleigh fell silent. He looked down at his reflection in the glass and sighed. Odin, that guy really was straightforward. He's dead. Boiled in oil. Lei shrugged as if talking about a completely ordinary matter. Before dying, that kid threw out his retainers, saying that someone would open the country in 20 years. All kinds of cryptic nonsense. They got on my nerves, and Orochi gave me another 100 million to clean up, so I just cut those retainers in half at the waist. Rayleigh raised his glass and drained it in one breath. He didn't blame Lei. The pirate world was just like that. Those without strength and brains who get schemed to death have no one else to blame. Lei was a mercenary who did things for money. He understood this rule better than anyone. His choice. Outsiders like us have no right to judge. Rayleigh put down the glass. But it's no small feat that you managed to get that 1 billion from Kaido. Kaido. Lei sneered. With that little bit of skill, he dares to cheat me out of my payment. Shaki put the rubies and bank drafts into the safe and handed Lei a thick stack of heavy black gold chips. Lei grabbed the chips and stuffed them into his pocket. Lei pushed open the bar door, squinting against the sunlight outside. With a fortune in his pocket and countless pleasure dens ahead, this was exactly the kind of life Lei should live. As for that red-skinned monkey in the East Blue who kept chasing after him, calling him Godfather, let whoever wants to deal with it deal with it. First a few hands at the casino, then go check out some girls. Humming an off-key tune, Lei swaggered into the bustling streets of Sabaody Archipelago. Rayleigh watched the bar door shut, shook his head, and a wry smile crept back onto his lips. That man never tells a single truth, but he's been stubbornly carrying out Roger's dying wish all the way to now. Shaki wiped the glass and chuckled. Exactly. He's the only one who thinks he's hidden it well. But with him stirring things up, this, is never going to be boring. The sun was bright outside Windmill Village, but inside Makino's bar, it was loud enough to blow the roof off. Even before stepping through the door, raucous drinking game shouts and unbridled laughter were already spilling through the walls. Huh, Captain, you're way too soft. That mountain bandit Higuma smashed a liquor bottle over your head, and you didn't even say a damn word. If it was me, I'd have shot his head off long ago. Lucky Roo shouted around the bone in his mouth, his words half mumbled. Exactly. We're a pirate crew with a real name in the New World, and yet we get pushed around by a no-name bandit in the East Blue. If word gets out, people will laugh their teeth loose. Yasop slapped the table and howled while the crew around him added to the racket, clinking their mugs with a thunderous crash. Bang! Ray kicked the old wooden door, which had already been swaying on its hinges, clean off. The battle-hardened officers of the Red Hair Pirates, men used to making a living on the edge of a blade, instinctively reached for their weapons. At the counter, Shanks was using a rag to wipe the drink from his hair. When he heard the commotion, he turned. His signature red hair was still dripping with liquor. When he saw who it was, his usual grinning face stiffened. Then his eyes lit up. Brother Ray. Shanks threw the rag aside and hurried over in a few steps. Ray stepped over the fallen door, walked to the counter, dragged a chair over, and sat down. I heard you lot making fools of yourselves from a long way off. Ray took a cigar from his pocket and clamped it between his teeth, his gaze sweeping over Shanks's white shirt stained with drink. It's been years. I hear you went ahead and made yourself one of the 4 emperors out on this sea. What's the matter? Got tired of being impressive in the new world and came to this backwater to experience the simple life. And now even some 2-bit nobody can climb on top of your head and take a crap. The surrounding officers all swallowed hard and didn't dare breathe. Shanks scratched the back of his head unbothered. Huh, Brother Ray, you're joking. It was just a little wine splashed on me. I wasn't hurt, so there was no need to fight. Same old you. You're cut from the exact same mold as that dead captain of yours. Ray rolled his eyes annoyed. He was long used to Shanks's temperament. Roger had been the same back then. Laughter and smiles no matter how people cursed at him, but if anyone dared lay a finger on his companions, he'd sink their whole fleet. Uncle Ray. A little dark-skinned kid in a straw hat suddenly popped out from the side. Luffy climbed up the bar stool next to the counter, hands and feet, then jabbed a finger at Shanks in a huff. Don't mind him. He's a coward. A real man doesn't just stand there when someone throws a drink on him. How embarrassing. I'm ashamed of him. Ray gave that fuzzy little head a hard rub with his big hand. This kid was just like Garp. A screw loose in the head, and all he thought about all day was how to cause trouble. Uncle, have you come to see Ace and Aunt Rouge again? Luffy's pout was so exaggerated you could hang an oil jar from his lips. He was clearly still sulking over what had just happened. I brought 2 crates of local specialties you can't buy in the East Blue. I'll take them over later. Ray flicked his cigar ash and noticed a delicate little wooden box sitting on the counter. Shanks, did you really come all the way back from the Grand Line just to waste a year here? Not exactly. Shanks leaned in and poured Ray a glass of the rum Makino had just brought out. Mainly I want to take care of something. On the way I picked a fight with those CP9 bastards. Who was leading a squad to transport something. I thought it looked interesting, so I grabbed it on a whim. What treasure was worth an emperor like you going all that way personally? Ray took a sip of the liquor and asked casually. A devil fruit. It's in that box. Shanks pointed vaguely at the bar. Halfway through the sentence, he suddenly froze, his eyes bulging outward. Ray followed his gaze. Luffy was crouching on the bar, and in front of him the wooden box that should have held the devil fruit was wide open. The kid was holding a bizarre purple fruit covered in spiral patterns in both hands. He opened his mouth wide, took a huge crunch bite, and swallowed it. Bleck. What kind of crappy fruit is this? It's awful. It tastes like crap. Luffy's face was twisted into a knot, his tongue sticking out in extreme disgust. All the air in the bar seemed to be sucked out of the room at that moment. Lucky Roo, who had just picked up his big bone to start gnawing again, nearly let his eyes fall into the soup bowl as the meat in his mouth plopped onto the table. Luffy. The calm on Shanks's face vanished in an instant. He lunged over, grabbed Luffy by both legs, hoisted him upside down, and shook him wildly like a sack. You little brat. What did you eat? Spit it out. That's the gum-gum fruit. With the rough shaking there came a strange ripping sound. Even though Luffy's legs were held firmly in Shanks's hands, his head, under the force of momentum, stretched out more than a meter. With a whoosh, slammed onto the floor with a thud, and then snapped back like a rubber band. Ow, ow. Luffy clutched his head and yelped, not understanding what had happened himself. All the jaws in the red hair pirates collectively hit the floor. See, Captain. He stretched. Yasopp pointed at Luffy, stuttering so much that he could no longer hold his gun steady. Ray sat in his chair and sprayed out a mouthful of smoke. He found the ridiculous scene hilarious and slapped the table, cackling. Huh. Shanks, you pulled off a wonderful deal. You went to all that trouble to snatch this from the world government, and now it ends up as Garp's grandson's afternoon snack. It's over. Shanks paced around the bar, grabbing at his hair. You brat. Once you eat a devil fruit, you'll never be able to swim in the sea for the rest of your life. What? Luffy was petrified, shaking his head like a rattle. I can't swim it. Then how am I supposed to become the pirate king? Some pirate king you'll be. You're a landlubber now, Shanks shouted in a fluster. Watching them all making a huge fuss, Ray downed the rest of his cup in one go. Devil fruits had never appealed to Ray anyway. One bite, and you became a landlubber. For a man like him who loved wandering the open sea, that was simply an unpardonable weakness. The kid having eaten one by accident made for a pretty good joke, though. A few days later, at the dock in Windmill Village, the Red Force, the ship of the Red Hair Pirates, had already raised its sails. The crew that had spent an entire year in the East Blue was finally going to set out once more, heading back to the New World where monsters gathered in droves. On the dock, the villagers were all waving goodbye. Ray leaned against a pile of crates, arms crossed, and half a cigar between his lips, watching the 2 figures, one big, one small, ahead of him. Luffy stood at the very tip of the pier, his eyes red, biting his lips so hard he wouldn't let the tears fall. Shanks crouched down and looked the little kid, the one who had been yammering about going to sea every day, straight in the eye. We're leaving now, Luffy. You've eaten the gum-gum fruit, so just stay on land from now on. You can't swim anyway, so you're not going to sea. Shanks was deliberately teasing him. I don't care. Luffy lifted his head abruptly and roared at the top of his lungs. His voice was so loud that even Ray down on the dock found it deafening. I'll gather a crew that's every bit as good as yours. One day I'll find that One Piece too. I'm going to become the Pirate King. Hearing this, the crew of the Red Hair Pirates all laughed. Shanks didn't laugh. He looked at the stubborn little boy in front of him and through that small figure, he seemed to see the man who had laughed aloud on the execution platform in Lowtown all those years ago. So you want to become the Pirate King? Shanks murmured to himself, then reached up and took off the battered straw hat that had been with him all along. Roger had placed that hat on his head with his own hands back then. Then I'll leave this hat with you for now. Shanks put the straw hat onto Luffy's head, and the broad brim just happened to hide the tears that Luffy could no longer hold back. This hat is very important to me, so you take good care of it. When you become a great pirate someday, give it back to me. Shanks stood up, turned, and walked toward his ship. When he reached Ray's side, he stopped, ready to go back to being an emperor. Ray exhaled a thick plume of smoke and cast a sidelong glance at the little boy on the pier who was crying his heart out. You gave away the keepsake Roger left you just like that. You really can let it go. Shanks looked back at Luffy, the corners of his mouth rising uncontrollably. Brother Ray, don't you think this kid is a lot like the captain? Ray curled his lip and didn't answer. He didn't care whether the kid was like Roger. If that boy caused trouble later, Garp, his own grandfather, would be the one wiping his ass. As long as it didn't come to bother Ray, that was fine. I'm betting the new era on this kid. Shanks turned and looked out at the boundless sea, saying with unprecedented certainty, sooner or later this hat will once again resound across the entire world. Don't try to act all deep with me. Ray kicked Shanks in the butt. It wasn't a hard kick, but it still sent the Grand Emperor stumbling forward. Shanks staggered a few steps, steadied himself, rubbed his rear, and laughed heartily. With one leap, he jumped onto the deck of the Red Force. Set sail. The massive sailing ship slowly pulled away from the dock. Rein mooched Makino's barbecue for a few days at Fusha Village. Bored out of his mind, he patted his rear and headed back to the Sabaody Archipelago. Once back on the island, the man suddenly had a change of heart. Finding it too unchallenging to spend every day drinking and soaking in the hot springs, he insisted on starting a business and making it big. The result was a disaster too gruesome to behold. Sabaody Archipelago Grove 13, the Ripoff Bar. Rein sat sprawled on the sofa with a bird's nest for a head and absolutely no dignity, clutching a crumpled IOU in his hand. Stop staring. No matter how long you look, the number of zeros won't shrink. Shaki, a cigarette dangling from her lips, slid a mug of cheap beer in front of him, chuckling in delight at his misery. Who would have thought that a big shot who once tore the 5 elders apart with his bare hands could go into shipping in the New World, only to have his very first shipment run into a once-in-a-century super waterspout, feeding the whole ship and cargo to the Sea Kings? That was an accident. Rein gulped down a mouthful of bitter beer, pounding the table in fury. Forget the waterspout. I leased an island in the South Blue to grow specialty fruits. Just when the harvest was in sight, a lousy meteorite fell out of the sky and smashed right through the island. Where the hell am I supposed to get justice? Rayleigh sat nearby, polishing his sword, shoulders shaking as he struggled to hold back laughter. And what about your later investment in deep-sea mineral mining in the West Blue? Oh, shut up. Rein rolled his eyes hard. I just bought the equipment and hired the crew when an undersea volcano erupted. My money vanished before it even made a splash. Nature couldn't care less about Conqueror's Haki. After these past few years, Rein had truly learned what it meant to suffer both natural and man-made disasters. The mountains of gold and silver he had plundered from Mary Geos were all burned through by several investment schemes that could only be described as disasters. Now he was so broke, he could only bum cheap beer at Shaki's place. I'm done. Rein slammed his glass on the table. Doing business is way more tiring than fighting. This damned sea. It's much more comfortable to live as a lazy idler waiting to die. Time slipped by unhurried across the sea. A few years later, East Blue Goa Kingdom, Fusha Village. Bang. A thunderous crash. The wooden door of the bandits' cabin, where Dayton's family lived, was kicked to splinters. Garp, wearing his dog head cap, strode into the yard in long, rapid steps. The old man hadn't even put on his signature marine greatcoat today. Sleeves rolled high, face black as a pot bottom. Where's that little bastard Ace? Garp's bellow sent every bird in the trees flapping away in fright. Luffy, squatting on the ground, playing with mud, looked up at the noise. Missing a front tooth, he grinned. Grandpa, you're back. Ace went to sea. He left yesterday on a little boat. He said he's going to be the Pirate King. Before the words died out, bang. Garp's wok-sized fist had already slammed solidly onto Luffy's head. Luffy screamed, and his whole body was hammered into the mud like a nail, leaving only his 2 legs flailing above the ground. Pirate King, my ass. Garp stomped furiously, yanked Luffy out of the dirt, and shook him wildly in the air. I raised you two with all the sweat of my brow, so you could become Marines. That little bastard treated my words like wind from an ear, didn't he? Dayton and a few bandits huddled in the corner, quaking with fear, not daring to breathe. After cursing up a storm for a long while, Garp finally plopped onto a wooden stump in the yard and dumped Luffy on the ground. He rubbed his weathered face with his hand and let out a long sigh. Scold as he might, hit as he might, Garp knew better than anyone in his heart this couldn't be stopped. That boy Ace had a temperament 10 times more stubborn than Luffy's. Once Ace set his mind on a road, he would never turn back, even if he had to smash his head bloody. Especially after Sabo had set sail a few years before and had been cannonaded by the celestial dragons, vanishing with no word of life or death. After that, Ace became a lit powder keg, holding his breath and driving himself to prove his worth on the sea to chase after his damned sense of self-identity. The blood of Roger was never destined to settle quietly into a Marine uniform. Just a little brat who never lets an old man rest easy. Garp pulled a crumpled pack of rice crackers from his pocket, tore it open, stuffed two into his mouth, and crunched away. His adjutant Bogard leaned in and asked quietly, Vice Admiral, should I contact the East Blue Branch and send a few Marine ships after him? He's only been gone a day, he shouldn't have left the sea area yet. Chase my ass. Garp waved a hand. Even if we drag him back, he'll run away again tomorrow. Let him go. The sea is rough, once he's tasted hardship out there, he'll come around. Garp stared at the distant coastline, helplessness written all over his eyes. This feeling, watching his grandson leap into a pit of fire while being unable to do a thing, was too suffocating. Another year passed. Sabaody Archipelago. The doorbell of the Ripoff bar went ding-dong. Welcome. Shaki didn't even raise her head, just kept polishing a glass. We only sell intelligence and expensive liquor here. Paupers take a left out the door. The newcomer didn't answer, striding straight to the counter. Leyen was sprawled over the table, fast asleep, with 4 or 5 empty bottles piled nearby. Father! A shout full of vigor nearly lifted the bar's ceiling off. Startled by the yell, Leyen twitched, lost his grip, and with a bang fell off the bar stool, landing flat on his back, arms and legs splayed. Which blind bastard has the nerve to wail a death lament here? Leyen scrambled up, rubbing the back of his head, his irritation at being woken suddenly exploding. He focused his eyes and looked. The youth standing before the bar was 17 or 18, bare-chested, with a huge pack on his back and an orange cowboy hat on his head. On the hat hung 2 badges, one smiling and one crying. The freckles inherited from Rouge stood out sharply on his face. Ace grinned wide, showing 2 rows of white teeth. Haven't seen you in years, and your temper hasn't changed at all, father. Leyen's eye twitched. That word father stabbed deeper than a butcher knife. Ever since the little brat had stubbornly insisted on calling him dad back then, no matter how he beat him or cursed him, Ace just wouldn't change his words. After so long, Leyen had simply given up and couldn't be bothered to correct him. Boy, instead of staying put in the East Blue, why did you come all the way to Sabaody? Leyen brushed the dust off his clothes, sat back on the stool, and looked Ace up and down. There were many new scars on his body, and his muscles were far tougher than before. The fierce, unyielding look in his eyes was exactly like Roger's when he'd first gone to sea. Ace sat down beside Leyen and unceremoniously grabbed the half bottle of liquor Leyen had left and took a big swig. To the sea. I've already formed the Spade Pirates. All the way here I've beaten down every Marine and pirate in the East Blue. Now I'm getting ready to head to the New World, so I came by to see you on the way. Leyen raised an eyebrow, took out a cigar, and lit it. Are you sure you want to be some kind of pirate? Leyen blew out a thick plume of smoke. Didn't that old man Garp break your legs? The old man was furious. At the memory of Garp flying into a rage, Ace couldn't help but laugh aloud. But he didn't chase me. Anyway, I've decided. I'm going to make a name for myself in the New World and make the whole world remember my name. Leyen ignored his bold words, flicked off his cigar ash, and asked casually, what about your mother then? Did Rouge agree to let you go out and run wild? At the sound of that name, Ace's smile faded. He scratched under his orange cowboy hat. She didn't stop me. After a pause, Ace added, the day I left, she stood at the shore watching me. She told me that as long as I'd chosen the road myself, I had to finish it even if I had to crawl. She also said that if I couldn't make a living in the New World, I should roll back to Fusha village and farm. Leyen found this amusing. That woman Rouge, seemingly soft and gentle, was utterly tough inside. It was hardly a surprise she'd raised a son who feared nothing. Fine then. Leyen stubbed out the half-smoked cigar in the ashtray. Since your mother has no objection, I can't be bothered with your business. Don't expect me to open any back doors for you in the New World. If you get yourself killed, I won't go collect your corpse. Tisk, who needs you to collect my corpse? Ace curled his lips in disdain. I'm about to go challenge Whitebeard. Once I beat the strongest man in the world, you can read my news in the papers at your leisure. When Leyen heard the words Whitebeard, a trace of mockery flickered in his eyes. That old devil Newgate was no joke. With those skinny arms and legs of his, Ace would simply be a punching bag for the old man to practice on. But Leyen said nothing. Youngsters, after all, needed a few hard beatings before they learned just how deep the sea really was. Shaki, get him something to eat. Put it on my tab. Leyen stood up and stretched. I'm going to take a stroll to the backstreet casino. Eat your fill, and then get out of here. Don't cause me any trouble on the island. Watching Leyen walk out the door with a swaying gait, Ace pressed down the brim of his hat and broke into a huge smile. This unreliable old man might have a sharp tongue, but in truth, he was more protective than anyone. Boss lady, 50 servings of barbecue, 10 barrels of booze. Ace slapped the counter and shouted, put it all on that guy's tab. Shaki pulled out the ledger with a smile. No problem, as long as Leyen can afford to pay. In the corner of the bar, Rayleigh drank his wine as he watched Ace wolf down his food. For a moment, he seemed to see the man who decades ago had laughed and said he would turn the world upside down. This sea was about to get lively again. Move aside. I'm not here to kill anyone today, so don't push your luck. At the swarming port of Fishman Island, lay and shouldered through the crowd. His black long coat churned with every stride, the 2 dark gold sea wave patterns along its hem glinting in fine dense threads of light. Slung across his waist was the supreme grade blade Huido. On the other side hung a celebrated blade named Ace, taken from Roger's own hands. 2 years ago, he'd gambled away the last pair of shorts on his body in a casino. He'd spent those 2 years wandering a big circle around the 4 seas. Whatever bounty money he'd barely scraped together went straight into the Grand Line's underground money-guzzling dens. In the end, he didn't even keep his fare and wound up stowing away on a smuggler's cargo ship, drifting all the way down to the seabed. The Moby Dick's colossal whalehead prow loomed ominously at the far edge of the waves. Hundreds of men stood massed on her deck. Who goes there? Don't you know the rules of the Whitebeard pirates? Several outer members guarding the ship hefted long spears and jumped down the gangplank, blocking the road completely. Rein raised his chin, the Cuban cigar held between his fingers spat sparks wildly outward. When I was slashing men at sea, you little bastards were still playing in mud with your crotches split open. Now get the hell up there and call Edward Newgate out. Tell him someone's come to demand payment on a dead man's debt. Bastard, how dare you say the old man's name? Before the young spear-bearer could move, a violent thud boomed across the deck. The enormous long-hafted Mura smashed down upon the planks. The whole Moby Dick shook violently up and down 3 rounds. You shameful little bastards. All of you get the hell to the back. A thundering roar like a great bell exploded from the depths of the cabin. Marco and Josu, the 2 veteran division commanders, took positions left and right without a thread of a smile on their faces, forcibly clearing the widest road down the middle. Edward Newgate seized Mura, then threw the white mantle draped across his shoulders violently backward behind him. Rein bit down hard on the cigar holder in his mouth. His left hand reached directly for the pitch-black sharkskin grip of Huido. Get on board and greet him like a good boy. No such rule existed. With great strides, he stepped onto the boarding bridge a full zhang above the water, just in the half-second when his last leather shoe crossed the deck's boundary line. Rein reverse gripped and yanked the blade free. A thick, dark gold thunderbolt instantly tore through the heavy water vapor above the harbor. The half-circular golden arc shone so fiercely that fishmen along the whole street squeezed their eyes shut and screamed in pain. Old man, let's see if these past decades have let your body rot away. Cut the crap. Whitebeard swung Mura with both hands. A milky white shockwave orb crackled and filled the great blade's tip, smashing straight down into the dark gold half-moon slash. Whether the sky had cracked open no one could tell, but the reinforced pressure-resistant waterproof coating some 200 meters thick around the Moby Dick burst into a dozen hairline fissures in that instant. 2 rings of solidified pitch-black and snow-white air pressure overwhelmed the lighting network of nearly half of Fishman Island. Many of the low-ranking new boys who'd only just joined the pirate crew rolled their eyes on the spot and collapsed limp as mud. The veteran Captain Marco grabbed the deck railing, retreating 5 full steps before his feet found firm boards, and cursed without stopping. This bastard is still the same as ever. He opens with that half-dead round on everyone he meets. The blade just then closed to within 3 fingers' breadth. Rein snapped his wrist back, and Huido returned to its sheath. With 2 long strides, he swept across the most violent stretch of thunder-blasted deck, and with a burst of force from his foot, kicked a broken spear shaft into the waves, not putting any weight behind that. Too broke to buy yourself a decent meal. Starving. Whitebeard lowered the long haft, his thick left hand tugging hard at the upward curled tips of his grizzled seagull white mustache, and erupted in a wild laugh. Gururara. Against a vicious dog like you that loves a good show, I held back half a measure of strength, just so you wouldn't tear out my ship's bottom. The old rascal swung an arm hard toward the rear and dragged out 3 fully loaded oak wine giants, each as tall as a man. Pop. The cork flipped up with a flick of a finger and flew off into the sea. Rein didn't even look. He lifted the barrel rim. Couldn't even be bothered to find a cup. Tilted his head back against the barrel mouth and gulped furiously. Just as he was in the thick of his drinking, a shout from the top of the cross ladder on the second-floor observation deck nearly sent several nearby tables into chaos. Father, why did you come running down to the deep sea? Don't tell me you actually lost every pair of pants at a Sabaody casino and skipped out here to dodge a debt. A shirtless kid wearing an orange-yellow top hat came crashing down from the second floor, landing hard right in Rein's arms. In the setting sun, his twin rows of freckles gleamed in a grin more dazzling than any bulb. The orange in Marco's hand fell to the floor. Even Josu's entire diamond-clad frame had its reflective gleam knocked back by half a surface. Every division commander on the ship whipped their heads around with a collective crack, looking from the muscle-bound ace planted in his chair to Rein, whose face was full of disdain and who was kicking aside whatever blocked his way. The information gap in the pirates' bellies burst into scrambled eggs. Father. The 3rd Division captain's mouth hung wide. Holy shit. Ace is always screaming about challenging the strongest man, and his dad is the Rein who chopped the celestial dragons at Mary Geos into chunks of meat. Pops. With backing this solid, you never let slip so much as a hint in 2 years. Whitebeard, hugging the giant wine barrel already half empty, turned to look at his adopted son as if he were an idiot. What the hell do you know? This little bastard has bones harder than an iron tower. Who would want to claim a connection with him? Rein slammed the wine barrel, now a third, drained heavily onto the deck, and smacked one heavy palm across the brim of Ace's cowboy hat. Stop using me as your damn calling card. What did I tell you 2 years ago? If you get your head cut off at sea, I won't even send you a flatbed cart. Ace rubbed the back of his head and slid down smoothly, sitting cross-legged on the wooden planks right between the two old devils, completely unconcerned. He pointed a thumb back at the massive tattoo on his back, the purple-blue Whitebeard pirate emblem, his grin refusing to relent. See that? The whole Spade crew merged directly in. I'm now the official captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. What an accomplishment! Leyen spat in contempt. Whitebeard herded his thick, fierce eyes blazing with fire and smacked the huge palm like a palm leaf fan onto the armrest of his lounge chair. Speaking of that kid, I've got a messy debt to settle with you, you reckless scoundrel. Settle my ass. Long ago your money was turned into several hundred boatloads of military supplies and sunk to the bottom of the South Sea. Leyen clamped his cigar and carried on with his drink. I never cared for your stinking money. Whitebeard's giant finger pointed at Ace, who was still winking and making faces among the captains. This little asshole you brought out. What kind of feed grew that brain of his, eh? He's pulled off more than 100 assassination attempts. Whitebeard's eyes were full of suppressed resentment. Around them the whole 2nd Division and the officers clutched their necks, unable to stifle their sneaking laughter. Leyen gave his bargain basement son 2 cold sidelong glances without a shred of sympathy. You picked a cheap enforcer yourself? Don't push the blame onto my head. Rouge never told him to have those fits. It's that old dog Garp behind him teaching him to charge into trouble. As soon as those words landed, Leyen's eyes rested on Edward Newgate. That move they'd just traded. To outsiders it looked like mountains were cracking and the earth was splitting, enough to fill their quota of terror. But when real steel bit against Huideau's blade back, the bone-deep conviction radiating from that strike was already 3 parts less than 30 years before. This old man was truly at the final bottom of his life. If there's something wrong with you, don't keep toughing it out. When the day comes that you run short of medicine, send me your address, and I'll buy you 2 custom-made, all-gold grand coffins. Leyen's tone carried not a single change, as smooth as if he were discussing whether pork ribs would be on the table by noon tomorrow. Whitebeard casually tore off a chunk of oily lamb leg with his thick hand. These old bones of mine have charged across the sea for so many years. Long since got my money's worth. Keep the gold coffins for the celestial dragons. His tone broke off sharply. Whitebeard's 2 eyes stared plainly into Leyen's face for 5 full seconds. From tearing through all comers at God Valley back in the day, to this very moment riding smuggled sea cargo into this old man's turf to swindle barrel after barrel of free wine. The sea breeze had blown for decades upon decades. Yet this particular bastard who refused to take a loss. Even on that face of his, which was still rather handsome, one simply could not find the faintest trace of age after all these years. Still the same man as over 30 years ago, forever complaining and spoiling for a fight. You really are spared all those old aches. Whitebeard let out a long breath. Who knows whether in another 20 years anyone on the sea will still remember the names of us stubborn old fools who never knew when to quit. Leyen's eyes did not lift and his hand did not slow, one finger pressed down hard, crushing half a large flatbread on the table. You worry too much. When you're old and dead, that's that. While you live, you do the business of the living. He pointed toward Ace, who was still over there arguing with the whole ship about which meal hadn't been served enough roast meat. If the Marines ever corner this kid in a dead end, remember to send Garp a couple of dead salted fish just to disgust him. In a couple of days I'm heading back out to the deep reaches of the Grand Line. That dead little punk Shanks is gone and made himself an emperor out there. It'd be a crime not to go bust his chops a few times. A dark wave stirred beneath the sea. The Moby Dick's thick pressure-resistant shell resounded with a crisp thunder note along with the surge. The whole circle of crewmen at the tables utterly forgot rank and station. Hearing an emperor of the sea cursed out as a brat they neither questioned nor cared, hoisting large bottles of fruit spirits to keep matching Ace drink for drink to see who would break first. To run into this kind of wild, unbridled joy in the pitch-black, lightless seabed. Even for the greenhorns who joined the ship in recent years, their lives had not been a losing bargain. In an uncharted stretch of the new world, a battered ship, flying a 2-bit pirate flag, exploded into splinters with a roar. Leyen used half a shattered deck board as his footing and vaulted onto the deck of the Red Force. He didn't even lift a hand. He simply shook the sawdust off the hem of his coat. The red hair pirates who had been playing cards on deck flinched. Then once they recognized him, every one of them lowered his weapon. Shanks, you didn't lower a ladder when you pulled the ship alongside. Did you expect me to swim over myself? Leyen strode straight through the crowd, treating the place as his own. He reached out, snatched the freshly roasted bone-in meat from Lucky Roo, and bit into it without a second thought. Lucky Roo bit down on empty air and rolled his eyes at the skewer in his hand. Brother Leyen, you've got no manners at all. I roasted that for 3 hours. Shut it. Go easy on the salt. It's bitter as hell. Leyen cursed around his mouthful. Then with a swagger he sat down squarely on the captain's private barrel in the middle of the deck. Shanks leaped down from the second deck, holding 2 bottles of good liquor, grinning so wide his white teeth showed. Huh. Brother Leyen, you vanished for a whole year. I thought Sengoku had locked you up at Marine headquarters for a card game. That old dog Sengoku doesn't even dare print my wanted poster. How would he have the nerve to invite me to play cards? Leyen took the bottle, popped the cap off with his thumb, and took a long gulp. He exhaled sharply at the burn. I came to the new world for a stroll, and figured I'd drop by to see whether this Yonko setup of yours is as grand as it's cracked up to be. Rein scanned the deck, but didn't see the person he was looking for. He raised an eyebrow. Hey, what about that little girl who used to stick to you all day and had a pretty nice singing voice? At that, the hand Shanks had around his bottle visibly froze. The carefree, brainless smile on his face dimmed. Yuta. She stayed in Elegia. Shanks drank a mouthful of liquor, his tone flat. Rein could tell something was wrong, but he couldn't be bothered to poke his nose into another man's private affairs. Then staying there is fine. Rein took another huge bite of meat and waved his hand dismissively. This sea is a madhouse, so it's better if she stays. Enough. Stop giving me that deadpan face and find a place to anchor. I've been drifting out here for half a month and my mouth has forgotten what real flavor is. Get to shore and scare up something fresh to go with the booze. Shanks immediately slapped the smile back on and shouted to his crew. Full rudder. We're camping on that deserted island ahead. Party tonight. Rein is footing the bill. The hell I am. My pockets are cleaner than my face. By evening on a deserted island beach, a campfire crackled fiercely. Dozens of men crowded around the fire drinking and playing drinking games. Rein claimed the biggest boulder lay on it, smoking a Cuban cigar, and ordered Yasopp beside him to grill Sea King meat. Turn the fire down. The outside is charred and the inside is still bloody. Are you serving sashimi? Rein kicked Yasopp in the backside. Yasopp looked as if he might cry. Brother Rein, Sea King meat is so thick that if I lower the fire it won't cook through. Just then fog suddenly rose over the sea. Ben Beckman, who had been laughing just a moment ago, froze with his cup. He turned to look at the pitch-black sea. Lucky Roo also threw down his meat chop and reached for the flintlock at his waist. A small cross radiating a faint green light drifted across the sea, cutting through the thin mist and moving slowly toward the beach. It stood at the bow of a coffin-shaped skiff with no sails at all. Rein didn't even raise his eyelids from the boulder. He kept smoking and casually tossed out a complaint. Riding a coffin when you go out. Now that's a hell of a taste. The skiff reached the shore and a foot in an immaculate black leather shoe stepped onto the sand. The newcomer wore a black hat trimmed with white fuzz. A small cross-shaped knife hung from his neck, and most striking of all, a giant black sword was slung across his back. Hawkeye, my hawk. Shanks rose from the sand, half a bowl of wine still in his hand. The drunken haze around him evaporated in an instant. He stared at the man with those keen yellow eyes as sharp as an eagle's, and his voice sank. What business do you have with me now? Shanks rested his hand on the sword at his waist. Griffin. If you've come looking for trouble, you picked the wrong day. The temperature plummeted to freezing. All the officers of the Red Hair Pirates went into combat readiness. Mihawk didn't move. His yellow eyes swept over the wary crew, not a trace of expression on his face. Relax. I'm not interested in you at the moment, Mihawk said coldly. He reached inside his coat, pulled out a crumpled scrap of paper, and flicked it. The paper shot through the air like a dart and embedded itself in the sand in front of Shanks. I just remembered a small village you once told me about, and that interesting little kid. I was passing nearby, so I thought I'd bring you some news. Shanks froze. He bent down and picked up the paper from the sand. It was the newest wanted poster. In the photo, a black-haired boy in a straw hat missing a front tooth grinned stupidly at the camera. Bold type beneath read Monkey D. Luffy. Bounty 3 berries. Lou. Luffy. Shanks's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. The next moment, he was jumping all over the beach holding the poster, laughing like a 200-pound fool. Ha ha ha. The kid finally set sail. I knew it. I knew he could do it. Realizing no fight was coming, the Red Hair Pirates around them all let out sighs of relief and hollered along. Shanks dashed over and threw an arm around Mihawk's shoulders. Come on, come on. Since you brought news this good, nobody goes home sober tonight. Party continues. Bring out 10 more barrels of booze. Rein, lying on the boulder, waved a hand. Give that to me. Shanks hastily handed over the wanted poster. Rein pinched the paper between two fingers, looked at the idiotic grin on the photo in the firelight, and burst out laughing. Huh, that old dog Garp. Rein slapped his thigh, laughing wildly. The old man spends every day trying to raise those little brats into fine Marines. Instead, the eldest ace goes and calls Whitebeard his daddy, and now the second one is running around with a 30 million berry price on his head. That old coot Garp is probably at Marineford right now, tearing his office apart in a fit of rage. Rein tossed the wanted poster into the fire, stirring the pot, just for fun. This is getting good. In a few days I'll buy 10 copies of the paper and mail them to Garp, just to discuss those wastes of space in uniforms. His voice was enormous, and every word dismissed Marine headquarters as if it were nothing. This blunt, arrogant attitude finally caught Mihawk's attention. Mihawk pulled away from Shanks and turned to look at Rein, still seated on the boulder. Those eagle-like yellow eyes sized up the tall man in the black coat. His gaze finally stopped on the supreme grade blade, Huido, hanging crosswise at Rein's waist. In that instant, the stagnant calm in Mihawk's eyes changed. Like a boulder thrown into dead water. A pitch-black sharkskin grip. A dark red blood groove. Mihawk's hand drifted unconsciously toward the little cross at his chest, and his voice for the first time was charged with fierce battle intent. The Huido that once split the Holy Land married Geos all but single-handedly. Rein. Lei Yan dug at his ear, shifted into a more comfortable position, and didn't give Mihawk a single direct look. What? Did the old men of the world government finally scrape enough money together to hire a legal pirate like you to take my head? I have no interest in the world government's money. Mihawk took a step forward, his hand already reaching behind his back to grip the hilt of the great black blade Yuru. I have spent half my life pursuing the ultimate in swordsmanship, since I've run into a living legend here. Clang. A crisp blade cry resounded across the island. The enormous black blade Yoru was drawn, casting a cold gleam over half the beach. Mihawk held the black sword out, level, its tip aimed directly at Lei Yan. Show me the level of the swordsmanship that is said to have cut the red line. The moment those words left his mouth, the red hair pirates, who had been in a boisterous mood, went absolutely silent. Lucky Rue's meat hit the ground again. Is this man insane? He's picking a duel with Lei Yan, that monster. Shanks hurried over to smooth things over. He knew better than anyone how heavy Lei Yan's fists could be. Hey, Hawkeye. Brother Lei Yan has a nasty temper. Don't look for trouble in the middle of the night. Put the sword away. Don't stop him. Lei Yan cut Shanks off. He rose slowly from the boulder. With his 198-meter frame and billowing coat, he suddenly seemed to loom over them like a mountain. He rolled his neck and his joints let out a crisp crack. He spat out his cigar, crushed it under his foot, and dragged the corner of his mouth into a grin. I've spent these past days at sea until my bones are practically rusting. I've been looking for someone to help me stretch them. Lei Yan rested his hand lazily on the hilt at his waist, but he did not draw. He looked at Mihawk. There was no trace of friendly sparring in his eyes, only the lazy amusement of a predator sizing up prey. But Lei Yan pushed open the guard of Huado with his thumb, revealing a sliver of gleaming cold steel, then pointed at Shanks, who still hadn't had time to react. A junior with a little black cross like you isn't worth a glance. Even in a fight you wouldn't make me sweat. Lei Yan's voice was low, but every syllable was unbearably arrogant. Shanks, draw your griffin. Lei Yan grinned wide. Then a violent, soul-shattering dark gold conqueror's haki exploded from his body. Yonko, the world's greatest swordsman. Those titles sound scary. Lei Yan flicked his thumb, and Huado slid completely from its sheath. Dark gold lightning coiled around the blade in an instant, and a sharp, scorched smell filled the air. Why don't the two of you come at me together? Let me get a proper feel for just how much weight this damn new era of yours really carries. The moment the words ended, Shanks scratched his red hair, tossed his sake bowl onto the sand with a helpless look, and in one motion drew the griffin from his waist. What a pain, Shanks sighed, tossing a helpless glance toward the hawk-eyed swordsman. Hey, don't say I didn't warn you. Don't hold back against this guy. If you do, you'll die. Mihawk ignored Shanks entirely. His yellow eyes were fixed squarely on Lei Yan. The sand beneath his feet exploded violently. Not a single word was said. Mihawk's figure blurred into an afterimage, appearing instantly directly above Lei Yan. The massive black blade Yoru carried a terrifying slash that tore the air apart, cleaving straight down at Lei Yan's face. Lei Yan gripped the hilt of the still-sheathed Huado with one hand, casually lifting his wrist upward. Clang. Sparks scattered. Is that all the strength you've got? Lei Yan sneered. Did you skip dinner, or is that giant cross weighing you down so much it's draining you? Mihawk's pupils constricted sharply. This was a full-power two-handed strike, yet it had been blocked with a single hand, using a scabbard no less. Before Mihawk could change his stance, Lei Yan twisted his wrist violently. Dark gold haki erupted instantly from Huado's scabbard, and an unreasonable, overwhelming force surged through the black blade Yoru, slamming into Mihawk's arms. Bang! Mihawk let out a muffled grunt, his entire body blasted back like a cannonball, plowing two deep furrows dozens of meters long across the sand, before he finally managed to steady himself. Stop daydreaming. Here it comes. Shanks's voice rang out from Lei Yan's right. Crimson Conqueror's haki coiled around the blade of Griffin like a tangible force. The sword tip aimed directly at Lei Yan's ribs. Now that's a little more interesting. Lei Yan laughed. Without even looking at Shanks's sword technique, he simply lifted his left leg and kicked straight at the blade. Armament haki enveloped his leather shoe. Clang. The leg and the blade collided with an ear-splitting metallic ring. Shanks felt the right hand gripping his sword go numb, the webbing between his thumb and forefinger split open, and Griffin nearly tore loose from his grip. In the distance, the officers of the Red Hair Pirates had already retreated to a safe distance, crouching behind a ridge of rocks to watch the show. Lucky Rue gnawed on a half-raw meat chop, mumbling indistinctly, "So how many moves do you think the boss and the Hawkeye can last against Brother Lei Yan?" "Hard to say." Yasop, aiming his rifle scope at the battlefield, said, "I'd say it's shaky. Brother Lei Yan hasn't even fully drawn his sword. He's just toying with them like children." At the center of the battlefield, Mihawk had already launched another attack. His proud swordsmanship had become an absolute joke in front of Lei Yan. No matter how viciously he slashed Lei and casually parried every strike with the undrawn blade. Too slow. Are you trying to cut tofu with that sword? Lei Yan slammed the pommel of his sword into Mihawk's shoulder, driving the world's strongest swordsman onto one knee, shattering the rock beneath his knee to pieces. Mihawk gritted his teeth. Frustration. In all his years, he had never fought such a suffocating battle. His opponent simply dominated him in every way: strength, speed, haki, swordsmanship. An absolute flawless overwhelming. It was like an adult toying with two toddlers just learning to walk. Hey, Hawkeyes, dodge, Shanks shouted. He knew ordinary techniques were useless against Leon. If they didn't pull out their ace moves today, they wouldn't even earn the right to make Leon draw his sword. Shanks leaped high, raising Griffin overhead in midair. He poured every ounce of his Conqueror's and Armament Haki into the blade without reservation. Red-black lightning crackled wildly, and even the clouds above twisted into a gigantic maelstrom. Such a terrifying aura caused all the Red Hair crew members in the distance to change expression. That is, Yasopp lowered his rifle. The captain's ultimate move. Lucky Root even stopped chewing on his meat. Shanks's eyes bulged and he slashed the sword ruthlessly down at Lei and directly ahead. Divine Departure. The furious sword energy formed a crimson crescent darting straight for Leion's face. Leon, who had been using his scabbard to smack Mihawk, suddenly brightened at the familiar stance. Oh, I know that one well. Leon didn't dodge at all. Instead, he shoved Huido back into his waistband. Then his hand moved to the other famous blade at his waist, the supreme grade sword Ace left to him by Roger. Since you want to play at that, let me teach you what the authentic version looks like. Clang. The legendary blade, Ace, left its sheath. Leon held the sword in one hand, and his aura transformed with a violent shift. A dark gold Conqueror's Haki erupted skyward 10 times more ferocious than Shanks's, smashing the red-black lightning in the air into nothing. No fancy extra movements. Leon raised the sword exactly the same way at the exact same angle and swept it down. Divine Departure. The moment the words fell, a colossal dark gold blade wave, devastating in its magnitude, burst from the sword and slammed head-on into Shanks's crimson crescent. There was absolutely no stalemate. Like a knife through butter, the dark gold energy instantly crushed Shanks's attack, its momentum undiminished as it swept forward with the force of an avalanche. Damn it! Shanks cursed with no time to dodge. He could only brace Griffin horizontally across his chest to take the blow. Seeing this, the hawk-eyed Mihawk hurriedly raised Yoru and pressed it against Shanks's side for support. Boom. A thunderous crash shook the earth. The two were like they had been hit head-on by a sea train going at full speed. Yoru and Griffin trembled violently, sparks spraying from the blades. Mihawk and Shanks resisted with all their might, yet couldn't hold against the monstrous force. They were pushed backward, sliding over 100 meters. Finally, with a heavy thud, the two slammed into the cliff wall at the edge of the deserted island, leaving person-shaped craters. The residual sword waves swept across the ocean, carving out a bottomless chasm from the sea. The entire islet was dead silent. Even the sound of waves crashing against rocks seemed to vanish. In the distance, the jaws of the Red Hair pirates collectively dropped onto the sand, and they were too stunned to recover for a long while. Leon flipped his wrist, performing an elegant flourish with the legendary sword Ace, then clicked it back into its sheath. He fished out a lighter from his pocket and lit a fresh cigar. Hack cough. A violent fit of coughing came from a pile of rocks in the distance. Shanks pushed aside the rubble on top of him and crawled out, his face covered in dust. His white shirt had been reduced to tattered strips, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his sword-wielding hand shaking like a sieve. Mihawk beside him was hardly any better. His top hat had long since flown off into nowhere, his refined black cloak was in shreds, and Yoru was stuck upside down in the ground nearby. He propped one hand on his knee, gasping for air, while his eyes remained fixed on Leon as he approached. Leon strode up to the two and gave them a glance. Already done. Leon bit his cigar, looking unsatisfied. That wasn't even a warm-up for me, and you two are already in this state. The current emperors and the world's greatest swordsmen, are they this watered down? Shanks plopped down onto the ground and tossed Griffin aside. No more, no more. Shanks waved his hands without the slightest dignity, shouting at full volume, how are we even supposed to fight? You didn't use a single move of your own, you smashed us with someone else's. Winning against you would be like seeing a ghost. He spoke with utter confidence, not the slightest trace of frustration at having lost. Mihawk straightened up, pulled Yoru from the ground, and slid it into its sheath on his back with a shing. This proud, arrogant world's strongest swordsman now looked at Leon with eyes devoid of provocation or battle intent. Only profound reverence remained. There was always a sky above the sky. Today he had truly witnessed what the absolute pinnacle meant. That helplessness before absolute power and Haki shattered the pride he had once held. I lost. Mihawk lowered his head, yet his voice was remarkably calm. Your swordsmanship and strength are far beyond my reach. I concede wholeheartedly. Leon raised an eyebrow and reached out to pat Mihawk's shoulder. The force almost sent the Hawkeye tumbling back into the crater. Kid, you've got good eyes. At least you know when to admit defeat. Leon blew out a smoke ring. Your swordsmanship is actually decent. You have solid fundamentals and a fast swing. It's just that your Haki training is like straining to shit, all blocked up. Go practice more. Don't carry that damn cross around all day cutting down small fry to show off. That path leads nowhere. Mihawk was left deeply choked by these words, but he didn't dare say a single word in retort. To receive a critique from such a monster was already invaluable. Leon turned to look at Shanks, who was sitting on the ground. As for you, Brad. Leon walked over and kicked Shanks right in the calf. You've learned Divine Departure quite passably. The aura you showed just now had a bit of Roger's flavor from back in the day. Hearing this, Shanks froze for a moment, then grinned brightly. To receive such praise from Lei and this beating was well worth it. All right, stop playing dead on the ground. Lei and Yan then barked at the red hair crew, still watching in the distance. What are you all looking at? Fatso, is my Sea King meat done yet? Bring me some booze fast. After all that fighting, I'm dying of thirst. The red hair crew members woke from their daze and scrambled to relight the fire and haul over wine barrels. Half an hour later, the banquet on the beach grew lively once again. Lei sat grandly in the seat of honor, clutching an entire roasted leg in his left hand, while guzzling straight from a barrel in his right. Shanks, his face battered and swollen, pressed close by Lei side, grinning as he poured wine for Lei. Even Mihawk, normally aloof, sat quietly at a short distance, cradling a glass of wine, occasionally glancing at the man who was loudly cursing that the grilled meat was too salty. There was an indefinable longing faintly growing in his eyes. Brother Lei. Shanks raised his glass and moved closer to ask, did you come to the New World this time, just to beat me up? It's a side errand. Lei tossed his bone aside, wiped his mouth. With time to spare, I might as well go borrow some money from Kaido. You're going to pick a fight with the beast pirates. Shanks was taken aback. Lei grinned, flashing his white teeth, just collecting some toll fees. I'm a bit short on cash lately. Besides, I had a hand in his occupation of Wano. There's no reason not to take advantage of that bargain. He stood up, brushed the sand off his trench coat, and stretched widely against the sea breeze. This sea is getting more and more interesting, but... Lei shot a glance at Shanks. You juniors want to stir up the waters, but you'll have to eat a few more years of rice before you're ready. With that, Lei kicked an empty barrel, flying, laughing heartily as he walked toward the battered ship, docked not far away. I'm out of here. Put this meal on your tab. Next time we meet, don't be such a pushover. Watching Lei swagger away, Shanks touched the bruise on his face and exchanged a glance with Mihawk. The two raised their glasses in unison. Cheers, great swordsman. Shanks laughed. For the first time ever, Mihawk raised his glass and clinked it, then drained it in one go. Wano Country, Onigashima. A dark golden sword aura sliced straight through the massive skull-shaped dome of Onigashima. Boom. Tons of rubble and shattered pillars crashed into the banquet hall, crushing the beast's pirates' grunts below into bloody pulp. The once chaotic and raucous banquet fell deathly silent at once. Who the hell is this blind fool? Dare to ruin my drinking mood. From the main seat, a colossal man rose abruptly. Kaido gripped his enormous spiked club, HSI Kai, reeking of alcohol, with bloodshot eyes glaring from beneath his horns. When he caught sight of the figure above him, that arrogant, drunken aura instantly dissipated by half. Rein, you insane dog, aren't you supposed to be rotting away in Sabaody? What business do you have causing trouble on my turf? Cut the crap. I've been losing my shirt lately, money's tight. Rein leaped forward. I'm here to borrow some cash. Kaido laughed in fury, his grip tightening on HSI Kai as dark red lightning crackled along the weapon. Borrow money. You think I run a charity out of this cursed island? Thunder 8 trigrams. His massive frame became a blur as Kaido lunged with a killing strike. The air exploded from compression, the club bearing apocalyptic force aimed straight for Rein's head. Too slow, you old loach. Rein sneered, stepping back half a pace with his left leg without even drawing his blade. He gripped the scabbard of Huido with one hand and swung directly at the club that dwarfed his entire body. Clang! The deafening clash shattered every eardrum in the hall. Jinbe and Queen barely unsheathed their weapons before the shockwave from the collision blasted them both into the walls. Kaido's palms split open instantly, blood welling up. His legendary strength was useless against Rein. It was like striking an unyielding steel mountain, unable to gain even an inch of ground. Is that all you've got? Rein twisted his wrist sharply, guiding the scabbard up along the club's spikes before driving it upward in a devastating blow that connected squarely with Kaido's jaw. Boom. Kaido's massive body was launched into the air, spinning 3 times before crashing through the stone wall behind him. Amid the rising dust, a massive cyan dragon emerged, roaring as it writhed through the dark clouds overhead. Rein, don't get cocky. Hot breath. A pillar of scorching flame descended from the heavens, aimed straight at Rein. You're just a scaled snake playing pretend to be a dragon. Rein flicked away his half-burnt cigar. Swish. Huido finally left its scabbard. With the blade in hand, he glanced not at the inferno above, but casually swept upward. A dark golden crescent wave of sword energy tore through the void, splitting the heat blast cleanly in two as it surged upward. The attack maintained its momentum and struck the cyan dragon midair. Splat! Thick dragon blood rained down like a torrent. The cyan dragon let out a piercing scream as its left horn was sheared off, completely crashing onto the square below. White smoke enveloped Kaido as he reverted to human form, collapsing into the rubble, while clutching his bleeding head, his eyes wide with sheer terror. This monster's power had only intensified with age, far more brutal than before. Rein methodically sheathed Huido at his waist, approached Kaido, and planted his foot on the severed dragon horn. Listen carefully, I'm not wasting words on you. Rein held up 4 fingers. How much was that bounty on your head? 611 billion berry, right. Here's my offer. Pay me and keep your life. Queen beside him dropped his cigar in shock. Who pays protection money based on their own bounty? What, too much? Should I chop that fat pig too for a round number? Rein glanced at Queen coldly, his gaze as dead as a corpse. Queen's jiggling flesh went still as he quickly shut his mouth. Kaido ground his teeth, staring at Rein for a long moment before finally letting go, deflated like a popped balloon. Get the money from the vault. Give it to him. Half an hour later, Rein strode out of Onigashima, carrying massive sacks filled with gold and premium sea stone. Before leaving, he also swiped several premium barrels from Kaido's wine cellar. The New World Tado Land waters Whole Cake Island. Today a grand tea party was underway, decorations strung everywhere, tables laden with animated sweets come to life. Boom. The main gate and half the wall collapsed inward from a single kick. The chess pawn guards crumbled instantly. Charlotte, Kukuri, Perispero, and the rest of Big Mom's executives rose in unison, bracing for battle. Rein carried the sacks through the breached entrance, scanning the room before his eyes landed on the woman seated on the enormous throne at the main table. Then Rein froze completely. He rubbed his eyes and stared again. The woman stood over 8 meters tall, layers of fat cascading over her frame, heavy makeup accentuating her features, wearing a massive pink dress as she shoved a handful of caramel-filled cream puffs into her cavernous mouth. Holy shit. Rein instinctively cursed, pointing at the figure on the throne. Where'd this fat hag come from? Go fetch your captain, Charlotte Lynn. I'm in a hurry. The hall fell deathly silent. Every child gasped in shock, and Katakuri's trident warped under his grip. What did you say? Big Mom ceased chewing, her massive face contorting as her eyes blazed red, and the homie Prometheus atop her head erupted in infernal flames. Rein studied Big Mom closely but couldn't find any trace of the woman she used to be, his disgust unmistakable. No way. You're really Lynn. Rein tossed the sack aside, struggling to process what he was seeing. Back on the rock ship, you were a stunning beauty with a slim waist and long legs. What kind of pig farm did you attend for the past few decades to end up looking like this? The words struck directly at Charlotte Lynn's most sensitive spot. Rein, I'll kill you. Big Mom shrieked, piercingly snatching the bicorn hat Napoleon, which morphed into a massive sword. Conqueror's Haki erupted like a tangible storm, overwhelming the entire venue. All the windows shattered around them, weaker children collapsing with foaming mouths. Wakwa. Big Mom gripped the sword with both hands and brought it down with devastating force toward Rein. A pink shockwave swept through the room like a hurricane, leveling the long table and barreling straight for Rein's face. Her temper's gotten worse with age, classic menopause. Rein's feet remained planted, advancing rather than retreating. He didn't draw Huedo. Instead, his left hand pulled forth Ace, the legendary sword bestowed by Roger. Dark golden lightning instantly coiled around the blade. With a single arm, Rein charged through the massive shockwave and slashed straight ahead. Thunderous booms echoed as the entire cake castle split down the middle, revealing a bottomless chasm. Rein didn't retreat an inch. He deflected Big Mom's attack with a reverse strike, and the recoil sent her sprawling backward until she crashed onto the throne behind her, shattering it. Rein rested Ace on his shoulder, surveying the destruction with cold eyes. Enough with the embarrassment. He spat. I'm not here to fight. I'm short on cash. Don't waste my time, old hag. 388 billion berry, exact amount handed over now. Big Mom rose from the rubble, trembling with rage. In your dreams. Think I'm easy to push around. Save the tough act. Rein smirked. Truth is, I just came from Onigashima. That old loach Kaido's already beaten into submission. He paid without hesitation, no complaints. Big Mom froze. Kaido, being blackmailed. She glanced at the enormous sacks at Rein's feet, the beast's pirate's emblem clearly visible, the sea stone glow emanating from within unmistakable. Big Mom's expression shifted rapidly. She was crazy, not foolish. Fighting Rein here would sink all of Tado Land, and that monster couldn't be killed. After weighing her options, Big Mom gritted her teeth and waved. Katakuri, get the money from the treasury. Give it to him, and tell him to scram. I never want to see him again in my life. Rein smiled, sheathing his blade. Could have saved us all the trouble if you just paid up front. Don't worry, I wouldn't look at you twice even if you paid me. Amid the murderous glares of the executives, Rein slung the treasure from Big Mom's vault over his shoulder, combined with Kaido's share, nearly 9 billion berry, and strolled out of Tado Land whistling. Sabaody Archipelago GR13 extortion bar. Thump, thump, thump. From massive black waterproof sacks landed heavily on the wooden bar counter. Blinding golden light seeped from the loosely tied sacks, and ruby-red gems the size of pigeon eggs rolled onto the floor. Baby Crag's cigarette fell from her mouth with a click as she stared wide-eyed at the mountain of treasure. Rein, where have you been all this time? Baby Crag picked up a nearly pure gold ingot. You didn't raid the Marineford Armory again, did you, eh? Rayleigh, wiping glasses nearby, joined them and weighed the sacks. Judging by the pattern on these cloth wraps, that's Wano craftsmanship. Did you go deep into the new world? Don't ask, just collecting some old debts. Rein tossed his wind-scented black coat aside and claimed the softest armchair with a confident sprawl. He reached over and grabbed an unopened bottle of aged rum from Baby Crag's counter, flicked the cap off with his thumb, and downed a hearty gulp. Went to Onigashima to rough up Kaido, that old loach, then detoured to Whole Cake Island to piss off Charlotte Lynn. Rein propped his legs on the table and let out a contented sigh. These two old bastards haven't improved at all, just gotten fatter than pigs. This nearly 9 billion berry is their respectful tribute to their elders. Rayleigh's eye twitched. Only Rein could describe storming into a Yonko's stronghold to steal money as casually as buying cabbage at the market. Hit the jackpot, boss lady. Rein tapped the table. Convert this to bills. Tonight, I'm taking over Sabaity's fanciest casino. Gonna play big. Baby Crag rolled her eyes and dragged the sacks away expertly. With your attitude, even if I gave you a mountain of gold, you'd burn through it in less than a year. At that moment, the pub's door chime rang. With a rustling sound, a newspaper-delivering seagull in a marine cap squeezed through the doorway, dropped a fresh, ink-scented paper on the bar, and extended its wing for a tip. Rayleigh tossed a coin casually. The seagull chirped satisfactorily and flew off. Rayleigh unfolded the paper, his gaze drifting over the front page, then froze. His relaxed expression vanished in an instant. Rayleigh kept staring at the newspaper in his hands. For a long time, he did not turn a single page. He even forgot the glass of liquor in front of him. Shaki keenly sensed something wrong with her old partner. The moment she leaned over and caught sight of the page, the cigarette between her fingers slipped and dropped with a soft tap onto the solid wood bar, scorching a black mark into its surface. Both of you look like you've seen a ghost. Rein bit down on his cigar, swung his long legs off the edge of the table, and flicked the ash from the hem of his trench coat. Or did that old dog Sengoku finally get so fed up with Garp's nonsense that he announced he's stepping down in disgrace? Rayleigh's expression darkened as he shoved the newspaper directly in front of Rein. The front page headline commanded the entire page. There were no flashy illustrations, only rows of stark black boldface type, and a large black and white photograph of Ace, wearing sea-stone handcuffs, his face smeared with blood. See for yourself. Rayleigh's voice carried a rare note of dryness. Rein cast a sidelong glance. World Government and Marine Headquarters, Joint Supreme, Decree Public Notice. Prisoner name Portgas D. Ace. Epithet Fire Fist. Identity 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. User of the Logia type, Flame Fruit. Bounty 550000 Belly. Capture details captured by Marshal D. Teach during the Battle of Bonero Island and handed over to the Marines for imprisonment. Current place of detention: impelled down the underwater Great Prison Level 6, Infinite Hell. Execution decree ordered by the highest authority of the world government. The execution will be publicly broadcast from the plaza of Marine Headquarters at Marineford. Purpose of execution: to purge the surviving bloodline of Pirate King Roger, warn every pirate in the world, and demonstrate the absolute justice of the Marines. After scanning those lines, Rein did not draw his sword or overturn the table on the spot, as Rayleigh and Shaki had imagined. He did not even pause on that page for 1 second. With a casual motion, he flipped the newspaper over and began browsing the back page ads for VIP private rooms at the major casinos on the Sabaody Archipelago. That's all. Rein yawned, picked up his glass, and took a big swallow. That's all. Shaki's voice shot up sharply. Rein, this is Ace, Roger's own flesh and blood. And now the world government is putting him on the chopping block in a public execution. I know how to read, damn it. No need for you to recite it to me with all that melodrama. Rein dug at his ear impatiently. Rein Sengoku's move is far too vicious. Rayleigh sat up straight and tapped his fingers heavily against the table. Deliberately choosing this exact moment to reveal Roger's bloodline is meant to set the entire world against Ace. It's not just slapping Whitebeard in the face. It's wiping out the very last trace Roger left in this world. Then let it be wiped out. Rein flicked his cigar ash without a care. Back then, all I promised Roger was that the kid would be born safely. I never signed an indentured contract to be his lifelong nanny. Now the kid is 17 or 18 with a bounty of over 500 million. He's counted as someone important on this sea. Being a pirate means living with your life on the line. You cut someone down today, out tomorrow someone cuts you down. Nothing could be more normal. He was captured because he was outmatched. Are we supposed to blame the Marines for fighting dirty? Rayleigh choked on those words and was silent for a long while. The reasoning was sound enough, but on this sea, how many people could set aside personal attachments so cleanly? That brat back in Fusha village and in the New World kept calling him father one moment and pops the next endlessly. Who caught him? Rein asked casually. Marshal D. Teach. That name sounds somewhat familiar. He was an old crewman aboard Whitebeard's ship. A while ago he killed Thatch, the 4th Division commander, stole the dark fruit, and deserted. Shaki pulled an intelligence file out from under the counter. I heard he fought Ace on Bonero Island when Ace went after him. Ace was defeated and captured. Now this Blackbeard is using Ace to make a deal with the world government. He has already taken the warlord of the sea seat left vacant by Crocodile. Oh, now I remember. In Rein's mind surfaced the image of a fat, toothless man shoveling cherry pie into his mouth. Rock's son. Later he latched onto Whitebeard and spent all his time hiding among the crowd, playing the obedient nobody. I've long said that bastard had treachery written all over his face. That dim-eyed old Newgate raised him like his own son anyway. Now look. He raised an ungrateful wolf, and it bit the 2nd Division commander, sent him to prison, and traded that for its own future. This isn't the time to discuss Blackbeard. Rayleigh pressed a hand on the intelligence file. This is definitely a killing trap the world government has been plotting for a long time. A live-streamed execution across the seas. It's plainly forcing Whitebeard to risk his life at Marineford. The Marine headquarters must have already assembled every ounce of its strength. At Whitebeard's age, if he goes, he won't come back. What the hell does that old mud eel going and never coming back have to do with me? Rein pressed the spent cigar into the ashtray. Doesn't Edward Newgate claim to be the strongest man in the world? They're publicly executing his adopted son. If he still won't go, he might as well sink the Moby Dick and go home to farm. Rein. Shaki slapped the bar hard. Are you really going to wash your hands of this? Ace is loud and rough around the edges, sure, but before he left for the New World, he went out of his way to come see you. No. Rein waved his hand with unyielding finality. I'm a mercenary. I get paid, and then I do the job. Go to Marineford to snatch someone away. That old dog Sengoku is guaranteed to be waiting in full battle array with his underwear on the outside. Do I look like I've got nothing better to do than take on such a thankless job? And besides, who's going to foot my bill? Whitebeard, that penniless bastard. Or Garp, that old deadbeat who has to put even his son Bay on the tab. Or you. Besides, that old bastard Garp is probably feeling worse than anyone else right now. Rein burst into gleeful, gloating laughter. He's always shouting about raising his grandson into the strongest Marine. Look how that turned out. His blood grandson shouts that he wants to be the pirate king, and his adopted grandson is about to be executed right before his eyes. This is way too entertaining. I'd better order 50 copies of the newspaper and mail them straight to Garp's office at Marineford. I guarantee it'll make him so angry he stews Sengoku's goat. Watching Rein wear that utterly unconcerned expression, Rayleigh let out a helpless sigh. Bang! The weather-beaten old wooden door of Shaki's rip-off bar suffered the most brutal impact of its life today. The door panel slammed straight inward. A dark blur in a red vest and straw hat came tumbling into the main hall, trailing a rapid burst of noise. Uncle Rayleigh! Uncle Rayleigh! Something terrible has happened. It's a disaster. Luffy lay sprawled on the floor, clutching a newspaper soaked in sweat and crumpled into a soggy mess, and bellowed at the top of his lungs. He scrambled to his feet and was about to go pester Shaki, who was smoking behind the counter. He shifted his gaze and found himself staring directly at the man sitting in the single-seat sofa in the VIP corner. Rein wore his signature black trench coat, his long legs propped carelessly on the solid wood coffee table. He held a glass of freshly poured aged rum in one hand, half a cigar clenched between his teeth, and was watching Luffy with obvious amusement. The two stared at each other. Luffy's face, which had been urgent a moment ago, froze. His mouth gaped wide enough to fit a fist. Uncle Rein, you're here too. Luffy pointed at Rein so hard his eyes nearly popped out. No shit. Is Sabaody Archipelago your family's property now? Do I have to ask your permission to drink here? Rein took the cigar from his mouth and pointed with the toe of his leather shoe at the shattered wooden door on the floor. First pay for the door. Shaki put it on this Straw Hat Kid's tab. Don't let him leave without coughing up 10 million. Luffy couldn't care less about the door right now. He rushed over, slapped the crumpled newspaper onto the coffee table, and threw himself in front of Rein. Uncle, forget the door. Look at the news. They caught Ace. The Marines are going to kill him at that place, Marineford. Luffy hopped around frantically, his hat nearly falling off. Rein glanced at the front page headline, without even lifting an eyelid. Your Uncle Rayleigh already read that damn newspaper out loud a minute ago. No need for you to repeat it. Rein took a sip from his glass. To be honest, he took a pretty decent photo, but those handcuffs really cheapen the look. How can you not be worried at all? Luffy tore at his own hair in a frenzy. That's Ace. He's always called you his father, hasn't he? On hearing those words, Rein. Don't claim kinship out of nowhere. That little bastard calls me that on his own. I never agreed to it. I've had plenty of lovers out there, which one ever gave me a son? Luffy scrambled up from the floor, craning his neck and yelling, but he's about to die. Then he brought it on himself. Rein blew out a thick plume of smoke, his tone utterly flat. He went out to hunt down a traitor under the title of Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander. And then what? He got flattened by a fat man who spent decades on that ship playing the coward. He was too weak, so he got caught and turned into a bounty. That's the road he picked. Once you become a pirate, getting your head chopped off is only a matter of time. What's there to make a fuss about? Don't tell me I'm supposed to go be his full-time nanny. Luffy's eyes went red. No, I must save him. Uncle, you're so strong. Please come with me. Let's smash Marine headquarters to pieces. Rein looked at Luffy as if he were an idiot. What's in your head, Seawater? Smash Marineford. Why the hell would I do that? Luffy froze for a second. Because Ace. Cut that crap. I'm a mercenary. I work only for money, not for personal ties or sentimental garbage. Rein cut him off. Snatch someone from Marine headquarters. That old dog Sengoku has surely rolled out all 3 admirals and 100,000 elite troops by now. Who knows, the warlords of the sea might be standing guard too. This job is too risky. It costs extra. Luffy's eyes lit up the moment he heard that it was only about money. He immediately began digging frantically through the pockets of his faded, wash-worn shorts. He rummaged for a long time. Then he pulled out 3 mud-covered coins, half of a leftover bone-in grilled meat, and a colorful glass marble picked up from who knows where. Slap. Luffy carefully pushed this pile of junk across the coffee table toward Rein. Uncle, all my treasure is here. Hire you, please. Luffy's face was utterly serious. Rein stared at the half-eaten meat bone on the table for a full 3 seconds, the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitching wildly. What do you take me for? A stray dog on the roadside? Rein swept the junk to the floor with one smack. Then he grabbed Luffy by the vest and hoisted him into the air. Open your damn eyes and look over there. Rein pointed at the 4 big black sacks stuffed full beside the bar. Shaki was smoking a cigarette as she pulled gold bars out of the sack stack after stack, with several big handfuls of rubies the size of pigeon eggs scattered beside them. The glittering gold nearly blinded Luffy. See that? That's the toll money I just collected in the New World. Close to 9 billion berries. Rein stared straight into Luffy's eyes, each word deliberate. You want to hire me? Fine. Bring me 10 billion berries. If you're even 1 coin short, I won't budge. Luffy gritted his teeth, stared back into Rein's eyes, and didn't back down. He suddenly shouted, fine. 10 billion it is. I'll write you an IOU. Once I find the One Piece and become Pirate King, I'll give it all to you. Rein laughed mockingly and casually tossed Luffy back onto the floor. Forget it. By the time you become Pirate King, the weeds on my grave will be 2 meters tall. Besides, whether you can even make it to Marineford alive is anyone's guess. A dead man's IOU. I wouldn't use it to wipe my ass, that's too stiff. Rayleigh, who had been silent the whole time, sighed and walked over to pull Luffy up. Luffy, Rein's words are rough, but the reasoning is sound. This matter is not as simple as you think. Rayleigh put away his usual smile, his expression more serious than it had ever been. If the world government dares to publicly execute Roger's bloodline before the entire world, they have spread an inescapable net and are plainly waiting for the Whitebeard pirates to walk into it. That's a meat grinder battlefield big enough to churn the whole sea. At your current strength, if you get swept in, you won't even make a splash. Going there would only be throwing your life away. Uncle Rayleigh, even you say that. Luffy hung his head, his fists clenched so hard that his nails dug into his palms. The bar fell silent for a moment. I don't care. Luffy suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with stubborn single-mindedness. Even if I have to go alone, I'm going. If I can't even save my own brother, how can I call myself the Pirate King? I'll go seize a marine warship right now and head to that prison, whatever it's called. Rein clapped and cheered from the side, looking like a man who loved watching the world burn. Yo, big talk. Since you're so resolved, go ahead and get yourself killed. At impel down. You don't even know which way the front gate faces. Don't feed the Sea Kings on the way. Luffy turned and ran outside. Rein dusted off his hands and slowly rose to his feet. He walked to the bar, scooped up 2 big handfuls of the largest denomination bills from the pile of cash Shaki had just counted and casually stuffed them into the inner pocket of his trench coat. Really, what are you spacing out for? Let's go. Rein slung an arm around Rayleigh's shoulder. I heard a big new casino opened on Grove 1, and there's a fishman dealer who deals cards incredibly fast. It's my treat today. Let's go strip that casino down to the house's underwear. Rayleigh looked resigned. He struggled twice, but couldn't break free from that monster's strength. Going gambling at a time like this? You've got some nerve. Rayleigh gave a wry smile. None of my damn business. Rein dragged Rayleigh across the bar's threshold. That old dog Garp is probably more stressed out than anyone right now. Why should we go sticking our noses into that mess? They had just stepped onto the street. Uncle Rein. Luffy, sprinting in the distance, suddenly turned back and shouted. Rein stopped, but didn't turn around. I'm definitely going to save Ace. When I do, don't be shocked. Luffy's voice echoed through the noisy streets, carrying the fierce resolve of a man who had burned all bridges. Rein twitched the corner of his mouth, bit down on his cigar, and ignored him completely. In the Navy headquarters building at Marineford, inside the marshal's office. Bang! Garp slammed his fist onto the solid wooden desk, punching a hole straight through the tabletop. The goat that usually lounged in the corner chewing newspapers let out a startled baa and dove under the sofa, trembling in fear. Sengoku, have you got nothing but mush in your head? A public execution, and you're broadcasting it across the entire sea. Garp, wearing his dog head cap, was covered in dark veins of fury, spit flying across Sengoku's desk. Sengoku sat behind the ruined desk, massaging his throbbing temples. Over the past few days, his hair had been falling out in clumps, and now his hands came away slick with oil and sweat. Stop yelling at me. Sengoku slammed the armrest and stood up. Capturing Ace was a decision from the highest levels of the world government. He's Roger's son. He carries the blood of the world's most heinous criminal. The fact that you managed to keep this hidden for so long is already a serious dereliction of duty. What do you intend to protect him openly now? Protect him, my ass. Garp stomped in fury. I watched that boy grow up. He may have Roger's blood, but he's never done a single thing to harm heaven or earth. Never done anything. Sengoku laughed in disbelief and slammed a newspaper down in front of Garp. He's the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates with a bounty of 550 million berry. And you're telling me he's a law-abiding citizen? Garp, where has the brain of the Navy's hero gone? Garp was left speechless. He plopped down onto the sofa, pulled a crumpled bag of sunbae from his pocket, crushed the crackers in his hand, and shoved them into his mouth, crunching loudly. The sound was fiercer than if he were gnawing on an enemy's bones. The old man felt nothing but frustration. On one side was the justice he had upheld for decades, on the other his own grandson. When execution day truly arrived, he feared he would not be able to hold himself back. Seeing his old comrade in such a sorry state, Sengoku sighed and softened his tone. Garp, there's no room for negotiation here. This isn't just to make an example of him. It's to force Whitebeard out and annihilate him in one stroke. Marineford is now on the highest state of combat readiness. The 3 admirals and the 7 warlords are already in position. This will be a war staking the very name of absolute justice. Garp's chewing abruptly stopped. The old man's murky eyes rolled twice before he gritted his teeth, rose suddenly, and walked over to Sengoku. Sengoku, we've known each other for decades, so let me give it to you straight, Garp said in a low voice, his old face completely devoid of humor. Do you really think this execution will only attract Whitebeard? Sengoku froze. What do you mean? Are you saying red-haired Shanks is going to stick his nose into? Shanks. He's nothing. Garp cursed loudly, his finger nearly jabbing into Sengoku's nostril. All you know is that Ace is Roger's spawn, but do you know that this brat has been running around these past few years calling another man his father? Sengoku frowned. Is it so surprising for a pirate to call someone his father? Isn't it Whitebeard? Whitebeard, my ass. Garp took a deep long breath, then squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth like toothpaste. Rein. In an instant the enormous office fell into dead silence. Sengoku stood frozen, his expression shifting from confusion to shock and finally to sheer terror, as if he had just seen a ghost in broad daylight. Who did you say? Sengoku grabbed Garp by the lapels, his voice cracking. Which Rein? Don't tell me you mean the one who split Mercenary in 2 with a single blade. No shit. On the entire sea other than that living king of hell, what fool would dare bear that name? Garp shoved Sengoku's hands away. Back then when Roger entrusted Rouge to me, that mad dog was watching from the side. After Ace was born, he even stayed with him. That stubborn brat refused to listen no matter how I beat or scolded him. He insisted on acknowledging Rein as his father. Sengoku felt the world spin before his eyes. His legs went weak and he nearly collapsed head first onto the broken desk. Good heavens. Capturing Roger's son had already dragged in Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. And now you're telling me that behind this boy also stands that Rein. The one who plays by no rules, cannot be killed no matter what, and even dared to slice celestial dragons into pieces. You old fool. Why didn't you say so earlier? Sengoku completely lost it. He grabbed the teacup on his desk and smashed it onto the floor. If you had told me sooner, I would rather have let Blackbeard haul the brat back to impel down to rot for the rest of his life than ever stage a public execution. That man's name was nothing short of a bloody taboo in the eyes of the Navy's high command and the world government. If he truly came to Marineford, how many hours would it take him to cut through this elite force of 100,000? Garp spread his hands with a look of utter shamelessness. How was I supposed to know you'd move so fast? I'd only just gotten word when the newspapers were already flooding the skies. Sengoku paced anxiously around the room, then grabbed the golden den mushi with encryption clearance from the desk. No good. This is too big for me to handle. I have to inform Mercenary immediately. The den mushi buzzed twice before connecting, its shell morphing into the images of several imposing solemn old faces. Sengoku, how are the preparations for the execution coming along? A slow condescending voice emanated from the den mushi. Saturn. Sengoku swallowed hard, his hand gripping the receiver, trembling like a sieve. Elder Stars. A huge mess has broken out. Garp just confessed that Fire Fist Ace isn't just Roger's son. He has also acknowledged Rein as his father. On the other end there was utter silence. For a full 2 minutes nothing stirred. Sengoku could even hear the crisp shatter of a fine wine glass hitting the floor. Wah! What did you say? Mars's voice carried an unmistakable, barely suppressed tremor. Sengoku steeled himself and repeated Garp's explosive revelation. At the power chamber in Mercenary, 5 old men stared at one another. That battle 7 days and 7 nights long was still a nightmare that kept them from sleeping. Half of Pangaea Castle had been destroyed, and Imsama had been forced to compromise and pay reparations. And now the Mad Dog's adopted son was going to be publicly executed on live broadcast. If that money-obsessed lunatic got provoked, would he really charge straight up the red line for another zero-cost shopping spree? Sengoku. Garp snatched the den mushi and bellowed. Since even those old men up there are scared, find an excuse to release Ace before the day comes. Just say we arrested the wrong person and cancel the broadcast. Garp was grasping at this last lifeline for dear life. But after a brief silence, a harsh reprimand came through the den mushi. Absolutely not. Peter Saint slammed his hand on the table, his voice transmitted through the den mushi cold as ice. The notice of execution has already been sent to the entire world. Countless pirates and allied nations are watching. If we release him now, we'd be announcing to the world that the world government and the Navy are afraid of a mere pirate. That would be a devastating blow to the world government's prestige. Utterly unacceptable. Garp laughed in fury. Fine. Cut off your nose to spite your face. Then just wait for that mad dog to level Marineford to the ground. Garp, watch your tone when speaking to your superiors. Saturn ground his teeth and spoke. That man is certainly fearsome, but he is only one man after all. And after all these years it remains to be seen whether he can even lift his sword anymore. This is Marineford, our home turf. Sengoku, mobilize every last force. The 3 admirals, the 7 warlords of the sea, and every weapon of war. Deploy them all. If he truly dares to come, then we'll take him and Whitebeard down together and thoroughly sever the root of this old era's calamity. Clean up. With what? With your half-buried old bones to fill the sea, or with the few remaining strands of hair on Sengoku's head to block the blades? Garp's booming voice rattled the encrypted din mushi on the table until it trembled. In the spacious office of the fleet admiral, only Garp's heavy breathing remained. Startled, Sengoku clapped a hand over Garp's mouth, but Garp slapped it away with one heavy swat and kicked Sengoku's rickety chair flying into the corner. Garp, how dare you? Saturn's voice crackled from the din mushi, barely restrained rage seeping through. Stuff it with your stinking dog farts. Garp sprayed spittle across the receiver. Take down Rein too. Have you forgotten how you were beaten bloody and begging for mercy at Mary Geos over a decade ago? Or do you think these 100,000 greenhorn recruits at Marineford can block that mad dog's single slash? Come on, all 5 of you come down here now and stand on the front line. I swear I'll go chop up that brat without another word. The din mushi fell completely silent. Within the vast chamber of power, 5 lofty old men were rendered speechless. They exchanged glances, none daring to take up that challenge. The shadow of that past was too deep. To step down and engage Rein in close combat would be worse than taking a bullet to the head. Sengoku wiped the cold sweat from his brow, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. His old comrade's outburst had torn through the 5 elders' hollow bluster. If they truly followed orders and fought to the death, Marineford would have to be renamed the Marine Trench. Garp picked his nose, judged that the moment was ripe, and plopped himself onto the armrest of the sofa, revealing his trump card. All right, enough of this dying for pride business. Things haven't reached the point of no return. This old man has an idea that'll let you wave the world government's authority to the heavens while keeping that mad dog Rein leashed. Mars's voice emerged from the din mushi wary. What's your plan? Garp raised a finger. Find a scapegoat. Level 6 of Impelled Down is full of nameless death row inmates. Pick one whose build and height match Ace's. On execution day, shove him onto the platform. The whole world watches the head fall on live broadcast. Who's going to know who was beheaded? Isn't that face enough? Sengoku's eyes lit up sharply. A brilliant move. It would intimidate every pirate across the seas without truly killing Ace and enraging Rein. And the real Ace? Peter asked. I'll personally go to Impelled Down, pack him up, and deliver him to the Sabaody Archipelago under cover of night, handing him straight to Rein. Garp gave a cold snort. Another long silence came from the din mushi. It was a full half-minute before Saturn spoke again. I see. And once the man is returned, he'll simply let it go. That one has never been reasonable. What if he uses this as an excuse to come to the Holy Land, demanding compensation for emotional damages? That's exactly why I say you lot don't understand him. Garp slapped his thigh and grinned. Just returning the man won't plug that mad dog's mouth. He's a born glutton, like a pie show that never spits anything out. We have to turn the tables and hire him. Hire him. Sengoku and the 5 elders exclaimed simultaneously. That's right. Spend the money and hire him. Garp grew more animated with every word, his face radiating shrewd calculation. I know that mad dog's nature best of all. Pay him enough and he'd sell himself. Get a sky-high slush fund ready. When I deliver the man, I'll slam that money right onto his table. Garp swept his hand through the air, his voice booming. I'll tell him straight your man is back without a scratch, and here's your money. On execution day, since you've taken our Marine's coin, you'll sit your ass down at Marineford. Sengoku drew in a sharp breath. This scheme was far too cunning for a brute like Garp to have cooked up on his own. Just picture that scene. The entire Whitebeard pirates force descends, ready to storm the execution platform. Then they look up and find Rein, the madman who carved up a celestial dragon, lounging in the Marines' camp, casually counting banknotes. How utterly despairing would that be for that old weasel Whitebeard? How could they even fight a war? The psychological blow alone would crush half the Whitebeard pirates' fighting spirit. On the other end of the din mushi, the 5 elders murmured among themselves. Spend a sum of money, avert a catastrophic annihilation, and gain Rein as an unexpected ally. The deal was far too favorable to pass up, no matter how much it grieved them to part with the funds. Very well. This plan is viable. Saturn's verdict was final. How much will it cost? 10 billion berries. Not a single berry less, or that mad dog won't budge an inch. Garp demanded an outrageous sum. A sharp intake of breath came from the din mushi, followed by a furious grinding of teeth. Approved. Sengoku, prepare the cash immediately. As for the task of delivering the man and negotiating at Sabaody, let Kizaru go. He's fast, Sengoku suggested. Don't be ridiculous. Garp pursed his lips. Matters like this no one else can handle but me. Leave it to me. I'll get it done. After hanging up the din mushi, Garp let out a long breath. The old man collapsed onto the sofa, wiping the sweat from his palms. Hell, every last brain cell nearly died out, but at least he'd managed to save his grandson's life. He felt a secret thrill. That mad dog Rein's name worked like a godsend as a shield. Sengoku, what are you standing there gaping for? Go withdraw the money. If you're too slow, I'll miss my late-night snack at Sabaody. Sabaody Archipelago Grove 1, the Golden Toad Casino, the largest and most luxurious on the entire island. The hall had once been thick with smoke and roaring voices, but now it was eerily quiet. Around the central VIP roulette table, spectators packed in layer upon layer, not daring to breathe too loudly. The fishman dealer's clothes were soaked through with sweat. His legs trembled like plucked strings as he stared fixedly at the man across the table. Rein, clad in his loose black trench coat, reclined grandly against the red velvet leather backrest. A freshly lit Cuban cigar dangled from his lips, and his long legs were propped right on the edge of the gambling table. "What are you staring at me for? Spin it." Rein blew out a thick ring of smoke, casually toying with the chips stacked before him. Those were no ordinary chips. They were a small mountain of specially crafted black gold chips worth more than 800 million berries in total. On the last round, Rein had bet everything and stripped the Grand Casino bare. "My lord. This amount is too large. I need to ask my boss." The fishman dealer stuttered, backing away with chattering teeth. "Ask my ass," Rein scoffed, shoving his right foot hard against the table's edge. The massive solid wood gambling table groaned under the strain. He clapped his palm onto the pitch-black sharkskin hilt of Huido at his waist, his thumb casually pushing the blade out half an inch. A crisp clang rang out as a dark gold glint flashed beneath the lights. The fishman dealer collapsed to his knees in terror. Upstairs in the surveillance room, the casino owner, a portly man with a beer belly, was pressed against the one-way glass, staring at the monitor as if his eyes were about to pop out of his skull. "Manager, who the hell is this nouveau riche bastard? He's won 800 million in one go. Even our rigged dealer can't stop him. Get the thugs in here. Seize the money and throw him into the sea." The manager, drenched in sweat and clutching a crumpled intelligence report with trembling fingers, dropped to his knees with a thud before his boss. "Boss, we can't touch him." "Absolutely can't," the manager wailed. "That man sitting downstairs. Don't you ever read the newspapers? That's Rein. Even if you gave us 10,000 times the courage, it wouldn't be enough for him to just swing his sword once." At the name Rein, the boss's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed dead stiff onto the expensive carpet. Beside the gambling table, Rayleigh sauntered over with a glass of iced rum and nudged Rein with his shoulder. "All right, keep going, and this casino owner's going to hang himself. That's about enough." Rayleigh teased with a smile. "I'm using an emperor's money to support Sabaity's local economy. Why should I go soft on winnings I earned fair and square?" Rein curled his lip, took his feet off the table, and scooped the entire mountain of 800 million berry black gold chips into a large burlap sack he'd prepared earlier. "Here, cash these out for me. Short me a single berry, and I'll tear this place apart brick by brick." Rein tossed the sack to the fishman dealer, still kneeling on the ground. The dealer scrambled on all fours, dragging the sack to the back to exchange it for cash. Rein stood up and stretched. He'd just made a long round through the new world, loosening his muscles on Kaido and Big Mom, but his body still felt a bit stiff. "So boring. I thought the biggest casino in Sabaody would have some real master guarding the house, but it turned out to be a bunch of limp shrimp." Rein stubbed his cigar out on the mahogany tabletop and turned to head out. Rayleigh followed alongside, shaking his head helplessly at the sight of Rein's restless boredom. Just as the two stepped out of the casino and were about to head back to Shaki's ripoff bar, a small ship in the pitch-black night sky, without docking at any port, fell straight out of the sky and slammed roughly onto the open ground of Grove 1. Before it even landed, that familiar hoarse, cracked voice carried across the distance. "Rein, where the hell are you making your fortune? This old man's brought you a big fat deal." Rein stopped in his tracks, raised an eyebrow, turned toward the battered ship, and curled his lips into an amused grin. Well, what wind blew in today? The old freeloading hound has shown up at Sabaody." Rein reached for the blade at his waist. "Rayleigh, tell me, this old coot shows up in the dead of night. Is he here to deliver money, or to get his ass handed to him?" Garp smashed a crater into the open ground. Before the dust had even settled, he leaped down from the deck, one hand hauling a bulging black sack. Leyen stepped forward, a cigar clamped between his teeth. He pointed at the sack in Garp's hand. "Which merchant guild did you rob? The bottom of that sack is still dripping." Garp tossed the sack onto the ground. Thud. Muffled groans came from inside. He bent down, undid the tight knot at the mouth of the sack, and kicked the sack open. A man rolled out. He was covered in wounds, with black hair and freckles on his face. His wrists were bound tight in heavy seastone cuffs, and a filthy rag was stuffed in his mouth. Wasn't this the #1 death row prisoner the papers had just run, Fire Fist Ace? Ace tumbled twice across the ground, then struggled to lift his head. When he saw Leyen standing in front of him, his bloodshot eyes suddenly brightened, and he let out muffled mmm sounds. Rayleigh laughed from the side. "Hey, it really is this brat. Garp, you work fast." Leyen looked down at Ace on the ground, then looked up at Garp's immaculate marine uniform, and blew out a thick stream of smoke. "Old man, have you completely thrown away that face of yours?" Leyen roared with laughter. "The papers announced his public execution this morning, and by tonight you're raiding Impel down to bust him out. What, you had a change of heart? Plan to peel off that dogskin uniform and become a pirate?" Garp's face reddened. He stiffened his neck and barked, "Bullshit. Do I look like the kind of man who knowingly breaks the law? I took the kid out open and above board." "Open and above board." Leyen reached over and ripped the rag out of Ace's mouth. "Has that old dog Sengoku lost his mind enough to let you take him out? Would those old bastards at Mary Geos go along with it?" Ace sucked in a harsh breath and yelled, "Pops, Leyen, I'm not dead." Shut up. I'll deal with you later. Rein kicked Ace in the backside, then turned to stare at Garp. Talk. What bargaining chip did you trade to the higher-ups for this? Garp picked at his nose, his gaze beginning to drift. Ahem. Well, it wasn't that much effort. I just told Sengoku and those 5 old bastards that Ace isn't only Roger's blood. He's got a godfather out there too. Rein's eyelid twitched. Godfather. Garp took half a step back, his voice getting quieter and quieter. I told him the kid has taken you, Rein, as his father. You've always protected the people closest to you. If you stormed Marineford on the execution day, none of us could stop you, so we might as well let the boy go. The air went dead silent. Rayleigh's hand holding his cup froze in midair, his shoulders trembling from suppressed laughter. Rein's fingers slowly squeezed the cigar, crushing the lit into shreds in his palm. He finally understood. Garp, let's talk this out. Garp backed away another 2 steps. You used my name as a shield and saddled me with the blame. Boom. A violent storm of dark gold conqueror's haki exploded from Rein. His right hand shot to the hilt of the saber Huido at his waist as dark golden lightning crackled wildly along the scabbard. I go out there busting my ass shaking down some hard-earned extortion money, and you stir up this kind of shit pile for me. Do you think that because I haven't cut you down in decades your dog head is tougher than a celestial dragon's neck? Rein stormed forward, his thumb already pressing the guard of his sword open. Now Garp was genuinely panicked. He knew all too well what happened when this mad dog lost his temper. Money. I brought money. Garp bellowed in his gravelly voice. Rein's hand on the sword guard froze. Money. Rein narrowed his eyes. How much? Garp quickly pointed at the ship. On the ship. He walked over, pulled off the black tarp, and kicked the locks open on the chests one by one. Bang. 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 The lids flew open. Inside were neat stacks of crisp, brand-new 10,000 berry bills. 10 chests gleamed with an allure that was impossible to look away from under the dim streetlights. A full 10 billion. Garp wiped off sweat. I took a huge job for you. The murderous light in Rein's eyes vanished completely. He released the hilt of Huido and strode over to the iron chests in 3 fast steps. He casually picked up a stack of bills and flicked his thumb over the edge. The crisp sound of paper rubbing together was sweeter than any legendary blade being drawn from its sheath. Cash directly approved from the world government's treasury. Garp grinned and sidled over. See, is that enough to cover your reputation damages? Not bad, you old bastard. If you have this kind of talent, why didn't you use it earlier? Rein shoved a stack of bills into his pocket and pulled out another cigar to light. The man who looked ready to kill a moment ago seemed like a completely different person. Rayleigh shook his head as he watched. This bastard changed faces faster than someone flipping a page. Is this 10 billion the price to buy his life? Rein pointed at Ace on the ground. Not entirely. Garp rubbed his hands. The execution still has to go on as planned, but the head that falls will be a stand-in pulled from impel down. This 10 billion is the fee to hire you to take a seat at Marineford on execution day. Rein stopped blowing smoke rings. He turned to stare at Garp like he was looking at a rare animal. Spend 10 billion to hire me to sit at the execution ground and watch your Marines kill a man. Rein laughed. Does the world government have so much money it needs to burn it? Just tell me whether you're taking the job. Garp rolled his eyes. You just sit there for a few hours. Do nothing. Food and drink are on us. When it's over you leave. With you planted there, Whitebeard will think twice before even dreaming of storming the execution ground. I'll take it. Why turn down free money? Rein waved his hand grandly. I'm taking the job. On execution day, I'll be there on time. Hearing Rein agree in person, the huge stone in Garp's heart finally hit the ground. The whole scheme had been sealed. Right, the money's delivered, and the boy's in your hands. I still have to hurry back to headquarters to report. Garp turned and left. Take care, I won't see you off. Next time you have a cushy job like this, remember to come find me. Rein waved with a cheerful smile. Soon Garp vanished into the night. Rein looked down at Ace still tied up on the ground. Ace was completely dumbfounded. He had thought he was as good as dead. In the blink of an eye, though, the old man had brought him out and handed him to Rein. And Rein had even taken the Marine's money to scare Whitebeard. What are you spacing out for? Rein walked over, grabbed the seastone cuffs around Ace's wrists with both hands, and suddenly put forth all his strength. Crack! The specially made seastone cuffs built to lock down Logia users were snapped straight in two by Rein's brute force. The broken chain clattered to the ground. Ace shook some feeling back into his numb wrists and scrambled up, not even bothering to brush the dust off his clothes. Pops, what is going on? Where's Pops? Where are the Whitebeard pirates? Ace asked urgently. The old man said he'd find a stand-in. If Pops and the others go there on execution day, won't they have made the trip for nothing? I have to go back and tell them. With that, Ace turned and ran toward the sea. Bang! A huge foot slammed into Ace's back. Ace flew a dozen meters and landed headfirst in the pile of broken bricks. Rein strolled over and stepped down onto Ace's back. Go back where? To Whitebeard's old tub. Rein looked down at him coldly. Ace gritted his teeth, his mouth full of blood. I have to go back. I'm the 2nd Division commander. This is all my fault. I can't let Pops risk his life fighting the Marines for me. You don't have a goddamn right to decide who he risks his life for. Rein sneered and pressed down a little harder with his foot. Ace grunted in pain. Listen here, you little brat. Rein bent over and patted Ace's cheek with the hand holding his cigar. That Fire Fist Ace with a bounty of 550 million berries is already waiting to die and impelled down. In a few days his head will roll across the plaza at Marineford, and the whole world will see it. Ace's eyes shot open, their rims red. But I'm still alive. You're alive only because I made 10 billion today, and I'm in a good enough mood not to cut you down on the spot. Rein straightened up and ground out the cigar on his shoe sole. From now on there is no man named Fire Fist Ace on this sea. Rein pointed south, his voice utterly even. Go back where you came from. Back to the East Blue. Back to Batarilla. Hide your name, live quietly, and fulfill your duty as a son to your real Mother Rouge. Ace fought desperately. I won't. I'm going to the New World. Luffy is still waiting for me. How can I hide away like a coward? Smack. Rein slapped the back of Ace's head, making stars flash in front of his eyes. Luffy has his own path. What right does a dead man like you have to interfere? Rein crouched down, grabbed Ace by the hair, and forced his head up. Years ago I promised your father Roger I would make sure you were born safely. All these years I have not treated you badly. But you were simply outclassed. You got caught by Blackbeard so he could trade you in for a position. Now your grandfather has to swallow his pride, use my name, and grovel to the world government just to buy your life back. What face do you have left to show, Whitebeard? Rein released him and dumped Ace on the ground like a torn sack. If you really dare go back to the New World, do you believe I'll use this blade right now to cut you into 800 pieces and throw you into the sea to feed the fish? Rein patted the sword at his waist. Ace lay on the ground, tears mixed with dust streaming down. He clawed desperately into the dirt until his fingernails bent back. All his unwillingness, humiliation, and guilt were jammed in his throat. He knew Rein was right. He was a defeated commander, a burden who had nearly dragged the world into an all-out war. Rayleigh sighed from the side, walked over, and helped Ace to his feet. Enough, Rein. Stop chewing him out. Rayleigh patted Ace's shoulder. This kid has taken enough heavy hits. Old man, hurry up and deal with him. He's an eyesore. Rayleigh glanced at the dazed, lost Ace beside him. Come, Ace. Rayleigh said softly. Let's go get you cleaned up at Shacky's. That life of yours is now the most valuable thing on the entire sea. Ace looked back once in the direction of the New World. In the end, he bit his lip until it broke and silently followed Rayleigh. Luffy stretched his arm in midair, hooked it around a thick mangrove aerial root, and swung himself out like a human slingshot. His target was unmistakable. He was making a beeline for the Navy warship anchorage on the Sabaody Archipelago. The Thousand Sunny was still being coated in bubble film at Uncle Rayleigh's place, so it couldn't move. To get to that so-called Marineford in time to save someone, the only option was to snatch a Navy warship already moored there. As soon as he landed, Luffy quickly wiped his hands on his trouser legs and pulled out a piece of white paper with charred edges from the inner pocket, close to his chest. This was the Vivre card Ace had left him back in Alabasta. Before, the paper had always pointed toward a distant sea, and Luffy knew that was the direction of impel down. But now, the scrap of paper spun around in Luffy's palm, then lazily tilted one corner up and pointed straight behind Luffy. The direction was completely reversed. Is this paper broken? Luffy poked the Vivre card with his finger. Luffy scratched his head and turned around on the spot without a second thought. Whatever. Wherever the Vivre card pointed, that was where Ace was. Following its direction, Luffy kicked his legs out and ran at full tilt. The more he ran, the more he felt something was off. The road looked so familiar. Luffy stopped and looked up. Shacky's rip-off bar. Uncle Rayleigh. Uncle Rein. Luffy shouted as he barged into the main hall. No one. Even Shacky, who was always smoking at the bar, was nowhere to be seen. Luffy looked down. The Vivre card in his hand was pointing dead ahead at the backyard. He crossed the space in 2 strides and kicked open the wooden door that was left ajar. In the backyard, the sound of splashing water was still echoing. A bare-chested man sat on the stone steps with his back to Luffy, drying his hair with a towel. On his left arm was a tattoo reading ASC, with a conspicuous X drawn through the S in the middle. Ace. Luffy's voice cracked. Ace turned his head. Seeing Luffy's dumbfounded expression, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor, Ace couldn't help but grin. Yo, Luffy, long time no see. Luffy pounced on him. His rubber arms stretched out in an instant and clamped around Ace's neck, smearing snot and tears all over Ace's freshly cleaned back. I thought you were going to be beheaded. You big idiot. How did you escape? Ace's eyes rolled back from being choked. He desperately pulled at Luffy's fingers, then whipped a backhanded punch onto Luffy's head, raising a big lump. Easy. The Navy didn't chop my head off, but you're about to strangle me to death. Ace rubbed his neck and cursed in annoyance. Luffy let go and plopped down on the ground, wearing a bewildered expression. What the hell is going on? The newspaper clearly said you were going to be executed. Just then a chaotic clatter of footsteps came from outside the bar. Luffy, why did you run off so fast? The warship isn't in that direction. Nami ran in, panting. Zoro carried his sword, Sanji lit a cigarette, and Usopp and Chopper followed close behind. The entire Straw Hat crew had tracked Luffy down. When they followed the noise and squeezed into the backyard, they saw Ace standing bare-chested and bickering with Luffy. Everyone was collectively turned to stone. The #1 death row prisoner splashed across the newspaper's front page. The Flame Fist Ace, scheduled for public execution at Marine headquarters in a few days, was actually here in Sabaody Archipelago. Am I seeing things? Usopp rubbed his eyes vigorously. Could this be a ghost? The wooden plank door of the basement creaked open and Rayleigh ambled up holding a half-empty bottle of rum. Alright, stop shouting in the yard. Rayleigh waved at Luffy and the petrified kids. Let's talk inside. This absolutely cannot be spread around. They all piled into the cramped basement. Ace leaned against the wall and gave a brief account of what had happened. Luffy listened, his mind reeling. Great. Luffy jumped to his feet and clapped the dust off his hands. Since you're fine, let's set out for the new world together. The room fell quiet. Ace didn't move. He stared down at his feet. Luffy, I'm not going to the new world. Luffy froze. Why? Aren't you the one who's going to be the strongest pirate? Weren't you going to the new world to find Whitebeard? Ace clenched his fists. I'm too weak. Ace's voice was very calm without the old rash impatient edge. He raised his head and met Luffy's gaze. I no longer have the right to sail under the name Flame Fist. The way I am now, I'd only be a burden. Luffy fell silent. He remembered the words Rein had hurled at him that afternoon in the bar, grabbing him by the collar. Going there means going to your death. What are you going to use to fight Marineford? Luffy looked down at his own hands. Today on this island, he had come across far too many monsters. The Navy admirals hadn't even shown themselves. Even a single warlord, or just an Uncle Rein who happened to be around, could wipe them all out with a flick of a finger. He couldn't even withstand one kick from a monster at the level of his godfather Rein. With the strength he had now, could he really protect his crew if he went to the new world? Uncle Rayleigh. Luffy suddenly turned his head and stared fixedly at Rayleigh. So Ace is staying to learn Haki from you. Rayleigh took a sip of rum and nodded. I want to learn it too. Luffy's tone left no room for argument. Zoro, standing to one side with his sword in his arms, raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Sanji blew out a ring of smoke, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Have you thought it through? Rayleigh asked Luffy. This isn't something you can learn in a day or two. How long will it take? At least 2 years. Rayleigh held up 2 fingers. You have a solid foundation, but when it comes to Haki, you're a complete rookie. In 2 years, I can only teach you the basics. The rest will be for you to comprehend through real combat. 2 years. Luffy turned to look at the crew behind him. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper looked at one another. I also agree that Luffy should stay. Rayleigh swept his eyes across the Straw Hat crew, his tone turning serious. You kids have plenty of guts and potential, but you've seen too little of the world. The new world is far more brutal than anything you've heard. It's not a place you can break into on hot blood alone. Without overwhelming strength, going there is suicide. Rayleigh gave his advice. Instead of rushing to the new world, why don't you each go out and see the sea as it truly is? 2 years from now, return here with strength worthy of the new world and sail your ship to Fishman Island. The basement was silent for a few seconds. Zoro broke the deadlock. First, no objections. I've been feeling that my swordsmanship isn't clean enough in a fight. I need to find a place to hone it. Sanji stamped out his cigarette. Then let's make it 2 years. We can't let the captain suffer alone. And while I'm at it, I'll look for new recipes that can make a person stronger. Nami sighed and put her hands on her hips. Fine, there's no helping it. 2 years then. We'll all train on our own. Anyone who dares to slack off and hold us back in these 2 years, I'll beat them black and blue. Usopp shrank back in fear. I'll also find a way to get some new weapons. I promise I'll make you all drop your jaws in 2 years. Bang. The basement door was suddenly kicked open with brutal force. Rein came down with long strides, carrying 3 bulging black sacks over his shoulder. With a flick of his arm, he slammed the 3 sacks onto the ground with a thunderous crash. Are you holding a beggars' convention? Quite a lively gathering. Rein bit down on his cigar and swept his gaze around the room. When Luffy saw Rein, he immediately grinned wide. Uncle Rein, I've decided. I'm not stealing the warship anymore. I'm staying here to get stronger. Get stronger. Ha, so you're not going to be the pirate king who'll smash Marineford to pieces. Rein pulled a stack of bills out of one of the sacks and fanned himself with it. Luffy grinned and pressed his straw hat down. I can't beat you yet, so I'll hold off. Once I get stronger in 2 years, I'll come back and beat you up. Beat me? Rein laughed out loud as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. At your current level, even another 200 years of training would only make you fit to shine my shoes. Luffy pouted, unconvinced. What's money? I have my crew. Don't make me sick with that childish make-believe nonsense. Rein waved his hand in annoyance, then turned his head toward Ace, who was leaning against the wall, and his tone chilled in an instant. And you, a dead man, should have the decency to stay dead. Starting tomorrow, if you dare to take half a step outside, and someone recognizes you, I'll break your legs first. Got it. Ace stood straight as a pole and answered in a booming voice. Understood. Marineford. With this kind of display today, not to mention pirates, even a single fly attempting to flutter in would be torn apart. 100,000 elite naval forces requisitioned from branches across the world had Crescent Bay sealed like an iron fortress. Everyone was on edge. For today was the day of the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. Directly beneath the execution platform sat 3 enormous chairs, symbols of the Navy's supreme fighting power. Sakazuki stood with his arms folded, his hat pulled low. Even the breath puffing from his nostrils carried the sulphurous stench of magma. Porcelain White Borsellino pouted leisurely, filing his nails with a small file. Kazan slept soundly behind his eye patch, a trail of drool clinging to the corner of his mouth. Further ahead, at the very vanguard of the defense line, the 4 warlords of the sea, each occupied their own territory. Doflamingo draped in a pink feather coat, grinning like a lunatic. Hawkeye Mihawk stood with arms crossed, eyes closed in meditation. Moonlight Moria was rubbing his hands together, muttering about how many prime corpses he could scavenge later. Beside them stood Bartholomew Kuma, lost in his own distant reverie. The entire defensive formation was impregnable. Yet less than 20 meters from Sengoku's very eyes, an extraordinarily jarring scene appeared. Rein lounged recklessly on a folding deck chair he had brought himself. A parasol was set up beside him, and at his feet sat a massive tin ice bucket stuffed to the brim with premium vintage wines he had looted from Sengoku's private cellar. Crack. Heh. Rein skillfully cracked open a melon seed and flicked the husk directly onto the leg of a rear admiral stationed at the front line. The rear admiral's face flushed crimson, his hand instinctively moving toward his sword hilt. Vice Admiral Tsuru, quick as lightning, seized his wrist and hissed through clenched teeth, "Do you want to die? Turn your head. Pretend you saw nothing." The rear admiral looked deeply wronged. "Admiral Tsuru, who is he? He's far too arrogant." Vice Admiral Tsuru glanced at Rein and felt her temples throbbing. "If you don't want the entirety of Marineford to sink into the sea right now, shut your mouth." Two executioners escorted a prisoner encased in massive seastone shackles each step, bringing them higher up onto the execution platform. The atmosphere across the plaza froze instantly. Countless rookie sailors gasped in unison, camera flashes going off incessantly as hundreds of millions of eyes across the Grand Line fixated on the broadcast screens. Rein raised his gaze and swept it over the prisoner. That old cod Garp really does know how to get things done. The substitute he had found was nearly identical to Ace in height and build. Even the Whitebeard skull emblem tattooed on his bare back was rendered in impeccable detail, mirroring Ace's own mark. Had Rein not personally shoved the real Ace into the bar's basement the night before, he might have believed it himself. Sengoku strode to the forefront of the execution platform with a megaphone in hand. "Today we Navy bring this lad to this place not merely because he serves as the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates." Sengoku's voice, amplified through the din mushy, reverberated across the entire plaza. "This boy bears upon his shoulders the gravest sin of this world." Sengoku pointed sharply at the trembling prisoner. "His biological father is none other than the Pirate King. GOLD. Roger." Deathly silence fell over the entire crowd. A few seconds later, the masses erupted into chaos. Even the admirals below wore expressions of profound shock. How is this possible? Roger's bloodline is still alive. No wonder such immense forces have been mobilized. He must die. Sengoku was highly satisfied with the effect, just as he was about to continue. The nearby Garp suddenly plopped down onto the steps, both hands clutching his face, his shoulders beginning to convulse violently. The sailors below fell silent at the sight. Admiral Garp. A young recruit's eyes grew damp. Watching his own grandson face execution, he must be dying inside. Vice Admiral Tsuru also turned her head, unable to bear witnessing her old comrade's devastating state. Only Rein, seated in his chair, rolled his eyes dramatically. He could hear everything perfectly. That old turtle Garp wasn't crying at all. His hands pressed to his face were desperately stifling laughter. The strange hissing sound of escaping air, cuckoo cuckoo, emerged from his mouth, and his enormous bald head was turning red from the effort of holding it in. "Garp, keep this up and you'll wet yourself," Rein grumbled, tossing an orange peel onto the steps. Garp was hit squarely, quickly cleared his throat twice, rubbed his aching cheeks, and forced out a few theatrical crocodile tears. Suddenly, an extremely bizarre sound echoed from the sea surface. "What's going on?" "Fog is rolling in." Through the dense mist, 43 pirate vessels of all sizes appeared like phantoms, emerging from nowhere beyond the outer defenses of Crescent Bay. "Enemy attack. All units prepare for battle." The Navy ranks immediately sounded the alarm. Sengoku's brows tightened. "Where is Whitebeard? Where exactly is that man?" Before the words had barely left his mouth, the calm sea at the center of the bay suddenly began churning violently, as if boiling over. Enormous bubbles surged upward in frenzy, the water's surface rising into a shocking arch. Splash! 3 colossal Moby Dicks cloaked in shimmering bubble membranes burst straight through the seabed. The monstrous hulls smashed into the ocean, sending tidal waves that soaked the frontline sailors to the bone. The main force of the Whitebeard pirates had bypassed the outer defenses entirely, carving straight into the very heart of the Navy's headquarters. On deck, Marco, captain of the 1st Division, Josu, captain of the 3rd Bista, and 14 other division captains stood in a single line, each radiating an suffocatingly terrifying presence. And at the very center, that towering figure, black bandana wrapped around his head, gripping the supreme great sword, Mura Kamajari, walked step by step toward the bow. One of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Merely standing there, he made even the surrounding air feel unbearably heavy. The morale the 100,000 sailors had just begun building was instantly halved by this overwhelming, mountain-crushing pressure. Even the sound of swallowed saliva rang clearly through the tense silence. Whitebeard drove Mura Kamajiri hard into the deck, the sound of splintering would striking each person like a hammer to the heart. He raised his head, those imposing eyes locking mercilessly onto the execution platform. Then, This veteran emperor who had roamed the seas for decades took a deep breath, spread his arms wide, and unleashed a roar that shook the entirety of Marineford. My beloved son, are you all right? Papa has come to take you home. That cry was heart-wrenching paternal love as vast and unyielding as a mountain. Coupled with Whitebeard's incomparable domineering aura, it nearly moved the young pirates watching from afar to tears on the spot. The substitute on the execution platform, already terrified half to death, was sent rolling his eyes backward by Whitebeard's thunderous shout, letting out a sharp gasp before collapsing outright. Had it not been for the two executioners holding him up, he would have crumpled to the ground right there. Rein leaned back in his folding chair, thoroughly enjoying the show. That old eel is usually quite sharp, but today he's truly embarrassed himself beyond redemption, Rein muttered between bites of apple. The Navy dragged some expendable extra from Impel down, just to earn appearance fees, and here you are bellowing your lungs out acting out some father-son drama. Aren't you ashamed? Garp beside him finally couldn't contain himself, letting out a snort of laughter before quickly clamping a hand over his mouth. Rein shot him a sidelong glance and comfortably shifted into a more relaxed reclining position. Sengoku, you old dog, stop spacing out. The stage is already set. When are you serving the main course? My wine is nearly finished. Rein's voice was neither loud nor soft, perfectly calibrated to carry straight to Sengoku on the execution platform. Sengoku grit his teeth, drew his long sword, and pointed it squarely at the Whitebeard before him. All forces engaged. The instant Sengoku finished speaking, the 100,000 new recruits in the plaza were shouting and about to charge forward when a piercing shriek suddenly exploded overhead. Rein kicked over the empty bottle at his feet, stamped hard on the ground, and launched himself into the air. Clang! Hudo left its sheath. Dark golden lightning crawled madly along the blade as ferocious Haki swept across the field in an instant. At his movement, the Marines below, who had been ready to charge, all stopped in their tracks. Even the air overhead was twisted and distorted as if wrenched apart. Standing on the high platform, Sengoku watched the black blur hurtling straight for the Moby Dick. He was so excited he nearly tore out his beard, inwardly shouting that it was in the bag. Once this mad dog made his move, taking down Whitebeard would be a simple matter. 10 billion. The 10 billion the five elders approved was worth every single coin. He had assumed that after taking the money, Rein would at most make a show of drinking tea and watching the drama below, perhaps getting under Whitebeard's skin. Who could have imagined the mad dog would take the initiative to claim first blood? See that, Garp? This is what professional ethics look like. Sengoku's eyes were bloodshot as he turned and yelled at Garp. He's going to cut Whitebeard's head clean off. Garp picked his nose and said nothing, rolling his eyes as he thought, you're celebrating too soon. If that bastard had professional ethics, pigs would fly. Rein's speed was astonishing. He crossed the entire bay in a heartbeat and slammed onto the broad wooden bow of the Moby Dick. Whitebeard gripped Murakamajiri with both hands, every muscle in his body tense as he watched Rein descend from the sky. The glow of the tremor fruit quickly flared along the blade. Rein bared a grin, and without uttering a word slashed down with savage force from above. Boom! Dark gold conqueror's Haki and pure white tremor light crashed together in a colossal impact. The whole sea seemed to sink before a deafening roar burst forth. The deck beneath the two men cracked apart inch by inch, and a violent shockwave tore across the water, capsizing several marine warships nearby. The clouds high above were split in half by the force, and the already uneasy sky over Marineford was torn apart in an instant. Even Hawkeye Mihawk stepped half a pace forward, his gaze nailed to the two men clashing at the bow. Sweat broke out on Doflamingo's forehead, and his maniacal grin froze. The two ultimate weapons bit hard into each other, sparks scattering everywhere. Whitebeard clenched his teeth, clearly feeling the terrifying force transmitted through the blade aimed at him. If this truly became a life-or-death struggle, his battered, battle-scarred old bones would definitely be at a disadvantage. Just then Rein suddenly eased off some of his strength and leaned his head closer. His lips moved faintly. Go now. Only two crisp, clean words. The voice was barely audible, utterly buried beneath the sound of their Haki colliding. No one heard it except Whitebeard. His pupils abruptly contracted. He had lived most of his life and weathered all kinds of storms. With Rein's words combined with the old bond forged when Roger entrusted his child to him, the old man's mind raced. Rein would never gamble with Ace's life. For him to call for a retreat could only mean that something was wrong with the man on the execution platform. Whitebeard made his decision without hesitation. The muscles in his arms swelled in an instant, and Murakamajiri erupted with blinding white light. With a tremendous burst of force, he sent Rein and his sword hurtling back into midair. Next, Whitebeard drew a deep breath, and his mighty voice shook the entire bay. All hands, hear my order. Retreat. Turn the helm and dive to the bottom of the sea. The pirates on the Moby Dick's deck were completely stunned. Marco, who had been about to transform into the undying phoenix and fly up to help stop the dead halfway. Pops. Ace is still up on the platform. Cut the crap. Carry out the order. Whitebeard offered no explanation, turning to roar at the control room, get us the hell underwater. The 16 division commanders were full of doubt, but on this ship, Whitebeard's command was absolute law. Everyone immediately ceased their attack and turned the ship around. Sailors wildly hauled at the rigging as the coding device began to operate. Sengoku on the high platform hadn't had time to rejoice when Whitebeard's shout turned him numb. Retreat. They're running before they've even fought. Sengoku's hand trembled around the loudspeaker. Stop them. We absolutely cannot let Whitebeard escape. The first to make a move was Akiji. His tall, lean figure soared into the air in an instant. Breathing out a plume of frost, he plunged both hands into the sea. Ice Age. Biting cold spread madly across the sea at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, the once churning Crescent Bay had become an immense, unyielding skating rink of ice. Think you can get away? Akiji exhaled white vapor and rose to his feet unhurriedly. Well done, Kazan. Sengoku was overjoyed. Ready the cannons. Blast them all to pieces on the ice. But before the words faded, a golden light flashed to the side. Kizaru had already flown into midair, arms crossed with a blinding cross-shaped light flickering at his fingertips. Oh dear, if they get away, this old man would have such a headache. Kizaru pursed his lips and drawled in his slow, languid tone. Yasukani no Magatama. Countless dazzling light bullets fell from the sky like a meteor shower, hurtling down in an overwhelming barrage on the pirate fleet. The display was utterly terrifying. Every light bullet carried destructive power. Boom, 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 boom. Endless explosions erupted across the ice, tongues of fire leaping into the sky. Several outlying pirate support ships were blown to pieces on the spot planks and shattered masts flying everywhere. When the light faded, every marine on the field stood dumbfounded. Kizaru's overwhelming barrage had indeed destroyed a few insignificant pirate ships. But the real problem was that the thick layer of ice Akiji had just frozen was blasted into fragments by Kizaru's indiscriminate fire. The seawater around the Moby Dick, which had been stuck fast, began churning once more. A vein pulsed on Akiji's forehead as he turned to glare at Kizaru in midair. Borsalino, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Oh my, the firepower was just too intense. My hand slipped. Kizaru scratched his chin, looking completely innocent. Akainu below was so angry that smoke seemed to pour from his nose. His right arm turned into surging magma as he cursed a pack of useless trash. Great eruption. A colossal magma fist shot straight toward Whitebeard's main ship. Whitebeard laughed aloud. The old man drove Murakamijiri into the deck, clenched both fists at once, and a white tremor aura completely engulfed them. See you on the sea, you little brats. He smashed both fists violently into the empty air before him. Crack. The air fractured like glass with a dense web of cracks. The terrifying tremor erupted outward, shattering Akainu's magma fist and tearing a massive gap through the remaining ice ahead, as well as the Marine's defensive line. The waves churned violently. The Moby Dick activated its diving system in the same motion, and a vast bubble membrane enveloped the three main ships completely as they plunged headlong into the deep. The remaining Allied pirate crews saw that their leader had retreated, so they immediately turned and fled down the waterway Whitebeard had carved open. In less than 10 minutes, the enormous fleet that had packed Marineford Bay like a dark cloud was gone without a trace. On the sea, apart from scattered planks and unmelted ice floes, not even a single strand of pirate hair remained. A deathly silence fell over the plaza. 100,000 elite Marines, the 3 admirals, and the 5 warlords of the sea looked at one another in blank, wide-eyed bewilderment. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, do we still pursue? A rear admiral stammered. Pursue my ass. Sengoku hurled the loudspeaker to the ground, panting with fury. He whirled around, searching everywhere for the culprit who had triggered all of this. Leon had already wandered back at some point without anyone noticing. He had lain back down in that wide folding chair, a glass of rum in one hand. What are you looking at me for? Leon spat out a shell, glanced sideways at Sengoku, and said with utter confidence, you paid me to take command here. Not only did I hold the fort, I threw in a free strike for you. You got a hell of a bargain, didn't you? Free strike. Sengoku trembled in fury. You call that a strike? You showed your face for one moment, and Whitebeard ran. Did you conspire with him? Bullshit. I traded one solid blow with him just now. Didn't you see the sky split open? Lei-In pointed at the clouds above that had yet to close, sounding completely sure of himself. Then why did he retreat? Lei-In rolled his eyes. Maybe the old man's just too old. He doesn't want to fight. He wants to go home and hold his grandkids, all right. I'm paid to do a job, not to take full responsibility for you. If you're not happy about it, go swim a few laps and drag them back yourself. Sengoku was left speechless, a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat. If it had been anyone else, he would have ordered them seized long ago. But facing the mad dog before him, he truly didn't dare. If Leon were pushed too far, it was hard to say whether Marineford could sink today, but the few strands of hair on his head definitely wouldn't be spared. Beside him, Garp pretended to cough, his face nearly purple from holding back laughter. All right, stop looking like your father just died. So the man got away, so what? Isn't the Marine's pride still hanging right there on the platform? Lei-In jerked his chin toward the execution platform. The auspicious hour has arrived. The whole world is watching. Aren't you going to get on with the next act of your grand show? Sengoku shot Lei-In a vicious glare. With no outlet for his burning wrath, he took it all out on the poor stand-in. He snatched the loudspeaker from the ground and bellowed with bloodshot eyes. Whether Whitebeard ran or not, justice will never be late. Executioners, do it. 2 long blades were raised at the same moment. The blades fell. Every viewer around the world who had watched it all on screen was dumbfounded. The Marines seemed to have won. The execution was done. Whitebeard had escaped. Yet no matter how you looked at it, the battle was a baffling mess. Humming a tune, lay and down the rest of his drink in one gulp, dusted himself off, stood up, and waved at Sengoku. I take this money with a clean conscience. If you get another sweet job like this, remember to call me. I'll give you 20% off. With that, he walked toward the harbor, without looking back, leaving a crowd of Marines questioning their very lives, scattered and lost in the wind. Rayleigh was sprawled across the table, one hand pounding the wood, the other clutching his stomach as he laughed, until he could barely breathe. Shaki leaned against the liquor cabinet, her shoulders shaking violently, as she let out strange, strangled laughter she could barely suppress. All right, that's enough. Rein blew out a smoke ring and rolled his eyes. You two old farts are pushing 150 combined. If you laugh yourselves to death, I'm not burying you. No, haha. Sabaody Archipelago had broadcast the Marineford execution live from beginning to end today. The entire island was glued to the big screens. Rayleigh and Shaki had watched it too, of course. From Garp fake crying and trying to hold in his laughter on the platform, to Whitebeard suddenly charging out and claiming the poor devil as his son, to that mad dog Rein leaping out on his own and unleashing that earth-shattering slash, and finally Whitebeard's entire crew making a clean getaway. This string of upheavals left audiences across every sea completely dumbfounded. Everyone felt the battle had been anticlimactic and thoroughly confusing. But who were Rayleigh and Shaki? They could tell with their little toes that Rein was absolutely pulling strings behind the scenes. That old dog Sengoku shelled out 10 billion in cash. 10 billion. Rayleigh slapped his thigh, howling with laughter. He paid you to anchor this battle of the century, and what do? You go up, trade one slash with Whitebeard, and let the man run off. Bullshit. What do you mean I let him run? Rein popped open a bottle of red wine, and took a swig straight from the bottle. He curled his lip, utterly self-righteous. I get paid and I do the job. It's called professional ethics. Did I not make my move? I split the sky wide open. If Whitebeard wanted to run, what the hell does that have to do with me? Shaki finally managed to stop laughing. She walked over and handed Rein an empty glass. What exactly did you say to that slippery old eel? With a temper like Whitebeard's, could he just leave without flipping Marineford over? I just walked up to him and said, get moving. Rein shrugged. That Newgate is sly as a ghost. He must have guessed something was off with the man on the execution platform. Rayleigh gave a thumbs up. Brilliant. That move was absolutely wicked. Now every time I close my eyes, I can see Sengoku smashing cups in the Fleet Admiral's office. Who cares if he smashes cups? The money's safe in my pocket now. Just then the trapdoor at the back of the bar was pushed open. Ace came up the stairs step by step, his head lowered. Luffy and a few of the Straw Hats followed behind, peeking around cautiously. Ace stopped behind Rein, snapped his hands to his trouser seams, and bowed a full 90 degrees. Godfather. Thank you. Pops was alive, and the entire Whitebeard crew had escaped without a scratch. To Ace, that outcome was 10,000 times better than any dream. He knew it was all because of the man sitting at the bar with a drink. Rein didn't even turn his head. He just kept working on the bottle of red wine in his hand. Thank me, my ass. If you really want to thank me, then stay good and dead. Rein shot back coldly. Ace went rigid. Rein turned around, jabbing his cigar at Ace's head. You're a dead man now. The whole world watched your head roll. From today on, don't you dare mention the Whitebeard pirates in front of me. If you dare sneak back to the New World to find your pops, I'll break your legs myself. Ace nodded. I understand. I'll never go back to the New World. Fire fist, Ace is dead. Enough. Cut the vows. My head's throbbing. Rein waved his hand in disgust. Meanwhile, at Marineford, the Fleet Admiral's office had been smashed to smithereens. Sengoku sat in the only intact chair, while the encrypted Den Mushi in front of him roared like a mad thing. Sengoku, you fool. This is the outcome you bought with 10 billion. Saint Saturn raged on the other end of the Den Mushi. Whitebeard escaped. Not a single one of the pirates' top fighters died. The special funds we gave you are down the drain. Sengoku pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling his blood pressure climb steadily. How is this my fault? Sengoku roared back. The man was executed. Face was saved. That mad dog did make his move. Whitebeard seized the chance to run. What was I supposed to do? Who could I send? If you tell Borsalino to chase him, that bastard would just blow up the sea ice and clear a path for the pirates. You're shifting the blame. Then bring Rein back and make him return the money. Sengoku gave up all pretense. Whoever dares to go to Sabaody to collect from him, I'll send a warship to take you there right now. The Den Mushi went dead silent in an instant. A full half-minute passed before the five elders hung up with a sharp click. Sengoku laughed coldly and tossed the Den Mushi onto the table. Those old bastards. The moment anyone mentions provoking Rein, they all play dead. In the corner, Garp sat with a box of rice crackers, munching away happily. Garp, you bastard, still eating. Sengoku jabbed a finger at him. If it weren't for that rotten idea of yours, how could I have been screwed over so badly by that mad dog? Garp wiped the crumbs from his mouth and rolled his eyes. How is that being screwed over? Sengoku, do the math. The ace on the platform was fake. Only a few of us know that. To the outside world, the Pirate King's bloodline is gone, and your faces are saved. Garp patted his belly and continued his nonsense. Whitebeard escaped, the Marines avoided heavy casualties. This little island of Marineford didn't sink. Rein got his money, and didn't wreck the place. That's called spending money to ward off disaster. Everyone has a bright future, so what are you so angry about? Sengoku was left dumbfounded by that bandit logic. He wanted to argue only to realize the old bastard actually had a point. Get out. Sengoku pointed at the door and bellowed. Garp chuckled, picked up his bag of rice crackers, and strolled out of the office. Ace was safe, Whitebeard was alive, and that kid Rein had pocketed a fortune to boot. The whole scheme was absolutely perfect. Still, Garp rubbed his chin. That dog Rein got his hands on so much money. This old man going to Sabaody to mooch a free meal off him isn't too much to ask, is it? On the exclusive current running from Impel Down to Marineford, a naval warship was racing forward at full speed. The deck reeked of blood and cheap cigars. Zehaha. Marshal D. Teach thrust out his enormous belly, planted one foot on the railing at the bow, and raised half a bottle of rum. The sea breeze whipped his tangled black beard in every direction. He was in an excellent mood. One might even say he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Behind him stood several figures of wildly different builds, each radiating an aura of extreme danger. Shiryu of the Rein, Crescent Moon Hunter, Katarina Devon, Big Drunk, Vasco Shot, and Corrupt King of Valo Pizarro. These were all legendary death row convicts whose very existences had been erased by the world government, imprisoned in the infinite hell of Impel Down's 6th level. Now they had all become crew members of his Blackbeard pirates. Magnificent. Utterly magnificent. Lafitte twirled his cane and broke into a tap dance. Captain, with a lineup like ours, even taking on one of the 4 emperors head-on wouldn't faze us. What's the hurry? Teach took a gulp of rum and wiped the stain from the corner of his mouth. The real show is only just beginning. By my calculations, Pop's Whitebeard must have already smashed Marineford to pieces by now. Sengoku and those old farts ought to be dead or half dead. Commodore, are you truly certain you can lay your hands on that tremor fruit? Shiryu of the Rein asked, cigar clamped between his teeth and hand resting on the hilt of his famed blade. Rein, his tone far from courteous. Of course. Teach's eyes glinted with greed. I know Pops all too well. In his broken-down condition, with that stubborn heart of his, he will absolutely fight to the death to save Ace. If we head over now, we'll be just in time to collect his corpse. Once I've seized the power of the tremor fruit and combined it with the dark fruit, I will be the strongest man on these seas. Zehaha. Teach laughed so hard he rocked back and forth, spittle flying from his mouth. My crew, get ready to make your entrance. Let the whole world witness the glory of the Blackbeard pirates. Riding the current, the warship thundered through the Gate of Justice and hurtled straight toward the Crescent Bay of Marineford. Teach could scarcely contain his eagerness to behold a battlefield strewn with corpses and rivers of blood. At that very moment, at the Crescent Bay Plaza of Marineford, no one was dead. No blood had been spilled. 100,000 elite Marines were bent over, grumbling as they picked up wooden planks from the ice, swept the ground, and repaired the flagstone road that Rein's single slash had shattered moments ago. The sounds of brooms and shovels filled the air. The atmosphere was strangely oppressive beyond words. Sengoku stood on the execution platform, his face as dark as the bottom of a scorched pot. The 3 admirals sat in chairs below. Sakazuki kept a stern face, magma flickering in and out of sight around his fist. Borsellino had finished clipping his nails and was now idly blowing on his fingertips. Kazan had simply fashioned a pillow out of ice and gone back to catching up on sleep. The 7 warlords, bored out of their minds long ago, were already heading for their respective ships, preparing to set sail for home. This battle had been suffocatingly anticlimactic. The Marines had mustered their mightiest formation in history, and yet Rein had simply stepped forward, delivered one slash, and the entire Whitebeard crew had slipped away. It was like punching a wad of cotton and losing 10 billion as a handling fee on top. Just as this nameless smoldering fury was amassing ever thicker over all of Marineford. Boom! A warship charged in without a care, slamming directly into the breakwater on the outer edge of the Crescent Bay. Wood splinters flew through the air. Sengoku's brow furrowed. Who the hell would come looking for trouble at a moment like this? Before the Marines could even move to interrogate them, a dark, portly figure leaped up from the warship. Teach steadied himself and flung his arms wide open. Without even glancing down, he tilted his head back and struck the arrogant pose he had rehearsed countless times. Pops, aren't you glad to see me? I've come to see you off to your grave. Say ha. His coarse laughter traveled through the air and spread across the entire Crescent Bay. Behind him, Shiryu, Pizarro, and the rest jumped onto the wall, as well, each striking the most ferocious pose they could manage, ready to witness the brutal, chaotic clash between the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates below. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The air was so still you could hear a seagull's droppings splat against the deck. Teach's laughter was growing hoarse, and the flesh on his face twitched. Why was there no reaction? Where were the clashes of blades? Where was Pops shattering the earth? Where were the screams? He lowered his head and looked out over the plaza. At that single glance, the smile on Teach's face instantly froze solid. 100,000 Marines, each clutching a broom or a shovel, raised their heads in unison and stared directly at him. No dead, no critically wounded. Looking further up, the 3 admirals were all there in perfect order. Sakazuki lifted his head, and the killing intent in his eyes nearly turned into a tangible force. Borsellino pursed his lips, golden flashes beginning to gather at his fingertips. Kazan kicked his ice pillow to smithereens and rose to his feet. All of them fully battle-ready. These three monsters didn't even have a single torn stitch on their clothes. Cold sweat poured down Teach's forehead in an instant. He hastily darted his eyes around, searching desperately. Where's Pops? Where are the Whitebeard pirates? Where's the Moby Dick? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. In the bay, aside from the shattered remnants of the ice Akiji had frozen and Kizuru had blown apart, there wasn't a single trace of any pirate. His gaze finally came to rest on the execution platform. A headless corpse lay upon it. Judging by the tattoo, it was indeed Fire Fist. This. What is going on here? Teach was completely stunned. It's already over. Pops got taken down. Even his corpse was scattered to the winds. The 6th-level convicts on the wall also sensed that something was deeply wrong. Shiryu bit through his cigar and reached for his blade. This isn't how it was supposed to go. Why do those Marines down there look like they're dying to eat someone? Pizarro swallowed hard. You call this mutual destruction? This is a whole pack of fiends. On the execution platform, Sengoku fixed his gaze on the gesticulating black, fat man atop the wall. Rage. Unprecedented rage surged straight to the crown of his skull. To clean up this bastard's mess, the world government had sustained a loss of 10 billion. The Marines had lost enormous face. And now this very culprit, who had not only raided Impel down and freed a pack of heinous felons, but also dared to come to Marineford and mock him to his face. Sengoku squeezed the megaphone in his grip, his knuckles cracking audibly. Marshal D. Teach. He ground his teeth, forcing the words out from between clenched jaws. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. This is a misunderstanding. Zaya. A colossal misunderstanding. Teach finally snapped back to his senses. His legs began to shake, and he lurched backward, waving his hands in a frenzy. How was he supposed to know the Paramount War had never even broken out? By showing up now, he was practically pressing his own face against the soles of 100,000 Marines' boots. All hands hear my command. Sengoku crushed the megaphone in his hand, veins bulging across his forehead. Jabbing a finger at Blackbeard's crew on the wall, he unleashed a hysterical roar. Beat them to death. Chop these scumbags into bits and feed them to the fish. That single shout lit the powder keg of all of Marineford. The Marines, suffocated with frustration all morning, had finally found an outlet for their fury. Charge! 100,000 Marines, eyes bloodshot, brandished their swords and surged toward the high wall. The first to act were the three admirals. Great eruption. Sakazuki wasted no words. His right arm transformed into a titanic magma fist, dozens of meters thick, blazing with dreadful heat, and hurtled straight at Teach's face. Yasukani no Magatama. Kizaru sprang into midair, a hail of light bullets cascading down like a torrential storm. Ice block, pheasant beak. Kazan released a colossal ice bird from both hands, sealing off every escape route for Teach and his gang. Teach's face turned green. Black hole. He could only desperately force the power of the dark fruit, black smoke spreading beneath his feet as he tried to swallow up the onslaught that blotted out the sky. But the dark fruit had a fatal flaw. While it absorbed damage, the pain felt was doubled. Boom. Magma light bullets and ice slammed into Blackbeard and his crew all at once. The high wall collapsed on the spot. Aorg. It's killing me. Teach's shoulder was grazed by Sakazuki's magma fist. Scorched, he writhed across the ground, shrieking incessantly like a fat pig doused in boiling water. Though Shiryu and the others were fearsome fighters against three fully empowered admirals, plus 100,000 elite Marines ganging up on them, they lacked even the strength to mount a defense, and were suppressed by sheer firepower, unable to raise their heads. Commodore, you call this picking up scraps? Avalo Pizarro, half his teeth shattered by Kizaru's lightspeed kick to the face, cursed in a muffled, furious tirade. Run for it. Teach scrambled and stumbled, snot and tears plastered across his face. Not a trace remained of the swaggering bravado that had boasted of conquering the world moments before. As he crawled and staggered back toward the warship, he cursed Sengoku and Whitebeard's ancestors down to 18 generations. What kind of mess was this? If he had known these people were all just idling around, he would never have come here to play target practice, even on pain of death. Fishman Island. The Moby Dick lay quietly at the edge of the sea forest. Lei-In lounged in the oversized chair on the deck, his feet propped on a barrel in front of him, idly tossing an apple in his hand. Marco walked over carrying a cask of sake, dropped it with a clunk at Lei-In's feet, and handed him a large bowl. The sake on this ship keeps getting worse. You've been watering it down, haven't you? Lei-In took a bite of the apple, muttering an indistinct complaint. Be glad you're getting anything at all. Marco rolled his eyes and went back to work. At the main seat, Whitebeard was gulping down sake, his body covered in 4 tubes of varying thicknesses. He watched Lei-In lounging like a lord, then burst into laughter. The laugh had barely begun before it turned into violent coughing, sending the 4-stand rattling. Enough, you old bastard. Keep laughing, and you'll flatline. Lei-In dropped his usual lackadaisical demeanor and sat up straight. That clash at Marineford already tipped me off. Your tremor power looks impressive, but it's hollow inside. Your organs must be rotten through by now. Whitebeard wiped the drink from his mouth. Rather than deny it, he split into a grin. Can't fool you, boy. It's a miracle these old bones have held out this long. As long as Ace is safe, this old man's life has been worth living. Cut the noble crap. Rein glanced sideways at him and poured himself a bowl of sake. You didn't have me dragged all the way here just to show off your half-dead state, did you? Spit it out. I've still got a card game waiting for me in Sabaody. Whitebeard set down the big jug, his gaze turning serious for once. I'm dying. Countless people in this sea are waiting to climb over my corpse. My sons can probably protect those territories in the New World, but Fishman Island. No. Whitebeard pointed out into the deep sea and let out a heavy sigh. What was Fishman Island? It was the only passage connecting the New World to the first half of the Grand Line. Every day, countless pirates and slaver crews eyed that juicy prize. With Whitebeard's banner flying, no one dared to move. But if that banner fell, the place would be stripped bare by the very next day. Rein raised an eyebrow. What? You want me to be head of security? Consider it a favor I owe you. Whitebeard fixed his eyes on Rein. After I die, I want you to protect Fishman Island. Rein laughed, an angry laugh. He slammed his bowl onto the table, rose to his feet, and jabbed a finger at Whitebeard. Are you dying, old bastards, out of your minds? Back then, when Roger was dying, he insisted on shoving his pregnant wife and kid onto me. Now you're dying and pulling the same damn trick. I'm a goddamn mercenary. Not a damn daycare center. Rein's anger flared as he spoke, smoke bursting from his cigar. Besides, you think this is some kind of game? Plenty of people across this sea know Whitebeard the Emperor, but how many know who Rein is? Those small-time pirates who've never seen the world. How the hell would they recognize my face? What am I supposed to camp out here all day handing out flyers saying I've got this place covered? It was crude, but he wasn't wrong. Rein's name carried weight in the top circles, but in the eyes of low and mid-tier pirates, it wasn't worth half as much as an emperor's banner. Whitebeard wasn't angry. Instead, stroking the signature white beard on his chin, he burst out laughing. That's easy to fix. Whitebeard's voice boomed across the deck. The sea only recognizes strength. What if you and I fight a battle that shakes heaven and earth? I'll use this broken-down life of mine to build your reputation. Rein's hand cigar between his fingers stopped midair. He stared at the old man, bristling with tubes, then clicked his tongue. TSK. Using an emperor's life as a stepping stone. You don't spare even yourself, do you, old bastard? Rein sat back down and crossed his legs. Still, it sounds interesting. This job has room to work with. Seeing Rein relent, Whitebeard turned toward the cabin and bellowed, Neptune, bring your family out. The cabin door opened cautiously. It was Neptune, the king of Fishman Island. So this is your old flame? Rein eyed Neptune's timid demeanor and jerked his chin toward Whitebeard. Don't talk nonsense. Whitebeard laughed and cursed, then pointed at Rein and said to Neptune, Neptune, listen well. After I'm gone, I'm entrusting this place to this young man. If he shields you, even the celestial dragons will think twice about the blade in his hand before they come demanding anyone. Neptune swallowed, fidgeting with his hands. Lord Rein, your reputation precedes you. Stop. Rein raised a hand, cutting him off. He held up a finger and wagged it in front of Neptune. Since that old bastard's the one who asked, I'll take this job. But I don't work for nothing. Business is business. 10 million belly a year for protection money. Short me even one belly, and I'll personally bring my crew here, tear Ryugu Palace down, and sell the scrap. Neptune was dumbfounded. 10 million a year. Before coming, he had expected this mad dog to demand an astronomical price in the tens of billions. 10 million belly was nothing for any decent-sized pirate crew, let alone a prosperous Fishman Island. Whitebeard stayed silent, just raising his bowl for a sip, his eyes brimming with laughter. This mad dog had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. The 10 billion belly that Sengoku of the Marines had paid him was probably still collecting dust in his Sabaody basement. If he truly wanted money, coming to Fishman Island to collect loose change was nothing but an excuse. Yes, the 10 million will never be late. Even if we have to sell the pots and pans, we'll get every belly to you. Neptune nodded eagerly. Rein raised a second finger. And one more condition. You name it. 20 years. Rein took a drag from his cigar, blowing out smoke rings, his gaze sweeping over the half-grown young fishmen behind Neptune. I'll only cover you for 20 years. After that, it's none of my business whether you live or die. If you can't stand on your own and end up getting your scales peeled off and sold in Sabaody, don't count on me to come fish you out. 20 years was enough time for these kids to grow up and enough for Fishman Island to adapt to the new order of the new world. Rein never believed in eternal protection. If you weren't capable enough to survive in this screwed-up world, then you deserve to die. 20 years is plenty. Neptune breathed a long sigh of relief and bowed deeply. Everyone on Fishman Island is deeply grateful. Scram. That sappy look of yours is getting on my nerves. Rein waved his hand in distaste. Only after Neptune had retreated into the cabin amid endless thanks did the deck grow quiet again. Rein downed the last of his wine, tossed his bowl onto the table, rose, and brushed himself off. All right, business is settled. I'm heading back. Rein looked at Whitebeard. Old bastard, get those wreck bones of yours patched up. One of these days, pick a stretch of sea with good feng shui, and we'll cut loose and have ourselves a proper fight. Whitebeard pulled the foreign needle from the back of his hand and stood up. His massive frame still loomed like an insurmountable mountain. Gururara. Big talk. Whitebeard grabbed the Murakamajiri beside him and planted it heavily on the deck. When the time comes, I'll show you what it means to be the strongest man in the world. Yeah, right. Strongest old man, maybe. Rein snorted and headed for the ship's rail. He had barely taken 2 steps when he stopped. Hey, Newgate. For once, Rein's voice carried no trace of his usual flippancy. When you get down there, pass my regards to that bastard Roger, and tell him I beat his son into a pulp. Whitebeard froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. I'll be sure to tell him. Rein waved his hand and vanished with a flicker. Whitebeard stood for a long time looking at the spot where Rein had vanished. Marco came over with a bundle of fresh 4 lines and muttered, Pops, is that bastard really reliable? 20 years, Pops. Fishman Island is no small burden. What would you know? Whitebeard sat back down and stared at the empty wine bowl. That brat has a foul mouth and a greedy eye, but once he gives his word, even if the sky comes falling down, he'll hold it up with one hand. Roger saw that clearly back then, and that's why he dared to stake everything he had on him. Whitebeard stretched his aching bones, of fierce light burning in his clouded eyes. To have made a friend of this mercenary, a man who loved money but valued his word even more, on this sea that devours men, this life had not been lived in vain. He truly looked forward to it, that final earth-shattering battle destined to pave the way for a new era. A 10 million a year security fee. If I don't put on the full show for you today, your idiot sons will go out there thinking I take the money without doing a bit of work. New world. An uninhabited island. Rein yanked off his coat and hurled it behind him. 50 meters ahead, Edward Newgate tore off his enormous captain's cloak. Don't bring up the 10 million. Whitebeard swung his right arm, and the supreme-grade blade, Murakamajiri, shrieked through the air before slamming into the rocky ground. In this battle, show me everything you've got. Don't let this old man go out without a thrill. If you want me to get serious, it depends on whether your bones are still hard enough. Rein gripped the hilt of Huadu. He pushed his thumb against the guard, and a sharp clang burst out. As the black blade was drawn, furious dark gold arcs of lightning erupted from Rein's palm and instantly crawled over the entire black edge. White clouds had floated in the sky only moments before, but under the wash of that terrifying conqueror's haki, the air current within 2 kilometers above their heads collapsed in an instant. Here it comes. Whitebeard roared. Gripping the long shaft with both hands, he wrapped the tip of the great blade entirely in the white bubbles of the tremor fruit. 2 dark silhouettes collided directly in the center of the island. Huadu slammed head-on into the blade of Murakamajiri wrapped in a white halo. Boom. At the instant the 2 weapons at the peak of the entire sea collided, there was no room for long-range exchange, only the raw clash of iron and chain eruptions of force. With the 2 men's feet as the anchor point, the violent shockwave crushed a colossal crater nearly 100 meters in diameter into the flat ground. The fragments in the crater didn't even get to bounce up before the residual conqueror's haki of the pair ground them into fine powder. The entire uninhabited island shook violently 3 times in 1 second. Then from the central plane of the clash, a half-meter-wide deep-sea chasm tore madly outward in all 4 cardinal directions, ripping the island some 10 li across into 4 chunks. Pretty fierce strength, old man. You must have eaten plenty of tonics at Ryugu Palace, huh? Rein's arm muscles bulged violently as he gripped the hilt and pressed it down a full 3 inches. The old man didn't retreat half a step. The veins on his arms bulged like iron wire. Girl, la 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 la. Even Roger couldn't make this old man yield half a step while he was alive. Don't play dumb tricks on me, you mercenary reeking of money. Whitebeard slammed both arms sharply upward, driving the super-strength quake waves clinging to his blade to the limit in an instant. Crack! Crack! The ground, already on the verge of shattering, burst apart completely. The air around the 2 was torn open into dozens of snow-white cracks. Rein's wrist went numb. Using the push from Whitebeard's levered swing, his whole body was hurled into the sky. As he somersaulted, his left leg, already wrapped in highly compressed, hardened armament haki, slashed down from midair toward the back of Whitebeard's head with the force of gravity behind it. The kick was as fast as lightning and gave the old man no time to brace. Whitebeard had no intention of blocking with his weapon. He drove upward, left fist clenched, throwing punch after punch at Rein's ribs. It was a dangerous style of trading wound for wound. Smack. Boom. Rein's armament-wrapped leg crashed against Whitebeard's temple, sending 2 old teeth streaked with blood flying out of the Sea Emperor's mouth. At the same time, the compressed quake force of Whitebeard's punch slammed into Rein's chest and abdomen without reservation. Now that felt good. Riding the force of the punch, Rein landed back on the ground, his feet plowing 2 deep furrows dozens of meters long through the gravel. Whitebeard turned and wiped the dirty blood that kept seeping from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, his chest already beginning to heave harder. The agony of his failing organs was spreading outward from the high-intensity clash, but not a single finger on the hands gripping Murakamajiri trembled. Is that all you've got? That isn't even enough to scratch this old man's itch. Whitebeard bellowed, planting his legs deep into the ground. Tucking Murakamajiri into the crook of his arm, he made claws of both huge hands, gripped the empty air in front of him, and then ripped outward with all his might. The air turned into a shattered crystal room. Dense white spiderweb cracks tore madly from the sky above the entire island down toward the sea surface. The whole sea tilted a horrifying 90 degrees along with it. A 10,000-ton giant wave climbed into the sky like a wall that touched the heavens, pulled upward by the overwhelming devil fruit force field, ready, at any moment, to smash the two madmen fighting on the island into the bottom of the sea. For an old bag of bones, you still fight this hard. He no longer planned to hold back. Since this fight was the final resting place that old Loach had chosen, he would repay him with a top-tier funeral service. Rein drove Huadu in his right hand into the broken rocks at his feet. With his left hand, he ripped open the buckle at the back of his combat belt and grabbed the supreme gray blade that Roger had carried in life. Ace. Recognize this old rival, don't you? Rein drew the blade, backhanded his wrist, flashing out 3 feet of dark gold crimson light. One more time. Before he finished speaking, Rein and his long coat turned into a true dark gold arrow in half a second. He didn't try to defend against the inverted tsunami hanging high above, and he paid no attention to the cracks on the ground that kept splitting open and spouting underground hot water. He went straight for Whitebeard's heart. Whitebeard recognized the patterns on Ace. It was as if he had been given a shot of pure adrenaline. This is what this old man wanted to see. Rein. He lifted his blade and stepped forward. With that stride, the entire right side of the old man's chest ached until it nearly lost all feeling, but it didn't stop him from pouring his conqueror's haki tremor currents and every bit of his life's pride into Mercenary. Divine departure. Skyquake. Heaven split. Whitebeard's warblade traced one thick, pure white horizontal arc. The two utterly off-the-chart heavy strikes collided head-on in the center of that little ruined island with no trace of dodging or cheap moves. More than half of the uninhabited island vanished in 1 second. It wasn't smashed into the sea. The spatial pressure directly produced by the two blades and the quake crushed the rocks on the surface together with several towering trees, turning them into gray ash that spun crazily through the sky. The instant before the tens of millions of tons of seawater tipping from midair could crash down, the atmospheric backblast erupting from the battlefield pushed it away into the open sea dozens of li off. A torrential rain and the fragmented air pressure that hadn't been completely canceled out began to pound down in crackling torrents onto the remaining stub of the island's foundation. More than 10 minutes later, the great cloud trench split open by the furious attacks finally stopped spreading. The two figures stood facing each other 5 meters apart. Rein slid Ace back into his belt. Across from him, Whitebeard Edward Newgate had not fallen. He still pressed both palms tightly on the handle of his closest partner, Mercenary. His huge, aged body stood as straight as a bronze pillar that had risen from the bottom of the South Sea and grown there. His broad chest was covered with vicious, deep sword wounds, still streaming red blood mixed with rain. Did I put on enough of a show for you? On the beach, there was no reply except the eerie sound of the sea wind whistling through gaps in the rocks. Edward Newgate's eyes slowly lost the last glimmer that belonged to the living, but the presence from the corners of his eyes to his fists did not weaken in the slightest. Even in death, the might of an emperor, which had forced every pirate crew on the whole sea not to dare let out a loud fart, remained perfectly intact on this body left at the edge of the new sea. He stood there watching for over a minute. Rein took out a hip flask, unscrewed the cap, and swigged a large mouthful of aged rum. The fiery taste went down his throat and dispelled the hollow weakness left by his desperate fight with that monster. Then he poured the remaining liquor, still over half the old copper flask, out in front of Whitebeard. The clear liquor soaked the stones and gathered into a small puddle beside the dead Whitebeard's boots. Rein clapped the grit and ash from his palms. Without one final look at the legend of the sea who had now gone to zero, he pulled the front of his long coat closed with both hands and walked away with long strides. Morgan stood in the top-floor office of the World Economy News Company, slapping a hand on his desk. In his hand, he clutched the high-altitude aerial photograph, and the beak at the corner of his mouth seemed about to split open from laughing. In the photo, an unnamed deserted island was torn into 4 pieces on the spot by a terrifying force. In the center of the rubble-strewn ruins, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the strongest man of the old era, had died standing, his hand still pressed on his sword hilt, his chest covered in sword wounds. At the edge of the photograph, a figure was seen from behind, wearing a long black trench coat with dark gold wave patterns at the cuffs, carrying a wine flask as he walked back. A huge scoop. An absolutely huge scoop. Morgans paced excitedly around the office, shouting, "Whitebeard has been killed in battle. Bounty hunter Lei In killed a Yonko." Beside him, the chief editor wiped away cold sweat and cautioned President, "Our inside information says Lei In has taken over Fishman Island and become its de facto ruler. Should we report that?" "Obviously. Put that on the front page too." Morgans waved his wing. "I want the whole world to know that there is now a living king of hell on this sea that nobody dares to offend." The next day, news birds covered the sky, scattering newspapers across the world. The sea was thoroughly set ablaze. Leaders of the major powers in the New World looked at the figure of Lei In's back on the newspaper and issued orders of death. Whoever dares to cause trouble at Fishman Island will have his entire crew punished collectively and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Before they knew it, 2 months had passed. Fishman Island Mermaid Cafe. Lei In sprawled comfortably on the large sofa in the VIP seat. On his left, a mermaid girl with a blue fishtail was massaging his legs. On his right, a red-haired mermaid girl peeled a grape and handed it over. "Ah, big boss." Lei In opened wide. The girl giggled as she leaned close. Rein bit the grape in one mouthful. This grape's not bad. Give me another one. His life now was very comfortable. He had 10 billion in cash stashed in the basement to gather mold, and every year Neptune from Fishman Island paid him a 10 million base salary. Usually he just stayed inside this bubble coating watching the girls and drinking coffee. A burst of hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Jinbi walked in, his expression tightly drawn. Because he had refused to answer the Navy's mandatory summons to the Paramount War, his title of Warlord of the Sea had long been stripped by the world government. Now he worked full-time as the security captain and daily patrol supervisor of Fishman Island. Boss Rein, there's trouble at the perimeter. Jinbi walked to the table and reported a pirate ship with a bounty of 240 million plus 2 slave ships forced its way into the barrier area of Fishman Island. They ignored the warnings entirely and are creating trouble at the harbor. 240 million. Rein chewed his grape without lifting his eyelids. Don't these newcomers read the newspaper? Jinbi sighed. They're greenhorns fresh off the first half of the Grand Line. They said they wanted to catch some top-quality mermaids and sell them for big money. Idiots. Rein took a sip of the coffee beside him and grabbed the huado placed next to the sofa. He locked onto the ship's silhouette at the harbor. His thumb pushed the sword guard, and a sharp ring of clang burst out. A piercing shriek exploded in the air. A dark gold sword beam more than 100 meters long split the sea and slashed over Fishman Island with irresistible force. At the harbor, that 240 million supernova was standing on the bow, laughing wildly, his sword only half raised. A dark gold flash streaked past. He and his entire sturdy large pirate ship, along with the 2 slave ships beside it from bow to stern together with the outer navigation bubble coating, were smoothly cut into 2 halves in 1 second. Boom, crash. The 3 ships broke apart, instantly, seawater flooding into the split hulls. The several hundred men aboard had no time even to scream before they were crushed into pulp by the deep-sea pressure and fed to the Sea Kings. Rein sheathed his sword, turned around, and sat back on the sofa. Go wash the floor. Fish up all the valuables from the ships and confiscate them. Sweep away the leftover scrap metal, and don't block the merchant ship's route tomorrow. Jinbi wiped the cold sweat from his brow and nodded quickly. Understood. I'll do it right away. Over these past 2 months, Rein had sent 15 blind-eyed pirate crews to the afterlife with that same one-cut style of taking down the ship and everyone aboard. The outside world now spread magnificent rumors saying that Fishman Island had an invisible line of death. Anyone who recklessly barged in would not even know how he died. Just as Jinbi was turning to leave, the cafe's front door was suddenly kicked to pieces with a loud bang from outside. A gang of weirdly shaped fishmen charged in with fierce killing intent. The ringleader was the great white shark fishman Hody Jones. He held a trident, his eyes bloodshot, and was madly stuffing handfuls of red energy steroids into his mouth. As the drug took effect, his already massive muscles began to bulge irregularly, and veins climbed over his body like tree roots. Rein, you lowly human. Hody Jones laughed wildly, his voice echoing through the cafe. Whitebeard is dead. Fishman Island should now be ours. The new Fishman Pirates territory. A human like you has no right to call yourself king on our turf. The mermaid girls in the cafe screamed in fright and shrank behind the counter. Rein frowned. Jinbi, who is this ugly freak? Rein pointed at Hody, sounding very annoyed. Jinbi's expression changed greatly as he bellowed, Hody, what madness has gotten into you? This is no place for you to speak. Get back here right now. Boss Jinbi, you're too weak. Humans are all garbage. I'll use absolute force to clear out this filth. Hody, whose mind was already deteriorating from the drugs, stared hard at Rein, raised the heavy trident, and thrust it fiercely forward. Die. Rein was sitting on the sofa, raising his right hand unhurriedly, extending his index and middle fingers. Ting! A crisp sound rang out. Those 2 fingers clamped down firmly on the blade edge. Hody's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. All the muscles in his body were strained to their limit. He flung his arms wildly forward with every ounce of strength he had, but the trident simply could not advance even half a millimeter. With that little strength, you dare to preach racial discrimination. Did your mother forget to put a brain in you when she gave birth? Rein was amused and gently tilted his fingers aside. Snap! The fine iron trident snapped in 2 right through the middle. Before Hody could react, Rein turned his wrist and dealt a backhanded slap across Hody's face. Smack! Hody's mouth, full of sharp teeth, was twisted all the way to the back of his head. Half of his facial bones were completely shattered and several bloody shark teeth flew out to embed in the wall. Rein followed up by grabbing his protruding neck. I take Neptune's money, so I have to protect this crappy island. You sewer trash who doesn't pay and wants to smash the place. How dare you come bother me while I'm drinking coffee? Rein's eyes turned cold. He applied a little force with his palm. Crack! A crisp, bone-snapping sound followed, and the cervical spine shattered on the spot. Hody Jones, who a second ago had been arrogant enough to declare he would rule Fishman Island, twitched once and died on the spot. The mob of new Fishman pirates underlings who had followed Hody and turned to stone instantly. Drag him out. If you can't clean the blood off the floor within 5 minutes, all of you will go down and keep him company in the grave. Rein pulled out a few tissues and wiped the bloody smell from his fingers. Thud thud. The whole group of underlings fell to their knees crying and wailing as they dragged Hodi's corpse out, not even daring to pick up the broken trident that had fallen to the floor. Just when the cafe had settled back into silence, whoosh, a sharp piercing sound of tearing air came from above the street outside. A huge bloodstained battle axe following a bizarre tracking arc and avoiding all obstacles along the way was speeding straight toward Ryugu Palace, not far away. Rein had already been feeling somewhat displeased. Looking up and seeing something flying around, he stretched out his left hand through the air. Slap! A powerful suction force stopped the auto-tracking battle axe in midair and caught it firmly in his palm. Which madman is dropping things from high up this time? Rein examined the pirate mark on the axe. Jinbe's expression turned even uglier. Boss Rein, that's Vander Decken IX's weapon. He's a mark fruit user. He's always harassing Princess Shirahoshi, hiding somewhere dark and flinging weapons every day. Mark fruit. Rein weighed the axe in his hand. A crappy auto-tracking system. Rein stood up and rolled his neck. Holding the axe in his hand, a dark gold armament haki instantly wrapped around the entire battle axe. Since it has auto-tracking, let it go back the same way it came. Boom. Empowered by Rein's terrifying strength, the axe tore open a sonic boom cloud in the air and shot backward at insane speed along the invisible trajectory it had come from. Vander Decken 9 was just about to take out another long blade and throw it toward Ryugu Palace. Suddenly a death threat that made every hair on his body stand upright rushed straight at him. He did not even have time to scream. Squelch, boom. The very battle axe he himself had thrown carrying Rein's destructive force blasted his entire body into pieces. Rein brushed the dust from his hands and sat back in his seat. Alright, the flies are all swatted. This service is beyond what was asked. Jinbe, go to Ryugu Palace later and tell Neptune that next year's protection money has to go up 20%. Jinbe stood beside him, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. This wasn't a mercenary at all. This was like inviting a god of slaughter to sit in the island as a guardian deity. The next day in Ryugu Palace City, Neptune held a grand feast to celebrate the eradication of the plague that had plagued the Fishman Island. At the head seat, Rein sat majestically with a long table before him piled high with various deep-sea beast meats specially supplied from the ocean depths and precious fine wines. Neptune's face glowed with health as he approached, carrying an extra-large wine cup, bowing deeply in toast. Lord Rein, you are truly the savior of Fishman Island. That madman Decken is dead and Shirahoshi no longer needs to be imprisoned in the hardshell tower, living in constant fear. Your great kindness will never be forgotten by Fishman Island. Enough with all this flowery talk. Rein sliced off a large piece of meat and shoved it into his mouth, chewing with grease oozing from his lips. I do what I'm paid for. Decken brought his own destruction by throwing trash at me, and I merely finished him off. Fill the cup. Neptune hurriedly poured the wine. As soon as he spoke, a heavy and sluggish swimming sound echoed from behind the grand hall. A colossal figure with long pink hair cautiously poked half her body out from behind a pillar. The mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. Having been imprisoned in the tower for over a decade, this was the first time she had seen anyone other than her family alive. Shirahoshi swam to the center of the hall and looked down at Rein, who was seated on a chair devouring large chunks of meat. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Rein, for saving Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi pressed her palms together, her voice so tender and sweet it seemed it could be wrung like water, and golden tears threatened to spill. Stop right there. Rein interrupted without hesitation. Don't cry in front of me. I have no patience for women's whining. If you shed so much as a single tear, I'll stuff you right back into that crumbling tower this instant. Shirahoshi shuddered at his harsh tone and immediately clamped both hands over her mouth. She forced back her tears, which came out as uncontrollable hiccups instead. Shirahoshi won't cry. Shirahoshi will be good. Watching her cower from a single word, Rein couldn't help but roll his eyes. With such cowardice, even throwing a sea cucumber at her would likely make her scream for help. Find your own corner to eat in and stop being an eyesore in my presence. Rein waved his hand dismissively. Shirahoshi felt as though she'd been granted a reprieve and promptly scurried to a corner where she settled down with a plate of cake, her large eyes never blinking as she stole glances at Rein. In the blink of an eye, a full year had passed since Rein took up residence on Fishman Island. During this year, Fishman Island had completely become an absolutely secure zone in the New World. No matter how ferocious or highly wanted a pirate might be, upon reaching here, they would cower like a quail with its tail between its legs. No one dared to provoke this mad dog in its own territory. Meanwhile, the outside world had been turned upside down with the balance of power completely reshuffled. One noon, Jinbe entered the Mermaid Cafe in a hurry, clutching the latest edition of the World Economic Report. Brother Rein, the world has changed. Rein was playing dice with two beautiful mermaid girls and didn't even look up. What happened? Did the world government explode, or did Sengoku suffer a stroke? Jinbe slammed the newspaper heavily onto the table and pointed to the massive black and white photograph that dominated the entire front page. In the photograph, Marshal D. Teach stood with his belly protruding, laughing maniacally toward the sky with ruins of an island trampled beneath his feet. Blackbeard. He has completely secured his position as one of the 4 emperors. Jinbe said with a heavy tone. Rein finally glanced at the newspaper. Bold black characters were printed on the front page. The final battle. The new 4 emperors ascend to power. Over the past year, Blackbeard, who had been crushed by the 3 admirals at Marineford, relied on the most vicious criminals he brought from level 6 of Impel down, and taking advantage of the Whitebeard pirates' leaderless state launched an incredibly frenzied campaign of annexation. Marco led the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates against Blackbeard's crew in a devastating final battle in the New World. The result was a decisive and humiliating defeat, without a shadow of a doubt. Blackbeard possessed the grotesque power of the dark fruit, and his subordinates were a bloodthirsty horde of monsters. The former territories of the Whitebeard pirates had been completely devoured. This black fatso really knows how to bide his time. Rein sneered, swirling his wine glass. Beaten to a pulp by the Navy, he went back to lick his wounds, then turned around to bully orphans, specifically picking off weak targets and eating what others had prepared. I almost want to praise his professional competence. Jinbi sighed. Since Whitebeard passed away, everyone's having a hard time. Wars are erupting everywhere in the New World now. On the lower half of the newspaper, there were several eye-catching smaller headlines. Rein glanced down at them. Trafalgar Law has officially been approved to fill the vacancy in the 7 Warlords of the Sea after presenting the Navy with 100 pirate hearts. Below was listed the current lineup of the 7 Warlords of the Sea: Doflamingo Mihawk, the Hawkeye Boa Hancock, Gecko Moria Buggy, the Clown Emu, who claims to be Whitebeard's son, and the newly appointed Law. These tacticians are all filthier than each other. Rein crumpled the newspaper into a ball and tossed it into the trash bin. That kid Law is a ruthless one, cutting out 100 beating hearts just to exchange for a secure government position. The world government's hiring standards have sunk to an all-time low now. Any stray cat or dog can get an official appointment. Jinbi asked with concern, brother, with the chaotic situation outside and Blackbeard having consolidated his forces, his greedy nature means he'll eventually set his sights on Fishman Island as plunder. Shouldn't we prepare in advance? Prepare my ass. Rein snorted derisively. He stood up and stretched lazily, his bones crackling like popping beans throughout his body. Even if you gave Blackbeard 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare come here. Rein flicked away the butt of his cigar. If he really dares to show up, I've been itching for a fight lately. I'll chop off that fat head of his, and probably trade it to Sengoku for quite a bit of spending money. Another year slipped by. That afternoon, the Mermaid Cafe was open for business as usual. Nearby, Jinbi was going over the month's shipping manifests when a sudden commotion broke out outside. The fishman guard on patrol came scrambling and practically tripping over himself. Boss Jinbi, bad news. A ship hasn't paid the toll and just crashed straight into our harbor. Jinbi's brow furrowed into a knot. Lately, there's always some blind fool asking for death. Brother Lei, and you stay seated. I'll go handle this. Lei slapped the wanted poster onto the table. Don't rush to kill anyone. That battered ship might well be an old acquaintance. Jinbi was baffled. While Jinbi was still puzzling over it, the cafe door was shoved open with a bang. A short kid in a straw hat and red vest shuffled in, dragging his sandals as he swaggered. Luffy looked around, and his eyes lit up at once. He waved at Lei and shouted, Uncle Lei. Finally found you. Jinbi stepped forward, his enormous body blocking Luffy's path, his expression grim. Hey kid, this is Fishman Island. Keep it down. Luffy tilted his head, stared at Jinbi, and broke into a grin. Fathead fish uncle, you look so weird. Jinbi's face went black. Just as he was about to flare up, Luffy's companions filed in through the door one after another. The green-haired swordsman wore 3 swords at his waist, his eyes cold as ice shards. The blonde cook with the spiral eyebrows had been smoking. When he looked up and saw the room full of mermaid girls, his nosebleed burst 2 meters into the air, and he flew backward. Nami slapped the cook across the forehead and dragged him inside, cursing under her breath. That's enough, Jinbi. Let him over. That kid's tough to kill. One jab of your trident would probably just tickle him. Lei blew out a smoke ring and waved a hand. Jinbi stepped aside, stared at Luffy's face, and finally recognized him. You're Straw Hat. Because the Summit War had never broken out, Jinbi had been working as a guard on Fishman Island all these years. Apart from what he read in the papers, he had never actually laid eyes on Luffy himself. Luffy didn't care about any of that. He bounded over to Lei and in a few steps plopped down onto the sofa, grabbed a sea beast leg from the plate on the table, and sank his teeth into it. This is good. Luffy mumbled with his mouth full of grease. Uncle Rayleigh said you were the boss here on Fishman Island. He wasn't wrong. The meat here has a lot more kick than the stuff in Sabaody. Lei flicked the ash off his cigar and gave Luffy a long look up and down. The kid had a cross-shaped scar on his chest, his muscles were a lot more solid, the old fidgety edge had faded, and he looked like he could take a serious beating. 2 years gone, and that old reprobate Rayleigh didn't train you into a cripple. Lei lounged on the sofa and teased. Uncle Rayleigh is a really great guy. Luffy swallowed the meat in his mouth and patted his belly. He taught me a ton of awesome stuff. I'm super strong now. Zoro walked over, pulled up a chair, and sat down, his hand habitually resting on his sword hilt. He was looking at Lei and barely contained fighting spirit flickering in his eyes. After 2 years of training with Hawkeyes, he wanted to know exactly how far the distance was between himself and the apex. Lei glanced at Zoro and chuckled. Ma said, take your hand off the hilt. I'm the security captain now. Going around slashing people at the drop of a hat is pirate work. This is a legitimate business. Nami's eyes immediately turned into berry symbols when she heard legitimate business. She leaned in and asked Uncle Lei, "And do you make a lot of money on Fishman Island? Could you lend us a little travel money?" Lein gave her a look. "There's no money to lend. You penniless bums got safe and sound into Fishman Island, and I didn't even charge you an entrance fee. Don't you know the rules?" After a few more idle remarks, Lein poured a glass of rum. "Let's talk business." He took a sip. "Where's that brat Ace?" At the mention of Ace, Luffy's smile became even brighter. "Ace is completely free these days." Luffy reached for another piece of meat. "He spends every day farming with Aunt Rouge in the village, and he's taken up fishing by the sea. A while ago he wrote me saying the old guy selling booze at the village entrance complained his fish were too small and wouldn't trade him any sake. What ambition." Lein snorted with a laugh and shook his head. "Still, that's fine too." In terms of identity, Ace was now completely a dead man. Being able to settle down quietly and live a stable life with his mother is 10,000 times better than running out there to be someone else's stepping stone. Luffy polished off the entire plate of meat and let out a loud burp. He stood up, pressed the straw hat down on his head, and looked straight at Lein. "Uncle, I've eaten my fill of meat. We're heading to the New World." Luffy grinned, as if it were a matter of course. "I'm definitely going to be the Pirate King. The New World is a huge cesspit right now." Lein tapped the table. The balance of power among the four emperors changed a long time ago. Rabid dogs are fighting for territory everywhere. With that little frame of yours, you wouldn't even be a mouthful for them. What's that got to do with anything? Luffy clenched his fist and knocked on his own chest. "I'll just knock flying anyone who gets in the way." Beside him, Zoro stood up, a wild, arrogant smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "The captain's already said it. We're busy people." By now, Sanji had finally stopped his nosebleed. He straightened his suit, and Tai walked over and snorted coldly. "Don't underestimate our 2 years of training. Whoever's in front of us, I'll just kick them to pieces." Lein stood up casually, took a gold coin from his pocket, flicked it high with his thumb, caught it cleanly, and tossed it to Luffy. Scram. Lein sat back down on the sofa. Luffy caught the coin casually, stuffed it in his pocket, and waved with a grin. "Got it. See you, Uncle." The Straw Hat crew came and went in a flash. After raising a lively ruckus in the Mermaid Cafe, they quickly headed off together toward the harbor. Only after they had gone far into the distance did Jinbe let out a long breath. "Brother Lein, so that's Vice Admiral Garp's grandson." Jinbe wiped the sweat from his brow. "That reckless, thick-skinned temperament is exactly the same. Just a little brat who doesn't know his place." Lein lit another cigar. "Still, the sea has been too quiet for too long. It's time someone stirred up these murky waters. 1.5 billion. That Morgans must have been drinking cheap hooch. This bounty's been so watered down it's breaking every rule in the book." On the beach chair outside Mermaid Cafe, Rein rattled the World Economy newspaper loudly. The front page headline read, "Fifth Emperor of the Sea. Straw Hat Luffy's bounty soars to 1.5 billion berries." Jinbe walked over carrying 2 glasses of iced drinks, pulled up a chair, and glanced at the newspaper. Luffy really kicked up a storm this time. He turned Big Mom's tea party upside down. Jinbe said, taking a sip of water. "When this paper hits the streets, the whole New World is going to erupt again. Let it erupt." Rein rolled the newspaper into a tube and tapped it on the table. "That kid managed to slip out from under Charlotte Lean's nose in one piece. His luck's tougher than nails. But this 5th Emperor title hanging over his head right now is just putting him on a spit over an open fire." In the month since Luffy left Fishman Island, he had churned this sea into utter chaos. Today happened to be the day the Fishman Island royal family was set to depart for the reverie. At the harbor outside Ryugu Palace, escort vessels manned by the Fishman guards were already lined up. A faint ripple stirred the water. The enormous Shirahoshi cautiously leaned out from the side, holding a lunchbox bigger than her own head. "Lord Rein, father said we're about to set off for Port Rouge." Shirahoshi set the lunchbox gently on the table in front of Rein, rested her cheeks in both hands, and smiled with curved eyes. "I just learned how to make these little cakes. Please have a taste." Rein lifted the lid, pinched a cake the size of a sea basin, and tossed it into his mouth. He chewed twice. "Your cooking's improving. Way better than that throat-searingly sweet garbage you made before." Rein dusted the crumbs off his hands and looked up at Shirahoshi. "Once you're on land, don't go making a fuss. Mary Geos is a filthy cesspool full of celestial dragons with their noses in the air. Stick close to Neptune and don't wander off." Rein pointed at her. "If those bubble-headed pigs dare to ogle you, or even try to lay a finger on you, you just drop my name. Tell them Fishman Island is under Rein's protection. If any fool doesn't know his place, I'll storm Mary Geos tomorrow, skin him alive, and use his hide as a doormat." Shirahoshi's eyes sparkled as she nodded eagerly. Shirahoshi remembers. With Lord Rein here, Shirahoshi isn't afraid of anything. Just then the seawater beyond the bay began churning violently. A colossal dog-headed marine battleship, flying a seagull flag, tore through the water curtain and thundered into the harbor. Before the warship had even fully docked, a thunderous roar of laughter echoed across the entire pier. "Ha! Neptune. Old friend. I'm here to pick you all up." Garp, wearing his signature white suit and draped in his justice coat, leaped from the bow and landed on the stone pier, clutching a half-eaten bag of rice crackers. Vice Admiral Bogard led a squad of Marines quickly in his wake, calmly securing the area. Rein rose from his beach chair, World Economy newspaper in hand, and strolled over unhurriedly. Well, if it isn't the marine hero famed across the four seas. Rein walked up to Garp and without a word slapped the newspaper with Luffy's face plastered all over it against Garp's chest with a loud smack. Come on, big hero, let me interview you. Rein grinned, ear to ear, his tone dripping with gleeful schadenfreude. Your precious grandson just made a real name for himself, becoming the 5th emperor of this sea. As the figurehead of the Marines, how do you feel right now? Garp didn't get angry. He just reached out, snatched the paper, and skimmed it. Crack. Garp bit through a rice cracker and mumbled indistinctly, what feelings could I have? I just feel these crackers are nice and crispy today. Don't give me that bullshit, Rein laughed aloud. Your grandson waltzed into Big Mom's turf and tore her front door off. Aren't you as his grandpa planning to sail that old tub of yours to the new world and throw him in cuffs? The hell I will. Garp rolled his eyes dramatically and completely gave up. Ever since Sengoku retired and that Braddockinu took over as fleet admiral, all he does is throw mugs around his office all day. Chasing pirates is his damn job. All I do is show for people. Besides, the fact that this little shit can stir up such a mess proves that my educational policy of throwing him into the deep mountains to brawl with monkeys back in the day was absolutely spot on. As he rambled on, Garp puffed out his chest, looking quite proud of himself. The two traded jabs for a while, then Neptune arrived at the pier with his 3 sons. After exchanging greetings with Garp, the Fishman royal family began boarding one after another. Once the boarding was just about settled, Garp dropped the grinning carefree look, casually tossed the empty cracker bag to a nearby soldier, and turned to Rein. All right, enough small talk. Garp rubbed the stubble on his chin. This time I took this assignment not just to pick up Neptune's family, but also to deliver one bizarre military order. Military order? From Akainu. Rein bit his cigar and raised an eyebrow. Not Akainu. Garp lowered his voice. It's a notice sent directly from the highest level of Mary Geos. Alongside my escort mission, the document named you explicitly and added one more requirement. Garp stared straight at Rein. They want your sorry ass to go to Mary Geos. The moment those words left his mouth, Jinbe, who was standing off to the side, went pale on the spot. The world government inviting Rein to the Holy Land. This reeked of something deeply wrong. They're inviting me to the Holy Land. Rein was stunned for a second, then burst out laughing. He took the cigar from his mouth and flicked off the ash. Those 5 old farts on the Gorosei got tired of living, or do they think their old bones can't be broken enough by me? Rein snorted. They want me as a guest. I'm afraid the moment I set foot inside Pangaea Castle, they'll piss their pants in terror. I find it strange too, Garp said, picking his nose with an unimpressed look. I don't give a damn what those old bastards are scheming. I've delivered the message, or whether you go is up to you. Rein narrowed his eyes. Politicians like the Gorosei, who valued face more than their own lives, would never voluntarily lower themselves to invite a bounty hunter to the Holy Land. Since it wasn't those 5 old men's doing, the only remaining possibility was the one who sat on the empty throne deep within Pangaea Castle year-round. The supreme ruler manipulating the entire world government from behind the scenes, the one before whom even the Gorosei had to kneel and kowtow. Interesting. Rein put the cigar back between his teeth. Lately, playing head of security at the bottom of the sea had been boring him out of his mind. Since the highest echelons of the world government had taken the initiative to send an invitation, not showing up to watch the show would be an insult to the courier who came all this way. Fine, I'll tag along for the trip. Rein agreed readily, then shifted gears, extending his upturned palm toward Garp. But you know the rule, I'm a professional mercenary, no free labor. Since the higher-ups named me specifically, it's gotta be covered as travel expenses and security fees. One trip to the Holy Land, flat rate, 500 million berries. Go get the reimbursement from that Braddockinu. If I don't see the money, the first thing I'll do on Mary Geos is knock down a few buildings just to hear the sound. Garp's mouth twitched. He nearly slapped Rein right across the face. You money-grubbing bastard, you're obsessed. I'm just a messenger. If you want money, go ask the Gorosei yourself. Garp barked in exasperation, then turned and strode up the warship's gangway. Now get your ass on board. We sail. The waves slammed heavily against the warship's hull, bursting into white spray. The towering red cliffs of the Red Line had already emerged faintly at the edge of the sea. On the bow of the massive warship, Shirahoshi lay sprawled across the railing, her pink hair scattering wildly in the sea breeze. Her large eyes were wide open, watching the flying fish leaping above the waves. Lord Rein, look, the fish in the sea can fly out of the water. Shirahoshi turned excitedly, shouting at Rein lounging in a deck chair, her tail slapping loudly against the wooden deck. Stop making such a fuss. Rein turned over. Seagulls can swim in water too. Keep slapping like that, and you'll break through this lousy ship's deck. Shirahoshi quickly withdrew her tail and covered her mouth with her hands. After a moment, she couldn't help but laugh again, her whole body swaying with joy. Neptune watched the scene, his beard curling upward from his smile. How wonderful, Neptune said, rubbing his hands together emotionally. That child was locked in the hardshell tower for over a decade, never even looking directly at sunlight. Rein sat up and took a bite of his cigar. Are we there yet? Almost there, Garp said, striding out of the cabin. Redport is just ahead. Garp walked over and plopped down on a wooden crate beside Rein. Hey Rein. Garp lowered his voice. You mad dog better not bite people recklessly up there. That's Mary Geos, the territory of the 5 elders, the nest of the celestial dragons. I'm here to escort Neptune. If you go on a bloody rampage up there, I'm not cleaning up your mess. Me reckless. Rein chuckled, flicking off his cigar ash. I'm a mercenary who follows the rules. As long as those 5 old men pay the 5 billion appearance fee in full, I don't mind having a cup of tea up there and leaving. And if they don't, Garp eyed him sideways. Don't pay. Rein exhaled a thick smoke ring, his tone nonchalant. Not paying is a breach of contract. Then I'll just slaughter a few celestial dragons and take their heads as payment. That settles the debt. Garp rolled his eyes. To him, the world nobles of Mary Geos were like cabbages in a market, able to be chopped as one pleased. You're truly rotten to the core, you bastard. Garp picked his nose, too lazy to offer more advice. The warship quickly pulled into the dedicated pier at Redport. The pier was already packed with people. Royal processions from various nations attending the World Summit crowded the harbor's outer edges. Even more exaggerated were the news reporters, each hoisting long guns and cameras blocking the front line. The gangplank fell with a bang. Garp led the way, Rein following in big strides with Neptune behind, leading 4 children. The moment they appeared, the flashbulbs on the pier erupted into a blinding sea of white. Look, it's the Ryugu Kingdom's procession. That's the legendary mermaid princess. My goodness, that beauty. Snap it quickly. The reporters frantically pressed their shutters. Facing so many greedy eyes and blinding flashes, Shirahoshi instinctively shrank, hiding her massive frame behind Neptune. Rein stopped and turned to look at her. What are you doing? He raised an eyebrow. All the rules I taught you these 2 years have been soaked away by seawater. Shirahoshi was startled and quickly straightened up. Stand up straight. Rein snorted coldly. You are the princess of Fishman Island. Most importantly, you are going out with me. If you cower like that, people will think I'm a trafficker who oppresses civilians. On this sea with me walking ahead of you, you don't need to lower your head to anyone. Hearing this, Shirahoshi felt reassured. Her tension and fear vanished in an instant. She tried her best to open her eyes wide and even boldly waved toward the crowd of reporters. That wave caused several young reporters to become mesmerized, their eyes turning into red hearts as they sprayed nosebleeds and collapsed onto the pier. So noisy. Rein picked his ear disgustedly. A few sharp-eyed veteran reporters finally turned their lenses to the man walking ahead of Shirahoshi. Several veteran reporters holding cameras felt their legs go weak on the spot. That's Rein? Why is he here too? Quick, move the lens away. Do you want to get our families killed? Rein ignored these sensible reporters and continued forward. Suddenly from the red carpet ahead, an extremely forced dry cough came. A skinny figure dressed in ridiculously flamboyant royal attire strutted over with arrogance. Stelly, the current king of Goa Kingdom. Oh, if it isn't Vice Admiral Garp. Stelly walked up to Garp, nose pointing to the sky, and struck the ground twice with his scepter. What a coincidence to run into you here. Garp dug his nose and glanced at Stelly sideways. Who are you? Garp flicked the booger away, landing it precisely on Stelly's shoe. Stelly's expression stiffened. I am the king of Goa Kingdom. Stelly, you rude marine, don't forget that your hometown windmill village is under my jurisdiction. Oh, Garp nodded perfunctorily. Don't know you. Stelly gritted his teeth in anger. But he hadn't come to quarrel or show off his authority in a place like this today. He glanced left and right, confirming that the reporters were far enough away, then quickly sidled to a fawning smile. He sidled up to Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, I've come to you for a real matter. Stelly lowered his voice, his tone burning with fervor. I heard you're quite senior in the Navy and can speak to the higher-ups. Can you build a bridge for me with the world nobles? Garp stopped digging his nose and looked down at him. What, you want to become that kind of garbage? Stelly was stunned into silence, collapsing onto the ground with a thud. Why, you're insane. You dare insult the descendants of the creators. Stelly's voice cracked with fear. Useless weakling. Garp rolled his eyes dramatically and stepped right over the fool, too lazy to entertain him. Someone like this is a king. This world is getting more and more interesting. Rein flicked away his cigarette butt and caught up in large strides. At the end of the harbor, a massive bubble cage elevator connecting directly to the top of the red line stood waiting. This thing was pulled by 2 giant sea beasts and served as a dedicated elevator to the holy land of Mary Geos. Garp stood at the elevator door watching as Neptune's family and Rein stepped inside. All right, my escort mission ends here. Garp waved his hand. Rein, I'll remind you once more, don't cause trouble. I know. You're so fussy. Rein waved dismissively. The elevator doors closed. The bubble elevator slowly ascended along the steep cliffs of the red line. The view outside grew wider and wider. The entire red port, the vast sea, and the docked warships all shrank below their line of sight. Shirahoshi's eyes reflected the glistening sea. Wow. She gaped, her tail wagging excitedly inside the cage. Lord Rein, we're flying. The sea has become so tiny. It's truly magnificent. Crown Prince Shark also couldn't help but murmur. This is the closest view to the sky. Don't get too excited. Up there isn't some vacation resort. Rein gazed at the power center hidden among the clouds above the bubble elevator. Mary Geos. A herd of pigs waiting to be disciplined lived there. The world's highest authority had proactively invited him, and it absolutely couldn't be just for tea. The elevator rose higher and higher, piercing straight into the clouds. Penga Castle. On the only road that led to the castle stretched a vast social plaza paved with pure white marble. The fountain spouted nothing but fine vintage wine, and gold leaf coated the carved street lamps on both sides. Kings, princes, and princesses from the allied kingdoms who had come from every corner of the world for the summit were holding goblets in the plaza, flattering one another without restraint. Lord Lei and the people here are so tiny. Bai Xing looked around with curiosity, her huge tail sweeping gently across the ground. A bunch of overfed shit machines, that's all. Lei blew out a smoke ring. Take the proper path. Don't step on that strip of floor in the middle that moves on its own. He had no interest in experiencing the fully automatic moving walkway, powered by slave labor, hidden beneath the ground. He simply led Nippuden's family across the solid ground on the side, and into the social plaza. The very instant Bai Xing's exquisite face and massive pink figure came fully into the sunlight, the dignitaries who had been holding forth moments earlier all turned into ducks with their necks squeezed. Clatter. A nearby waiter carrying a tray had a twitch in his hand, and 3 glasses of champagne, glasses and wine alike, crashed onto a certain king's leather shoes. The king did not react at all. Drool was already sliding down his chin. That's the mermaid princess of Yuan Island. Humanity's obsession with mermaids had always been pathological, let alone when confronted by a peerless beauty like Bai Xing. The nobles and royals who normally looked down their noses at everyone swarmed over like flies catching the scent of blood. Beautiful mermaid princess. I am the 3rd prince of the Bulake kingdom. I would trade 10 gold mines for 1 smile from you. A short, pudgy man with slicked back hair and a diamond-studded suit scrambled to the front on his hands and knees, dropped to one knee, and raised a ruby the size of a pigeon's egg high in the air. Get lost. A poor wretch like you doesn't deserve her. Another king as thin as a bamboo pole kicked the fat man aside and struck a pose he believed to be devastatingly handsome. Princess Bai Xing, become my queen. My kingdom has one vast and beautiful lake. Marry me. Choose me. I'll have an aquarium of pure gold built for you. Dozens of people pushed and squeezed into one filthy crowd, sending wave after wave of marriage proposals crashing toward Bai Xing. She blinked her big sparkling eyes and carefully looked over the men proposing to her from head to toe one by one. Short, fat, bald, pockmarked. Bai Xing cleared her throat. Soft and gentle, her voice nonetheless carried clearly across half the plaza. Thank you all. But no. The proposing men all froze. The fat man clutching the ruby grew anxious. Why? Is it not enough gold I offered? It's not about the money. Bai Xing shook her head very earnestly, then extended a slender fair finger and pointed at them. Her tone was completely sincere. It's because you're all too ugly. None of you is the type I like. The whole plaza fell into dead silence. The faces of those princes instantly turned the color of pig liver. Leon couldn't help himself and burst out laughing with a pft. Ha ha ha. Leon laughed loudly. Not bad. That blunt truth even made me laugh. Sha Xing bowed over and over to the nobles, sweat pouring from his forehead. Everyone. My sister is young and unversed in social graces. A child's careless words are harmless. Please don't take them to heart. A child's careless words. The beanpole king, humiliated at being called ugly, flew into a rage. He pointed at Bai Xing and roared, you low-class race from the deep sea. We show you face and you don't want it. Do you honestly think that being pretty lets you run wild in Mali Chiaoya? Guards. Somebody call the guards. Xing. Dozens of elite guards from the allied nations, now holding real swords and guns, instantly surrounded them. Nippuden had just been about to step forward and negotiate. Bang! Leon kicked the beanpole king square in the chest. The beanpole king flew backward like a cannonball from a barrel, snapping 3 ornate marble lampposts in a row before crashing into a fountain in the distance with a thunderous boom. He fell unconscious on the spot, and the water in the pool was instantly dyed red. Leon retracted his foot, stubbed out the cigarette but on the ground, and swept a look around the surrounding guards. When did it become the right of trash like you to teach people? Brought by me a lesson. That single kick stunned the entire plaza. This was the holy land of Mali Chiaoya. How could anyone dare kick the king of an allied kingdom half to death in public? He's crazy. This is a rebellion. The nobles were so frightened that they backed away in disorder. At that moment, 4 figures in white suits walked straight in. The man leading them had a pigeon wearing a necktie on his shoulder. At his side walked a man with the square nose of a voluptuous woman and a heavily armed masked man named Yusaifu. CP0. The Supreme Intelligence Agency under the direct control of the world government. The loyalist guard dogs of the Celestial Dragons. It's CP0. That bastard is dead for sure now. CP0 officers. Arrest this thug who committed violence in public. Several kings who had been scared out of their wits moments ago quickly shrank back and shouted. Lu Qi did not even glance at those shouting kings. His gaze was fixed on Lei Yin, and he never stopped walking until he was right in front of him. Lu Qi drew his right leg back half a step and abruptly bent his knee. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt on one knee. Then square-faced Ka Ku shirt Suishi and the masked man Yusaifu knelt in perfect unison, going down with 3 thuds in a row. For people, 4 of the world government's most lethal killing machines knelt neatly before Lei Yin in broad daylight. The entire social plaza fell into a deathly stillness so absolute that every heartbeat was audible. The kings who had been shouting moments earlier now stood with their mouths hanging open, jaws almost popping out of their sockets. Lu Qi lowered his proud head, and not a trace of emotion could be heard in his voice, only complete deference. Lord Lei and the 5 elders have been waiting for you in the highest chamber of Panga Castle. Please accompany me. The words hit the ground like a thunderbolt out of the blue. The 5 elders, the highest chamber, waiting for him for a long time, and they'd sent someone to invite him on bended knee. Several of the princes who had rushed forward to propose rolled their eyes back, foamed at the mouth, and passed out twitching. Leian looked down at Lu Qi kneeling before him and curled his lip. You secret agents really are quick when it comes to swapping masks. This white dog suit looks a bit better on you than it did 2 years ago. Lu Qi did not answer, still kneeling. Leian could not be bothered with them, and turned his head to look at Bai Xing behind him. Just play around here for a while. Leian pointed at the untouched desserts on the table, and said casually, if some blind-eyed gossip or a short fat lump comes over to bother you, don't say a word. Just slap them across the face, and if you slap them to death, I'll take the blame. Got it. Bai Xing nodded obediently, hugging the cake box from earlier tightly to her chest. Got it. Lord Leian, go attend to your business. Nippuden wiped the cold sweat beside him and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, sir. This old man will take them to the embassy to rest. Only then did Leian turn back and, looking down, kick Lu Qi with the tip of his shoe. All right, stop kneeling here and making a spectacle of yourself. Lead the way. Only then did Lu Qi rise and respectfully step aside to guide the way. Ka Ku and the others also rose quickly and split into 2 lines, walking beside Leian like bodyguards. Leian shoved his hands into his pockets and swaggered off toward the depths of Pangu Castle, leaving behind an entire plaza full of kings and nobles scared out of their wits, and jaws all over the ground. The long corridor stretched deep and dim. Lu Qi led the way at the front, while Rein's cigar clamped between his teeth and hands in his pockets swaggered along behind. After passing through 3 heavily guarded 100-meter iron gates, an ancient colossal bronze door appeared ahead. Before the door, 5 old men dressed in distinct styles, the ones who held the world's highest visible authority, stood in a neat row. Seeing Rein approach, the leading blonde Gorosei pitman stepped forward and lowered his posture humbly. Lord Rein, your distinguished arrival is more than we could ever have hoped for. Cut the fancy talk, Rein said, planting his feet. I didn't come here for tea. The 500 million travel fee, cash or card. Pitman showed not the slightest irritation. He drew a pure black card trimmed with gold from his breast pocket and handed it over with both hands. An unregistered black gold card from the World Bank, 5 billion berry inside. The extra 4.5 billion is compensation for the disturbance you suffered in the plaza. Rein accepted the black gold card, flicking it into the air with 2 fingers. At least you old bastards know how to behave. He casually pocketed the card. So talk. What do you need me for? It is not us who seek you, Nasajuro said in a low voice. He turned and pushed open the heavy bronze door behind him. The Lord is waiting for you inside. Rein raised an eyebrow, exhaled a thick plume of smoke, and strode through the entrance. The Gorosei followed close behind. The great door rumbled shut behind them. Inside lay an immense hall so vast, it was almost beyond belief. At the very center of the hall rose a towering dais bristling with countless weapons. At its summit rested the empty throne, the symbol of the world's absolute power. The Gorosei walked to the foot of the dais and knelt in perfect unison on one knee, foreheads pressed to the floor, 1,000 times more reverent than Lu Qi had been. Withdraw. A voice, neither male nor female, ethereal, yet suffocating in its pressure, emanated from the empty throne. Without a single word, the Gorosei rose and retreated backward out of the hall. Rein stayed exactly where he was, the cigar still clamped between his teeth, as his gaze passed over the dais and fixed on the throne. Soft footsteps followed, and a figure slowly emerged from the shadow behind the throne. The existence was bizarre beyond words. Deep brown skin was mottled with pale white spots, and a shock of light long hair cascaded down to the ankles. But his most striking feature was his sharp almond-shaped eyes, scarlet irises ringed by fine blue circles with multiple layered ring-like patterns swirling within. A pair of curved horns grew from his head, and a jagged saw-toothed tattoo ran from the left half of his torso, all the way up to his cheek. So this is the master of your 5 good dogs, eh? Rein took a drag of his cigar. Pretty alternative looking if you ask me. Emu gazed down at Rein from on high. Mu has been waiting long for thee, Rein. Emu slowly descended the steps. Waiting for me for what? To buy me dinner. Rein sneered. A terrifying pressure erupted abruptly from within Emu's body. It was the ultimate authority forged through 800 years of rule. The air in the entire hall froze in an instant, growing so heavy it felt as if it had been flooded with lead. Rein didn't even lift an eyelid. Dark gold violent arcs of electricity exploded outward from the hem of his trench coat. The 2 forces collided silently in midair. There was no thunderous crash, only the sound of the hall's stone tiles crazily fracturing like spider webs. They held the standoff for 3 seconds. Then Emu withdrew his pressure. He understood that force held no meaning for the man before him. Mu does not wish to go to war with thee. Emu stopped 10 paces from Rein. For 800 years thou art the first anomaly with such battle power, yet outside destiny's predetermined track. Mu is willing to share the summit of this world with thee and grant thee power on equal footing. Share power. Rein laughed, flicking away a dab of ash. I've got zero interest in being some emperor, signing paperwork every day and listening to nobles spout crap. I'd rather go back to Fishman Island and watch mermaids dance. Why don't you just lay your cards out? What exactly do you want to buy me for? Imu's crimson eyes bored into Rein. Mu needs to take command of Poseidon, the mermaid known as Shirahoshi. She is a destabilizing element in this world and must be kept under the control of Pangaea Castle. Didn't you hear what I said out there? Rein stood up, his right hand slowly coming to rest on the hilt at his waist. I collected Neptune's protection fee and promised to look after Fishman Island for 20 years. Fail that by even 1 day 1 second, and my reputation is ruined. 18 years are still left now. Rein stared at Imu. In those 18 years, if so much as a single strand of Shirahoshi's hair drops to the ground, I'll pin it squarely on your world government. After 18 years, do whatever you want with her. But right now you want to touch her. With a sharp clang, half a black blade slid from its sheath. A dark gold arc of lightning split a 3-meter deep trench directly at Imu's feet. You can sure as hell try. Rein grinned, showing his stark white teeth. Imu looked at the sword scar at his feet and fell silent. Forcibly seizing Shirahoshi would mean declaring war against Rein at the peak of his power right here in Pangaea Castle. A conflict of this scale would most likely reduce all of Mary Geos to rubble with no guarantee of victory. It did not align with his supreme principle of maintaining the world's stability. Mu concedes. Imu's tone remained flat. For 18 years the world government will not set foot on Fishman Island. That's more like it. Rein pushed the blade back into its sheath and sat down again. Since you say we're equals now, I've got a proposal of my own. Speak. Those celestial dragons outside. Ugly bastards who like squatting around and shitting everywhere. They seriously piss me off. Rein blew a smoke ring. I kill every last one of them as a little garbage cleanup. Deal. Imu's dead still eyes finally rippled. Thou may not. Imu refused without hesitation. The celestial dragons are the cornerstone of the world government's order. Even if they are rotten, they are the inviolable gods in mortal eyes. If the foundation is destroyed, the world will plunge into endless chaos. TCH, knew you old freak couldn't bear to part with your herd of pig descendants. Rein rolled his eyes with an I told you so expression. Since we can't agree on partnership, let's talk business. Rein brushed the dust off his trench coat. You paid the travel fee promptly enough, so go ahead. Who do you want to hire me to kill, eh? Imu looked at Rein's pure mercenary demeanor and knew that discussing ideals or the world order with such a man was nothing but nonsense. Only pure transactions were the most reliable. Mu wishes to employ thee to retrieve a devil fruit in the new world. Imu raised the back of his hand, covered in eye-shaped tattoos, and pointed into the void. Alive or dead, bring that fruit back to Mary Geos, or ensure its holder vanishes from this world forever. What kind of crap fruit is worth you old freak issuing a quest personally? Rein frowned. The gum-gum fruit. Imu uttered those 4 words, his piercing gaze seeming to cut through time and space. Its true name is the human fruit model Nika of the mythical Zoan class. Rein's fingers holding the cigar froze slightly. The gum-gum fruit. Garp's old fool's idiot grandson. This was going to be one hell of a good time. Garp had only just sent him to the Holy Land, and now the master of the Gorosei was shelling out a fortune to have him slaughter Garp's own grandson. This job isn't exactly low risk. Rein's mouth curled upward wildly, making no effort to hide his malicious delight. The target's the newest 5th Emperor, making all the waves, Straw Hat Luffy. That'll cost you extra. 20 billion berry. Imu named his price without a moment's hesitation. Plus the highest authority of the world government. Thou may act with impunity across this sea. The Marines and Cypher Pole will forever clear thy path. Rein smoked the last of his cigar, tossed the butt to the ground, and ground it out viciously under his leather boot. Done. He turned and strode out. The great door slowly opened before him. With his back to the deity upon the throne, he waved casually. Have the cash ready. I hate IOUs. Stepping through the door and seeing the Gorosei waiting outside, Rein flashed a grin. Here came the fun. For the next 3 days. The World Conference was in full swing at Pangaea Castle, while Rein idled through the streets. Strangely enough, in the past this plaza in Mary Geos would be crowded with celestial dragons strolling their slaves around, noses tilted to the sky. For those 3 days the entire street was so clean that there was not even a single footprint. Those swine, after hearing that Rein, the living king of hell who had skinned St. Garling alive, was wandering the streets, were so frightened that they locked themselves in their rooms and did not even dare open the front door. No one wanted to chance a run-in with this madman on the road and lose their head for nothing. On the 4th day, the sunlight was perfect and Rein lay on his back at the edge of the fountain pool in the center of the plaza dozing. The crisp sound of leather boots striking the stone tiles came from afar. Rein cracked his left eye open. On the road ahead, a man draped in a black cloak was walking toward him. He had a head of striking red hair, a slender rapier at his waist, and his stride carried an uncontainable sharpness. Shanks. Rein sat up. The man stopped and turned his face. I'm not Shanks, the man said coldly. Shamrock, current commander of the God's Knights. Rein was startled, then burst out laughing. Oh, now I remember. Rein stood up, dusted the grime from the hem of his trench coat, and said, "So you're the seed of that old bastard Saint Garling." He strode up to Shamrock. Rein extended a finger and jabbed it into Shamrock's chest. "Your old man was on this very street back then. I crushed every bone in his body to powder inch by inch." The screams he made were absolutely miserable. Rein leaned closer. "Your father's killer is standing right here." Rein's left hand found the huido at his waist, his thumb nudging the sword guard. Shing. An inch of dark gold blade slid out of the sheath. "Feel like taking a swing at me, eh?" Rein's mental abacus was already rattling away. If this kid dared to make a move, he would cut him down on the spot, and then hit the 5 elders for another payment of mental damage compensation. The two men stood glaring at each other for a full half-minute. Shamrock's breathing grew heavier and heavier. In the end, he forced his hand away from the sword hilt. "I won't make a move during the World Conference." Shamrock turned and strode toward the distant corridor, his back as stiff as a plank. "Spineless piece of trash," Rein cursed, sliding his long blade back into its sheath. Turning to the roadside newsstand, he picked up a freshly printed copy of the World Economy News. The conference had been blazing for days, and the outside world had long since been turned upside down. The front page headline, "Admiral Fujitora's proposal to abolish the warlords of the sea system," had passed unanimously. Doflamingo was thrown in prison while the rest, Hawkeye the Empress Buggy, and those who had been handed an iron rice bowl, had all turned back into pirates. On the second page, the proposal to relocate Fishman Island to the surface had also passed smoothly. Neptune was probably so happy right now that he couldn't find north. The peaceful days on this sea are over. Rein rolled the newspaper into a tube and slowly started back. Boom. An ear-splitting explosion erupted from the western district. A moment later, monstrous flames rose into the sky and burned half the heavens red. Shrill alarms rang out across all of Mary Geos. Rein was sitting at a roadside stall gnawing on a large chunk of roasted sea king haunch and frowned at the racket. He picked up the mostly full bottle of rum beside him and leisurely headed toward the source of the fire. By now the Western Plaza had completely turned into a cauldron of chaos. The Celestial Dragon's vaunted Heavenly Dragon's hoof monument had been split in two, from the middle rubble flying everywhere. Beside it, 3 enormous dedicated granaries were billowing with thick black smoke. Hundreds upon hundreds of slaves' iron collars around their necks were charging madly outward behind a few leaders. Those leaders were none other than the 4 army commanders of the Revolutionary Army, Morley, Lindbergh, Karasu, and the others. At the very heart of the plaza, a young man wearing goggles, a top hat, and a blue waistcoat was locked in a desperate fight against a crowd of heavily armed guards. The elites of the God's Knights had sealed the open ground off so tightly that not even water could leak through. On the outer ring stood 6 pacifistas gleaming with red light. Commanding the operation from the rear was none other than Shamrock. Inside the encirclement, Sabo was gasping for breath. Several bloody cuts marked his face, and his pipe was covered with dust. He had stirred up too much trouble today. The escape route was cut off, so he stayed behind to cover the retreat. At this rate, he was about to be worn down and killed by these elites right in the plaza. Shamrock drew his rapier ready to order the final assault. Just then, from the edge of the encirclement, came the sound of slow, deliberate chewing. "Move. You're blocking my way." A few guards of the God's Knights had not yet reacted before their collars tightened, and their entire bodies were flung into the air by an immense force, crashing heavily into the fountain pool. Rein swaggered into the encirclement. Shamrock's face turned absolutely awful. "Rein, this is a major criminal of the world government. Don't meddle where you don't belong. I came here to walk off a full meal. What's it to you?" Rein casually tossed the bone in his hand, and with a crack it shattered the scanning lens of a nearby pacifista. Then Rein turned and looked at Sabo, who was standing in the middle of the encirclement. Sabo had already prepared himself to fight to the death, but when he got a clear look at Rein's face, he froze on the spot. "Rein, uncle," Sabo called out instinctively. Rein walked over, grabbed Sabo's face with one hand, and pulled it left and right. "Yo." Rein let go and took a swig of rum. "That moldy old fishing boat of yours was blown to pieces by the Celestial Dragons back then. I thought you'd long since sunk to the bottom of the East Blue and fed the fish. You're pretty hard to kill." Sabo rubbed his reddened cheek and swallowed, still not recovered from the sudden turn of events. Rein ignored him, turned, and crooked a finger at Shamrock. "This kid is still useful to me. All of you scram." Shamrock trembled with rage. This was the Revolutionary Army that had stormed Mary Geos. Let them go just like that under our noses. How are the God's Knights supposed to save face? "All hands stand ready. If he dares to resist, take him down too." Shamrock did not even finish the order. Shing. Before anyone could even see him draw the huido at Rein's waist, unleashed a terrifying dark gold slash 100 meters long, sweeping flat along the ground. Rumble. The 3 pacifistas at Shamrock's side, along with a huge stretch of luxurious buildings behind them, were split in two in a single second. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. The blade was already sheathed. Rein looked at Shamrock. "What did you say just now? I didn't hear you. Say it again." Shamrock's throat felt as if it were stuffed with a rock. He could not force out a single word. The guards around him were so scared that they plopped to the ground and scrambled backward, rolling and crawling. Rein could not be bothered with these losers. He turned and shoved Sabo. "Get the hell out of here." What are you standing there for a lamppost? Sabo suddenly snapped back to reality, put away his pipe, and turned to leave, then stopped. Uncle, thank you. Don't get chummy with me. Rein waved his hand. And take a message back to that dragon, the one who loves to hide his head and tail. Sabo straightened up. I'm listening. Rein pulled a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and blew out a thick cloud of smoke. Tell him that I've taken a contract on the life of his straw-hatted idiot son Luffy. Tell him to hurry to the New World and prepare a decent coffin for his son. Sabo's pupils suddenly constricted, and he sucked in a cold breath. Luffy, Uncle, you're going to kill Luffy. What? You want to die in his place? No. I'll head back and report this at once. Sabo forced down the shock in his heart, pushed off the ground with all his strength, and tore away at top speed. In less than a minute, the Revolutionary Army withdrew cleanly, taking the slaves with them. Rein had watched enough of the show. He turned to Shamrock, who was still standing there frozen. Stop staring. They've long since disappeared. Rein let out a loud whistle. Hurry back and write your report. Just say the God's Knights fought valiantly and successfully repelled the enemy. The 5 elders might even send you a banner of merit. With that, Rein turned and strolled back the way he came, without a backward glance. He left behind a field of rubble and a God's Knights force so infuriated they were about to spit blood. Fishman Island. Rein lounged on a genuine leather sofa, a bottle of chilled private reserve liquor in one hand, and a clean white cloth in the other, leisurely polishing the supreme grade blade Hudo. Rein tilted his head back and downed a mouthful of liquor, then clunked the bottle onto the table. Straw Hat Luffy happened to be in Wano country right about now. That wretched place Wano. The roads there are a real pain to travel. Better get over there and close this job before any more trouble brews, Rein muttered to himself as he sheathed the blade. He was already mapping out the journey. Thump, thump, thump. A soft knock came at the suite's heavy rosewood door. It's unlocked. Get in here. The door was pushed open a crack. A gaunt man in a conical hat and tattered ninja garb slipped in. The instant he entered, he threw himself to the floor without a word, knocking his forehead against the carpet with dull thuds. His sliding kneel posture was extremely practiced. Lord Rein, please save me. Rein gave the man on the floor a once-over. Who the hell are you? Rein curled his lip in disdain. If you dirty my carpet, can you even afford to pay for it? Spit it out. The ninja lifted his head, his face streaked with sweat and grime. I am a ninja of the Anawabanshu under General Kurozumi Orochi of Wano. By the general's order, I came to Fishman Island to find you. I arrived 3 days ago and have been waiting for you to return from the Holy Land. Orochi. Rein raised an eyebrow. In his mind surfaced the image of the fat man with the oversized head who 20 years ago had been especially quick to shell out money. Hasn't he been living pretty comfortably as Wano's local tyrant? Rein leaned back into the sofa. What's this? Someone burned down your nest, and now you come crying to me, eh? It's Kaido. The ninja ground his teeth. That treacherous, oath-breaking bastard Kaido. He's allied with Big Mom and wants to turn Wano into new Onigashima, kicking General Orochi aside without a second thought. Not only that, that brat Straw Hat Luffy and his group are also causing trouble in Wano, rallying the remnants of the Kazuki family to rebel everywhere. The whole country has turned into a complete mess. The ninja crawled forward 2 steps, produced a tightly wrapped scroll from his robes, and raised it above his head with both hands. The general knows disaster is at hand. His only chance of survival is to call you into action. General Orochi said that on these seas the only one who can suppress a monster like Kaido is you. Rein did not take the scroll. Instead, he crossed his legs, the sole of his shoe pointing directly at the ninja's face. Don't try to butter me up. Rein flicked the ash from his cigar. I'm a businessman who plays by the rules. Getting sentimental costs money. The deal 20 years ago was priced at 20 years ago rates. Now Kaido is one of the 4 emperors, and that brat Luffy is riding high. This job is risky as hell. So how much is that fat man willing to pay to buy his own life? The ninja swallowed hard, then unrolled the scroll with trembling hands. Inside were a thick stack of bank drafts and a contract stamped with a thumbprint. The general said 2 billion berries in cash. It's all here, and the ninja lowered his voice. As long as you can take care of Kaido and the Straw Hats and keep the general in his position, he's willing to give you 30% of all future arms dealing profits in Wano. At that, the fingers around Rein's cigar paused for an instant. In his mind, he worked the abacus at lightning speed. He knew exactly how enormous Wano's arms trade was. Seastone processing, weapon forging. Even the world government secretly did business with them. This was a goose that laid golden eggs. What was the most critical part? The information gap. Imu had just shelled out 20 billion to have Luffy killed, and now Orochi was offering another 2 billion plus a long-term meal ticket to have Luffy killed and Kaido dealt with on the side. What did that make this? One job collecting money from 2 clients. 1 fish eaten twice. Where in the world could you find a deal like that? It was a total win. Huh. Rein couldn't hold it in, a grin split his face as he laughed out loud. The ninja knelt on the floor, unnerved by Rein's laugh, thinking Rein might be dissatisfied with the price. My lord, if you feel it isn't enough, the general said, we can negotiate further. Enough. Rein cut him off and swept the scroll and bank drafts off the tea table in one grab. That fat man may be ugly as sin, but at least he pays more or less like a man of his status. Rein stuffed the money into his pocket, stood up, and pulled on the trench coat nearby. Lord Rein, does that mean you've accepted? The ninja was overjoyed. Obviously, money's already in my pocket. Do you think I'd refund it? Rein walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed at the great bubble-enveloping Fishman Island outside. You said Straw Hat Luffy is also in Wano. That's right. That brat is insufferably arrogant, swearing he'll knock Kaido flying. And he's been raising hell everywhere with a bunch of samurai. Rein rubbed his chin. That old bastard Garp's own grandson. What a born troublemaker, causing chaos wherever he goes. But that works out perfectly. It saves me from running all over the place looking for him. 22 billion plus long-term dividends from Wano's arms trade. This deal wasn't merely profitable, it was a surefire gold mine. As for Kaido, that dumb ox, with his thick hide and sturdy body, he'd make a fine punching bag. Alright, stop kneeling there. Rein gave the ninja a casual kick. Go to the docks and find me a sturdy ship. We leave immediately. The ninja scrambled to his feet, wiping tears of excitement. Understood. I'll make the preparations right away. After the ninja left, Rein walked to the wardrobe and buckled on his combat belt. Ace. Rein's fingers brushed over another blade at his waist. That blade had not tasted blood since its last clash with Whitebeard. Let's go see an old acquaintance of your former master. And while we're at it, we'll bring that straw hat back to the Holy Land. Head still attached. Rein rolled his neck and his joints cracked with a crisp pop. The murky waters of the New World had been calm for far too long. It was time to stir them up. In the New World at the Kamabaka Kingdom on Momoro Island. Inside the conference room at the top of the Revolutionary Army's provisional headquarters, Dragon sat at the head of the long table. The table was piled high with intelligence reports on the Mary Geos incident. Nearby, the massive Bartholomew Kuma sat quietly in a specially made chair. He was holding the thick Bible in his hands, turning the pages one by one. Most of the slaves freed from this operation have already been safely moved to the designated locations. Kuma spoke, his voice low and mild. We just lost a few of our undercover agents. Dragon nodded, tapping his fingers twice on the tabletop. Fill in the holes in our network. The Celestial Dragon's granaries have been burned, so they're bound to make a major move soon. Notify the cadres in every region to keep an eye on the world government's grain transport ships. No sooner had the words left his mouth than, bang, the conference room door was kicked open. Sabo burst in, drenched in sweat. Mr. Dragon. Sabo was gasping, both hands braced on the table. Dragon stopped tapping his fingers and looked up at him. Are the God's Knights chasing you? No. Sabo wiped the sweat from his forehead. Something's happened to Luffy. Kuma's hand froze mid-turn of a Bible page. He raised his head and looked at Sabo through his glasses. Dragon's expression remained unchanged, only his brow moved slightly. Luffy is in Wano now, Dragon said in a steady voice. That country has closed its borders. What could possibly happen to him there? Kaido may be a pain, but with Luffy's current strength, even if he can't win, escaping with his life shouldn't be a problem. It's not Kaido. Sabo slapped the table in desperation, his voice cracking. It's Rein, the living Yama Rein. The moment the name, Rein, was uttered, Dragon shot to his feet, the chair scraping harshly across the floor behind him. Kuma, as unshakable as a mountain, closed the Bible in his hands, its thick cover letting out a dull thud. Who did you say? Dragon stared at Sabo. I was covering the retreat at Mary Geos West Plaza when Shamrock of the God's Knights cornered me with his men. Then Rein suddenly appeared and scared them all away. Sabo spilled out the whole story in one breath. He saved you? Kuma asked. He gave me a message from Mr. Dragon. He said he has accepted a contract to kill Luffy. The room fell instantly silent. Dragon braced both hands on the tabletop, his expression grim beyond words. He actually said that? Dragon asked. Every single word. Sabo paced in circles, frantic. That old man has a strange temper, but he never talks nonsense. Kuma placed the Bible on the table, his voice unusually grave. Who could have hired him? And with Luffy as the target? Who placed the order? Most likely the world government, Dragon said, looking at the seed chart on the table. Those old men in Mary Geos have finally grown restless over that devil fruit. Dragon knew Rein all too well. That man had no stance, no allegiance, and no care for pirate kings or justice. He answered only to money. Now that he had Luffy in his sights, the brat wouldn't survive even with 9 lives. Dragon wrenched a map from the side and spread it over the tabletop. His gaze was pinned to Wano's location. Mr. Dragon, we need to send reinforcements at once. Sabo grabbed the pipe beside him and looked at Dragon urgently. I'll lead the team out right now. You're staying. Dragon refused flatly. Why? That's my brother. Sabo was frantic. Because if you go, you'll only be throwing your life away. Dragon looked at Sabo. Can you block even one slash from Rein? Sabo's mouth opened, but no words came out. This is not so simple. Dragon snatched his cloak from the wall and flung it over his shoulders. I'll go to Wano myself. He turned to Kuma. Handle affairs in Kamabaka together with Sabo for now. Kuma nodded. Leave it to me. Mr. Dragon. I want to go too. Sabo still refused to give up. With more people we'll have more strength. Don't be foolish. Dragon frowned, his voice stern. We just rescued a large number of slaves from Mary Geos. The resettlement work must begin immediately. The God's Knights have taken a blow and CP0 will be tearing through the world like rabid dogs. If you leave, who will command the intelligence network here? Dragon pointed at Sabo's tattered clothes. Look at the state of you. You can't even protect yourself. What are you going to use to save anyone? Sabo clenched his teeth, his hands gripping the pipe tightly. He knew Dragon was right, but he couldn't swallow the bitter frustration. Do your own job well. Leave Wayno to me. Dragon's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor. Sabo sighed and slumped heavily into a chair. Kuma Rose walked over and handed him the Bible. Drink some water and dress your wounds, Kuma said calmly. Leave it to Dragon. At the dock on Fishman Island, a specially built fast ship lay moored. A ninja in a conical straw hat was directing several subordinates as they carried crates of supplies onto the ship. Quick, move it. Get a move on. The ninja shouted at the top of his lungs. If you delay the honored guest's voyage, I'll chop you all into pieces and feed you to the fish. Lei-In walked slowly down the steps, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Lord Lei-In. The moment the ninja spotted Lei-In, he immediately put on an obsequious smile and scurried over. The ship is fully prepared. The captain and helmsman are the most skilled in all of Wayno. We guarantee to deliver you to Wayno at top speed. Lei-In glanced at the fast ship and curled his lip. Not bad. It'll do, I suppose. He strode onto the deck, the hem of his coat flaring in the wind. The ninja hurried after him, bowing low to lead the way. The first-class cabin is this way. The finest liquor and food have been prepared. You can rest whenever you like. Set sail. Lei-In didn't enter the cabin. He walked straight to the bow. He placed both hands on the rail and gazed at the deep sea channel ahead. Weigh anchor. Hoist the sails, the ninja roared. With the rattling of the capstan, the great anchor was hauled up. A coated bubble formed a perfect shield around the hull. The fast ship eased out of the dock and surged into the deep currents, water racing past the bubble. Lei-In leaned against the ship's rail, fished a gold coin from his pocket, and flipped it across his fingers. With a flick of his thumb, the coin spun several times in the air before landing back in his palm. Luffy. Lei-In grinned. That head of yours is a hot commodity now. Imu wants it, and Orochi wants it too. I wonder if that old geezer Garp will come at me with everything he's got once he finds out I'm going to kill his grandson. Lei-In pocketed the coin, turned, and picked up a bottle of wine from a nearby table, flicking off the cap with his thumb. Wayno, here I come. Glug, glug, glug. The stagnant pool of the new world was about to be thrown into upheaval. Meanwhile on Onigashima, Thunderbogwat. Boom. Kaido's iron club, Shachi, carrying a terrifying pressure, slammed solidly into Luffy's crossed arms. Luffy couldn't even let out a cry as his entire body was sent flying, carving a deep trench through the ground before he finally came to a stop after shattering a massive boulder. Is that all you've got? Kaido said, resting his club on his shoulder as he looked down at Luffy in the ruins. You keep babbling about becoming the Pirate King, but in the new world only true violence has a say. Not far away, Big Mom rode atop the thundercloud, Zeus gripping Napoleon in her hand as her ear-splitting laughter reverberated through the dome. Mama. Kaido, stop playing around. Chop all these arrogant brats into pieces and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Kid gritted his teeth, manipulating the massive mechanical arm pieced together from scrap metal, desperately blocking one of Big Mom's flaming slashes. Stop acting so high and mighty, you old hack, Kid roared in fury. Law twirled Kikoku in his hand, using room to teleport to Kaido's blind spot. He was just about to strike with his blade when Kaido, without even turning his head, sent him flying over a dozen meters away with a single backhand punch. Zoro bit down on Wado Ikemanji, his body covered in blood, gasping for breath as the wrist gripping his sword trembled uncontrollably. The battle on this rooftop had barely begun, yet the absolute gap between the two sides was already glaringly obvious. Two Emperor's-level monsters joining forces was practically hellish difficulty for these supernovas. Wayno country is my weapons factory. Kaido raised his club high as dark clouds churned violently overhead, and purple lightning crackled, converging upon his weapon. None of you will leave here alive today. Luffy pressed his straw hat as he climbed out of the rubble, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva. I won't die. I'm going to become. But before he could even finish his words, without any warning, boom, a wild dark golden lightning bolt tore through the sky with utter absurdity. Then a terrifyingly overwhelming Conqueror's Haki crashed down from the heavens like a tsunami. Down on Onigashima, the beast pirates' underlings and the Wayno samurai who had been fighting with bloodshot eyes all froze in place simultaneously. They didn't even have a chance to scream. Large numbers of them toppled over like cut wheat, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed, limply foaming at the mouth and passing out on the spot. Even King and Queen, both at the caliber of the three disasters, felt their knees weaken under the sudden pressure and had no choice but to jam their weapons into the flagstones to prop themselves up. What the hell is this thing? Kid's mechanical arm completely lost control, scrap parts clattering to the ground. He clutched his chest, feeling as if his heart were being crushed by an invisible hand. Law dropped to one knee, cold sweat trickling down his chin. This presence. Zoro's remaining eye snapped wide open. Kaido's raised club froze midair. Big Mom's wild laughter came to an abrupt halt. Her murky eyes were fixed dead on the sky. Kaido. Big Mom's voice carried a rare hint of irritation. This commotion. Could it be that madman? Kaido didn't answer. His Adam's apple bobbed. In the palm, gripping his weapon, a layer of cold sweat had actually oozed out. He was far too familiar with this unreasonable presence. All fighting stopped at once. Whether emperors or supernovas, every single one of them raised their heads in unison to look at the sky. Whoosh! A tall dark figure plummeted straight down from the clouds. Boom! The figure landed right in the center of the battlefield on the open ground between Kaido and Luffy. As the dust cleared, Rein dusted the dirt off the hem of his trench coat, pulled a lighter from his pocket, brought it to his lips, and lit the half-smoked cigar he had been chewing on. Puff! He exhaled a thick plume of smoke that was instantly scattered by the gale. This Wano weather is seriously cursed. So much wind and sand it got my brand new leather boots all dirty. Rein lifted his right foot and scraped the sole twice against a cracked paving stone nearby. Luffy sat on the ground staring blankly at that familiar back. Rein? Uncle. Luffy's jaw nearly hit the floor. Rein turned his head and glanced at Luffy. Yo Garp's old fool's dumb grandson. Rein grinned, baring a set of stark white teeth. Your ability to take a beating has really improved. After getting smashed like that by that dumb ox, you didn't even shatter into pieces. Luffy immediately broke into a huge grin and scrambled up from the ground. Uncle, what are you doing in Wano 2? Are you here to help us knock Kaido flying? Rein completely ignored the kid's wishful thinking and directly turned his gaze to the two emperors across from him. Rein, Kaido glared at him. What the hell are you doing on my turf? You're a mercenary who works for money. Who hired you and paid you to come here? Lin. Instead of answering Kaido, Rein looked at Big Mom first. Your figure has really expanded horizontally. Big Mom's face turned green with rage and Napoleon in her hand buzzed and hummed, but she still didn't dare strike directly. Stop spouting nonsense, Rein. Big Mom gritted her teeth. There are two emperors here. You come charging in alone and all by yourself. Do you really think you're invincible under heaven? I don't have any interest in being invincible under heaven. Rein rolled his neck. But using the two of you to earn some pocket money. More than enough. Rein rested his left hand on the hilt of his sword and gently pushed the guard with his thumb. Clang. An inch of dark golden blade slid from the scabbard. A crescent-shaped violent electric arc shot straight across the ground, carving a charred trench over a dozen meters long through the hard flagstones before stopping precisely at the tip of Kaido's foot. Since everyone's here, let's lay our cards on the table. Rein pulled the cigar from his mouth and casually flicked off the ash. I'm a businessman who plays by the rules. I get paid, I do the job, and I've never liked wasting words. With the fingers holding the cigar, he pointed at Luffy behind him. This kid is a hot commodity right now. Those old farts among the five elders offered 200 billion berries in cash to buy his head. The moment those words landed, the silly smile on Luffy's face froze completely. Law and Kid both sharply sucked in a breath of cold air. 200 billion. The world government has gone insane, putting out a bounty of that astronomical price directly. However, Rein shifted his tone and looked at Kaido. Kurazumi Orochi, that fat bastard, also forked over 20 billion in cash plus a 30% cut of all future weapon trade profits in Wano. He wanted me to come here and protect his worthless life and kill this straw hat brat on the side. Rein tilted his chin up toward Kaido. And while I'm at it, I'll deal with you, this disobedient dumb ox, so no one can ever say I take money without doing the work. Kaido was so enraged he laughed, veins bulging high on his forehead. That coward Orochi. He actually dared to go behind my back and hire you to take my head. Alright, stop wailing like that. You're giving me a headache with all that noise. Rein stuck the cigar back between his teeth and gripped the hilt with his right hand. As Rein slowly drew the blade, its naked steel was exposed to the air. Roger's saber, ace. I did the math carefully. Rein turned his wrist, letting the tip of the sword rest against the ground as it scraped out a piercing screech. With this one trip, I can take Im's bounty and earn 200 billion, and then take Orochi's money and take over Wano's weapons trade on the side. Killing two birds with one stone. This deal is a massive win for me. Who the hell do you think you are? Kid, who had been ignored all this time, had long since been unable to hold back his frustration. Kid let out a furious roar, directly manipulating that huge mechanical arm. His whole body soared into the air and came smashing down toward Rein's head with overwhelming force. Don't look down on me. I don't care whose order you took. Since you want to steal my kill, I'll beat you to a pulp too. Facing the giant iron fist descending from the sky, Rein didn't even lift his head. These kids these days, their brains aren't working too well. Rein pulled his left hand out of his pocket and casually pressed it through the air toward Kid above him. Boom. The moment Kid's enormous mechanical arm, assembled from countless scraps of iron, touched that force, it disintegrated on the spot, like paper bursting into a storm of iron filings in the air. Pwah! Kid violently sprayed out a huge mouthful of blood. His whole body slammed into the ground at 10 times the speed he'd come down. His eyes rolled back and he fell into a dead faint on the spot, without even a moment to struggle. Instant kill. Law's cold sweat soaked through his back in an instant. Rein casually patted off the non-existent dust on his left hand, raised his head, and in those eyes gleamed pure madness and mockery. His sword tip tapped against the ground as his gaze swept back and forth across Luffy, Kaido, and Big Mom. So then here's the question. Rein bared his teeth. Which one of you three wants to come die first? Kaido laughed in sheer rage, the veins on his arms bulging. Too arrogant, Rein. Kaido gripped the Hachasai tightly, wild violet lightning crackling along the spiked club as the air around them ionized with a pungent scorched smell. He kicked off the ground with both legs, his colossal body launching into the air like a cannonball. Raising the spiked club high, he slammed it down toward Rein's head. Rame hack. At the same moment, the thundercloud Zeus beneath Big Mom swelled, while the sword Napoleon blazed with roaring flames. Mama. Burn him to ashes. Big Mom swung her massive blade, sealing off Rein's escape route from the flank. Both emperors struck without hesitation, unleashing lethal blows. Rein gripped Ace and swung upward, meeting the club and the greatsword head-on. Boom. Blade, club, and sword collided fiercely in midair. No, they never truly collided. At less than half a meter's distance, three streams of materialized conquerors hockey ground against one another furiously. Dark gold, deep violet, pitch black. The three-colored lightning formed a massive sphere of energy at the point of impact, then burst apart in an instant. The terrifying shockwave became a 12-grade hurricane, ripping tiles and boulders from the roof of Onigashima and hurling them skyward. The entire skull dome groaned under the strain as countless cracks spread like spider webs. Yet Kaido and Big Mom felt their arms go numb, sharp tearing pain shooting through their fists. Both were sent flying by the backlash, tumbling through the air several times before barely landing, carving two deep trenches dozens of meters long with their feet. Rein shook his wrist and released a puff of smoke. Not bad strength, almost good enough to warm me up. He glanced at the blade in his hand. Old friend, it's been a long time since you tasted blood. Today you'll feast your fill. At the edge of the battlefield, Trafalgar Law was sent tumbling 3 times by the shockwave. As soon as he steadied himself, he lunged over and grabbed Luffy by the collar. Straw hat ya. Are you insane? What are you still standing there for? Get back. Law shouted, sweat pouring down his face as he pointed at the cigar-smoking man ahead. Didn't you hear what he just said? The world government offered 20 billion for your head. Even those 2 emperors are nothing against him. If we rush in now, we're just throwing our lives away. Luffy shook off Law's hand, pressed down on his straw hat, and stared straight at Rein. I'm not leaving, he shouted. Planting his feet apart, his skin instantly flushed red as massive amounts of steam burst from his body. Gear second. Luffy bit his thumb and blew a torrent of air into his bones. Gear third. A giant fist was immediately coated in gleaming black armament haki. No matter who he is, no matter how much money they offered, I'm the man who will knock Kaido out and become the king of the pirates. Even if it's him, I'll beat him too. Luffy roared, stomping the ground to shards, and shot forward as a blur, charging at Rein's back with his enormous fist. Law cursed furiously. This stubborn idiot. Despite the cursing, he drew Kikoku and expanded a hemispherical blue space. ROM shambles. Zoro had already been burning with bloodlust. He ripped off the headband from his left arm and tied it around his head, clamped Wado Ikemanji between his teeth, and gripped Sandai Kitetsu and Shusui in both hands. Since there's no dodging this, I'll just have to cut our way through. A monstrous aura erupted from Zoro as he charged in right behind Luffy. At that moment, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from the corridors below Onigashima. The officers of the Beast Pirates had finally charged up. King the Wildfire, Queen the Plague, and Jack the Drought led the charge, followed by the reinforcements of the Big Mom Pirates. Perospero stepped forward with his candy cane smoothie, carried her great sword on her back. Daifuku rubbed his belly, and oven radiated scorching red heat. The moment the group reached the rooftop, they saw their captain sent flying. Kaido and Ikki. Jack's eyes bulged as he drew his 2 scimitar-like tusks. Don't just stand there. Attack together. Kill him. The flames surging behind King flared up as he drew the long blade at his waist. These great pirates, who usually swaggered unopposed through the new world, suppressed the chill of dread rising in their hearts and converged on the man standing at the center of the roof. The air filled with a barrage of powers and slashes rushing down at Rein from all directions. Facing the encircling assault, he muttered, a swarm of annoying flies. Rein's eyes shifted slightly. Behind him, Luffy's giant fist was already bearing down on his head. Law teleported to Rein's left, Kikoku wrapped in high-frequency electricity, thrusting straight at his heart. Zoro burst in from the right, his 3 blades whipping into a ghastly emerald gale. 3-sword-style purgatory, onigiri. Rein swept his sword arm backward. Bang! The flat of the blade struck Luffy's fist with pinpoint precision. Before Luffy could even cry out, his giant fist deflated instantly, and his whole body flew backward like a snapped kite, smashing through 3 floors before crashing into the rubble below. At the same time, Rein lifted his left foot and casually kicked outward. Clang! The kick landed squarely on the 2 swords Zoro had crossed protectively before his chest. Zoro felt a primordial savage force slam through the blades into his vitals. He spewed a mouthful of blood and skidded dozens of meters along the ground, shattering every piece of rubble in his path to dust. As for Law, his Kikoku froze completely, just 10 centimeters from Rein's heart. Somewhere along the way, Rein had extended 2 fingers of his left hand and caught the blade cleanly. That teleporting trick is handy, just too slow. Rein flicked his fingers. Law felt as if a dull hammer had slammed into his skull. He was blasted away, sword and all, crashing into a pillar and unable to rise for a long time. Just as those three brats were dealt with, a pitch-black slash came cleaving in with searing heat. King transformed into the hybrid form of a pteranodon in midair, gripping his sword with both hands and using the momentum of his dive to slash viciously at Rein's neck. Rein casually raised Ace in his right hand, holding it across his body. Clang! Sparks flew. King's slash crashed heavily onto the dark golden edge. The air warped violently under the extreme heat. Rein raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. A Lunarian. He glanced at the flames burning fiercely on King's back, showing a flicker of interest. No wonder you're so tough. You're a breed of extinct turkey. That defense is kind of interesting. King's eyes darkened beneath his mask at the taunt. Don't get too cocky, mercenary. The flames on King's back condensed abruptly, his speed doubling, and his long blade slid down Rein's sword, aiming straight for Rein's wrist. He planned to rely on his racial toughness, take one hit from Rein, and cripple the hand that wielded the sword. Not a bad idea. But it's been a long time since I hit a sandbag this solid. Don't shatter too fast when I put a little more weight into it. The words barely left his mouth. Rein turned his wrist, slightly twirling Ace in a flourish. A pulse of Conqueror's Haki coiled around the blade. Rein swung the sword diagonally from low to high. There was no resistance. Like a hot knife slicing through butter. It didn't even make a sound. The famed blade in King's hand snapped cleanly in two. Then the dark gold crescent of sword energy pierced straight through King's body, arced upward into the sky, and carved an abyss-deep gash through the heavy thunderclouds shrouding Onigashima. Moonlight spilled down through the rift. King hung frozen in midair, still in his striking stance. The flames on his back sputtered out with a soft hiss. Then a thin red line appeared across his masked chest and waist. Thud! King's body split into two clean halves and fell left and right to the ground. King the Wildfire, one of the all-stars of the Beast's pirates, dead. The sudden scene made Jack and Queen, who had just charged up, skid to a halt at the same time. Their eyes bulged nearly out of their sockets, cold sweat instantly soaking them through. No one understood better than them how monstrous King's defense was. Even Kaido and Ikki would need serious effort to break through it. And now, with one casual weightless slash, without even calling out an attack name, he had cut King clean in half. Parasparrow, who had been preparing to release a wave of candy, trembled so violently his cane shook as if electrified. The red glow around Oven instantly retracted. Smoothie's palms gripping her greatsword were drenched in cold sweat. The scene fell into deathly silence. Rein flicked the few drops of blood off Ace's blade and rested the sword on his shoulder once more. That's all you've got. His tone was laced with undisguised disappointment. I was just getting my muscles warmed up and you already broke. The Lunarians are such a letdown. He raised his eyelids and swept a glance over the officers, too terrified to move around him. Finally his gaze landed on Kaido and Big Mom, who had just barely recovered themselves. Your underlings are no fun at all. You two old farts are at least more durable. Cigar clenched between his teeth, Rein walked step by step toward Kaido. His soles crunched over the shattered tiles with each step. In the deathly still rooftop, the sound was like the drumbeat of death. Since I've been paid double, I'll do this by the book. Rein raised his sword, pointing at Kaido's face twisted with rage and trembling fear. Orochi paid for your life. Rein tilted his head and pointed at the massive hole where Luffy had fallen. The 5 elders paid for that brat's life. Rein grinned. You two decide amongst yourselves. Who goes first? Kaido ground his teeth, a low feral growl rising from his throat. He turned and looked at Big Mom, whose face was equally livid. Lingling. To the death. Kaido gripped Hachisai tightly, his muscles beginning to mutate wildly as cyan dragon scales swept across his body. Big Mom kicked aside the candy man beside her and mounted Zeus. 2 emperors who had ruled the New World for decades had utterly abandoned all pretense and pride before this man, ready for their final desperate battle. Rein watched the 2 of them as they entered their battle state. Now this is interesting. Get the hell away from me. Kaido roared at Jack and Queen as they moved to approach. Back off if you don't want to die. Big Mom ripped the bicorn hat from her head, and Napoleon instantly transformed into a massive greatsword wreathed in flames. She mounted the thundercloud Zeus, her immense frame releasing a suffocating pressure. Mama, Kaido's right. This isn't a game the 2 of you can join. Jack and Queen exchanged glances, swallowed hard, and wisely retreated with their subordinates. When monsters of this level throw down, even brushing too close means not even your ashes will remain. Come on then. Let me see just how much you 2 emperors of the New World are really worth. Rein hefted Ace, the blade's tip slanted toward the ground, while violent dark gold arcs exploded along its edge. Not a single word was wasted. Kaido and Big Mom moved at the same time. Dark violet and pitch black Conqueror's Haki slammed head-on into Ren's dark gold Haki. Boom. The already split clouds above Onigashima were torn into 3 by that utterly unreasonable power. Die. Kaido shifted into his hybrid form, azure dragon scales covering his entire body. He pushed off with explosive force, and his enormous frame vanished from where it stood. The next second, Kaido appeared directly above Ren Hasaikai, wrapped in black-red lightning and hammering down at the crown of Ren's head. Ragnaroku. Sword held in his right hand, Ren swept it upward. Clang. The ground beneath their feet collapsed into a massive crater. Not bad strength. But your movements are too obvious, you stupid ox. As the words left his mouth, Rein raised his right foot and kicked Kaido squarely in the abdomen. Kaido let out a muffled grunt, his enormous body flying backward out of control. Before Rein could lower his foot, a scorching wave of heat swept in from his left. Heavenly fire. Big Mom seized the sun Prometheus in her left hand and hurled a fireball bigger than a house straight at Rein's face. Then with Napoleon in her right hand, she slashed out a crescent-shaped wave of terrifying sword energy. Emperor's Sword Crushing Blade. Rein clicked his tongue. You old hag, all you know is throwing fireballs and swinging wildly. Your moves are way too crude. He twisted his wrist, and Ace traced a perfect arc through the air. SHHHK. The enormous fireball was split clean in two flames howling past both sides of Rein. Then Rein turned the blade vertical. Boom. Big Mom's sword energy slammed into the flat of the blade and scattered on the spot. Kaido stabilized himself in midair and let out a thunderous roar. Burrow breath. A searing pillar of flame shot straight at Rein's back. Rein snapped a backhand slash. The dark gold sword energy split the flame pillar apart, and the residual wave carved a deep trench into the mountain behind him. The three-way blade battle spiraled into white heat. Kaido's spiked club spun in an impenetrable wall, while Big Mom rode Zeus overhead, hurling fireballs and lightning in every direction, blasting the clearing into a ruin with one flashy area attack after another. Rein, by contrast, deflected, parried, and backhanded away every blow. Kaido's full-force smashes and Big Mom's giant sword slashes alike, all with casual ease. Too slow. Rein knocked Hassaikai aside with a single strike and casually carved a furrow in Kaido's chest so deep the bone was visible. After ruling the New World as kings for all these years, this is all the skill you've got. This business trip of mine has been so boring I nearly fell asleep. Kaido watched the blood spraying from his chest, and the wariness in his eyes deepened. Lin. Kaido suddenly leapt backward, gasping for air. We can't keep dragging this out against him. Big Mom stopped as well, her massive body landing beside Kaido with an expression of utter fury. I know. This bastard is as hard as a demon. Napoleon can't even cut into him. The two exchanged a glance, decades of unspoken understanding plain in that single look. Kaido gripped Hassaikai with both hands and took a batting stance. Big Mom raised Napoleon overhead with both hands, Conqueror's Haki seething from her body like boiling water. Their Haki met in midair, fusing into a destructive energy that made the scalp crawl. Oh, Rein perked up. Now that's more like it. Finally something worth watching. There's a limit to your arrogance, Rein. Kaido bellowed. Die. Hakai. Big Mom cackled. Boom. A colossal shockwave forged from both their all-out strikes swept through the air like a devastating tsunami, crushing everything in its path. Where the shockwave passed, the air became a complete vacuum, and space itself twisted violently under the pressure. Gazing at the world-destroying pillar of light before him, Rein grinned. He stepped forward, drove the power through his waist, and swung. Divine departure. In the instant the two forces met, the entire world seemed to press pause. Then a blinding white light swallowed half of Onigashima, and even sound was ripped away. After what felt like an eternity, the roar came flooding back into their ears. The shockwave sheared an entire mountainside off Onigashima. Kaido and Big Mom stared fixedly at where the white light was fading. Decent force, just enough to make me sweat a little. Rein rolled his shoulders and hefted his sword one-handed again. Is that your trump card? If you've got nothing new, I'll start collecting heads. A chill ran straight through Kaido's heart. Even Hakai had been taken that easily. Just as Rein was about to close in for the kill, a figure wreathed in steam burst out of a hole beneath the ruins. Luffy. The kid was soaked in blood, but his eyes burned with a terrifying brightness. A moment ago down below, he had been staring at Rein's divine departure, and something in his mind had finally blown open. So that's it. Luffy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. That thing that sends people flying without even touching them. Conqueror's Haki can be coded onto it too, right? Without even entering gear 4, Luffy leaped high in his base form, right leg drawn back. Black-red lightning coiled around his foot without warning. This was no longer an unconscious eruption. It was true controlled Conqueror's Haki coding. Gum. Luffy roared, descending from the sky, his foot aimed straight at Rein's head. Rock gun. Feeling the wave of Haki above him, Rein paused mid-motion. He looked up at the wild black-red lightning crackling around Luffy's foot. Oh, you lay down for a while and learned it. Instead of drawing his sword, Rein put Ace away and met the attack with his left fist. As expected of old Garp's blood, not bad instincts. Boom. Rein's fist and the sole of Luffy's foot stopped dead in midair, separated by barely a dozen centimeters. Dark gold arcs and black-red lightning savagely tore into each other between them. The air around them burst in shockwave after shockwave, each ring of pressure blasting outward with a roar. Luffy gritted his teeth and glared at Rein. I don't care about 20 billion. I'm the man who will knock Kaido down and become Pirate King. That's the spirit. Rein smiled. But showing off something you just learned, you're still too green. Rein's dark gold Haki suddenly exploded outward. Luffy felt an irresistible repulsive force rising from below, and his whole body was blasted into the air. He tumbled more than a dozen times before barely landing, his legs so weak he nearly dropped to his knees. Huff. So strong. Luffy gasped, staring hard at Rein. Rein was about to open his mouth for another taunt when two entirely different killing intents locked onto him from left and right. Daydreaming at a time like this will get you killed. Zoro bit down on Wado Ikamanji, his demonic aura thick to the limit. A three-headed six-armed phantom appeared behind him, and all 9 swords erupted with a sickly green light at once. This was his final strike, burning every last ounce of strength he had. Demonic aura 9-sword style Azura sword draw dead man's game. A shrill storm of blades completely sealed off Ren's right side. At the same time Rome amputate. Law had somehow slipped up to Ren's left. He wrapped his blade in a blue spatial sphere. There was no need to physically cut. As long as he swung his sword, everything inside that space would be forcibly severed. At this critical moment, the two supernovas of the new era unleashed their deadliest coordinated combination attack. Not a bad idea. The ace, in his right hand, traced a casual semicircle in the air before him. In an instant, the raging dark gold conqueror's haki coiled around the blade, sweeping outward with the edge. Clang! Zoro's 9 swords brimming with ferocity clashed against the dark gold sword aura, letting out a piercing metallic screech. The three-headed six-armed phantom behind him shattered on the spot. Zoro was hurled backward, his Sandai Kitetsu and Shusui flying from his hands before clattering onto the ground. At the same moment, Trafalgar Law's amputate had yet to land on Rein when the blue spatial sphere enveloping his blade was crushed outright by the sheer force of Ren's haki. Law spewed a mouthful of blood. The wrist-clutching Kikoka dislocated with a snap as he was sent tumbling by the shockwave, rolling a dozen meters before coming to a stop. Rein remained rooted in place. He flicked a speck of non-existent dust off his trench coat. My bounty poster doesn't even carry your names. Why rush over here just to queue up for reincarnation? Rein exhaled a plume of smoke. Wouldn't it be smarter to just scrape by and cling to your lives on the sidelines? Why come all the way here just to be an eyesore? A clatter of chaotic footsteps approached from the distance. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji kicked aside the rubble blocking the passageway and charged up first, followed closely by Frankie, Usopp, Robin, Chopper, and Brook. The moment they emerged, the group was stunned into silence. Their captain lay collapsed in a crater drenched in blood, while the man who swore to become the world's greatest swordsman sprawled nearby, eyes rolled back. Even the two emperors of the New World, Kaido and Big Mom, were gasping for breath. You bastard. What did you do to Luffy and the others? Sanji's eyes turned bloodshot in an instant as high-temperature flames erupted from his feet with a roar. Diable Jam Flambeade shot. Leaping into the air, Sanji transformed into a blazing meteor, hurtling straight for Ren's neck. Frankie Radical Beam. Frankie pressed his hands together as the emitter on his chest blazed with blinding blue light. Special Attack Green Star Skeleton Explosion Grass. Usopp drew back, his slingshot, tears and snot streaming down his face, yet he still fired the most destructive seed in his arsenal. Facing the Straw Hat's concentrated assault, Rein couldn't be bothered to spare them a glance. He raised his left hand and clamped down precisely on Sanji's flaming ankle. With a casual swing, Sanji was whirled around like a massive iron hammer and slammed straight into Frankie and Usopp without any chance to resist. Boom. Sanji's body crashed heavily into the beam and the explosive grass. Flames and shockwaves detonated in midair. All three let out screams as they tumbled together into the ruins below, unmoving. Mr. Sanji. Brook drew his cane sword and started forward. Rein rested his left hand on his own sword's hilt, thumb pressing against the tsuba, and casually released a sliver of Conqueror's haki. A wave of dark gold pressure swept across the ground. Brook, Chopper, and Nami dropped unconscious with their eyes rolled back before they could even let out a grunt. Robin managed to endure for a second before she too collapsed to her knees, clutching her head. The entire Straw Hat crew lay sprawled on the ground. All right, enough with this sappy brotherhood act. Rein shook out his left hand and turned toward Luffy, who had just climbed out of the crater. Don't you dare touch my crew. Luffy's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth grinding audibly. He ripped off the tattered cloth across his chest, bit down hard on his right arm, and blew furiously into his muscles. Fourth gear. Luffy's body swelled instantly, his muscles coated in thick armament haki, as he bounced across the ground like a massive rubber ball. Goma Goma no. Luffy's arms retracted into his muscles as Black-Red Conqueror's lightning crackled wildly. King Kong gun. Rein watched Luffy bouncing around in the air and curled his lip. Just then a rustling sound came from a pile of scrap metal nearby. Killer shook the unconscious Kid violently. Kid, wake up. We can't fight this. That man is impossible to beat. We need to retreat now. Shut the hell up. Kid spat out a wad of bloody saliva, snapped his eyes open, and shoved Killer aside. He stared intently at Ren's back, madness burning in his eyes. I'm the man who's going to be king of the pirates. No way I'm admitting defeat in a place like this. Kid slammed both hands onto the ground. Magnetic menace. All the discarded weapons, steel beams and iron plates scattered around, came surging toward Kid's arms as if summoned. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic metal electromagnetic cannon took shape before Kid. The muzzle aimed directly at Rein. High-voltage currents screeched within the barrel and violet lightning illuminated half the rooftop. Turn to ash, Rein. Electromagnetic cannon. Kid roared and pulled the trigger. A beam of hyper-energized light blasted toward Rein. From above, Luffy's Conqueror's King Kong gun came crashing down. From below, Kid's full-power electromagnetic cannon charged straight at him. At the center of the battlefield, Rein showed no intention of dodging. He raised Ace in his right hand. Too crude. Facing the colossal electromagnetic beam, he cut downward with a single casual slash. A slender dark gold sword aura leaped from the blade. Shing! The electromagnetic beam that looked capable of piercing an island split cleanly down the middle like butter against a heated knife. The beam grazed past Rein on both sides, instantly vaporizing 2 mountain peaks behind Onigashima. The sword aura pressed onward without losing momentum and struck Kid's prized cannon with deadly precision. Crash! The great cannon fell apart on the spot, reduced to a heap of scrap iron. The residual sword aura slashed across Kid's chest. He spat out a fountain of blood, his eyes rolling back as he finally collapsed to the ground motionless. Having shattered Kid's attack, Rein didn't even glance back. He bent his knees slightly and launched himself straight up to meet the descending King Kong gun in midair. Luffy's fist, wreathed in black-red lightning, collided with Rein's blade. Boom! 2 torrents of Conqueror's Haki clashed ferociously in the sky. Luffy gritted his teeth so hard his eyes bulged. Fly! Fly! Rein let out a sneer, gripping the sword one-handed before jerking his wrist downward with sudden force. The dark gold Haki instantly crushed Luffy's black-red lightning. Go train for another 100 years, brat. Rein clenched his left fist and drove a simple, brutal straight punch clean into Luffy's abdomen. Gah! Luffy's eyes bulged as he spewed a mouthful of stomach acid. With a hiss, the air rushed out of him, his body deflated in an instant and shrank back to its normal size. Rein stomped onto Luffy's back, grinding the kid right into the floor tiles. Luffy twitched and convulsed a couple of times, then passed out cold. The battle was over. That's 20 billion in the bag. And Orochi's 2 billion balance is settled too. He bent down, about to hoist Luffy up like a chick. Suddenly, the air pressure above Onigashima plummeted. The clouds, scattered by all manner of attacks, now gathered at an eerie speed, surging together in a frenzy. It wasn't a pitch-black thunderstorm cloud, but a storm veering toward Cyan. Gale-force winds rose from flat ground, rattling the rubble and sand beneath. The wind speed grew faster and faster, and within moments it became a level 12 typhoon, powerful enough to blow a man away. Rein paused mid-motion. He didn't look up. Instead, he turned his face aside, gazing at a heap of ruins at the edge of the rooftop. Whoosh! A swirl of wind spiraled atop the ruins, then slowly dispersed. A figure draped in deep green robes appeared at the storm's center. The fierce wind snapped his robe violently as his head slid back, revealing a stern face marked by a red tattoo square on his left cheek. Standing on the high ground, he lowered his gaze over the ravaged battlefield, his eyes finally coming to rest on Luffy pinned beneath Rein's foot. This Wano country weather really never lets up. Rein straightened himself. Yo, if it isn't the world's most wanted criminal who specializes in defying the world government. What's the matter, dragon? Here to join the rush and feed yourself to the Reaper. The howling wind swept across the ruins. Long stood atop a height, his great cloak snapping furiously in the gale. He paid no mind to Lei Yin's words. His gaze was locked dead onto the figure stomped into the tiled ground by Lei Yin. Luffy, drenched in blood, eyes rolled white at the edges. Even though he had hardly raised him, he was still his own flesh and blood. Drago. Kaido spat a mouthful of bloody saliva, planting his 8-precept staff into the ground. Your son is about to be crushed into paste. That lunatic took the world government's coin and wants our heads for bounty. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. Unite and break him. Big Mom climbed out of the rubble, tearing at the hem of her shredded skirt, her massive frame quivering with rage. Wah! I normally despise rats like you who hide in the shadows and cause no trouble, but today fate favors you. Join forces. Big Mom's great sword Napoleon pointed straight at Lei Yin. Long fell silent for 2 seconds. No wasted words. He raised his right hand and shoved his palm violently toward Lei Yin. Whoosh! Shattered stones, broken weapons, and chunks of earth were all drawn into an extremely compressed miniature tornado. Wind blades with the razor edge to slice through steel screamed straight at Lei Yin's face. That was his answer. Ha ha ha. Watching the storm barreling toward him, Lei Yin did not grow angry. In fact, he burst into laughter. He casually flicked his toe, kicking the unconscious Luffy beneath his foot like a ball. With a thud, Luffy was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing into the rubble pile where Law and Kid lay. Hold on to your captain properly. Don't let me crush him beyond recognition and leave me unable to collect the reward. What a windfall this mission had become. When he arrived, he had only hoped for 200 billion and the arms business in Wano. Who would have guessed he'd get 3 for the price of 1? The Revolution Army's #1 wanted criminal practically delivering himself to his doorstep. For emperors plus the head of the Revolution Army. If I sell this lineup in bulk to the Navy, I could buy half an island in Sabaody and drink for the rest of my life. Lei Yin held Ace in his right hand. Facing the dragon whirlwind, he didn't even attempt to dodge. Dark, golden armament Haki enveloped his entire body. Wind blades slashed against Lei Yin's trench coat, bursting into a string of dense sparks, yet failing to even scratch the fabric. Come at me all at once. I could use the exercise. Lei Yin tapped the ground with his blade tip. That attitude was shamelessly arrogant. Don't underestimate us. Kaido roared, bending his legs. The tiles beneath him exploded into fragments. His enormous, demi-human frame shot forward with afterimages trailing behind him. The 8 precept staff wreathed in thick black-red lightning swept horizontally toward Lei-En's left flank. Thunder 8 trigrams. Almost simultaneously, Big Mom rode Zeus into the sky. Her Napoleon erupted in roaring flames, sealing off Lei-En's escape route from the right blind spot. Emperor's sword-shattering blade. Long was not idle either. His figure dissolved into the wind, reappearing the next instant directly before Lei-En. Both hands formed claws, 3 fingers wrapped in pitch-black armament haki. Dragon claw, fist, dragon's breath. Welcome. Lei-En's eyes lit up. Clang. The blade met the 8 precept staff. The violent backlash surged up the rod and directly into Kaido's arm, numbing his grip and stalling his attack. Relying on the force of that collision, Lei-En's wrist flexed nimbly, and the blade pressed downward in a smooth arc, perfectly blocking Long's thrusting dragon claw. Bang! Fist and blade collided, sending a visible ripple of transparent energy rippling through the air. Then Lei-En's right foot lashed upward with a piercing whistling sound, connecting solidly with the spine of Napoleon, coming down from the right. Boom! 3 forces detonated around Lei-En. The ground beneath him could no longer hold, collapsing in a wide area. All 4 plummeted downward together. The moment they landed, the battle did not cease. It only grew more ferocious. 3 top-tier powerhouses swarmed Lei-En like a single man, unleashing relentless assault. Long was the fastest, using the wind current to dart around Lei-En, continuously waiting for the perfect opening before launching a dragon claw strike, pulsing with high-frequency vibration. Kaido abandoned all defense, entirely relying on monstrous durability that even the Lunarian race could not match. He took Lei-En's sword chi to the body and pressed forward relentlessly. Big Mom hung back, hurling wide-range fire and thunderstorms without cease. Too slow. Your strike lacks any real power, you stupid ox. That fire of yours, old woman, couldn't even cook meat. Consider switching careers and joining a circus as a fire breather. Lei-En parried the trio's attacks with sweeping blade arcs while filling his mouth with rapid-fire insults. Clang. He deflected Long's fist with one strike and immediately countered with a lateral slash. Dark golden sword chi carved another 30-centimeter gash across Kaido's chest. Dragon blood sprayed forth, splattering the ground. Kaido let out a muffled groan of pain. After such a prolonged exchange, all 3 fighters' stamina was being consumed at a furious rate, yet Lei-En's breathing remained completely unbroken. Retreat. Long shouted, using wind escape to pull back and create distance. Kaido and Big Mom quickly followed suit, each claiming a corner. Their chests heaved violently as they gasped for breath. Lei-En dragged his blade tip across the ground, drawing a trail of sparks. What already done? I've only just warmed you up. Big Mom's rage made the Prometheus atop her head blaze even brighter, her entire face contorted to its limit. Hera, Prometheus, Napoleon, Big Mom roared. The lightning clouds and flames in the sky converged instantly onto the great sword. An enormous, eerily blinding white homie took the form of a grotesque woman, materializing in midair. Mother's visit cannon, 3,000 li. Big Mom bellowed. The colossal homie, radiating scorching heat capable of melting anything, surged toward Lei-En with a feral roar. Seeing this, Kaido's eyes turned completely red. Drago, fan the flames. Kaido's body swelled frantically in midair, transforming directly into a massive azure dragon. Not only that, superheated flames like molten lava began seeping from the dragon's scales. Fire Dragon Emperor Torch, Rising Dragon 8 trigrams. The gigantic fire dragon formed from Kaido opened its bloody maw and dove toward Lei-En from another direction. Long did not hesitate. He pressed his palms together. Dragon Whirlwind Disaster. A super hurricane materialized in an instant. The wind did not scatter Kaido and Big Mom's flames. In fact, those 2 extreme sources of heat ignited the storm itself. Wind fed the flames. Whole of Onigashima became an enormous crucible in that moment. The sky was filled with a sea of fire capable of reducing any human to ash. No escape. No way to avoid it. Witnessing this world-ending spectacle, Lei-En smirked. Now this is entertaining. This trip was worth it. His right hand gripping ace cracked loudly as his knuckles tightened. Lei-En stepped forward. Scatter. The words had barely left his lips when the blade flashed. Swish. A crescent-shaped sword energy clashed head-on into the trio's ultimate attack. Big Mom's colossal homie, Mother's visit cannon, was split cleanly in 2 from the middle, instantly dissipating into a shower of sparks. The sword chi lost none of its momentum, striking Kaido's dragon form squarely on the head. Roar. Kaido let out a piercing dragon's wail. Fire Dragon Emperor Torch was shattered forcefully. His enormous dragon body plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the ruins below. Long's fire hurricane was scattered entirely by that violent burst of dark golden haki. Long himself was sent flying, skidding backward over a dozen paces before barely regaining his footing. One slash. Breaking through the combined trump card of 2 emperors and the Revolution Army commander. Kaido reverted from his dragon form to a beastman hybrid, clutching his bloodied face, kneeling on one knee, his strength nearly spent. Big Mom was even worse, sprawled on the ground, Napoleon discarded beside her. Rein gave Ace's blade a flick, shaking off the clinging residual heat, and prepared to step forward and finish the job. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly formidable conqueror's haki erupted skyward. Rein paused, raising an eyebrow. What a lively little island this is turning out to be today. With the sound of steady footsteps, a red-haired man in a white shirt and black cape, 3 scars crossing his left eye, walked slowly out of the choking dust into the battlefield, gripping the legendary sword Griffin. He glanced at the devastation littering the ruins, at the 2 veteran emperors gasping on the ground, and finally at the black-coated man holding a blade. Shanks scratched his red hair helplessly and flashed a grin at Rein. "Brother Rein, long time no see." His tone was as casual as greetings between old companions at a tavern. "Do me a favor. Let's call it a day, how about it?" Shanks returned his sword to his waist, scratched his wild red hair in exasperation, and flashed a grin at Rein. "Long time no see, Brother Rein." His tone was as casual as if he were greeting someone at the inn in Windmill Village. "Do me a favor. Let's call it quits today, all right?" Rein's brow arched as he eyed the red-haired man before him. "You kid went out there, spent a few years becoming a Yonko, and now you're putting on quite the display. Asking for my mercy right off the bat. Just how big is your face? Open your eyes and look around." Rein's voice carried the teasing delight of an onlooker. "That dumb ox, that crazy old hag, and Capone's wanted criminal son, they just got flattened by my hand a moment ago. They can barely stand now." Rein slung his blade over his shoulder and studied Shanks up and down. "What, you think you can stop me alone? I'm here to collect a bounty over 20 billion. At the mention of the figure, Shanks' expression stiffened for a moment. The world government really went all in. A bitter smile crossed his mind. "I don't work for free. Either hand over 20 billion to buy their lives, or..." Rein flicked his wrist, the blade whistling through the air with a piercing hum. "Or get the hell out of my way and stop getting in my way while I collect." Shanks let out a sigh. He knew reasoning was hopeless. For a living wraith like Rein, who valued money over loyalty and thrived on chaos, mere words would never stop him. "Brother Rein, I know you haven't even gone all out yet." The playful grin faded from Shanks' face. His right hand closed around the hilt of Griffin, and in one smooth motion, he drew the blade. He gripped it with both hands. In that instant, the aura radiating from the red-haired man underwent a radical transformation. Conqueror's haki erupted like a shockwave. "But I still want to give it a shot." Shanks locked his gaze onto Rein, both hands holding the sword firm. "Oh, you've grown bold, Shanks. Actually daring to draw steel against me now. Come then, let me see how much you've improved." Shanks wasted no time. Against Rein, any flashy feints were tantamount to signing one's death warrant. He had to play his hand immediately. He tightened his grip on Griffin, and dark red lightning coursed wildly across the blade, compressing along its edge. Bam! He became a bolt of crimson lightning covering dozens of meters, in an instant appearing right before Rein. Shanks swung his sword with all his might. Got off. A terrifying dark red slash of haki swept toward Rein's face. Far away, Kadu, still collapsed on the ground, felt his pupils constrict sharply. At this level of Conqueror's haki coding, this red-haired guy had grown even stronger. But facing an attack so familiar, Rein merely spoke. "You'd use that move against me." He gripped Ace with one hand, casually rotated his wrist, and flicked upward to meet Shanks. Got off. Clang! The moment the two blades met, a deafening metallic blast nearly pierced everyone present's eardrums. There was no explosion, no shockwave spreading outward, because all that power was violently counteracting each other right along the line where the two blades crossed. Shanks gritted his teeth, both hands locked on the hilt, veins bulging on his forehead, tendons on the back of his hands rising as though about to burst. He felt as though he weren't striking a sword at all, but an entire Red Lord continent crashing down upon him. The relentless brute force surging back, mixed with vicious, unreasonable dark golden haki, was tearing through his own haki piece by brutal piece. "Is that all the strength you've got?" Watching Shanks strain until his face turned crimson, Rein shook his head bored. "Two green Shanks." The moment those words left his lips, Rein's wrist snapped forward. That dark golden Conqueror's haki, which had been suppressing Shanks, exploded in magnitude, transforming into a visible gust of pressure that washed outward. Crack! The dark red lightning wrapped around Griffin shattered on the spot. Shanks groaned, his entire body blasted backward by the recoil force. Both palms split open, blood dripping down the hilt. Huff! Huff! Shanks panted heavily, his grip on the sword still trembling uncontrollably. Rein rested Ace back over his shoulder and lazily picked at his ear. "Kid, if you thought that move could injure me, go back and train for another 20,000 years. Shanks forced a bitter smile. He knew better than anyone that Rein hadn't even exerted himself. If he had, that single flick would have either killed him or left him severely wounded right there. Not far away, Dragon Kadu and Big Mom watched Shanks being repelled in a single strike. The last ember of hope within them was extinguished. For emperors plus the revolutionary army leader, that lineup could overturn the entire world government across the seas. And yet in the face of this man, they were nothing but a joke. This is troublesome. Shanks glanced toward the large crater where Luffy lay, his mind racing to figure out how to get this group out alive. They couldn't win. Not by a long shot. The face fruit was completely useless against this bastard. Just as Shanks was at a loss and Rein prepared to stride forward blade in hand to end this farce and collect every head, as payment a sharply incongruous sound erupted across the battlefield. Thump. Tap. Rein's footsteps halted. Shanks paused, then whipped his head around toward the source of the sound. Dragon, Kadu, Big Mom along with Law and Kid, who had only just awakened, all turned to follow the noise. Thump. Tap. Thump tap. Thump tap. The sound grew louder, faster. This wasn't the sound of heavy impacts or explosions. It was a heartbeat, but it was strangely abnormal. It echoed as though someone were frantically beating upon an ancient war drum imbued with primordial rhythm. What in the world is that sound? Big Mom's eyes bulged, her Napoleon trembling in her grip. That drumbeat. Kater's voice trembled unmistakably. After decades in Wano poring over countless ancient texts, this rhythm bore an uncanny resemblance to that which legend spoke of. Rein raised an eyebrow and glanced toward the deep pit dozens of meters away. Luffy lay within, seemingly beaten to the brink of deflation and unconscious moments ago. Yet now, accompanied by that eerie thump-tap cadence, wisps of white steam began rising from the pit's bottom. The vapor thickened rapidly, shrouding the entire crater and spilling over onto the surrounding ruins. At the same time, an absurd yet overwhelmingly immense presence began to stir. Its aura defied all logic, warping reality itself. The surrounding environment seemed to stretch like rubber, undulating in time with the drumbeat. Dawn of the free drum. A strange gleam ignited in Shanks' eyes. Has that moment finally arrived? Dragon stood at the edge of the ruins, his usually expressionless face finally betraying a ripple of emotion. Kid, now this is interesting. Rein made no move to strike, instead watching with genuine amusement. He could sense that the aura emanating from the pit was utterly different from that rubber brat who had been flailing wildly moments before. It was a power that shattered common sense. Even Rein found it intriguing. What a surprise trip this business expedition was turning out to be. A fierce wind swept through, dispersing the steam, and then a pale white figure slowly floated up from the crater. A colossal carefree grin spread across his face, and even the surrounding debris seemed to bounce irregularly in sympathy with his body. Ah! Luffy clutched his stomach, cackling uncontrollably mid-air, tears streaming from laughter. I feel like I'm bursting with power. This is so amusing. His maniacal laughter, synchronized with the thump-tap drumbeat, rendered the entire battlefield's atmosphere profoundly surreal. Rein planted his blade point first into the ground and stroked his chin. Emu paid 2 billion to have you killed. Turns out it was worth every bit. Rein shouted toward Luffy hovering in the sky. Quit laughing, you idiot. Get down here, so I can see whether this form of yours can actually take a beating. Luffy was still laughing in midair. He clutched his stomach with both hands and howled with laughter. What's so funny? Did you take the wrong pills? Rein looked up at the transformed straw hat boy, the blade ace in hand. He was the one Emu had paid 20 billion to kill, and there really was something eerily wrong about this awakened form. Luffy stopped laughing, rubbed the corner of his eye, then suddenly split into an exaggerated grin. Old man, here I come. Before the words faded, Luffy kicked off hard. But the ground beneath him had suddenly become a trampoline. The entire ruin sagged into a huge arc, then, with a loud bang, he was catapulted forward. His speed was absurd. Rein raised an eyebrow. Had the surrounding objects been turned into rubber? In the blink of an eye, Luffy's pale, grinning face was right in front of Rein. He swung a floppy right arm, and the fist swelled as it shot through the air, turning into the size of a small mountain in an instant before crashing down at Rein's face. Too slow. Rein lifted his wrist and held ace across his body. Bang! The fist slammed into the blade. Rein was taken aback. It felt as if he had slashed an enormous balloon filled with water. The instant Luffy's giant fist touched the blade, it was not cut apart. Instead, it sagged and wrapped around the curve of the sword like a piece of chewing gum, forcing its way around the edge and slamming directly into Rein's face. What the hell is this messed up ability of yours? In all his years, he had cut down countless tough bastards, but this was the first time he had seen anyone fight with such total disregard for the laws of physics. Just as the fist was about to hit his face, Rein caught the white rubber fist with his left hand. It felt slippery to the touch with no real force to hold onto. He yanked hard, dragging Luffy down from midair, then swung him around like a windmill and smashed him into the open ground nearby. But the next second, the kid bounced right back up like a rubber ball. That hurts. Old man, how are you so strong? Luffy rubbed his head, not complaining at all, but laughing even harder. Interesting. Rein shook his left hand, the strange sensation still lingering. So even the surrounding environment can turn into rubber. Some distance away, Shanks' hand around his sword was slick with sweat. Watching Luffy bounce around, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The drum of liberation, Sun God Nika. Shanks murmured softly, then looked at Rein. But even awakened, facing that monster, Dragon stood on another pile of ruins, his cloak snapping loudly in the wind. He said nothing, but his tense posture made it clear he was ready to intervene at any moment. Old man, take this. Luffy shoved both hands into the ground and ripped upward. Gum, jump rope. A massive chunk of floor was torn out by Luffy and flung at Rein like a giant rubber band. Using the ground as a jump rope. You really think this is an amusement park? Holding ace, he swung it forward casually. Shing. The sword chi easily cut through the incoming rubber turf. But in that opening, Luffy's white figure burst out from behind the severed turf. He stepped on the air, accelerated once more, and drove a fist wreathed in black-red Conqueror's Haki lightning straight at Lion's chest. Now that's more like it. Lion raised his blade. Clang. This time the solid collision of Haki shook the entire rooftop violently. This so-called Nika form had maxed out defense and recovery, and its flashy attacks were hard to guard against. But in sheer power and depth of Haki, it was lacking by more than a little. Alright, that's enough warm-up. Lion put force into his wrist, ready to cut Luffy back to his original form in one swing. Just then, from the stairwell below came a shriek like a pig being slaughtered. Kaido! Big brother Kaido! Where are you? Thunderous footsteps followed. The massive queen stumbled onto the rooftop, carrying 2 Gatling guns on his back. Right behind him was Jack the Drought, soaked in blood, dragging a bloody cloth sack. The moment they poked their heads out, they saw the devastated ruins everywhere. And not far away, Kaido and Big Mom sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Boss, are you okay? Jack's eyes went wide, and he hurried over. Kaido coughed up a mouthful of blood and glared at his 2 subordinates. You 2 idiots, why the hell did you come up here? Get the hell away from me. Queen gasped for air and edged forward as if trying to take credit. We ran into that bastard Orochi downstairs. Queen slapped a hand on Jack's shoulder. This kid Jack moved fast. 2 slashes, and that waste of space Orochi was chopped to bits. Thump thump thump. A greasy head with a bald crown and a face full of terror rolled out of the cloth sack, stopping right in the middle of the arena. Kurozumi, Orochi, dead with his head severed from his body. Lei-In, who had been about to slash Luffy away, froze mid-motion. He looked down at the head that had rolled to a stop near his feet, then turned to look at Queen and Jack, who were practically begging for praise. At that instant, the air itself seemed to solidify. Luffy stopped too, scratching his white hair. What the hell is that? Thud. The half-smoked cigar in Lei-In's hand dropped to the ground. He lowered his head, and no one could see his expression. But a terrifying aura was spilling out of Lei-In in mad, overwhelming waves. The ground began to crack. Rubble floated into the air on its own, then was crushed to powder by the pressure. Even Luffy, who had never feared death, was forced back step after step by the sudden pressure. You. He stared at the head and forced out a few words through clenched teeth. You killed Orochi. The look made Queen's hair stand on end. His legs began to shake, and he instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Why, yes. Goddamn it. Lei-In burst into a curse, his voice ringing across all of Onigashima. My final payment. My 30% long-term dividends from Wano's arms trade. All of it. Ruined by you 2 stupid pigs. Boom. His Conqueror's Haki erupted in full force. A pressurized shockwave blasted outward. Queen and Jack, being the closest, could not even scream before they were slammed hard onto the ground by the pressure. Floor tiles shattered over a wide area, and their bones let out unbearable cracking sounds. Lei-In was absolutely furious. This business trip had started with him in an excellent mood. 2 birds with 1 stone, he could take the world government's 20 billion and take over Wano at the same time. After that, he could sit back and collect endless weapons profits. The perfect retirement plan. But now, the buyer had been killed by the 2 underlings of his employer. This was cutting off a man's livelihood. Even killing someone's parents wasn't this wicked. Kaido. Lei-In whipped around the blade, ace letting out a piercing hum as its tip pointed at Kaido, who lay sprawled on the ground. Forget the damn bounty today. The beast's pirates. All of you. Will pay for my 2 billion with your lives. His murderous intent became tangible. Looking into those man-eating eyes, a chill rose straight from the bottom of Kaido's heart. Wait. Lei-In. Seeing Lei-In raising his sword to strike, Kaido shouted at the top of his lungs. Whatever Orochi was paying, I'll pay you double. That shout made Lei-In's blade, which had been raised in midair, stop cold. It was less than half a meter from Kaido's neck. The wind from the blade carved bloody lines across the dragon scales on Kaido's face. Lei-In's eyelid twitched wildly as he stared at Kaido. What did you say? Kaido swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva and spoke at a speed that made it seem like his life depended on it. Orochi is dead. From now on, all of Wano answers to me. Whatever he promised you, I'll have someone pull 5 billion in cash out of the treasury right now. Kaido pointed toward the distant weapons factory. He gave you 30% of the weapons profits, right? I'll give you 50. From now on, in all of Wano's arms business, you take half of the profits. As long as you don't interfere today, the beast's pirates will be your long-term ATM. Big Mom was stunned. Kaido, are you insane? 50% of the profits. You'd be working for free. Shut up. Kaido roared. If you want to die here, keep fighting. What was the point of money if you lost your life? Facing a monster of Lei-In's level, as long as cash could make things right, Kaido would even agree to 60%. Lei-In's blade hung in midair as his Haki slowly drew back. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Kaido for a full 10 seconds. 5 billion in cash and 50% of the weapons profits. You sure you're not just feeding me empty promises? My word is my bond. Kaido was anxious, terrified that Lei-In's hand might shake. Lei-In's tense expression finally relaxed. Clang. Ace slid back into its sheath. Why didn't you say that earlier, you dumb ox? Lei-In rolled his eyes, and the world-destroying murderous aura from a moment ago vanished completely. He reached into his pocket, pulled out another cigar, and lit it. I've always liked doing business with generous bosses. Rein blew out a thick plume of smoke, turned around, and patted Queen and Jack on the ground with his scabbard. Good job, you two fat boys. You got rid of a great scourge for Wano. If you ever run into this kind of profitable business again, don't forget to come find me. Queen lay in the pit wanting to cry, but unable. Kaido and Big Mom exchanged a glance and let out a long sigh of relief at the same time. At least their lives were saved. The price was a bit steep, but it was still better than becoming a headless corpse. Just then Luffy came over again, pointing at Rein and shouting, "Old man, why did you stop fighting? We haven't decided the winner yet." Rein turned, glanced at Luffy, who was still bouncing around, and grinned. "What's the rush, Garp's foolish grandson?" Rein pointed at Kaido with the hand holding the cigar. "I'm a shareholder of the Beast Pirates now, and I'll still take that 20 billion job from the 5 elders. Come on, let me see whether your so-called Nika can withstand the enthusiasm of a man earning 5 billion this time." Rein, Dragon suddenly spoke. "What? So eager to throw your life away for your son? If you can help the Revolutionary Army overthrow the Celestial Dragon's rule." Dragon's tone was deadly serious. "When it's done, you name the price. I'll pay whatever you ask." The fingers holding Rein's cigar paused. He turned, gave Dragon's tattered dark green cloak a once-over, and laughed in disbelief. "Are you trying to sell me a fantasy?" Rein's face was full of contempt. "Your Revolutionary Army is so pathetic and broke that you have to hide your permanent base just to survive. Do you think I don't know that? Overthrow the Celestial Dragons. You'll pay whatever I ask. You're going to pay me with your head." Dragon stood at the edge of the ruins with a face as black as the bottom of a pot. He had led the Revolutionary Army for so many years. Everywhere he went, people felt their hearts tremble. Yet here he was being scolded by a mercenary until he couldn't even lift his head. The most infuriating thing was that every word hit him right in the sore spot, and he truly had neither the money nor a comeback to defend himself. Rein flicked off his cigar ash and kept on slinging abuse. "Besides, you don't even raise your own son. You dumped him on Garp like a left-behind child. The pie a man like you bakes isn't fit for a dog to eat." While Rein was still raining down his venomous sarcasm, Luffy came bouncing over through the air with a grin. "Old man, don't space out. Take this punch." Annoying. Conqueror's Haki instantly wrapped the sheathed ace. "Don't think turning your hair white lets you act all mysterious in front of me." Rein swung the scabbard and slammed it at Luffy's giant fist. Boom. The scabbard cut clean through Luffy's defense and smacked solidly into the side of his face. Ugh. The carefree grin on Luffy's face instantly fell apart. His eyes rolled back in his head, and a big mouthful of sour water sprayed from his mouth. His entire body was a giant rubber ball that had been burst open, flipping a dozen times through midair before crashing headfirst into the deep pit and raising a sky-filling cloud of dust. His white hair swiftly turned black again, and his body deflated like a leak, shrinking back into its original scrawny shape. The ground around him stopped bouncing, and the eerie drums of liberation fell completely silent. Shanks's hand clutching Griffin was slick with sweat. Seeing that Rein hadn't drawn his blade, and had only knocked Luffy out, he finally breathed a sigh of relief inside. Rein walked over to the pit, and looked down at Luffy spread-eagled and unconscious. The power in this kid really was something interesting. With a cigar clamped between his teeth, Rein mulled it over. He had long hated those bubble-headed losers in Mary Geos. On any normal day, if a celestial dragon dared to swagger in front of him, he'd kill them without asking for a single berry. He had taken the 5 elders job before simply because he thought the celestial dragon's rule was as steady as Mount Tai and no one could topple it, so why not grab 20 billion and spend it in style? But now it was different. After this kid's fruit awakened, his ability really was something. If he was kept alive, he would definitely bring that old monster Emu plenty of trouble in the future. Rather than dutifully taking 20 billion Rein would rather watch the celestial dragons get pressed underfoot. Alright, I'm not taking Emu's commission anymore. The moment he said that, Kaido, who had been sprawled on the ground, suddenly raised his head. Blood covered his face, and his eyes looked as if they were about to split from their sockets. "Rein, what the fuck did you just say?" Kaido roared in a broken voice. "I just promised you 5 billion in cash plus half of Wano's weapons profits. You take the money and then don't work. Has your reputation been eaten by a dog?" Rein turned and walked over to Kaido, looking down at the bruised and swollen emperor. "Did you get your brain beaten out, you stupid ox?" Rein chuckled with an air of perfect self-righteousness. "Orochi was my employer. Your underling killed my employer and cut off my money stream. Those 5 billion are the emotional damage and breach of contract compensation you have to pay me." Rein poked Kaido's dragon horns with his scabbard. "It's natural for me to take compensation. But when did I ever promise that taking the money meant I'd fight that brat for you?" This ruthless logic of one crook fleecing another left Kaido completely dumbfounded. You scoundrel. You took my money. Have you no decency?" Kaido pointed at Rein, his finger trembling. "Decency?" Rein acted as if he had heard the world's greatest joke. "I'm a mercenary who only knows money, not people. You're talking decency with me. Business is business. If you want me to help you cut down this straw hat brat, fine. Pay extra. 20 billion, not 1 berry less. You've nearly cleaned out my treasure vault. Where am I supposed to get 20 billion for you? Then shut up." Rein waved his hand impatiently. "If you don't have the money, stop shouting over there. I'm letting you live today. That's already charity. What do you want, huh? What you want me to do, a buy one get one free and throw in bodyguard service too? Kaido's chest heaved violently with fury. He was already severely wounded, and after Lei Yan had broken his trump card in one move, he had no strength left to reason. Furious beyond measure, Kaido suddenly spat out a huge mouthful of blood, rolled his eyes back, and passed out completely. Lei Yan curled his lip board. He turned to look at the red-haired man still standing not far away. Shanks, you clean up the mess down below. Lei Yan pointed at Kaido and Big Mom on the ground. These two and the beast pirate Small Fry, do whatever you want with them. Shanks slid Griffin back into its sheath, gave a wry smile, and said, Big brother, you really are a master at playing the absentee boss. You're throwing this whole huge mess at me. Lei Yan patted the dust off his coat. No shit. You came here to play the good guy. Who else is supposed to do it? I'm going to find a room and drink. Don't bother me unless it's important. With that, Lei Yan walked into the depths of Onigashima along the passage without looking back. Watching Lei Yan swagger off, Shanks shook his head helplessly. Still, at least he hadn't gone on a killing spree today, so Luffy's life was spared. Beckman, bring the men up and clean the scene. Shanks turned and shouted down below. The red-hair pirates quickly came ashore. Jack Queen and the other officers of the Beast's pirates had already lost their ability to fight and were still caught in the shadow of Lei Yan's extortion. Facing a fully rested red-hair pirates crew, they didn't have the slightest will to resist and were disarmed in no time. The remnants of the Big Mom pirates couldn't run away either. Yasopp and a few others knocked them out one by one. The gloom that had dominated Wano for decades was finally ended in a scene close to farce. Meanwhile, in a luxurious Japanese-style room on the lower level of Onigashima, one that had luckily escaped the fighting, several large suitcases full of berries were casually stacked in a corner. 5 billion in total, not a berry missing, all of which Yamato had the logistics team put together at full speed. Lei Yan didn't even ask about the weapons profit share. Kaido had fallen now, and Wano was about to change hands. Future business was definitely over. But Lei Yan didn't care. He took off his long trench coat and hung it on the rack. The room was silent, no one disturbed him, and only the remaining wind could be heard outside. He walked to the liquor cabinet and casually took out a bottle of expensive sake, whose vintage he didn't know. He tilted his head back and gulped down a big mouthful. Sun God Nika, the Revolutionary Army, red hair. Lei Yan walked to the window, looked at the flames of battle gradually being extinguished outside, and smiled. This whole messy affair in Wano was finally over. Orochi was dead, Kaido had fallen. But none of it mattered, as long as the money went into his pocket. Who cared who became the boss of Wano? 5 billion plus the previous deposit was enough for him to rent dozens of casinos and taverns in the Sabaody Archipelago and live comfortably for years. As for Imu's bounty, Lei Yan leaned against the window frame and took another gulp. The seas had been calm for so many years that it was time to find some new amusement. Those celestial dragons and merry geos who thought they were gods were probably jumping with fury in Pangaea Castle right now. He hadn't gotten rid of Luffy this time, and he'd even let the kid off easy. Once this news got back to the Holy Land, just imagining the 5 elders and Imu in a state of angry desperation was enough to make the bottle of sake in Lei Yan's hand taste especially satisfying. Deep in the lower level of Onigashima, the Japanese-style room was perfectly quiet. Lei Yan sat at the low table gulping down fine sake. The door slid open. Beckman walked in with a cigar clamped between his teeth, pulled over a cushion, and sat down. Is everything outside cleaned up? Lei Yan set down his sake bottle. That Shanks only knows how to boss people around. He's worked me to death. Beckman blew a smoke ring. A few CP0 rats were hiding on Onigashima. We took care of them while we were at it. That dragon guy took off gone with the wind before you knew it. Good riddance. At least he won't be dangling empty promises in front of me. Lei Yan beckoned. Beckman, let me borrow the red hair pirate's communication line. I want to feed that dead bird Morgan some juicy material. Beckman leaned in. What kind of material? Lei Yan looked like someone who couldn't wait to watch the world burn. Say that during the Battle of Wano, Straw Hat Luffy awakened some mysterious power and single-handedly took down 2 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom. Not only that, he also casually slammed me to the ground and beat me to a pulp. I was badly wounded, utterly defeated, and fled in disgrace. The hand holding Beckman's cigar twitched violently, and ashes dropped straight onto his pant leg. Are you serious? Beckman stared at Lei Yan. Those useless 5 elders paid 20 billion to have me kill him. Not only did I turn down the job, I'm spreading the word that I got destroyed by that brat. You think those 5 old bastards sitting beneath the empty throne will have a stroke on the spot when they read this paper? Beckman finally caught on. This living king of hell was purely in it for the fun. You really are something else. Beckman gave a thumbs up. When it comes to screwing people over, you don't hold back at all. High-grade stuff. This is helping him make a name for himself, understand? If a young man doesn't eat a little bitterness, how can he become the pirate king? Lei Yan said with utter conviction. 3 days later, flower capital Wano country. The scars of war had not yet fully healed, but the place had already welcomed a new ruler. Kazuki Oden's retainers had all been wiped out, and his son Momonosuke was dead and buried. The only surviving member of the Kazuki family was Kazuki Hiyori. With the Straw Hats backing, Hiyori rightfully took the seat of shogun. Cherry blossoms danced wildly over the plaza of the flower capital. Celebration banquet tables lined dozens of streets, and crowds everywhere were raising cups in revelry. Lei Yin swaggered down the street. He walked straight into the liveliest center of the celebration. Luffy was sitting in a mountain of meat taller than a person, both hands spinning like windmills as he shoved food into his mouth, cheeks puffed up like a balloon about to burst. Lei Yin walked over and smacked the back of Luffy's head. Whack! Luffy pitched face first into a huge roast pig. Who was that? Luffy yanked his head out, face slick with grease. He turned around, saw Lei Yin, and instantly bristled. Old man, what are you doing here? Last time I didn't even go all out. I want a one-on-one. With that, Luffy started rolling up his sleeves. Lei Yin casually picked up a bottle from a nearby table and popped the cap with his thumb. A duel, my ass. You're the biggest celebrity in the new world now. A defeated nobody like me wouldn't dare fight you. Luffy froze, scratching his head. What defeated nobody? Lei Yin pointed at Nami, who was furiously ripping at her hair. Ask your navigator. Nami was clutching a freshly printed copy of the World Economy newspaper. Luffy. Nami slapped the newspaper directly onto Luffy's face. It says here you beat Kaido and Big Mom in one-on-one fights, and also gravely wounded Lei Yin. Your bounty just shot up to 8 billion berries. Luffy tore the paper off, didn't read the headline at all, and just stared at the huge number. Whoa, 8 billion. Sanji, look. I've got way more than you. Luffy laughed without a care. Beside him, Sanji, holding a tray, had a face as dark as coal and kicked Luffy in the back. Shut up. You idiot, all you do is cause trouble. You've ruined us all. Lei Yin took a gulp of sake, happily watching the commotion from the sidelines. He turned toward a corner. Zoro was hugging 3 bottles, leaning against a pillar and chugging alone. Lei Yin walked over and nudged Zoro with his foot. Marimo head, take it easy. One day you're going to drink that other eye blind. Zoro raised his head, his lone eye glaring at Lei Yin. His hand instinctively rested on the hilt at his waist. What are you here for? Want to fight again? Hell, I don't have time for that. Lei Yin sat down against the pillar. Last time on Onigashima, what was that move you used? 9-sword style. Azura or something. Such flashy names. Zoro snorted coldly. It's called Azura, dead man's play. What you want to learn? A monster who only swings a blade with brute force could never learn it. Learn my ass. Lei Yin rolled his eyes. I've lived all these years, and I've always just used basic attacks to cut people down. Other people bellow their technique names before a fight, and I stand there like a mute. It always felt like I was missing a bit of style. Lei Yin elbowed Zoro. You're good at naming things. When are you going to think up a cool name for me too? Zoro was utterly deadpan. A move that can level an island with one casual swing. The name doesn't make any difference, Zoro replied grumpily. If you're that hung up on it, just yell casual slash before you swing. It's terrifying to be around someone with no culture. Lei Yin scooted away in disgust, putting distance between himself and Zoro. And here I thought you might give me some inspiration. Forget it. With your naming sense, you can only fool yourself. Lei Yin leaned against the wall, his gaze sweeping across the banquet. Luffy was still being kicked by Sanji for grabbing meat. Usopp and Chopper were yelling excitedly around Frankie's mechanical arm, and Robin sat off to the side, laughing behind her hand. Loud. Too loud. Lei Yin blew out a wisp of smoke. These little brats. The atmosphere was exactly the same as back on the Oro Jackson. Roger's smug, punchable grin flashed before Lei Yin's eyes. In the blink of an eye, those old comrades had either died or gone into seclusion. Now on this same seat, another bunch of brats who didn't know their place had appeared. He wondered whether this crew could go all the way, really reach that so-called final island. Lei Yin stood up and brushed the dust off his trench coat. There was nothing interesting left. Time to find some fun elsewhere. Without saying goodbye to anyone, Lei Yin turned and walked toward the harbor. Lei Yin strolled leisurely toward the harbor. As soon as he turned a corner, the path ahead was completely blocked. Kazuki Hiyori, clad in a magnificent kimono, stood squarely in the middle of the road. Behind her were several figures: Inuarashi, Nekamamushi Kawamatsu, and Denjiro, whose face was flushed crimson, along with the female ninja Shinobu. At the very back loomed a tall, white-haired woman with horns on her head, carrying a spiked club. Lei Yin stopped and swept his gaze over the group. What's this? Lei Yin rested one hand casually on the hilt of the blade Hudo at his waist and sneered. The sake at the banquet left you unsatisfied, so you came here to see me off. Or... He paused, his gaze landing on Denjiro's hand, which was clinching the hilt of his sword. Are you hoping to settle old scores with me? The air snapped taut in an instant. Inuarashi and Nekamamushi barely held back their impulses. Had Hiyori not given a strict order moments ago, these surviving retainers would have already drawn their blades and fought to the death. The fact that they could stand there at all was the result of grinding their teeth to dust. You misunderstand, Lord Lei Yin. Hiyori stepped forward and bowed deeply, her posture extremely low. The reason Hiyori has come today is specifically to thank you. Lei Yin chuckled. Thank me? Are my ears playing tricks on me? He stepped forward 2 paces and looked down at Hiyori from above. Your dear brother Momonosuke's head was cut off by my blade, and your loyal retainers were cut down by my own hand. Even your father's and mother's deaths. I took that contract and helped push matters along. At those words, the Akazaya retainers behind her completely snapped. You bastard. Denjiro's eyes split wide with rage as he yanked the blade halfway from its sheath. Stand down. Hiyori barked. Denjiro forced himself to stop, his teeth grinding audibly, and finally thrust the sword back into its sheath in humiliation. Hiyori looked at Lei In again, without the slightest evasion. You are a mercenary. You take money and do the job. There's nothing more fair and natural than that. Hiyori's voice was as steady and flat as a motionless lake. Orochi and Kaido were the ones who paid for the assassination. A blade itself carries no guilt. The guilt belongs to the hand that wields it. Hiyori bowed slightly once more. If not for you dismantling the beast's pirates and sending Orochi to his death, who knows how many more years the land of Wano would have continued sinking into darkness. Whatever the process, the result is that dawn has finally come to Wano, so Hiyori must thank you. Lei In narrowed his eyes and looked the seemingly delicate woman up and down. Interesting. This capacity for forbearance and for reading the moment put her 100,000 miles ahead of her father, who only knew how to dance with his bare ass hanging out. You're a woman who keeps her eyes wide open. Lei In took a lighter from his pocket, flicked it, and lit his cigar. He blew out a thick plume of smoke. Much smarter than your father. Lei In didn't skimp on the praise. The Kazuki family has finally produced someone with a brain. Put Wano in your hands, and in a few years it might be decent enough to look at. Just as Hiyori was about to exchange pleasantries, the white-haired woman with the spiked club suddenly bounded forward in a single huge stride. Yamato slammed the club into the ground and shattered 3 blue stone slabs. My name is Kazuki Oden. Yamato declared, eyes wide, pointing at Lei In with unshakable conviction. Lei In, you defeated my father Kaido, but as Kazuki Oden I must test your caliber on behalf of Wano. Fight me right now? Lei In's hand, which had been holding the cigar, froze in midair, his eyelid twitching violently. He turned to look at Hiyori, then at the embarrassed Akazaya retainers, and finally fixed his gaze on Yamato. What kind of goddamn lunatic is this? Lei In cursed out loud. Hiyori's face stiffened. She didn't know how to explain this absurd creature's existence. After all, Yamato carried the title of being a friend of their benefactor Luffy, so Hiyori couldn't simply throw her out. Your father is Kaido, and you call yourself Kazuki Oden. Lei In looked at Yamato as if she were an idiot. That old bastard Kaido didn't drown you in the toilet right after you were born. His temper really is remarkably good. Yamato failed to catch the mockery in Lei In's words, and instead puffed out her chest triumphantly. Oden's will is mine to inherit. Cut the nonsense, and take this. Yamato gripped the club with both hands and Haki instantly surged over it. Thunderbagwa. With a stomp, Yamato turned into a blur, swung the club in a full circle, and brought it crashing down toward Lei In's head. Boom. A muffled thud. Yamato's mighty weighty club was caught steadily in midair by Lei In's single hand. What? Yamato's eyes trembled in shock. She strained with everything she had to yank the club back, only to find it as immovable as if it had been cast into steel-reinforced concrete. One moment, it's Oden this, the next Oden that. Lei In curled his lips in disgust. I hate brainless morons like you. Then he sharply yanked his right hand backward. Yamato lost her balance and pitched forward under her own momentum. Lei In raised his right leg and delivered a clean, crisp knee strike directly into her face. Thud. Yamato didn't even have time to cry out before she flew backward like a kite with its string snapped. She slammed into a thick stone wall, her eyes rolling back into her head, and passed out on the spot. The spiked club clattered to the ground. Keep a better eye on this crazy woman from now on. Don't let her out to bite people. Lei In shoved his hands back into his pockets, stepped over the deep crater on the ground, and walked straight past Hiyori. After only a few steps, Lei In stopped and looked back at Hiyori out of the corner of his eye. Little girl, since you're easier to look at than your father, I'll give you a piece of free advice. Lei In exhaled a wisp of pale smoke, his voice echoing through the silent street. Being a shogun isn't easy. There are plenty of man-eating monsters out on this sea, and all your shrimp and crab underlings won't be enough to protect you. Lei In pointed at Hiyori with the hand holding his cigar. Better start making money while you can. The day you run into trouble, you can't handle, you're welcome to bring plenty of belly and hire me. My prices are fair and square, cheating neither the old nor the young. As long as the money's right, I can even tear down Marine headquarters for you. With that, Lei In did not pause any longer. He strode toward the harbor in long, vigorous steps. Hiyori turned around and watched the tall figure grow farther and farther away. Only then did her tense body fully relax. She let out a long breath. Lady Hiyori. Kawamatsu walked up, his voice tinged with resentment. Are we really going to just watch him leave? What else? Go up and get ourselves killed. Hiyori's voice went cold again. She stared at the street corner where Lei In had vanished, her gaze turning profoundly deep. That man is right. Weakness is the original sin. The Kazuki family has suffered once, because of it, it can't suffer a second time. Hiyori clenched her fist. The storm in Wano had completely settled by that afternoon. At the harbor, Lei In casually found an abandoned three-masted sailing ship. The ship had probably once belonged to the beast's pirates. The ragged flag on its mast had long since been ripped down and trampled into shreds. Lei In jumped onto the deck and kicked a wooden barrel out of his way. Clank. The anchor was hauled up, the sails swelled in the wind, and the ship rode the ocean current slowly away from Wano. In Sabaody Archipelago, at Grove 13, Lei In kicked open the wooden door of Shaki's rip-off bar, a bulging suitcase in hand, and strode inside. The main lights were off, leaving the room dimly lit. Behind the bar, Shaki held a slender cigarette between her lips while wiping a glass. Yo, long time no see. Isn't this the world-famous great swordsman Lei In? Shaki blew out a wisp of blue smoke, propped her chin on one hand, and wore a smile that delighted in stirring the pot. I heard you were chased out of Wano in the New World, beaten so badly you fled with your tail between your legs, and that straw hat kid almost kicked your guts out. What, you survived a great calamity and came running here to hide? Rein rolled his eyes, stepped forward, and slammed the heavy suitcase onto the bar. Cut the sarcasm. He casually pulled out a bar stool and sat down, grabbing an unopened bottle of spirits from the rack. That dead bird Morgan's charged me 500 berries for that fake news release. Was the headline explosive enough? Rayleigh turned the newspaper around and pointed to the thick, bold black headline at the top. Straw Hat Kid ascends to godhood in one battle, cutting down 2 emperors and thrashing Rein. Bounty soars to 8 billion. More than explosive. Rayleigh took off his glasses and wiped them, his tone full of mockery. An 8 billion bounty. That kid Luffy is now worth far more than Roger was back in the day. This wave of hype you've created has put the little guy right on the fire. Rein downed a big gulp of liquor, his whole body relaxing. I did this for his own good. Rein bit down on a cigar, lit it, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. If a young man doesn't stir up some hatred, how can you flounder on the crest of the storm? Besides Emu and the 5 elders, that bunch of cowardly turtles hide in Pangaea Castle every day, throwing their weight around. If I don't put a thorn in their side, wouldn't this ocean be too dull? Shaki reached over, popped the clasps on the suitcase, and glanced at the neatly stacked berries inside. Her red lips curled upward. Looted from Wano. Did that stupid ox Kaido pay up? That unlucky bastard Orochi died, and Kaido, desperate to save his skin, tearfully begged me to take it as compensation. Rein leaned against the bar edge, flicking his ash carelessly. 5 billion in total. Keep it here for now. In a couple of days I'll blow it all in the casino. A big move. Then I'll take it without being polite. Shaki closed the suitcase smoothly and pushed it under the counter. Rayleigh walked over with a drink, sat down beside Rein, and his expression sobered. Did that kid Luffy really awaken that fruit? He did. Rein chewed on peanuts, recalling the scene at the top of Onigashima, and couldn't help complaining. It's insanely weird. Fighting is like a game to him, and he can turn everything around him into rubber. Honestly, he's a wild monkey who doesn't play by the rules. Ha, that's the legendary warrior of liberation form. Rayleigh murmured softly, the one Roger talked about back then has finally surfaced in this era. Who cares about being a warrior or not? Rein snorted derisively. As long as that kid can keep the bastards and Mary Geos awake at night, this deal is worth it. Holy land, Mary Geos. In the Hall of Supreme Power of Pangaea Castle, the 5 elders who normally looked down from on high now all stood around the long table, each face dark enough to drip water. At the center of the table lay the same issue of the World Economy newspaper. Absurd. Utterly and absurdly nonsensical. Saint Nustero pressed the first-generation Kitetsu at his waist, his voice ice cold. That bastard lay and actually dared to openly ally with Morgans to fabricate battle reports. Routed. Grave injury. What does he take the world government's dignity for? 20 billion berries and the Holy Land's highest privileges. We gave him plenty of sincerity. St. Jupiter, the god of agriculture, had a gloomy face and gnashed his teeth, but the bastard took the money and not only failed to do anything real, he actually let Nico awaken in Wano. He was toying with us from beginning to end. Saint Saturn, the god of science and defense, leaned on his cane, his eyes flickering with dangerous light. Since he dares to break the contract, we don't need to honor our original promises either. What do you mean? Saint Warcury, the god of law, raised his head. Fishman Island. Saint Saturn's eyes were cold. The condition for us not touching Fishman Island for 18 years was that he could be used by us. Since he pays lip service, directly order marine admirals to lead a fleet to blockade Fishman Island and forcibly take back the mermaid princess who holds the power of Poseidon, the ancient weapon. As long as we control the ancient weapon, no matter if it's Joy Boy or the Revolutionary Army, none of them will be worth fearing. At these words, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. Hesitation and resolution flickered in their eyes. The proposal had obviously struck a nerve. Foolish. Just then an ethereal, yet infinitely majestic voice came from deep within the hall. The 5 elders' bodies trembled violently. They dropped to their knees in unison toward the empty throne, burying their heads low, not daring to take a breath. Seated upon the empty throne, Emu looked down at the 5 highest authorities below. Cold sweat instantly soaked through Saint Saturn's back. He quavered. Imu-sama Rein has openly betrayed the deal. If we don't act, the world government's face. When have you ever seen Rein care about so-called alignment or rules? If he really wanted to break with us completely after cutting down Kaido and Big Mom in Wano, he would have come straight to Mary Geos with his blade. Only ignorant commoners would believe the lies in the papers. Emu's voice resonated through the hall. Rein didn't kill Joy Boy because he just finds it amusing. As things stand now, Joy Boy has awakened, and the seal of the ancient weapon is also growing restless. At this juncture, sending troops to Fishman Island will only thoroughly enrage Rein and push that monster entirely to the side of the Revolutionary Army and the pirates. Emu's eyes narrowed slightly. As long as Rein remains neutral, as long as he still desires money and pleasure, he is not a mortal enemy. On the future battlefield, he can still be the blade that cleans up the rest of the garbage. Leave the Fishman Island matter alone for now. Yes, Imu-sama. The 5 elders answered in unison, their foreheads pressed tightly against the floor tiles, not daring the slightest defiance. Emu's gaze passed through the hall toward the distant horizon, and a deep ripple stirred in his scarlet pupils. Joy boy, lay in. This sea is not going to be turned upside down. Sabaody Archipelago Grove, 13. Boom. Lay-in slammed his empty glass down hard on the bar and exhaled a thick cloud of cigar smoke. Shaki wiped the bar at a leisurely pace the corner of her eye, catching a news coup flying in. The news coup dropped off an urgent copy of the World Economy News, then flapped away and vanished in a flash. Morgan's bird has been diligent lately, Shaki said as she picked up the paper. She had only glanced at the headline before she laughed. She pushed the newspaper in front of Lay-in. The spotlight on Wano country hasn't even faded yet, and already someone else on this sea is making big waves. Lay-in glanced down. The front page was dominated by a huge poster. At the very top was a bold black line: a new Yonko is born. Buggy the Clown founds the Cross Guild, placing reverse bounties on the Marines. What made it truly wild was the picture in the middle. Red-nosed Buggy laughed maniacally, commanding the absolute center position of the poster. Flanking him were printed the former warlord of the sea crocodile, the sand crocodile, and the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. The composition and layout had outright turned these two new world-famous heavyweights into Buggy's left and right-hand lackey bodyguards. He pointed at Buggy in the paper and laughed. This red nose has taken Sand Crocodile, and that block of wood Mihawk on as his underlings. Rayleigh, who had been drinking in the corner, came over, glanced at the paper, and shook his head. That Buggy kid lived on luck back in his days aboard Roger's ship. Rayleigh took the paper and studied it carefully. But Crocodile and Mihawk aren't the type to stay willingly under anyone. No matter how you look at it, there's something deeply off about this poster. Lay-in leaned against the bar, stroked his chin, and let his gaze settle on the bounty terms. Reverse bounties on Marines. Those words immediately piqued his interest. In all his years as a mercenary, he had taken either gang money or Marine bounty money. Taking pirates' money to cut down Marines. That was a deal he had never seen before. Interesting. Lay-in pressed his cigar into the ashtray and ground it out. Lay-in rose, flexing his wrists. Being cooped up in a casino every day is no fun. I'm going to drop by this so-called Cross Guild and see what's going on, and to see what Buggy and Mihawk's eternal deadpan faces look like right now. Shaki tapped off her ash. Sabaody Island, the new world headquarters of Buggy's delivery. Don't go tearing up the man's island. He is, after all, a new Yonko. Lay-in didn't look back. He pushed open the wooden door and strode out. The new world Sabaody Island. The once bustling headquarters of Buggy's delivery. Mercy, Lord Crocodile, Lord Hawkeye, this is all a misunderstanding. Buggy lay sprawled on the red carpet, his face bruised and swollen bumps covering his head. His trademark red nose was now swollen and extra size larger than usual. Half a front tooth was missing, and he was bawling with tears and snot streaming down his face. Crocodile clamped his cigar between his teeth, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. He pressed the sole of his leather shoe firmly onto Buggy's head and ground it down without mercy. Misunderstanding. Crocodile pressed his gleaming gold hook directly against Buggy's neck, the sharp barbs scraping the skin enough to draw beads of blood. I lent you the money to start the company. Now during the restructuring, some idiot under you printed me as your lackey and sent flyers around the whole world. Crocodile's voice dripped with frost. And you're telling me that's a misunderstanding? Buggy trembled violently in fear, tears shooting from his eyes. It really was those bastards at the print shop acting on their own. They admire me so much they put me in the center. Buggy frantically shifted the blame. It truly wasn't my idea. Give me 100 times the guts and I still wouldn't dare to lord it over you two. Mihawk lounged on a leather sofa off to the side, slowly wiping the blade of Yoru the black sword with a white cloth. Stop wasting words with him, Crocodile. Mihawk paused his polishing and tossed the white cloth onto the table. Just chop him into pieces and feed him to the Sea Kings so we don't have to stand the sight of him anymore. Hearing that, Buggy howled even louder and kowtowed repeatedly. Don't kill me. Keep me alive. I can still be useful. I'll serve you tea and water, wash your feet, and make your beds. Crocodile raised his gold hook, ready to carve up this disgraceful clown. Mihawk changed tack. Still, if we kill him, the posters have already gone out. Mihawk rose, slinging the black blade across his back. The world government and the Marines have already recognized him as the head of the Cross Guild. They've even pinned the leader of the new Yonko label on him. Crocodile paused, turned his head, and looked at Mihawk. What do you mean? Our original purpose in founding the Cross Guild was to counter the Marines' bounty system and enjoy a stable, free life. Mihawk looked at Buggy, still sprawled on the floor. If we kill him now, that doesn't serve our interests. Crocodile narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. Then let him be the figurehead leader, Mihawk said coolly, setting the tone. Let him carry the Yonko title and draw the hatred of the Marines and the whole world. We'll stay behind the scenes, keeping every real decision-making power and every hand over the Cross Guild's funds firmly in ours. Crocodile lifted his foot. The plan wasn't bad. Find a shameless, durable fool to take bullets up front while you hide in the back and quietly get rich. When trouble comes, Buggy takes the hit. When money comes, we take the cut. Buggy listened to their exchange, his heart pounding like thunder. Count yourself lucky, waste. Crocodile kicked Buggy 2 meters away. Go clean up this crappy tent and get ready to take customers. We're open for business. Buggy, as if granted a pardon, collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, then scrambled and crawled to order his underlings to work. Sabaody Island, the headquarters of the Cross Guild, that garish hall built like a circus tent. Bam! The door was kicked open with a thunderous slam. Buggy, who was on his knees scrubbing the red carpet with a rag, jolted in fright. Rein, a cigar dangling from his mouth, swaggered over the threshold. Hey there. Rein blew out a thick puff of smoke and swept his gaze across the three people in the hall. I heard this place is full of money-making opportunities, so I'm here to take a job. Crocodile's eyelid twitched violently. Hawkeye sat on the sofa, his hand wiping the blade with a white cloth, paused for a split second, then carelessly continued, as if nothing had happened. L.A. and Big Brother. Buggy, who was lying on the ground, widened his eyes and scrambled to his feet. Rein walked up, grabbed Buggy by the collar, and hoisted the whole red-nosed man into midair. With his other hand, he unceremoniously pinched Buggy's trademark big red nose and squeezed it hard twice. Ow, ow. It hurts, it hurts. Let go, Big Brother. My nose is going to fall off. Buggy flailed his arms wildly, tears flying. Not bad, kid. Rein released his grip and let Buggy land on his, but with a thud. Back on Roger's ship, you were the biggest coward. Now you've become one of the new 4 emperors, quite the show. Even tough cookies like Crocodile and Mihawk have become your right and left hands. Buggy clutched his swollen nose, stealing a glance at the livid-faced Crocodile, looking as if he wanted to cry but couldn't. Big Brother, stop making fun of me. Buggy lowered his voice and pointed at the 2 grim figures behind him. I'm just a figurehead. The real bosses are sitting over there. I can see that. Rein dragged over a single-seat sofa, sat down with a bold, domineering posture, and propped his legs on the coffee table. He fished out the poster printed with the Cross Guild's reverse bounty from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. I saw this thing. Rein pointed at Buggy's wild grin on the poster. Reverse bounties on the Marines. Whose idea was that? It's wicked enough. I like it. Crocodile walked over and sat down opposite Rein. The idea was mine. Crocodile stared at Rein. But the layout on the poster was those idiots under me acting on their own. Still, since it's already printed, we'll just go with it. Let him use the Yonko title to take the heat. Sharp. Rein gave a thumbs up, then tapped the table. Enough small talk. Let's talk business. How exactly are the crowns and stars on this thing exchanged? At the mention of business, Crocodile leaned back on the sofa and resumed the air of a mafia boss. 1 crown exchanges for 1 billion belly, 1 star for 100 million belly. Crocodile blew a smoke ring. Clearly marked price fair to all. Rein took the poster and read the names one by one. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. 5 crowns, that is 5 billion. The 3 admirals, Borsellino, Isho, Aramaki. Each worth 3 crowns, meaning 3 billion. Why is that old man Garp here too? Rein pointed at Garp's name in a corner and rolled his eyes. Garp's only worth 3 crowns. Are you all looking down on him? Crocodile's forehead lined with black lines. He's a vice admiral. Giving him 3 crowns is already an exception, treating him on admiral scale. Fine. Rein continued, sweeping down the list. High-ranked officers like Kobe, Prince Grus, Peacock, and Senamaru are worth 5 stars, 500 million. Rear admirals are 3 stars. Commodores and captains are 1 star. Commanders and below, 1 million. Officers and below, 100,000. The more Rein calculated, the brighter his eyes became. The Marines were big and wealthy. There were at least a few hundred flag officers, and the underlings beneath them numbered in the hundreds of thousands. If he killed them all, it would be quicker money than robbing the Celestial Dragon's vault. Done calculating. Crocodile noticed that Rein had been quiet for a while, assuming he thought the price was too low. Done. Rein slapped the poster, rose to his feet abruptly, and pressed both hands on the coffee table as he stared at Crocodile. I'll take this whole job. The cigar in Crocodile's hand dropped with a plop onto his crotch. Hawkeye also stopped wiping his blade and looked up at Rein. Why you? What did you say? Crocodile frantically brushed the ash off his crotch, staring at Rein with wide eyes. I said I'm taking care of the entire Marine force. Rein smiled like a sly old fox. From that mad dog Sakazuki to the 3 admirals down to the vice admirals and rear admirals below, including that old man Garp. I'll deal with them all for you. Rein counted on his fingers. Akainu is 5 billion. The admirals plus Garp are 12 billion. Throw in all those vice admirals and rear admirals, and with the various odds and ends, let's round it up to 30 billion. Rein reached out a hand to Buggy. Go get me 5 billion as a deposit first. The veins on Crocodile's forehead popped as he slammed the table and stood up. What kind of absurd joke are you telling me here? Crocodile's voice was so angry it broke. Take the whole job? You couldn't raise 30 billion even if you sold the Cross Guild. How much liquid cash do you think our entire treasury has right now? Crocodile was furious. He had founded the Cross Guild to make money and incidentally to cause a bit of trouble for the Marines. If Rein really went and flattened Marine headquarters with his sword, not only would there be no money, the 5 elders would use an ancient weapon the very next day to blow Sabaody Island to bits. This wasn't business at all, it was asking for his life. No money. Rein's expression turned sour as he sat back on the sofa looking contemptuous. If you don't have money, why did you set up a bounty board? Still reverse bountying the Marines. I thought you had deep pockets. Turns out it's a shell company. What the hell do you know? Crocodile gritted his teeth. This is called a long-term investment. The bounties are just to disgust the Marines and divert their attention. Who the hell actually expects someone to be capable of cutting down all 3 admirals and the fleet admiral? It was like a lottery company offering a 1 billion jackpot only to have someone show up on the first day holding a scratch-off guaranteed to win demanding payment. It was basically flipping the table. Tisk boring. Rein flicked ash from his cigar. Crocodile rubbed his swollen temples, his mind racing. Since a monster like Rein had come to them voluntarily to take a job, they absolutely couldn't let him leave empty-handed. This beast had to be directed to a suitable target. Fine, you can take a job. Crocodile pulled out a fresh intelligence file from his pocket and tossed it in front of Rein. If you truly want to do a big one, I recommend this contract. Rein took the file and opened it. There unmistakably was a photograph of the current Admiral Green Bull Aramaki. Aramaki, the newly promoted Marine Admiral. Crocodile explained. He's been acting very arrogantly lately, preaching the celestial dragons absolute justice everywhere, and his methods are extremely radical. Crocodile lit a new cigar and blew out smoke. Kill him or cripple him. 3 billion belly and the Cross Guild will settle it in full immediately, without a single cent less. Moreover, taking down a newly appointed admiral not only deals a heavy blow to Marine morale, but it won't push the world government into an all-out war right away, like killing a Kainu would. Rein studied the photo of the smug tree man with a cigarette in his mouth and rubbed his chin. He had heard of this guy back in Merigios. A typical diehard fan of the celestial dragons, an extremist who kept saying, without the world government you trash would never survive. Killing such a brainless bastard was nothing. No psychological burden at all. Fine. Rein rolled up the intelligence and stuffed it into his pocket. 3 billion it is. A mosquito's leg is still meat no matter how small. Rein stood up and dusted off his trench coat. Buggy. Rein looked down at the red-nosed man, who was still sprawled on the floor. Here. What orders does Big Brother have? Buggy instantly bounced up and stood at attention. Prepare a ship for me and load 10 barrels of good liquor. Rein casually pocketed a gold-rimmed lighter from the table. Buggy scrambled toward the door. Yes. I'll go do it right now. Crocodile watched Buggy scramble and stumble out of the audience hall, the corner of his eye twitching. He turned around, flipped the intelligence report over, and pointed at a sea chart attached to the back. Don't say I didn't warn you. Crocodile blew out a smoke ring. That bastard Aramaki's trail is hard to pin down. But our guild's informants just intercepted a Marine headquarters transmission. He's picked up a new order and is leading his unit to Sphinx Island as support. Sphinx. Rein rolled the name around in his mouth as he leaned back into the leather sofa, propping his legs on the coffee table. Mihawk sat across from him, still unhurriedly wiping the blade, and cut in flatly. It is the birthplace of Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Oh right, the old man's happy little hometown. Rein rubbed his chin. Back then Whitebeard never missed a chance to brag to him about that godforsaken backwater. How beautiful the waterfalls were, how adorable the village kids were. And what had it gotten him? The old devil sent every last ounce of gold and silver he plundered from the sea back to that broken-down island, leaving his own Yonko pirate crew dead broke. What kind of profit can that crappy island of his possibly offer? Rein snorted. Even if you scraped together every bit of inheritance Whitebeard left behind, it'd be worth no more than a few steamer baskets of pork buns. What are the Marines going there to do? There's this moron who claims to be his real son called Edward Weevil. Crocodile explained that fool's been raising hell in those waters lately. The Marines sent Aramaki to bring him in, and while they're at it, wipe out Whitebeard's remnants in one sweep. Crocodile traced a line on the chart. This is the route he has to pass. Ambush him halfway, finish it at sea clean and quick, then bring back his head. 3 billion berries, not one less. Troublesome. Rein grabbed the chart, folded it twice, and shoved it into his pocket. Do I look like I've got time to wander all over the ocean looking for a warship? You think I'm that free? I'll just go to Sphinx Island and wait for the rabbit to come to the stump. Suit yourself, Crocodile said. But remember this, Crocodile went on. Aramaki is a Logia-type forest fruit user. If you make your move on the island, be careful not to accidentally sink the place. And if you smash that man into a pulp so no one can recognize his face, don't expect me to pay the bounty. I've always been careful when I chop trees, Rein said as he got to his feet. Walking out, he waved a hand and called back, have the 3 billion berries in cash ready. I'll come collect in a few days. If one coin is missing, I'll tear down your crappy tent and burn it for firewood. Karai Bari Island, the harbor. A brand new 3-masted sailing ship rested on the water. The real centerpiece was the bow. It was carved into an enormous figurehead of Buggy's face. The round, puffy red nose was even coated with special reflective paint, gleaming so fiercely under the sun that it stabbed the eyes. The sails bore the Cross Guild's skull and crossbones emblem, but every edge was festooned with a riot of garish clown streamers. Rein's eyelid twitched. Big Brother Rein. Buggy, wearing white gloves, stood by the gangplank, rubbing his hands, his face creased into an ingratiating grin. Your ship's ready, sir. 10 barrels of my finest reserve rum are stowed in the hold. Are you satisfied with her? Rein walked over, reached out, and smacked the glossy red-nosed figurehead 2 solid slaps, rattling the whole hull. Your taste has been as shitty as ever for decades now, Rein sneered. Take this piece of crap out to sea, and people will think I'm some circus sideshow. This is a super battleship rushed into existence by the finest craftsmen under my command. Buggy swelled with pride. She shows off the might of the Cross Guild wherever she goes. The moment anyone sees that red nose, they'll know the people aboard are protected by none other than me, the great Buggy. Rein rolled his eyes, couldn't be bothered to argue with this idiot, and stepped up the gangplank. Halfway up, he stopped, turned, and looked down at Buggy. "Oh, by the way, Red Nose," Rein said as he took a cigar from his pocket and clamped it between his teeth. "I hear you had a falling out with that Shanks brat." At the name Shanks, every trace of fawning on Buggy's face vanished in an instant. He looked like a cat with its tail stepped on, hair standing on end. "Don't mention that damn red hair to me." Buggy screamed at the top of his lungs, his nose puffing in and out with rage. "If it weren't for him giving me a fright back then, I would have made my fortune long ago." The more he talked, the angrier he became, stamping his feet on the dock. "And now the whole world thinks I'm on equal footing with him. One of these days I'll beat him to the one piece and show him a thing or two." Rein watched Buggy's furious, flustered tantrum and grinned out loud. This guy's temper was just as absurdly entertaining now as it had been decades earlier. Good. That's a promising spirit." Rein gave Buggy a thumbs up. Buggy froze. "Oh, really, big brother?" "Of course it's true," Rein said with an absolutely straight face. "Back on the Oro, Jackson, I could already tell you were going to amount to more than that Shanks brat." Buggy's eyes lit up. Rein kept fanning the flames. "Shanks is always trying to act deep and mysterious. Not like you. You know when to stoop and when to stand. That's the mark of a man who does great things. I believe in you." Being praised like that by a monster like Rein made Buggy's head swell immediately. He planted his hands on his hips and roared with laughter. "Ah, I knew it. I, the great Buggy, am the child of destiny, chosen by heaven. So go on then. Take him down," Rein said, blowing out a thick plume of smoke. "I've never liked that red-haired brat anyway. Next time you plan to cut him down, give me a call. I'll have your back, no questions asked." Buggy was so moved he nearly burst into tears. This was Big Brother Rein. With him stepping in, even Tin Shanks brats wouldn't stand a chance. "Big brother, you're so good to me." Buggy threw his arms around Rein's leg. "I can help you." Rein rubbed two fingers together in a counting money gesture. "Since you're my underling, I'll give you a 20% discount. Appearance fee 10 billion berries, kill included." The smile on Buggy's face froze. 10 billion. Even if someone sold him to Kamabaka Kingdom and made him entertain clients for 100 years, he could never scrape together that much. "Just pulling your leg, you coward." Rein laughed uproariously at Buggy's crestfallen, bitter face. He turned, strode up the gangplank onto the deck, and hauled up the anchor. Standing at the bow, Rein waved down at him. "I'm off to loosen the soil for that tree spirit. Later." The sea wind blew and the sail with its absurd skull emblem swelled taut. Under the winds pushed the garish red nose, slowly pulled away from the harbor. Buggy stood on the dock staring blankly after Rein's departing figure. "That guy." Buggy sniffled and muttered under his breath. "He's just like he was back then, always making me the butt of his jokes." The waves crashed against the garishly decorated hull of the Red Nose. Rein stepped onto the gleaming red nose at the bow, leaped forward, and landed steadily on the sandy shore of Sphinx Island. The moment he tossed his empty bottle into the sea, a shockwave swept out from the island's center, carrying blue and orange flames and the deafening clash of weapons. Boom. A tree over a dozen meters tall was ripped from the ground, spinning over Rein's head before crashing into the shallows behind him, sending up a towering pillar of water. Rein brushed the dust from his trench coat, lit cigar in mouth, and strode toward the island. "They've already started fighting before I even got there. Quite a racket." Rein walked through a flattened grove, and the view opened up before him. At the edge of what was once a peaceful village, a massive pit dozens of meters wide had been gouged into the earth. Marco, in his hybrid form, his arms transformed into wings wreathed in blue phoenix flames, was straining to hold back an enormous Naginata. The one wielding the Naginata was a hulking mass of a man, round as a ball with two golden braids hanging from his head. The fat man bore a crescent-shaped white mustache, his face crisscrossed with crude stitches, drool hanging from his lips. He looked far from bright. "Hand over Pop's inheritance. I'm his one true son. All you fakes deserve to die." The fat man shrieked in a raspy voice, pressing his Naginata down with brutal force. The overwhelming strength forced a grunt from Marco. The ground beneath him cracked open with deep fissures, and even his blue flames dimmed under the pressure. "Weebel, shut your damn mouth." Marco gritted his teeth, snapped his wings, and sprang away. "Pop's treasure has been gone for ages, and even if it weren't, a dubious fool like you would never get his hands on it. If she says so, it's so. What would a grilled bird with wings know?" On a large boulder nearby stood an old woman. Back in Gome, Stussy leaned on her cane, hopping and shouting hoarsely, "I was the only woman that dead Edward ever truly loved. Weebel is his only flesh and blood. Every last treasure belongs to us. Kill him, my son. Mom's right. I'll cut you down." Weebel sniffled, swung his Naginata in a wide arc, and charged at Marco again like a heavy tank. Rein sat down on a thick fallen log at the edge of the forest. He pulled a flask from his pocket, unscrewed the cap, and took a swig. What a bunch of lunatics. Rein shook his head, watching the battle unfold. Old Whitebeard had been a bit rough-looking himself back in the day, but at least he carried real majesty. Now look at this drooling imbecile. If this were truly his son, Whitebeard would be spinning in his grave. In the center of the field, Marco and Weebel traded blows. Weebel's mind might be slow, but his monstrous strength was no joke. Every swing of his blade carried formidable haki, making the very air tremble. Relying on his Phoenix regeneration, Marco endured several hits, then found an opening and kicked Weebel square in the fleshy face, sending the fat man tumbling across the ground. Little Marco, years gone by, and your hand-to-hand combat has really gone to hell. A lazy voice cut into the battlefield. Marco was about to press his advantage, but upon hearing the voice, his blue flames stuttered. He turned and followed the sound. Laying eyes on the tall figure sitting on the log with a drink, Marco's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Rein, what in the world is this living legend doing here? Don't look at me like that. Rein flicked his ash. I'm not here for you. Mom. Weebel scrambled up, wiped the mud from his face, and pointed his naginata at Rein. Who's that guy? He's watching the show too. Can I cut him down as well? Bakken adjusted her sunglasses, took a good look at Rein, and was so terrified her cane slipped from her hand and clattered onto the rock. She was old, but her eyes were still sharp. A monster whose name had shaken the seas since the Rocks era. Why would this walking calamity show up in a godforsaken backwater like this? Weebel, forget him. Go for the treasure. Bakken's voice was shrill, laced with guilt. Rein laughed. He pointed at Marco with a waggle of his hand. Hear that? The old lady's come to claim the family fortune. As the loyal underling, why don't you just hand over the vault keys? Rein, quit laughing your ass off over there. Marco wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, exasperated. You know exactly what's going on with this island. Pops poured every last berry into the villagers' livelihoods. There's no goddamn vault. I know. Rein nodded and took another swig. He gestured toward Bakken, but the old lady doesn't believe you. She thinks you two are hiding it from her. Bakken's face shifted between pale and green, but she refused to budge. I don't believe it. Edward conquered territory after territory. There's no way he had no money. You're just trying to keep it all for yourselves. Rein set his flask aside. Little Marco want me to do you a favor and butcher this fat pig for you. Rein raised an eyebrow at him. For an old friend, I'll give you a discount. 10 billion berries will do. Marco nearly choked on his own breath. 10 billion. Even if you tore down every building on this island and sold it brick by brick, you still couldn't scrape together 10 billion. Forget it. Dealing with this idiot doesn't require your help. Marco spread his wings and shot into the air, dodging a heavy swing from Weebel. Cheapskate. Serves you right getting beaten up. Rein clicked his tongue, leaned back, and settled in to enjoy the show. Marco and Weebel clashed once more. Blue flames and wild sword pressure stripped layer after layer from the surrounding ground. Weebel, relying on his thick skin, didn't even bother to defend. A completely reckless, all-out brawler. Marco could regenerate, but his stamina was draining fast, and he was steadily being pushed back. Rein watched from the sidelines and couldn't help but yawn. Boring. Too boring. Just as Rein was pondering whether to spend a little money to buy himself some entertainment, the Den Den Mushy in his pocket suddenly rang with a BRRR. Rein pulled out the Den Den Mushy and pressed the answer button. Crocodile's voice came through. Rein, intel's updated. Aramaki's battleship appeared in the eastern waters of Sphinx Island 10 minutes ago. He's making full speed for shore. Eastern waters. Rein looked up to get his bearings. Got it. I've been sitting here watching idiots fight. Once he lands, I'll collect that 3 billion. Don't screw this up. Crocodile warned before hanging up. Rein tucked the Den Den Mushy back into his pocket and rose to his feet. He brushed the sawdust off his pants and stretched lazily. All right, the sideshow's over. Rein exhaled one last puff of smoke, tossed the cigar stub to the ground, and stamped it out. Marco did a backflip in midair, putting distance between himself and Weebel, then looked at Rein breathlessly. What the hell are you doing here? Marco asked warily. Making money. Rein rested his hand on the hilt of the Huido, twisting his neck until his joints cracked. Making money. Marco was even more confused. Rein ignored him and turned his gaze toward the dense forest to the east. The previously still trees began to writhe unnaturally. Boom. Countless colossal vines and tree trunks thick as water barrels burst from the ground, like mad serpents toppling everything in their path with devastating force. Flowers, plants, and trees grew at a terrifying rate, blotting out the sky. A man in a green coat with a cigarette dangling from his lips rose from the depths of the forest, standing atop a massive vine. What a decrepit little village. Aramaki took a drag from his cigarette, his gaze sweeping over the wreckage below, disdain plain on his face. Not just remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, but some moron calling himself a warlord too. All the trash of this sea just loves to pile up together. He waved his hand, and several vines snapped taut, aiming down at Marco and Weebel below like spears. Without the world government's rule, you lower-class scum, who aren't even celestial dragons, have no right to exist. Today I'll turn every one of you into fertilizer. Marco's expression shifted, and he immediately assumed a defensive stance. Bakken scurried behind the boulder in fright. Weebel meanwhile dumbly scratched his head. Mom, who's this green guy? Can I cut him too? Just as Aramaki was about to launch his attack and wipe out the pirates in one stroke, a sneer sounded from below. Done talking, little sapling. Rein stepped forward. He raised his head and stared directly at Aramaki in the air. You come all this way, and all that comes out of your mouth is that stinking celestial dragon dogma. Did you pour all your brains into the manure? Aramaki's eyes narrowed. He looked down at the man, and his pupils abruptly contracted. He'd been so focused on Marco that he hadn't even noticed another living soul hiding in the corner. Rein. Aramaki bit through his cigarette, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. How the hell did this monster end up in a place like this? Rein grinned, flashing a row of brilliant white teeth. Don't be nervous, Admiral. Someone put a 3 billion berry bounty on your head. I'm just a working man doing his job. So hold still and turn yourself into my pocket money. Aramaki's already unpleasant face flushed the color of pig's liver at the number 3 billion. He was a full-fledged Marine admiral, someone who could swagger through the new world without a care, and now he'd been turned into marked prey with a price tag. What kind of ridiculous joke is this? I'm the Marines' ultimate fighting force. Aramaki roared. He flung both arms upward. The ground shook violently as hundreds of vines burst out of the earth and lashed toward Rein. Rein didn't move an inch. His thumb pushed against the sword guard. Boom. A dark gold surge of Conqueror's Haki exploded from him without reserve. The thick vines rushing in front of him hit an invisible wall of steel, then shattered inch by inch into a storm of flying splinters. Aramaki's chest went tight from that terrifying Haki. He staggered back, 3 steps, cracking the tree trunk under his feet. This monster. He's even more unbelievable than the intel said. Is that all you've got? Rein drew his blade and casually twirled it in a flourish. I'm afraid that if I swing down, I'll slice your head clean off, and there won't be a whole corpse left for the 3 billion. Crocodile won't have an easy time settling the books. Aramaki felt utterly insulted. He gritted his teeth, and his body abruptly swelled into a towering tree man dozens of feet tall. His thick, branch-like arms turned into sharp wooden spears coated in pitch-black armament Haki, stabbing down at Rein from the air. Rein raised his hand and met it with his sword. Clang. One-handed, he caught the wooden spear Aramaki thrust at him. He sneered, reversed his blade, and slashed upward along the spike. Crack. Aramaki's entire right arm was severed at the shoulder. Before the wood had even hit the ground, a green flash ran across the cut, and a brand new arm shot out good as new. Rein raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Aramaki sneered down at him from above. It's useless. I'm a forest fruit user, a Logia who is nature itself. As long as I'm standing on the earth, my life force is endless. You can chop me down as many times as you like, and I'll always grow back. Rein didn't pay the slightest attention to his bullshit theory. He raised his blade and chopped 3 more times. The left leg, the right arm, and half the torso went flying. Aramaki grew them all back, but his face lost a few shades of color. Rein sheathed his sword. Stroking his chin, he examined the great sentient tree up and down. Marco called from behind Rein. Don't waste time with him. Awakened Logia users are a pain. Find a chance to kill him. Pain my ass. Rein took a cigar out of his pocket and put it between his lips. I'm doing arithmetic. Marco blinked. What arithmetic? The price I agreed on with the Cross Guild was 3 billion for his head. But this kid's vitality is so strong that he grows back every time he's cut. If I take him back alive and use him as a bonsai, or a generator, won't Crocodile have to add another billion or 2 to the tab? Aramaki heard every word clearly and nearly exploded with rage. He wanted to use a Marine Admiral as a bonsai. Don't you look down on me. Aramaki slammed both hands against the ground, and every tree on the island began to go berserk. Firebreak forest. Countless sharp wooden stakes shot up from the earth, forming a massive cage around Rein. Thunderbagua. No, I won't use Kaido's disgusting move. Rein blew out a smoke ring, stepped back half a foot with his right leg, and armament Haki instantly wrapped around his right fist. Fist bone impact. Facing the wooden stakes raining down from all around Rein through one simple crude punch. Boom. A white shockwave ring burst through the air. The dozens of great trees pressing in from the front were turned to powder by that single punch. The fist wind, still going strong, slammed into the chest of the towering tree man Aramaki had become. The tree man shattered in an instant. Aramaki's true body flew out of the splinters, spat a mouthful of blood in midair, and crashed into the muddy ground dozens of meters away, rolling several times before stopping. Rein strolled over the wreckage at a leisurely pace. Aramaki struggled to get up. As soon as he propped himself up, a foot stamped down on his back. Rein pressed him straight back into the mud. Don't bother. Save your strength, or you'll starve to death on the way back, and the bounty within my reach will fly away. Aramaki stared with bloodshot eyes, grinding his teeth, trying to activate his devil fruit power for a counterattack. Rein smacked a burst of Haki right into Aramaki's forehead. Aramaki's eyes rolled back, and he passed out cold, completely finished. That's all you've got. Rein nudged Aramaki's head with his foot, then looked over at Marco, who stood dumbstruck in the distance. Marco. Rein waved. Come give me a hand. Marco swallowed hard, dropped his phoenix form, and walked over with black lines all over his face. What? Do you have any sea stone? Rein pointed at the green bowl under his feet. Find a strong chain and tie this guy up. He's a walking treasure vault. If he runs, are you going to pay me that 3 billion? Marco was speechless. This was the first time he'd seen someone talk about capturing a Marine Admiral as casually as buying a free-range chicken at the market. The village has some. Marco sighed and headed toward the village. Leyen stood where he was and looked around. Hey, where did that strange mother and son pair go? Leyen curled his lip. Weren't they just yelling about seizing the family estate? Back when Aramaki had unleashed his big move, back and had sensed the danger and dragged her idiot son Weevil out of there faster than a rabbit. Now there wasn't even a shadow left. Marco came back with a pair of heavy seastone shackles and tossed them to Leyen. Good riddance. Marco rubbed his sore shoulder. That fool is too strong. If he really went all out, even I'd have a headache. Consider me in your debt today. Bullshit. Leyen deftly locked the seastone shackles around Aramaki's wrists and ankles. I'm doing legitimate contract work here. Don't try to buddy up to me. Not a single cent of that 3 billion is going to you. Marco rolled his eyes hard. This guy's greed had not wavered in 150 years. The two of them trussed Aramaki up like a pig. Leyen grabbed Aramaki by the collar with one hand and looked toward the sea in the east. The marine warship that had been moored at the shore was now reversing at full speed, not even bothering to turn around, desperately fleeing for open water. Those marine underlings had seen their own admiral trampled in the mud like a dog, and they were scared out of their wits. Who still cared about justice? They sure run fast. Leyen let out a mocking laugh. Where are you going? Marco asked as Leyen was about to leave with his prisoner. Back to the Cross Guild to turn in the job and get paid. Leyen hoisted Aramaki onto his shoulder. Marco seemed about to say something, then simply pointed toward the cliff behind the mountain. Pop's grave is over there. Are you going to visit it? Leyen stopped in his tracks. Troublesome. His mouth complained, but his body truthfully turned and headed toward the cliff. Atop the cliff, a huge Naginata stood planted in the center with Whitebeard's iconic black bandana hanging from it, fluttering in the wind. Leyen tossed the unconscious Aramaki casually into the grass and strode up to Whitebeard's grave. He took out the flask he hadn't finished earlier and unscrewed the lid. Old geezer, the view at this rundown place isn't bad. Leyen tipped the flask, letting the clear liquor pour onto the ground before the grave. The wind blew, making the bandana on the Naginata flap noisily, as if answering him. Leyen tilted his head back and took a big swig. The seas sure are lively now. He leaned against the tombstone and blew out a thick smoke ring. That red-haired kid keeps playing mysterious all day, and that coward Buggy actually got propped up as an emperor. Leyen watched the endless sea. Even that brat Luffy has awakened Nika, giving the old fogies at Mary Geos endless sleepless nights. You dead folks get to enjoy some peace at least. Leyen poured the rest of the flask onto the front of the grave. Then he clapped his hands. I'm leaving. In a couple of years, when the grass on your grave grows tall, I'll come back to weed it. Leyen turned around and scooped Aramaki up from the ground. With long brisk strides, he walked down the cliff. Crash. At the Cross Guild headquarters, the door was kicked open. Leyen strode through the threshold with a cigar clenched between his teeth, dragging a sea-stone chain that trailed a mud-caked, barely human-shaped lump behind him. The lump's face was swollen like a puffy steamed bun, and bloody foam still bubbled out of its mouth. Delivery's here. Leyen flicked his wrist, and with a muffled thud, the unidentified mass was hurled straight to the desk at the center of the hall. Crocodile was holding a fountain pen, signing documents. The shock made his hand slip, and the nib scraped a long black streak across the page. Hawkeye sat on the single sofa nearby. For once, he wasn't wiping his blade. Instead, he held a glass of red wine and watched the scene. Behind the bar, Buggy was bent over, flipping through account books. At the noise, he jerked his head up, his red nose nearly slamming into the counter. Leyen, your efficiency. Crocodile's brow knitted into a knot. He set down the pen, walked around the desk, and looked down at the mud-caked lump on the floor. Looking closer, he saw that the lump was still wearing a tattered coat of justice. Though his face had been beaten completely beyond recognition, the signature wild green hair and the fingers that twitched and sprouted tiny green buds beneath the sea-stone shackles all testified to who this bastard was. Admiral Green Bull Aramaki. Already done. Old Croc's eyelid twitched violently as he stared up at Leyen. What else? Leave him on that island to celebrate the new year. Leyen pulled over a chair and sat down with a swagger. This guy talks too much. He was giving me a headache. A couple of punches and he went quiet. Mihawk took a sip of red wine and said coolly, judging by those injuries, broken bones all over, ruptured internal organs, he won't be out of bed for at least a year. You hit hard. I'm showing mercy, all right. Leyen rolled his eyes and pointed at Aramaki on the floor. Can a dead man sprout green leaves? Look closely. He's still breathing alive. At those words, an extremely ominous premonition suddenly welled up in Old Croc's heart. All right, check the goods and settle up. Leyen extended his right hand toward Crocodile. 3 billion in cash as agreed. But that was the dead price. This time I captured him alive, which doubled the difficulty. You need to pay more. More money. Crocodile lost his composure instantly, like a cat whose tail had been stomped on. What kind of international joke are you playing on me? The bounty poster has a clear price. An admiral is worth 3 billion. If you kill him, I pay. That's only right and proper. Since when do you hike the price on the spot? Old Croc, that's no fun. That's not how business works. Leyen wasn't annoyed in the least. He leisurely blew out a smoke ring and, pointing at Green Bull at his feet, began his sales pitch. Look, a dead admiral gets you a head that you can brag about in the papers for 2 days. Once the hype fades, everyone forgets. Leyen held up one finger. But I brought you a living one. So what's a living admiral good for? It's useful as hell. First, this kid is a forest fruit user. Put him on this crappy island, and you won't even have to buy fertilizer. Whip him twice a day, and he'll handle all the island's greenery by himself. Second, Leyen held up a second finger. The 5 elders and the Marines care most about face. Throw a corpse at them, and you've made mortal enemies. But lock a living admiral in your guild, hang him from the city wall for exhibition every day, and you'll make a fortune just from admission tickets. Finally, if the Marines ever really lose their minds, you can use him as a hostage and ransom him back to the world government. Leyen looked at Crocodile's livid face and grinned. A sustainable money tree like this delivered right into your hands. Asking for an extra billion as my trouble fee isn't too much, is it? The underlings in the hall were completely dumbfounded. Treat a Marine admiral as a landscaping tree. Put him on display for ticket money. What kind of carbon-based brain could dream up a thought process like that? Yes, sir, Crocodile. From the corner, Buggy had slipped over at some point. Hunching his neck, he tugged at Crocodile's cloak and lowered his voice. Maybe just give it to him. Buggy's voice was shaking. I know Brother Leyen best. If you don't pay him, he'll absolutely mooch and freeload on this island, then clean out our entire treasury. Not even one hair will be left for you. Crocodile shot Buggy a vicious glare, took 2 deep breaths, and forcibly suppressed the urge to cut someone down. His mind spun through calculations at lightning speed. What Leyen said actually made sense. Capturing an admiral alive was far more deterring than killing one. If Marine headquarters ever learned Green Bull had been taken alive, the Cross Guild's name would tower over every pirate crew on the seas. This was a perfect trump card to slap the world government in the face. The deal wasn't a loss after all. It was just goddamn expensive. Fine. Crocodile ground his molars and squeezed out a single word. He turned to Buggy. Go to the underground vault and bring out 4 billion in cash. Pack it up. See, that would have saved us all this trouble. Leyen clapped his hands in satisfaction. Pleasure doing business, Boss Croc. If you get any more jobs like this, just give me a call. Crocodile gave a cold snort and summoned a few subordinates. Pointing at Green Bull on the ground, he ordered get 2 seastone pillars of the highest purity, bind him to them, and lock him in the deepest underground cell. No one goes near him without my command. The terrified underlings scurried over and carried Green Bull away as if handling a live bomb. Leyen stretched lazily and sauntered over to the bar. Buggy's men were quick with their hands. Before long, dozens of black suitcases were stacked into a small mountain in the hall. Buggy, with his bright red nose, reluctantly caressed the suitcases, his face crumpling in misery. Boss, the money is all here. A full 4 billion, not a single coin short. Leyen walked over and flicked Buggy's trademark big red nose hard. Ow. Buggy clutched his nose and stumbled back. Stop mourning. Show some spine. Leyen threw an arm around Buggy's shoulder and gave it 2 firm pats. You're a leader of the Cross Guild and a newly minted Emperor of the Sea. Are you really going to suffer over 4 billion? Where's the nerve you had back on the Oro Jackson when you and Shanks snuck a drink from Roger's 100-year-old bottle of fine liquor? At the mention of the old days, Buggy sniffled and a bit of his bravado returned. That's not the same. Buggy retorted loudly. You snatched that bottle later and drank every last drop. When Captain Roger got angry, Shanks and I were punished to scrub the deck for a whole month. And you just slept it off and got away scot-free. Leyen laughed heartily. Who told you two to be so wet behind the ears? After just a couple of sips you got drunk and passed out on the deck. If I hadn't drunk it, was I supposed to leave it there to raise fish? Buggy was left speechless, pointing at Leyen for a long while. Enough. Stop looking like a wronged widow. Leyen fished a gold coin out of his pocket and tossed it into Buggy's arms. That's a tip for you. Go buy yourself a few skewers of candied hawthorn. Keep the change. Buggy fumbled to catch the coin, stared at the pitiful coin in his hand, and felt tears well up, but none fall. 4 billion for a single gold coin. Even the world's most ruthless bandits wouldn't rob people this hard. Leyen ignored Buggy's sour face and walked over to the pile of suitcases. I take the money. You keep the man. All right, the previous job is settled. Now let's talk about the next one. Crocodile's eyelid twitched sharply. Myhawk paused the motion of wiping his blade and looked up. Buggy had just been about to pour Leyen some wine when his hand trembled, sending half a bottle of premium red wine spilling across the carpet. What next job? Crocodile asked, cautious now. Isn't it written clearly right there? Leyen curled his knuckle and knocked it hard against the head of the cold-faced man at the top of the poster. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. 5 crowns. That's 5 billion berries. Leyen flashed a grin. That mad dog Akainu usually hangs around Marineford anyway. I'm taking this job. 5 billion berries in cash, and I'll bring him back all wrapped up for you. Alive or dead, whichever you prefer. Have you gone mad, or have I? Crocodile ground his teeth and hurled the documents on the desk to the floor. Even to capture an admiral, the Marines would have to think carefully about whether to start an all-out war with us. If you really tie up that mad dog Akainu and haul him back, by tomorrow morning the Buster Call warships and pacifistas from Marine headquarters will level Karibari Island. What's there to be afraid of? Leyen rolled his eyes. With me here, I'll cut down however many Buster Calls they send. If that's not enough, add Admiral Kazuru on top. That makes 8 billion berries. Want me to get you a combo deal? Crocodile's blood pressure shot through the roof. He yanked a thick ledger from a drawer and slammed it onto the coffee table. He was so furious that he'd lost all composure. Do you think money just falls out of the sky? The 4 billion berries I just handed over already nearly drained the guild's liquid funds. Now you want another 5 billion to buy Akainu's life. Tomorrow I'll have to take the whole crew out begging. Rein leaned over to glance at the red ink in the ledger, then curled his lip. So after all that you really have no money. No money. Not a single berry. Crocodile shut it down completely. The bounty on an admiral was only meant to build momentum. This job is cancelled. From today onward the Cross Guild is done with all bounty missions tied to you. How disappointing. Rein sank back into the sofa and flicked the ash from his cigar. He stared at Crocodile sulking across from him, his eyes darting for a moment. Then a new idea struck him. Since you don't have the money to post bounties, let's change how we cooperate. Rein pointed at himself, then at Buggy nearby. See this red nose? He's just a figurehead. You two hide behind the scenes. How about this? I'll join. Buggy froze for a couple of seconds, his eyes shining as he pounced over and hugged Rein's thigh. Big brother, you're joining. That's wonderful. Buggy was so worked up that tears sprayed from his eyes. With big brother Rein here, red-haired Shanks and Blackbeard will all have to kowtow to the Cross Guild. I'll hand you my seat among the 4 emperors outright. Buggy had calculated beautifully. If Rein joined, why would he ever have to watch his step around Crocodile and Mihawk again? He'd be able to swagger anywhere outside. Mihawk, who had remained silent all along, set down his glass. I refuse, he said, his tone utterly flat. Rein raised an eyebrow. Blockhead, aren't you usually too lazy to meddle in other people's business? Why jump out now? If you join, this guild won't last 3 months. Mihawk fixed his eyes on Rein. Your appetite is too big and your talent for causing trouble is even bigger. Today you grab a newly appointed admiral, tomorrow you'll probably egg us on to tear down Mary Geos and sell it for bricks. And who knows, if the mood strikes you one day you might just turn us all into the Marines for the bounty, Mihawk said. Crocodile laughed coldly and picked up where Mihawk left off. If he wanted peace and quiet, he should have stayed put on Roger's ship. A man who would do something as stupid as trading Rock's treasure map for booze back then. Let him into the guild now, and I won't be surprised in the least if he gambles away the entire treasury in a Sabaody casino. Hey, don't fling mud at me. Rein took offense. I've got principles. One job settled, no debt, no credit. Crocodile lit a fresh cigar and issued the eviction order outright. Take your money and get out of Bari Island. He was adamant. No room for negotiation. Crocodile had finally figured him out. Rein was a walking nuclear warhead. It was fine to hire him once in a while with money as a trump card, but if he were brought into the permanent fold, the Cross Guild would instantly be renamed Rein's ATM. Rein saw Crocodile's dead-set expression and knew the deal was off. Fine. No joining then. Rein got to his feet and brushed off the hem of his trench coat. He turned to Buggy, who was still wiping his tears nearby. He walked over and gave Buggy's bright red nose a hard pinch. Big brother. Ow ow. Buggy yelped. You little brat. After all these years you're still such a hopeless case. Rein released him and laughed loudly. Back on the Oro Jackson you hid some damn Captain John treasure map, and I ended up using it to roll my tobacco. You clung to my leg and bawled all night. At that, Buggy's long-buried painful memory came flooding back. That treasure map cost me half my life to get. Buggy stamped his foot furiously and jabbed a finger at Rein. Don't you dare talk about it. Later you sold that half-burned map to a beggar for 500 berries and traded it for 2 meat buns. Didn't I give you one of the buns? Rein said, utterly unashamed. It was pork and scallion. I don't eat scallions. Buggy shrieked in despair. Crocodile and Mihawk massaged their temples as they listened. Rein couldn't be bothered to keep humoring Buggy on that subject. He waved his hand grandly and shouted at the cart-pushing underlings. Move it. Carry the money to my ship. If one bill goes missing, I'll rip the roof off your tent. The terrified underlings scrambled and stumbled, shoving the black suitcase toward the docks. Rein strolled out slowly with his hands in his pockets. From outside came the sound of him grumbling curses, probably complaining that the red nose moored in the harbor was an eyesore. The great hull fell quiet again. Buggy rubbed his reddened nose and let out a long breath of relief. It was a shame big brother Rein hadn't joined, but at least the guild was still standing. That alone was reason enough to count his blessings. Crocodile leaned back into the leather sofa, rubbing his brow. A 4 billion berry hole. A massive hemorrhage. What do we do now? Mihawk sat back down and poured himself a glass of red wine. An admiral captured alive. The Marines and the world government will never let that pass. Crocodile lowered his hand, a ruthless, cunning glint flashing in his eyes. What Rein said isn't wrong. A captured admiral alive is far more useful than a dead one. Crocodile pressed the communicator in front of him and ordered the men outside. Go. Call Morgan's at the World Economy newspaper. Crocodile's voice was ice cold. Tell him the Cross Guild formally announces that we have succeeded in capturing Green Bull Aramaki Marine Headquarters' ultimate combat power. I want this news on front pages all over the world by tomorrow morning. Since the 4 billion had already been spent, the only thing left was to make the biggest possible stir. With the news of Green Bull's capture, the Cross Guild's prestige would tower directly above every pirate in the world. The pirates and black market money that came flocking in would earn back 10 times the 4 billion. Buggy was trembling as he listened. Crocodile, if we do this, that old dog Akainu won't bring all 3 admirals straight down on our heads, will he? Crocodile shot him a sidelong glance and sneered. If he comes, you're the one who'll take him on. Buggy's eyes rolled back, and he keeled over stiffly onto the carpet. Out on the sea, the garish red nose was racing at full speed away from Sabaody Island. Rein sat in a deck chair relishing the sea breeze, holding a freshly opened bottle of fine wine. Rein took a contented swig. I wonder if those old coots on the Five Elders will have a stroke when they see the paper. Rein burst out laughing. Rein leaned back in a deck chair, a wine glass in his hand. From midair came the sound of flapping wings as a newsbird dropped the newspaper and snatched away the coin he had left on the table. Rein picked up the newspaper and snapped it open. The front page headline was huge enough to blind a man. Cross Guild shocks the world. Admiral Green Bull reduced to a prisoner. Emperor Buggy stuns the seas. Below the headline was a picture. Green Bull was tied up in sea stone chains like a giant rice dumpling hanging half dead from a pillar in the Cross Guild's basement. In the corner of the photo, Morgans had thoughtfully given Buggy a shot from behind, radiating overbearing dominance. Crocodile moved fast. Rein clicked his tongue twice and tossed the newspaper onto the deck. He took a gulp of wine, stroked his chin, and pondered. He had just helped pirates capture a marine admiral pocketing $4 billion. The money was satisfying, but from a macro perspective the balance of power at sea had tilted a bit. Rein slapped his thigh and stood up. This won't do. In this line of work, you have to think about sustainable development. You can't keep fleecing the same sheep until it's bare. Today he had taken the pirates' money. Tomorrow he should go pay the Marines a visit and take on a couple of outsourced jobs to help them save some face. That's what professional ethics means. Turn around. Rein shouted to the lackeys in the wheelhouse. We're not going to Sabaody Archipelago. Change course for Marineford. The few Buggy's delivery underlings were shaking in terror. LAN, sir. That's Marine headquarters. If we sail a ship flying an Emperor's pirate flag over there, won't they blast us to pieces? With me on the ship, what the hell are you afraid of? Rein glared. Move it. If you make me miss a big contract, I'll throw you all overboard to feed the fish. The lackeys didn't dare talk back and frantically spun the helm. The garish red nose carved a white wake across the sea, heading straight for Marine headquarters. At the same time at Marineford, in the Fleet Admiral's office. Bang! A huge desk was smashed in two right down the middle. Sakazuki stood amid the wreckage, his fists still blazing with searing magma. A total disgrace. That fool Aramaki ruins everything he touches. He went out to capture some remnants and ended up throwing himself into a pirate prison. He alone made Marine headquarters lose all face. On the sofa beside him, Kazuru was sitting with one leg crossed, a nail clipper in hand, slowly trimming his nails. Oh my, how terrifying. Aramaki swore up and down that he was going to serve the celestial dragons, but he didn't even make it off the island. Now the whole world is laughing at us. On the other side near the tea table, Garp was obliviously stuffing Sunbei into his mouth, crunching thunderously. Paha. I said that brat was too arrogant. He was bound to suffer a huge loss sooner or later. Garp laughed so hard he slapped his thighs. Sengoku sat next to Garp, clutching his forehead, looking as if his head was splitting. Shut up, Garp. Haven't we got enough of a mess already? Sengoku sighed. Just then a burst of noise came from outside the corridor. The next moment the office door was kicked open. What's all the racket? I could hear a kind of barking all the way from outside. Sakazuki's magma flared out again. Leon, you actually have the nerve to show up at Marineford. Outside, the Marine guards stood in the doorway, guns raised and sweat pouring down their faces, not daring to stop him. The higher-ups had long since issued a strict order without instructions from the Five Elders. No one was allowed to fire on Leon. Why wouldn't I dare? I'm a law-abiding citizen. Leon waved his hand to signal the guards outside to close the door. Don't look at me with those man-eating eyes. I'm here to talk business with you today. Leon walked over to the sofa on his own, kicked aside a box of Sunbei beside Garp, and sat down in a swaggering, dominant pose. Come bring out the Marines' latest bounty sheets, and let me have a look. Leon rapped the table. I already caught an admiral for the Cross Guild. Afraid you might feel sore about it. I've come today to take 2 outsourced Marine jobs and win back some face for you. Sakazuki was shaking with fury. He had just sold a Marine admiral to the pirates, and now he came to take Marine jobs. Did this bastard really treat Marine headquarters as a marketplace? Sakazuki was about to make his move, but Sengoku beside him grabbed his shoulder. Don't be impulsive. Sengoku lowered his voice and turned to look at Leon. With Marine forces stretched thin and the warlord system just abolished, battles were breaking out everywhere. If they could really get this monster to take on those hard-to-crack bones, it wouldn't be a bad thing. You want to take the job? Sengoku asked. Obviously. Otherwise would I come all the way here to watch you 4 old bachelors play cards? Leon rolled his eyes. Sakazuki suppressed his rage, pulled a stack of wanted posters from an intact cabinet beside him, and slapped them down on the tea table in front of Leon. You want jobs, is that it? Sakazuki stared at Leon hard. Cross Guild Crocodile has a 1.9 billion bounty, Hawkeye Mihawk has a 3.5 billion bounty. Since you're so capable, capture those 2 for me. The Marines will pay you every last berry. Leon glanced down at the top 2 wanted posters and waved a hand. Not taking them. Sakazuki's temper flared again. Are you playing with us? This is called professional ethics, understand? Leon said, brazenly making things up. I just took a 4 billion berry appearance fee from Boss Crocodile. That money hasn't even warmed in my hands yet. If I turn right around and raid his turf, how am I supposed to stay in this line of work? Who would dare hire me again? Kizaru stopped trimming his nails. Oh my Lei-san really is a businessman who follows the rules. Enough. Change the batch. Lei-en reached into the stack and rummaged through it. As he flipped through the wanted posters, his gaze stopped on a photograph. The woman in it had long hair falling over her shoulders, haughty eyes, and an indescribably bewitching beauty. Former warlord of the Sea Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Bounty 1659000 berries. This one is easy on the eyes. Lei-en pulled out Hancock's wanted poster and flicked it twice in his hand. She's the one. Sakazuki glanced at the wanted poster and frowned. Kuja Island, queen of the land of women. That woman is not easy to deal with. Her love fruit ability is extremely troublesome. Troublesome my ass. I'm not falling for her tricks. Lei-en curled his lips in disdain. He had long wanted to see Kuja Island for himself, and earning over $1 billion in pocket money on the side made it 2 birds with 1 stone. Alright, I'm taking this job. Lei-en folded the wanted poster, stuffed it into his pocket, and stood up to leave. You'd better act fast. Sakazuki snorted coldly. Lei-en turned around. What do you mean, eh? Since the order to abolish the warlords was issued, Marine HQ has sent multiple fleets to capture pirates who had their titles revoked. Warships led by Vice Admiral Mamanga and Kobe have already set out for Amazon Lily. Damn it. Someone was trying to cut into his business. If they really took down the pirate empress, this contract worth over $1 billion would go down the drain. You knew another rival was cutting in, and you didn't say so earlier. Lei-en turned and headed out. No one touches this job. I'm going to earn that one. $6 billion. He dashed out of the office in a flash, leaving a roomful of marine top brass staring at one another. Sengoku stroked the beard on his chin. This is an unexpected bonus. Let him go make a spectacle of himself. Sakazuki sat back down with a dark face. As long as that plague god didn't linger at Marineford and cause trouble, he could go wherever he pleased. Lei-en raced to the harbor in long strides, stepped onto the deck of the Red Nose, and bellowed, set sail. Target the comm belt, Kuja Island. Full speed ahead. Boa Hancock. The warlord system has been completely abolished. Surrender obediently now. Kobe raised a din mushy speaker and shouted at the top of his lungs from the deck of the warship. His answer was a rain of arrows. Insolent fool. How dare you defile the soil of Amazon Lily? Boa Hancock stood atop the head of her giant pet snake Salome, gazing down at the marine fleet from on high. Everyone will forgive me no matter what I do because I am simply too beautiful. Hancock flicked her hands and shaped a heart with her fingers, her crimson lips parting softly, pistol kiss. A colossal pink heart-shaped shockwave instantly swept across the entire beach and the foremost ranks of the warships. The leading 100 or so Marines were petrified before they could even scream. The moment the faintest impure thought flickered in their minds, they were transformed into stone statues frozen in wildly varied poses. Vice Admiral, this is bad. Helmeppo was so startled his sunglasses went askew. That woman's ability is just absurd. Vice Admiral Enigmo bit down on his cigar and whipped out the long blade from his waist. Don't look at her. Center your mind. Before he even finished speaking, Hancock raised her long left leg, touched her toes to her crimson lips, and traced out a pink bow with her fingers. Slave arrow. A torrent of pink arrows rained down upon the marine position like a violent storm. Enigmo slashed 2 arrows aside, but a nearby marine who had just been petrified toppled straight toward him. Enigmo instinctively reached out to catch him, but before he could dodge, a pink arrow pierced his shoulder. Damn it. Before he could even react, half his body had already turned to stone. He pitched forward stiffly and crashed to the ground, completely transformed into a statue. Helmeppo fared even worse. He didn't even manage to run, taking an arrow straight through the heart and becoming a stone figure with hands clasped over his face in a terrified scream. Vice Admiral Enigmo. Helmeppo. Kobe was about to issue the supreme order to deploy the Seraphim. Boom. A figure slammed into the center of the battlefield. Rein strode out, casually dusting sand from his clothes. In his hand, he still clutched a crumpled wanted poster. I could hear you jackasses squabbling from a mile away. Anyone trying to steal my bounty better get the hell out of my way. His gaze swept across the entire scene before locking precisely onto Hancock, who stood atop the giant serpent. So you're that Boa Hancock. 1.6 billion, huh? Alright, you look just like your photo. I've got the right woman. The entire battlefield fell into dead silence. Alright. Cold sweat poured down Kobe's face. The warrior women of Amazon Lily braced themselves, as if facing a calamity. Marigold and Sandersonia, the 2 giant snake sisters, immediately moved to stand protectively in front of Hancock. Whoever you are, anyone who dares show disrespect to Empress Hancock will die. Marigold brandished her enormous guan-dao, her slit pupils seething with murderous intent. Rein didn't even bother glancing at the 2 hulking snake women. He gripped the hilt of the black blade, Hudo, at his waist, lifted his chin slightly, radiating arrogance to an unbearable degree. 1.6 billion, and I'm in a hurry to settle up at Marineford. Rein tapped the scabbard toward Hancock's direction. Are you going to tie yourself up with a rope, or should I chop off your arms and legs and drag you back myself? Take your pick. Arrogant. His sheer audacity knew no bounds. The warriors of Amazon Lily trembled with fury. Never in their lives had anyone dared speak to their sovereign like that in this nation of women. Hancock had been wearing an icy expression ready at any moment to turn this arrogant man into stone. But the instant she clearly saw Rein's face, her entire body stiffened. She shoved aside her two younger sisters blocking her path and stared intently at Rein. In that moment, Hancock's mind was hurled back to the holy land of Mary Geos years ago. That day flames raged through Pangea Castle, and the entire courtyard of the creators was transformed into hell itself. The celestial dragons who had once stood above all were slaughtered in rivers of blood. Garling, the commander of the gods' knights, was hacked apart like a piece of trash. It was precisely because of that man's wanton massacre, which completely shattered the security of Mary Geos, that the three sisters had managed to smash their chains in the chaos and escape that living hell. That silhouette, standing atop the celestial dragon's corpse, a blood-dripping longsword on his shoulder and a cigar between his lips, had long been seared deep into Hancock's heart. "Empress, please stand back. This man is extremely dangerous." Sandersonia shouted anxiously. "Silence." Hancock suddenly let out a sharp cry. Then the pirate empress's cheeks flushed crimson at a visible speed. Even the tips of her ears turned bright red. "Lord Rein." Hancock's voice was practically dripping with sweetness, shy and coy like a newlywed bride. Her mind overflowed with bubbling pink fantasies. "Lord Rein just said he wants to take me away and pack me up." Hancock's body burned with heat, steam practically rising from the top of her head. "Pack me up? Could it be Lord Rein means to take me home and marry me?" Rein had just drawn Hudo an inch from its sheath. Seeing the woman twisting and writhing as if possessed by some fit, his hand froze mid-motion. "Huh." Rein bit his cigar, wearing the expression of someone staring at a complete lunatic. Marigold and Sandersonia finally snapped out of their stupor as well. They studied Rein intently for a few moments, and their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "It's him, the benefactor who bulldozed the Holy Land back at Mary Geos." Marigold hissed in a low voice, cold sweat soaking her back. Sandersonia's weapon clattered to the ground. No wonder. This was the man who had truly saved all three sisters' lives. Rein was growing impatient. "Hey, what are you muttering about? Lost your damn mind? I'm here to capture you." Hearing this, Hancock grew so excited she scurried forward a few steps. She closed the distance until she was right in front of Rein. A dizzying, fragrant breeze wafted toward him. "Lord Rein, I'm willing." Hancock tilted her head up, her face red as a ripe apple. Rein was thoroughly dumbfounded. In all his years of fighting, he had seen hard-boned bastards and seen groveling beggars, but never in his goddamn life had he seen a bounty throwing herself at him. "Are you insane?" Rein stumbled back a full step. That rough voice, that unapologetically domineering tone. It's so manly. Hancock covered her face, her body going limp as she leaned toward Rein's chest. Rein's eyelid twitched in alarm. He shot out a single finger and pressed it against Hancock's forehead, holding her firmly at arm's length. "Stay the hell away from me." Rein's face was full of disgust. This woman was clearly missing half her brain. How the hell was he supposed to fight her like this? Normally when Rein fought, he savored the thrill of flesh against flesh, blade drawing blood. You land a slash, I land a punch, and the heat of battle was what made it fun. But now his opponent was practically throwing herself onto his sword without even fighting back. How was that any different from chopping at a waterlogged lump of cotton? Rein hated opponents who refused to play by any recognizable rules. Worse still, the desperate, fawning devotion blazing in the woman's eyes made his skin crawl. "Empress." Marigold frantically wiped sweat from her brow behind them. This was far too unladylike. Even if he was their savior, you were still the sovereign of a nation. Kobe, watching from nearby, was completely dumbstruck. What the hell was happening? The cold, ruthless pirate empress was now clinging to Rein like some love-struck fool. The contrast was so jarring he wondered if he was under some kind of illusion. "Mr. Rein." Kobe swallowed hard, trying to assert the Marine's presence. "That woman is a major criminal wanted by the world government. Please, shut up. I'm not blind." Rein wheeled around and bellowed at Kobe. "If you're so capable, you go ahead and drag this crazy woman away yourself." Kobe flinched at the roar and dared not say another word. Rein ran a hand through his hair in agitation. Capture this woman and haul her back for 1.6 billion. He'd be lying if he said he didn't want it. But there was no telling what kind of nauseating antics she'd pull along the way. What if she insisted on sharing his cabin, or even crawled into his bed in the middle of the night? How was he supposed to get any peace? Dragging this limpet around just to make that kind of money was enough to cut years off his life. Damn it, this is cursed luck. This money isn't worth the trouble, and I can't even fight her anyway. Forget it. Rein turned and walked away, unable to bear another glance at Hancock. Lord Rein, where are you going?" Seeing Rein about to leave, Hancock panicked and chased after him, her high heels going click-clack, click-clack. "Lord Rein, don't abandon me. We haven't even tried on the wedding dress yet. If you think 1.6 billion is too little, I'll go rob a few of the heavenly tribute ships right now and push my bounty up to 3 billion just for you. How about that? No, I'll make it 5 billion if I have to." Rein stumbled mid-step and nearly pitched face first into the sand. She had to be insane. Robbing the heavenly tribute herself just to raise her own bounty, also someone would capture her. How could such an absurd creature exist in this world? "Stop following me." Rein didn't look back. He kicked off the ground and unleashed moonwalk. "Lord Rein." Hancock stood on the beach, slender arms outstretched, eyes glistening with tears as she gazed up at the sky. Even his retreating figure is so dashing. He must be afraid I'd suffer if I were taken to Marine headquarters, so he'd rather give up that 1.6 billion just to protect me. Hancock was overcome with emotion. The next second, she whipped her head around and fixed her gaze on Kobe and the Marines who were still standing there in a daze. Those eyes, so filled with love a moment ago, suddenly turned ice-cold and murderous. It's all the fault of you worthless pests. You nearly ruined things between me and Lord Rein. Kobe stood frozen cold, sweat instantly soaking through his marine coat. This was bad. Rein had fled, too disgusted to stay. Now the Empress had redirected every ounce of her fury at the Marines. How the hell was he supposed to clean up this godforsaken mess? It's all your fault. Hancock crushed a seashell beneath her foot. If you worthless flies hadn't been buzzing around making all that noise, how could Lord Rein have taken a dislike to me? Kobe swallowed hard. He looked at Vice Admiral Yamakaji, who had been turned into a stone statue, then at the Marine soldiers sprawled everywhere. His scalp crawled. Boa Hancock. Defying the Marines like this, the world government will never. Silence. Hancock cut him off, impatiently raised her long, elegant leg and kicked Kobe square in the chest. Kobe screamed as he was sent flying more than 10 meters like a ragged cloth sack. He slammed hard into a coconut palm and vomited blood in great gushes. Lock up that pink-haired brat in charge and throw him in the dungeon. Hancock didn't even bother to look as she gave the order. As for the remaining statues, move them all to Salome to use as chew toys. The Amazons of Amazon Lily swarmed forward, tied Kobe up tighter than a drum in no time, and dragged him away. Hancock turned her gaze back to the sea, to where Rein had gone. She cupped her cheeks in her hands as that obsessed flush rose again. Lord Rein, I'll prepare a dowry to your liking and come find you. Meanwhile, the Red Nose was sailing along slowly across the sea. Rein sat in a deck chair fuming. God damn it. In all his years at sea, he had never fought such a pathetic battle. Not only did the enemy refuse to fight back, they practically offered their necks to his blade along with a bunch of indecent lovesick drivel. Whoever wanted money could earn it. He simply couldn't bring himself to finish the job. Damn it, 1.6 billion just flew away. I definitely didn't check the almanac before going out today. What a crappy commission. Just as Rein was wondering whether he should turn back and hunt down those 2 celestial dragons to make up for his losses, the lookout scrambled down from the mast and pointed at the sea ahead. Lord Rein. Ahead. A pirate ship is blocking the way ahead. Rein didn't even lift an eyelid. Ram it. Do I have to teach you? We can't ram through it, boss. The lookout was frantic, almost crying. That flag, it's the Blackbeard pirates. Rein froze. That fat Blackbeard. He sat up, grabbed the gunwale with one hand, and peered ahead. Not far away, a huge warship lay across the water. Its sail bore the emblem of 3 crossed skulls. On the warship's deck, Marshal D. Teach was holding a bottle of rum reeking of liquor. Say aha. Teach laughed with brazen arrogance. After being thoroughly thrashed at Marineford by Sengoku, and the 3 admirals and the Paramount were nearly losing his entire crew, Teach had spent the last few years treading on eggshells. His original plan had been to go to Marineford, collect Whitebeard's body, and seize the Tremor fruit. Yet Whitebeard and his entire crew slipped away. Not a single hair was left behind. He brought the hardened criminals he had just dug out of impelled down, only to be pinned against a wall and pummeled by 100,000 Marines. After barely crawling back with his life, Teach thought his plan for supremacy had gone completely down the drain. But the heavens had eyes. On a deserted island in the New World, he happened upon a newly regrown Tremor fruit. Now he not only controlled the dark fruit, but had also gotten the Tremor fruit's power as he had wished. With 2 fruits in hand, Teach now walked with an arrogant swagger. Captain, that ship over there has awful taste. A huge red nose stuck on the bow is a real eyesore. Katarina Devon leaned against the mast, combing her long hair with a look of disgust. Big drunk Vasco shot belched. Hick, that's the Cross Guild's mark, isn't it? I heard they just took down Green Bull. They're loaded now. So what if it's the Cross Guild? Teach took a huge gulp of rum. A fool like Buggy can be one of the 4 emperors. With my 2 fruits, how can I be afraid of him? He pointed at the red nose opposite and waved his arm. Boys, pull alongside. Take all the treasure on that ship. If anyone dares to resist, I'll quake them straight down to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. Say aha. The warship closed in quickly. When they were less than 50 meters away, Teach decided to make a show of force. He leaped onto the bow, clenched his right fist, and a translucent white aura enveloped his fist. Let me show you my power now. Teach roared and slammed his fist hard into the air at his side. Crack. Several massive fissures cracked open in the air, and a violent tremor surged outward across the sea. Boom. A wave dozens of meters high shot into the sky, and the red nose was violently tossed about by the shockwave. Help! We're sinking. Buggy's lackeys covered their heads and fled in all directions, wailing for their mothers. Teach was very pleased with the effect. He shook out his wrist and shouted at the red nose. Hey, listen up over there. Hand over all the berry on the ship. If I'm in a good mood, I just might leave your corpses in one piece. Rein brushed the water droplets from his clothes. He pulled a thick stack of wanted posters from his pocket, wet his thumb, and flipped through them one by one. Marshal D. Teach, Bounty 39960 Berry. Katarina, Devon. A few hundred million, wasn't it? Let's just call it an even billion. Vasco shot. This one's worth a pretty penny too. Rein flipped through and compared the photos on the wanted posters with the faces on the opposing ship one by one. The more he compared, the brighter his eyes gleamed. The rage from losing 1.6 billion had vanished completely. The heavens truly had eyes. They must have thought that 1.6 billion was too little, so they sent him a big gift package. Teach was still standing on the bow in a proud pose when he recognized the man flipping through wanted posters on the Red Nose's deck. Teach's laugh caught in his throat as if choked off by an invisible hand. Rein. He instinctively took 2 steps back, the fat on his face twitching uncontrollably. Why was this guy on Buggy's ship? Devon and Shot were dumbstruck. Captain, this is a tough one. Should we retreat? Shot could barely hold his liquor jug steady. Retreat my ass. Teach gritted his teeth and thrust out his chest. He was a user of 2 devil fruits now. The dark fruit could nullify every devil fruit ability, and the tremor fruit had the power to destroy the world. What was there to fear? He was the man who would become the pirate king. Rein, cut the bullshit. Teach bellowed, trying to embolden himself. I've got the 2 strongest fruits in the world now. Dark water oozed from Teach's left hand, while a white tremor glow wrapped around his right fist. He struck an arrogant, domineering pose. If you know what's good for you, hand over the Cross Guild's money, and we'll keep to our own business. If you really want to fight, I'll flip this whole sea with 1 punch. Rein listened to that impassioned speech, then silently stuffed the wanted posters back into his pocket. Dual fruits. Sounds scary enough. Rein reached out and grasped the hilt of Hudo at his waist. But can all that flashy stuff fetch more money? Teach froze. What money? I just took a job at Amazon Lily and came up empty. I was annoyed about going all that way for nothing. Rein strode to the bow and pressed the sword guard with his thumb. Clang. The blade slid free and Haki exploded outward. The hardened thugs on Teach's ship didn't even grunt. One by one their eyes rolled back and they collapsed. Since we've run into each other, I'll use a ship full of trash like you to make up my losses at Marine headquarters. Rein bared his teeth in a grin. A 3.9 billion black fatso. You'd better not be too brittle. If I chop you into pieces with 1 slash, that old hound Akainu will make another excuse to dock my bounty. Before the words faded, the deck under Rein's feet burst apart. His body blurred into an afterimage as he charged toward Blackbeard's warship. Go all out. Teach's scalp tightened as he furiously activated the dark fruit. Black hole. Suck it all in. A great mass of black mist spread from beneath Teach's feet. Rein didn't dodge at all. Suck on this. Holding Hudo one-handed blade and scabbard together, he swung it viciously at Teach's stubble-covered fat face. That 3.9 billion is as good as mine. Bang. The Hudo still sheathed slammed into Marshal D. Teach's face. A crisp crack of breaking bone rang across the entire warship. Suck on that, you bastard. Rein seized the moment and kicked Teach in his flabby belly. Teach flew back, teeth flying, and smashed straight through the mainmast. The dark fruit's side effect, double the pain, kicked in, and the fat Blackbeard rolled madly through the shattered wood, clutching his face. Ow. I'm dying. I really am dying. Teach's face was smeared with tears, and snot, not a trace of the Emperor's majesty from moments ago remained. Rein landed before him, blade in hand, and picked his ear. What are you yelling about? 3.9 billion bounty, and with your ability to take a beating, that old dog Akainu won't give me a discount, will he? Beside him, big drinker Bosco Shot, and Crescent Moon Hunter Katarina, Devon finally reacted. Had their boss really been dropped in a single exchange? You bastard. Don't get cocky. Devon shrieked as her entire body transformed into a 9-tailed fox and lunged at Rein from the side, claws bared. Shot also hurled away his gourd and spat a scorching stream of acrid flame from his mouth to seal off Rein's retreat. Noisy. Rein clenched his left fist. Dark Gold Conqueror's Haki instantly coiled around his knuckles as he swung a backhand hook. Boom. The air burst into a white ring of sonic boom clouds. The shockwave forced Shot's flames straight back. The fireball plastered onto Shot's own face, burning him until he howled. At the same moment, Rein slid his right leg back half a step and whipped a high roundhouse kick into Devon's jaw as she pounced. Crack. Devon's eyes rolled back. She could not maintain her 9-tailed fox form and was knocked back into her original body, on the spot, collapsing on the deck like a lump of mud vomiting blood. The heavy criminal underlings of the Blackbeard pirates were all stunned. Those were legendary criminals from level 6 of Impel Down, and they were one shot with a punch and a kick. How the hell could anyone fight this? A dozen men dropped to their knees at once, raised their hands, and kowtowed frantically. Rein could not be bothered to look at the thugs. He crouched down, grabbed Teach by the hair, and yanked him out of the shattered wood. Teach's face was swollen like a pig's head. The moment he saw the cold sharpness in Rein's eyes, every cowardly bone in his body went soft. Rein boss. Let's talk this out. Don't kill me. I've got money. Too late. Rein patted Teach's face with the scabbard. The money in your hands is nothing compared to the bounty I'll collect by turning you in at Marineford. 3.9 billion, you know. Just looking at you makes me feel real close. Rein stood up and shouted over to the Red Nose moored not far away. What are you gaping at? Does this ship have any seastone handcuffs? Only then did Buggy's men snap to their senses. They scrambled to dig out several pairs of heavy sea stone shackles and scurried across the plank bridge. Boss Rein, the handcuffs are here. Rein pointed with his foot at the 3 leaders sprawled on the deck. Lock these rare goods up tight. Especially this fat Blackbeard. He's got too much blubber. If he slips out you can swim back to Sabaody Island yourselves. The underlings swallowed hard and hastily locked the sea stone handcuffs onto Teach, Devon, and Shot. They did not just shackle their hands. Their ankles were locked down tightly too. For good measure, several underlings tore down coarse rope from the sails and lashed all 3 to a spare mast. Rein dusted off his hands and pulled the wanted posters out of his pocket again. 96 billion, call it 4 billion. This long-nosed woman is 1 billion, and this drunk is also 1 billion. Standing before the 3 trussed-up bundles, Rein grew happier the more he counted. 1 trip out, and that's 6 billion in income. The heavens really opened their eyes today. This was far better than going to Amazon Lily to catch that clingy, crazy woman. Rein turned to the Blackbeard underlings who were still kowtowing. This ship's a piece of junk, but it'll still sail. You lot take the helm. Follow behind the red nose. The underlings did not dare utter a word of objection. They scrambled to raise the sails. The 2 ships turned around and headed toward Marineford in full force. Rein sat on the red nose's deck with a glass of iced fruit juice in hand, watching the Blackbeard warship be hauled along behind. He was in an excellent mood. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, in the Fleet Admiral's office. Absurd. Absolutely absurd. Sakazuki shouted at the communications officer. Are you telling me that bastard Rein went to Amazon Lily to take the commission, but not only did he fail to capture Boa Hancock, he just turned around and walked away? The communications officer trembled all over and stammered, "Our report, Fleet Admiral. The frontline report says Rein did draw his blade at the time, but Hancock suddenly confessed her feelings for him. Rein found it too disgusting, turned around and ran. Hancock flew into a rage and took it all out on the Navy. Captain Kobe was caught by her and thrown into her dungeon." On the sofa nearby, Sengoku rubbed his temples. "I saw this coming. We should never have put any hope in Rein. That man is a reckless lunatic. Who knows what he's thinking?" Garp sat beside a pile of broken planks crunching on rice crackers. "Paha, I told you all along. How could that kid Rein ever honestly work for us? Well, look at that. Not only did we fail to catch a pirate, but one of our own got taken too. We need to send someone to negotiate right now." Garp burst out laughing. "Shut up." As soon as the words left his mouth, the office doors burst open with a bang, kicked in from outside. "Who's making all that racket in broad daylight?" Rein strode through the doorway, a cigar clenched in his teeth, steps swift and aggressive. "Rein, you have the nerve to show up. You let the pirate Empress escape and got a Marine captain captured. Don't pin that on me." Rein grabbed a chair, sat down, and said, "Who's to blame for that mess on Amazon Lily? The people you sent were useless. A single woman turned them all to stone. And you're blaming me. You took the Navy's commission. Right. But I didn't take a deposit." Rein exhaled a thick plume of smoke, entirely unapologetic. "Business may fail, but courtesy remains. I missed out on the 1.6 billion, but instead I got you a big job. Go to the finance division and collect the money. Cash on the spot." Sengoku frowned. "What big job?" "Out there." Rein pointed his thumb toward the door. In the corridor, several of Buggy's men were grunting as they pushed a few flatbed carts. 3 huge burlap sacks were bound onto the flatbeds with coarse rope, and the people inside kept twitching and moaning in pain. Rein walked over and kicked over the first flatbed. The sack rolled into the office. Rein drew the hodo, flicked the blade tip, and sliced the burlap open. A fat black-bearded man rolled out of the sack. The rice cracker in Garp's hand hit the floor with a clatter. Sengoku shot to his feet from the sofa, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Even Sakazuki's fire seemed to go out as he stared at the lump on the floor. "Marshal D. Teach. He's not the only one." Rein flicked open the second and third sacks with the tip of his blade. Katarina, Devon, and Bosco Shot rolled out after him. Those 2 looked even worse. One with a completely shattered jaw, the other with a face burned charcoal black. Both were breathing out more than they breathed in. "I ran into them at sea. This fat Blackbeard insisted on stopping me to rob me, so I just wrapped the whole lot up." Rein sheathed his blade, pulled a crumpled stack of wanted posters from his pocket, and slapped them down beside Sakazuki. "Blackbeard's bounty is 96 billion. I'm a generous guy, so I'll cut off the loose change and count it as 4 billion. Devon and Shot together are 2 billion. Rein curled his fingers and knocked heavily on the desk. "Altogether 6 billion. Not a cent less. Where's the money? Hurry up and carry it out. It really is Marshal D. Teach." Sengoku straightened up suddenly. "Oh my, what a gift delivered right to our doorstep," Borsellino said, tucking his nail clippers into his pocket and leaning in with curiosity. Sakazuki, standing behind the office desk, felt his mood improve. Just in time. He had just received news that Ryakaju was captured alive by Cross Guild, and the entire Marineford was struggling with how to face the world government's accountability and external public opinion. Yet Rein had turned around and kidnapped the captain of the Blackbeard pirates along with 2 core officers. Ayanko, this was absolutely as valuable as an admiral. If this news got out, the Marines' prestige wouldn't drop at all. It would be an opportunity to severely suppress the arrogance of the pirates. "Excellent. Just excellent." Sakazuki slapped the table. "Someone. Go to the treasury, withdraw 6 billion in cash for him. Immediately. The soldier outside responded and scampered toward the finance department. Hearing this, Rein nodded contentedly. Doing business with the Marines is straightforward. But this is quite remarkable. Garp sat opposite Rein. You running away in terror from a woman on Amazon Lily. I heard from frontline soldiers that Boa Hancock was chasing you demanding to bear your child. Haha. Rein's face darkened. Cut the crap. That woman definitely has a brain damaged by a door. I'd already drawn my blade and she was wriggling around like some mating maggot begging me to take her along. Who wants to touch a lunatic like that is welcome to try. I find it dirty's my sword. Garp laughed until tears streamed down his face, slapping his thigh forcefully. Sengoku coughed twice, pulling the conversation back on track. Sakazuki with Blackbeard captured Honeycomb Island, is now leaderless. Those people control significant territories and resources in the New World. We cannot let other pirates divide them up. I had the same intention. Sakazuki's gaze turned cold. Strike while they're weak. Issue orders to assemble the main fleet and annihilate the remnants of the Blackbeard pirates. Wipe Honeycomb Island off the map. Sakazuki turned to Garp. Garp, lead this mission yourself. Not a single one of those stragglers is to be spared. Garp picked his nose and tossed the Senbei bag onto the table. I'm fine going to Honeycomb Island, but Kobe is still imprisoned on Amazon Lily. I need to extract him first. Don't concern yourself with Amazon Lily. Sakazuki frowned, vetoing immediately. I'll arrange for someone else to handle it and secure his release. Your only goal now is to eradicate Honeycomb Island. Rein sat in the chair listening carefully. He had been about to take the money and leave when he heard they were going to eradicate a Yonko stronghold. His eyes lit up with renewed interest. Annihilate the Blackbeard remnants. Rein leaned forward, staring at Sakazuki. I'm experienced in that sort of work. The fat bastard's base on Honeycomb Island must have plenty of plunder. Count me in. Throw me 40 or 50 billion as a hardship fee and I'll go with this old man and ensure that island gets blown sky high. Get lost. Sakazuki pointed at the door. Take the money and leave. Dealing with a bunch of stray dogs. The Marine forces are more than sufficient. We don't need you meddling. Sengoku chimed in as well. Rein, stay out of this waters. Ungrateful, aren't you? If you don't want my help, fine. I'm a freelancer anyway. Whoever pays gets my service. Rein gestured toward the unconscious Blackbeard on the floor. Even though their boss is captured, he still has plenty of capable fighters under his command. Rein stretched his words, a half smile on his face as he looked at the Marine High Command. With their leader captured, they're surely panicking like ants on a hot pan. Blackbeard has been raiding across the world for 2 years. The Honeycomb Island treasury must be stuffed full. Rein grew more enthusiastic, his eyes gleaming. Tell me, what if I head to Honeycomb Island right now and accept their contract? Sakazuki's eyelid twitched. What do you mean? Haven't caught on. Fine, I'll be blunt. Rein held his cigar, grinning with white teeth. I'll quote them a price for a prison break package. Once the payment is right, I'll lead them straight into Impel Down tomorrow and extract the fat bastard untouched. Rein spread his hands, smiling brilliantly. On one side, you're being cheap and refusing to pay. On the other, the pirates are desperate to spend big money to rescue their boss. Even a 3-year-old knows which deal to pick. Sakazuki's fists instantly turned into scorching magma, melting the solid wood coffee table into a pile of blackened charcoal. Run? Are you daring to? Is this even something a human would do? Just took the Marines' 6 billion reward, sent the guy to prison, and now plans to take the pirates' money to break him out. Shearing one sheep twice. What's there not to dare? It's business, nothing shameful. Rein brushed off his ash. I have my rules. If you won't pay to hire me, then I'll find a boss who is willing to pay. You bastard, have you lost all your bottom line? Sengoku pointed at Rein's nose and cursed angrily. Can my bottom line be spent? Rein shrugged, wearing a shameless expression. Cut the nonsense. One word. Hiring me or not. 2 billion. Sakazuki gritted out the number. That's all you get. Go with Garp to Honeycomb Island and clean up those remnants. 2 billion. Are you kidding me? Rein picked at his ear. 2 billion only. Not a penny more. Sakazuki stepped forward aggressively. If you refuse, I'll mobilize all combat power and crush you right here. Rein looked at the fuming Sakazuki, then at the watching Sengoku and Garp. If he truly angered these three, a fight would be time-consuming and troublesome. Not to mention delaying the money-making process would be unfavorable. 2 billion was a bit low, but every little bit helps. And on top of that, he could skim some profit from Honeycomb Island. All right, 2 billion it is. Consider it a discount for you. Rein accepted the offer, stood up, and brushed off the hem of his trench coat. Where's the money? The 6 billion berry bounty on Blackbeard plus the 2 billion berry deposit for the Hakanosa job. 8 billion and all paid up now. Rein rapped his fingers loudly on the desktop. Sakazuki's face darkened as if it could drip ink. Grinding his teeth, he shouted toward the door. Get the money out for him. Hurry. A few minutes later, dozens of Marine soldiers drenched in sweat came running back, pushing 7 or 8 flatbed carts. The carts were stacked high with black metal briefcases. Rein walked over and casually flipped open 2 of the cases. Inside were brand new high-denomination berries. The amount's right. Rein nodded in satisfaction, then turned and hollered toward the corridor. You lot get in here and work. The buggy delivery underlings who had been cowering and shivering outside the door crawled and stumbled into the office. The lead underling nodded and called Rein boss. Rein pointed at the pile of money cases and gave the order. Load all this money onto the ship. Set sail directly for Fishman Island, hand the money to Jinbi, and tell him I asked him to hold it in trust for me. The underlings exchanged glances. Boss, go to Fishman Island. The lead underling was on the verge of tears. If we run into sea kings or other pirates on the way, we'll all end up in a fish's belly, money and all. Rein didn't waste words. He grabbed 2 fat bundles of berries from the nearest case at his feet and flung them into the lead underling's arms. That's 100 million. Rein curled his lip. That's your trouble money for the trip. If any of you dares to run off with the money halfway, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth and chop you into dog food. The underlings clutched that 100 million berries, eyes popping wide in an instant. 100 million just for running an errand. They could never earn that much working at the Cross Guild for a lifetime. Don't worry, boss. The lead underling straightened his back at once and thumped his chest until it rang. The money stays as long as we live. If it's lost, we'll bring you our heads. Rein rolled his eyes. A bunch of money-grubbing louts. But then it occurred to him, if these good-for-nothings were waylaid on the road, wouldn't that 8 billion go down the drain? Rein turned and fixed his gaze on Sengoku and Sakazuki, who were sitting nearby sipping tea. Old man Akainu. He pointed at the pile of money cases. This is hard-earned money I got by risking my life. The road is long and unsafe. Sakazuki's eyelid twitched wildly. What do you want? Let me borrow a warship and a squad of Marines, Rein said unabashedly. Escort them all the way to Fishman Island. Sengoku sprayed out a mouthful of hot tea. Rein, don't go too far. The veins on Sakazuki's forehead throbbed. You really think the Marine headquarters is your family's security company? Small-minded, aren't you? Rein pulled over a chair and sat down. I captured Blackbeard for you. How much face did that save the Marines? Now this 8 billion is my legitimate income. Isn't it a matter of course for the Marines to protect a law-abiding citizen's property? Some law-abiding citizen you are. Sakazuki roared. Quit your yelling. Rein dug a finger into his ear. One word, are you lending it or not? Sengoku hastily grabbed the furious Sakazuki. Enough, Sakazuki. Arrange a patrol ship for him. Sengoku rubbed his brow, not wanting to spare Rein another glance. That's more like it. Rein stood up and waved at the underlings. Move the money. Board the warship. The underlings gleefully pushed the flatbed carts out. With the money settled, Rein and headed for the harbor in long strides. Garp was standing aboard a huge dog-headed warship. Rein walked straight up the gangplank onto the deck and looked around. Your ship is still such a wreck, old man. Rein kicked the planks on the deck. You little brat, stop nitpicking. This is the finest warship at headquarters. Garp grinned broadly and casually tossed a bag of rice crackers to Rein. Rein caught it, tore open the package, grabbed a handful, and stuffed it into his mouth. Set sail. Destination Hakanosu. Garp waved his hand grandly. The warship slowly pulled away from Marineford. Rein leaned on the deck railing, watching Marine headquarters grow smaller, and spat out the cracker crumbs. Old man cut the act. Rein shot him a sideways glance. You're taking the lead to Hakanosu, claiming it's to wipe out Blackbeard's remnants, but what you're really thinking about is that pink-haired kid locked up on Amazon Lily by that crazy woman, isn't it? Garp paused mid-motion. That kid Kobe is my treasured disciple. Garp's carefree grin faded. If Hancock won't release him once I finish with Hakanosu, I'll turn Amazon Lily upside down if I have to and drag him out. Rein sked. Give me a break. That crazy woman's got her head full of scraping together a dowry right now. Your captain is probably already being used as a whetstone. Garp gritted his teeth, then slammed his fist on the railing. This is all your fault, you brat. If you had just brought him back, none of this would have happened. What's that got to do with me? Rein said crossly. Your Marines weren't skilled enough and got themselves captured. Now you're blaming me. Your blasted temper is exactly like Roger's. Garp glared. Don't compare me to that dead man. Didn't he screw you over badly enough when he turned himself in? Rein retorted. The two stared each other down on the deck. After a while, Rein found it boring, turned and headed toward the cabin. This damn ship has been rocking for 3 days. My bones are practically rusting. Rein stretched and emerged from the cabin, his boot landing squarely on the deck. Directly ahead, an island shaped like a colossal skull grew increasingly distinct on the horizon. Hive Island. A paradise for pirates. Garp stood at the bow with over a dozen crates of solid iron cannonballs piled at his feet. His sleeves rolled to his elbows. He was flipping a cannonball in his palm. It's about time this old man got a chance to stretch his limbs. Garp grinned widely, pulling his right arm back sharply. Bang! The air erupted with a thunderous crack. The cannonball tore through the atmosphere as a black afterimage hurtling toward the watchtower on the island's outer perimeter. Boom! A deafening explosion. The stone watchtower, along with the pirate sentry inside, was instantly blown into 1,000 fragments. Your aim's off by at least 2 meters, Rein remarked as he walked over, reaching into one of the crates at Garp's feet for another cannonball. The thing was heavy with a solid, satisfying weight. Rein stepped forward with his left foot, engaged his waist, and wound up his arm in a textbook baseball throwing motion. Whoosh! The cannonball tore through the air with a sharp whistle, striking a tavern on the island with pinpoint accuracy. Half of the building collapsed instantly, sending a towering plume of dust skyward. I wasn't even trying. Garp glared, then went to work with both hands. cannonballs flying from each palm like a machine gun pummeling the island relentlessly. Doubt me? Let's see who can knock down more buildings. Layan's interest piqued, his hands moving in a blur. Every naval sailor aboard the Dog-head warship stood frozen in disbelief. Could this possibly be something a human does? Several hundred gene cannonballs felt as light as tennis balls in their hands. Around the outskirts of Hive Island, a meteor shower of iron projectiles rained down instantly. Pirate ships anchored at the port were smashed apart, wooden planks flying, masts snapping. Buildings onshore crumbled in rows, and screams of agony could be heard for miles away. After emptying over a dozen crates of cannonballs, Carp dusted off his hands. He turned to his adjutant behind him. Relay the order. Frigates 1 through 8 form up in line. Carp bellowed. All cannons aim at Hive Island. Plow this damn island flat for me. Woo! The sharp cry of a horn echoed across the sea. 8 heavy frigate warships quickly maneuvered to either flank of the flagship, hundreds of broadside cannons sliding out from their ports in unison. Fire! Boom! 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 Sheets of flame tore through the sea breeze in an instant. A sky full of cannonballs descended like a dark cloud, hammering down upon Hive Island's interior. The relentless chain of explosions shook the ears deafeningly. The entire skull-shaped island was engulfed in a sea of fire. Pirates in the harbor wailed for their mothers, scurrying about like rats with their hands protecting their heads. It's Carp. Vice Admiral Carp's Dog-head warship. Quick, send word to all the captains. The Marines are attacking the island. Layan had no interest in watching these lackeys flee for their lives. His thumb pushed against the guard, the crisp sound of metal against metal ringing out. Huideau left its scabbard. Old man, I'm going ahead first. If I'm late, I won't even get the soup. Layan stomped hard on the deck. The wooden boards shattered beneath his foot as he launched himself skyward. Moonwalking, he stepped through the air, leaving rings of white energy waves behind, transforming into a dark shadow, hurtling straight toward the center of Hive Island. Carp shrugged off his justice coat and tossed it aside, then leapt out with clenched fists. Keep up. Arrest every last one of these scum. Layan landed first in the central plaza of Hive Island. The ground was littered with deep craters blown open by cannon fire. Several bold pirates brandishing swords and spears charged forward, but Layan reversed his grip and swept his blade in a fierce arc. Dark golden armament haki rippled along the blade's edge. Bang, bang, bang. The dozen or so at the forefront were cleaved cleanly in half at the waist, blood and viscera spraying across the ground. The remaining pirates scrambled backward in terror, their legs trembling like leaves in a storm. Just then, several formidable presences emanated from all sides of the plaza. Wahaha! Where did this arrogant brat come from, daring to wreak havoc on Hive Island? A hulking powerhouse with bulging muscles and a wrestler's mask leapt from the rubble. Jozu, captain of the first ship under Blackbeard's crew. He swung his massive fist and roared in a gravelly voice. Even if the fleet admiral's absent, this is still our territory. Then came the sound of hooves from nearby. Poison Q rode his sickly horse, zhuang zhuang, both rider and beast coughing and spitting blood, constantly looking on the verge of collapse, yet leisurely blocking the left flank. On a crumbling wall to the right stood a pale man in a tall hat and suit. Lafitte. He twirled a cane in his hand, a pair of pristine white wings unfurling behind him, his smile carrying an eerie chill. What incredibly rude guests, firing without so much as a greeting. Beside Lafitte, Pizarro, sporting a pair of horns, picked at his ear with visible impatience. This lord just wanted to take a nap, and now he's been thoroughly disturbed. Today I'll turn you all into cat food. Bang! A heavy gunshot rang out abruptly. A bullet wrapped in armament haki grazed past Layan's cheek, shattering the stone pillar behind him. Atop the distant clock tower, Van August held his long sniper rifle, his right eye pressed against the scope, uttering not a word. It's not over yet. Shula, biting on a cigar, gripped his famous sword Rein and slowly walked into the plaza. My blade happens to be thirsty. Since prey has come knocking, I suppose I'll just slaughter them all. Shula exhaled a smoke ring, his tone icy. Behind the plaza, a monstrous figure of enormous size slowly rose to its feet. Samwon Wolf. 7 officers positioned in a tight formation that completely surrounded Layan. Boom. Carp descended from the sky, crashing down beside Layan and shattering the plaza's stone tiles beneath his impact. Powerful haki flooded the entire area instantly. Old man, you're just in time. Layan stuffed the bounty poster back into his pocket and pointed at the group ahead. 7 across the way. No counting the one lurking in the shadows with a gun, that makes 8. Layan raised a single finger and wagged it. Let's keep things fair. Half and half. You pick, for the remaining 4 are mine. I'm not picky. Shula's face turned completely dark. Were they treating them like cargo to be divided? Don't get too arrogant. No matter who you are, you'll all die here today. Jozu raised his fist to charge. Era. A bone-chilling cold suddenly spread from the alley behind the plaza. The ground instantly crystallized with a thick layer of white frost. The air temperature plummeted. A tall man emerged leisurely from the shadows. He wore small round sunglasses, a green headband across his forehead, and carried a bottle in his hand. Former Navy Admiral Akiji Kazan. Kazan exhaled a breath of icy white vapor, his gaze sweeping past the pirates to settle on Carp. Mr. Carp. It's been a long time. Kazan's tone was complex. Karp's carefree grin slowly faded the moment he saw Kazan step out. He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking audibly. Kazan. Karp stared at his once proudest disciple, pain flashing in his eyes though resolve dominated. You fool, you actually ended up associating with this trash. Karp strode forward, his haki surging around him. Without looking back, he tossed a remark over his shoulder to Rein. Rein, lad, you said we'd split them half and half. Karp's voice was low. What changing your mind? Rein asked, resting his blade on his shoulder. Kazan stays with this old man. Karp locked eyes on Akiji firmly. I'll personally beat this misguided bastard back to his senses. Upon hearing this, Rein not only agreed, but whistled appreciatively. Now that's what I'm talking about. The most troublesome one goes to you. Rein swept his long blade forward, pointing directly at Shula Jozu and the others. The rest are all mine. Supreme King Haki erupted violently from within him, instantly scattering the frost on the ground. Scum, are you prepared to meet your demise? Rein laughed aloud, a fierce wind swirling around him as he plunged headfirst into the encirclement of Blackbeard's officers. The first to lose his composure was Burgess. Wow, you reckless fool. Break for me. Burgess strode forward, his muscles swelling a full size larger. Armament Haki coiled around the metal armor on his right arm as he swung his sandbag-sized fist, driving it straight at Rein's head. Rein grabbed the scabbard of Hudo at his waist and raised it sharply. Boom. The fist slammed hard into the scabbard. With a crisp crack, the metal armor on Burgess's right arm shattered into pieces. Immediately after, a bone-splintering crack echoed out, making one's scalp crawl. Burgess's wild grin froze on his face as his eyes bulged outward. My hand. Rein flipped his wrist, and the scabbard lashed across Burgess's chin. The towering mountain of a man didn't even have time to let out another grunt. He was lifted off the ground, blasted through 3 houses behind him, and buried beneath a heap of bricks and rubble. You laugh pretty loud, but you hit like a man who's never been fed. Rein brushed the dust off his clothes and curled his lip. Jesus, Burgess, right. How high has the bounty on your head climbed now? Let's just say 200 million. That's barely enough to buy me a few days of good drinking. The instant those words left his mouth. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled gunshots rang out from atop the distant clock tower. 3 bullets wrapped in armament Haki arranged themselves in a triangular formation, perfectly sealing off Rein's head. Van Augur's sniper shots, swift and ruthless. Rein knocked Hudo, still in its scabbard, toward the back of his head, his wrist flicking 3 times. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks erupted everywhere. The 3 bullets ricocheted back exactly the way they had come. Atop the distant clock tower, Van Augur's expression drastically shifted, and he flung himself to the side. The bullets zipped past his cloak and pulverized the very stone he had been lying on just a moment before. Sneaky sniper, better keep your distance. Don't go getting yourself killed. Rein yelled over his shoulder without looking back. I still need your corpse intact to cash in. Don't you look down on me, meow. Pizarro's fury blazed. He slammed both palms heavily against the ground. The stone tiles of the entire plaza came alive in an instant. The ground rolled violently, molding itself into 2 stone arms that converged on Rein from left and right. Not a bad-looking move. Rein kicked off the ground, launching his whole body skyward. The instant he rose into midair, the sound of flapping wings echoed from above. Lafitte had somehow appeared directly above Rein, twirling his slender cane. His red lips parted into a grin as concentric rings of hypnotic light glowed in his eyes. What a naughty guest. Lafitte's voice was soft, laced with an eerie cadence. Look into my eyes and drift into a peaceful sleep. Did water get into your brain? Rein flicked open the sword guard. The black blade was drawn. A dark golden flying slash tore across the sky. Before Lafitte's smile could even fade, his pristine white right wing was sliced clean off. Blood sprayed violently. Ah, my wing. Lafitte shrieked as he plunged straight down from the sky. Up ahead came a violent fit of coughing. Doc Q rode atop his sickly horse, man and beast hacking so hard they nearly spat out their lungs. Trembling, he fished a few bright red apples from his basket and hurled them at Rein. Cough, cough, cough. Taste the apples of death. The apples suddenly swelled in midair. Rein flicked a piece of rubble at his feet into the air and kicked it at the apples like a soccer ball. The stone struck with pinpoint precision. Kaboom. The apples detonated in midair as black-purple poisonous mist mixed with a violent blaze spread in every direction. Ouch. Pizarro, being closest, was slapped across the face by the poison mist and sneezed uncontrollably. Doc Q, you sickly lunatic. You blew me up, meow. The folks on this godforsaken island look like ugly, gnarled melons, and their brains are just as rotten. Rein sprinted down the stone arm and reached Pizarro in a few strides. Pizarro had just wiped the poison smoke from his face when he looked up to meet a giant foot. Boom. The bones in Pizarro's face caved in, and his whole body shot across the ground for dozens of meters, carving out a deep trench. Just then the sky darkened out of nowhere. San Juan Wolf. He had finally shifted his mountain-like frame. He raised his monstrous foot and stomped hard toward Rein's position. Little ant, you're so damn annoying. I'll crush you. Wolf's voice rattled eardrums. The enormous sole of his foot smashed down with hurricane winds. Even the surrounding buildings were flattened by the sheer wind pressure. Leyen stood his ground without dodging. What's the point of being huge? All that meat won't fetch a decent price. Leyen looked up, braced his left hand against the blade's spine, and thrust upward with all his might. Boom. A visible ripple of white shockwave exploded across the sky. Ow ow. Wolf let out a squealing scream. The haki on Leyen's scabbard condensed into solid spikes, stabbing straight through Wolf's soul. The immense force traveled upward from the sole of his foot. Wolf lost his balance, his colossal body toppling backward, triggering a miniature earthquake. The remaining Blackbeard pirate officers who were still breathing turned deathly pale, forgetting even to breathe. What in the hell kind of monster is this? Burgess was taken down in an instant. Lafitte lost his wing. Pizarro got his face smashed in. Even Wolf, the biggest of them all, was flipped over with a single hand. This was combat power from a whole different dimension. In the distance, Garp and Akiji were going at it hot and heavy. The dull booms of ice clashing against haki rang endlessly. One half of Hakanosu Island was frozen solid, the other half pulverized into powder. Leyen dug a finger into his ear. That old man's racket is making my ears hurt. He slid Hudo back into its scabbard and set his gaze on the one man in the entire arena who still stood unmoving. Shiryu of the Rein. Shiryu ground the cigar between his teeth, crushing it. He spat the remnants onto the ground, pressed his hand onto the hilt of the famed blade Rein at his waist, and slowly advanced 2 steps. A bunch of trash. Shiryu's face was so dark it seemed about to drip water. Going up against a monster of this level, they still split up and went to throw their lives away. Oh, you think you can manage? Leyen's interest was piqued. Shiryu drew Rein. The blood-red blade gleamed with a bone-chilling cold light beneath the sun. I've been stuck in the depths of impelled down far too long. My blade's gone rusty. Shiryu's killing intent poured forth without reservation, his clothes fluttering despite the stillness of the air. Today I'll use your blood to give it a fresh edge. Before the words faded, Shiryu's figure vanished on the spot. A blood-red crescent blade aura suddenly materialized on the left side of Leyen's neck, howling as it tore through the air, slashing viciously downward. Clang. Leyen held the scabbard in a reverse grip, blocking with perfect precision at his neck. Sparks burst. Shiryu's figure appeared, both hands gripping the hilt, pressing down with all his strength. Rein. One of the 21 great grade blades. A fine sword, too bad it stuck with the wrong master. Leyen looked askance at Shiryu, who was right before him, and drawled casually, I hear this blade of yours has a taste for blood. You must have killed plenty of unarmed prisoners down and impelled down. Shiryu let out a cold laugh, adding even greater force to his blade. The weak have no right to live. Killing them is just easing the burden of this overcrowded world. Shiryu fixed his eyes on Leyen. Dying under my blade is a privilege for them. Funny thing is, Conqueror's Haki exploded from within Leyen. I love killing scum like you who get off on bullying the weak. Leyen twisted his wrist with a jerk. Crack. The blood-red blade aura shattered piece by piece. A powerful backlash traveled down the length of Rein, splitting open the webbing between Shiryu's thumb and forefinger, in an instant drenching it in blood. The sheer brute force sent him reeling back more than a dozen steps before he drove the sword into the ground to steady himself. Shiryu's face changed drastically. The swordplay and strength he had taken such pride in before this man were as laughable as children playing house. Leyen wrapped his right hand around the hilt. A long shing rang through the air. The black blade Hudo was finally unsheathed to its full length. Leyen aimed the tip at the Blackbeard officers before him. Some collapsed on the ground, spitting blood, others barely clinging to their feet. Warm-up's over. Shiryu stared at Leyen, his scalp prickling. The sense of danger stabbed into the crown of his head like steel needles. He couldn't drag this out. If he waited any longer, he wouldn't even have a chance to draw his blade. Shiryu bit the tip of his tongue, gripped the hilt of the sword Ryu with both hands, and poured every last bit of armament Haki in his body into the blade, without reservation. Blood rain, consecutive slash. Shiryu roared, turning himself into a blood-red tornado and forcing his way forward against the pressure of Leyen's Conqueror's Haki. Meanwhile, the surviving Blackbeard commanders knew it was time to fight for their lives. With his only remaining left hand, Burgess grabbed a stone slab as huge as a small mountain and hurled it down at Leyen's head with a furious roar. Docu, fighting for his life, hurled out his basket and apples all at once. From the distant clock tower, Van Augur bit open the magazine of specially made armor-piercing rounds and fired more than a dozen shots in a row, sealing off every escape route Leyen had. An overwhelming torrent of attacks engulfed Leyen's position in an instant. Leyen held the blade Hudo in one hand, its tip pointing downward. Dark gold Conqueror's Haki coiled madly around the blade, visibly twisting the air around its edge. All flash, no substance. Leyen flicked his wrist, and in one motion sent a reverse rising slash from low to high. Boom. The center of Hakanosu suddenly fell dark. In the next instant, a dark gold blade, aura hundreds of meters long, rose from the ground. It gathered and twisted in midair, directly transforming into a colossal phantom phoenix. The phoenix spread its wings, blotting out the sky. The wildly violent slash swept across the entire square with devastating brute force. The moment Van Augur's armor-piercing rounds touched the edge of the phoenix, they were shredded into iron dust. Doc Q's poison apples were vaporized by Haki in midair, not even setting off a spark of a firework. The huge stone slab Burgess had thrown down was sliced into a sky full of powder in a single second. Shiryu's blood-red tornado collided with the Phantom Phoenix. A single crisp clang rang out. A chunk was blasted out of Ryu's edge. The bones in Shiryu's arms broke inch by inch as he flew backward, spraying blood crashing into the ruins hundreds of meters away like a tattered sack. He did not move again. The Phantom Phoenix did not lose momentum as it plowed across the ground. Burgess, Pizarro, Doc Q, and the other commanders still on their feet were swept into the air by the currents trailing the blade aura. Their bones broke in ways they couldn't count, and they thudded down one after another, littering the ground. The slash stretched on, splitting the sea behind Hakanosu into a bottomless trench. Seawater surged back and monstrous waves towered skyward. Leian flicked his wrist and sheathed Widow. He took a cigar from his pocket and lit it. He casually pulled a length of thick hemp rope from the ruins, walked over, and tied Shiryu, Burgess, and the other barely breathing commanders together like a string of grasshoppers. After that, Leian found a place to sit. There was nothing left for him to do. Leaning back in a chair, he blew out a thick ring of smoke and turned his gaze to the battle on the other side of the square. That was the real main event. Kazan. Garp's roar exploded over Hakanosu like a muffled thunderclap. He tore off his suit jacket, revealing muscles too massive to be normal. Jet black armament Haki instantly covered both of Garp's arms, even spreading to his shoulders. Akiji stood a dozen meters away, exhaling a breath of white cold from his mouth. Troublesome, as always, Garp-san. You haven't changed a bit. The ground froze instantly and spread recklessly in all directions. Ice block pheasant beak. Akiji swung his right arm. A colossal ice bird made entirely of condensed ice beat its wings and shot out, carrying bone-piercing cold straight at Garp's face. Garp did not dodge or flinch. He stamped his foot hard, blasting a deep crater in the ice. Then his whole body shot out like a cannonball, right fist raised high. There were no flashy techniques, just pure strength and Haki. Don't give me that crap. Boom. Garp's fist smashed into the ice bird's beak. The ice bird burst into ice fragments, scattering across the sky. Garp tore through the ice mist and closed in on Akiji in the blink of an eye. His right leg brought up a gale as it swept toward Akiji's waist. Akiji braced one hand on the ground, and a thick ice pillar instantly rose to barely block the blow. Crack. The pillar was shattered by the kick, and Akiji used the force to slide backward. Midair, he clapped his hands, and several sharp ice spears appeared out of nowhere. Ice block partisan. Swish, swish, swish. The spear shot at Garp. Garp threw punch after punch, striking every spear precisely on its tip. The ice spears exploded on contact. Your fists are still that hard. Akiji landed a dozen meters away, a huge ice blade already forming in his right hand. But you've gotten old. An old man beating his disciple is more than enough. Garp strode forward, crushing every stretch of ice under his feet. His jet-black fist split the air with a piercing sonic boom. Akiji gripped the ice blade with both hands and slashed it into Garp's fist. Boom. Fist and blade clashed. A terrifying shockwave rippled outward from the two of them. Armament Haki and extreme cold smashed against each other. A thick white frost rapidly formed on Garp's arm as the cold burrowed into his veins. Garp snorted coldly and flexed his arm muscles violently. Crack, crack, crack. The thick layer of ice was shattered clean off. Then Garp stepped forward half a pace, abandoned his defense, drove through the half-broken ice blade in Akiji's hands, and smashed a solid headbutt into Akiji's forehead. Boom. The impact sent Akiji reeling, stars bursting in his eyes, and he flew backward straight through the stone hill behind him. The hill collapsed and buried him. Garp stood in place, panting, hard steam rising from his fist. Don't play dead with me. Get out here. A bone-piercing cold mist seeped out of the rubble. The rubble was pushed aside, and Akiji walked out slowly, one hand over his forehead. A trail of blood ran down from his temple and dripped onto the ice. You really are merciless. Akiji exhaled a white breath laced with blood, his eyes turning completely cold. Garp-san, you always taught me to uphold the Marine's justice. Akiji crouched low, pressing both hands flat against the ground as cold surged wildly. But the justice I saw was rotten to the core long ago. As Akiji's words fell, the temperature on Hakanosu plunged to a terrifying extreme. The moisture in the air instantly crystallized into ice crystals, and heavy snow began to fall in swirling drifts. Ice Age. Crack. A colossal glacier rose from the ground, sealing Garp inside its very center and locking his movements down completely. Akiji stood up and brushed the ice chips off his hands. It's over. Before he finished speaking, a dull impact sounded from deep within the glacier. Thud. A crack split the ice. Thud. The crack spread rapidly, spiderwebbing across the whole glacier. Akiji's expression changed, and he instantly pulled back. Boom. The colossal glacier blew apart. Garp leapt high out of the flying ice. His dress shirt had long since been torn to rags, and astonishing heat poured off his body. Black-red lightning leapt and wove wildly around his clenched right fist. I don't care whether your justice has rotted. Garp hung in the air, right arm pulled all the way back. His presence climbed to its peak at that moment like a falling star about to crash down. But you threw in with a pack of pirates and still dare to lecture me. Fistbone meteor. Garp descended from the sky and slammed his right fist wreathed in Conqueror's Haki down at Aokiji on the ground. Before the sheer destructive force even touched the ground, the ice beneath began to collapse on a huge scale. Aokiji's eyes flew wide. There was no dodging. The punch had sealed every path around him. He threw both hands up and thick ice shields stacked frantically above his head layer after layer. Boom. Garp's fists smashed into the ice shields. The first shield shattered. The second shield shattered. With unstoppable brute force, his iron fist tore through Aokiji's defenses layer by layer. Rumble. The final ice shield broke. Garp's fist slammed squarely into Aokiji's chest. The entire island of Hakanosu shook violently. The ground caved in dozens of meters around Aokiji, blasting out a bottomless pit. The shockwave swept outward, shoving the water at the island's edge aside and raising a tsunami 100 meters high. Aokiji sprayed out a mouthful of blood and, like a kite, with a snapped string, smashed deep into the pit. Garp landed on the pit's edge, still in his punching stance, gasping for breath. Garp stared at the bottom of the pit without a word. The sound of tumbling rubble came from below. Aokiji supported himself against the ice wall and slowly stood up. The clothes on the right half of his body had been blown to shreds, and a fist mark deep enough to show bone was stamped into his chest. He staggered. Cough, cough. Aokiji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at Garp above. A fist like that is something I truly miss. Aokiji clenched one hand, and the scattered ice around him floated into the air, once more condensing behind him into countless ice swords. It's not over yet, Garp-san. Aokiji flashed forward, stepped on broken ice, and shot into the sky straight at Garp. Garp clenched his fists and came forward instead of retreating. They clashed again above the crater. Garp's straight punch hit Aokiji's face, and Aokiji's ice blade carved a bloody gash across Garp's shoulder in the same motion. Frost flew and Haki burst. The two fought from the sky to the ground, and from the bottom of the crater to the edge of the island. Garp slammed Aokiji into the earth with a shoulder throw. Aokiji answered with ice time, freezing Garp's legs. Garp tore himself out of the ice by sheer force and drove in another headbutt. Boom. A white sonic boom burst open in the air. Aokiji flew backward over 100 meters and crashed headfirst into the ruins. Kazan, is your head filled with nothing but ice shavings? Garp bellowed. Crack, crack. The sound of ice freezing came from the ruins. Aokiji propped himself on one hand and slowly straightened. His small round sunglasses were already shattered into nothing. Blood ran from his temple, and bloody foam spilled from the corner of his mouth. That's a deadly amount of force. Aokiji spat a white breath tinged with blood, pressing his left palm against the half-broken stone pillar beside him. Extreme cold exploded instantly. A blizzard whirled up. Garp-san. Aokiji raised his head, his eyes utterly cold. The Marines can't protect this sea, and you know it better than anyone, don't you? Garp stopped in his tracks, clenching his fists until they cracked. The justice that burns and kills everything, the kind of Kainu follows, I can't accept it. Aokiji grabbed with his right hand in the air, cold energy compressing savagely in his palm. This world has rotted at its roots. If you want to find a new balance, you have to wade through the mire. Bullshit. Garp charged forward, crushing chunks of ice beneath his feet. The backbone I taught you, did a dog eat it? You run with these trash pirates and call that finding balance. Lightning burst from thin air and coiled around Garp's massive fist. Today this old man will break your legs first, then drag you back to Marineford and throw you in the brig. Try it then. Aokiji roared, shoving the cold that had been compressed to the limit straight forward. Ice Age white ice rain. The water vapor in the air condensed completely. Ice spears appeared in dense ranks above Garp and rained down on him. Garp did not retreat. He bent his legs and kicked off violently, soaring up into the storm of ice spears. Useless, 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 useless. A barrage of airtight heavy punches forced a path straight through the dense rain of ice spears. Too slow, old man. Taking the opening, Aokiji moved like the wind, gliding across the ice. His right arm had transformed into an enormous heavy fist and straight at Garp. Boom. The two fists collided with tremendous force. Black Haki and white ice mist tore into each other. A wave of extreme cold crawled up Garp's fist. A thick white frost instantly covered Garp's right arm. His joints crackled as they froze, and his motions inevitably slowed half a beat. Aokiji seized the chance, snapping a low kick into Garp's shin. Ice crystals burst, and Garp stumbled. Aokiji clenched his left hand in midair, and a long blade of pure ice appeared in his grip. He turned the blade and drove it at Garp's belly. Garp snorted and caught the ice blade with his left hand. The armament Haki in Garp's palm crushed the blade to pieces, and he immediately drove his left elbow squarely into Aokiji's chest. Crack! Two of Aokiji's ribs broke on the spot, and he stumbled back. Before he could steady himself, Garp ignored the frost on his right arm and closed in with huge strides. Garp grabbed Aokiji's collar with his left hand and raised his right fist overhead. He punched Aokiji in the cheek. Roaring, he hit him again across the bridge of the nose. When I brought you into the Marines, was this the twisted reasoning I taught you? Aokiji's face was covered in blood, but he gritted his teeth and slammed his right hand into Garp's chest. Ice time. Garp was sealed inside a massive block of ice. Aokiji pulled himself free of Garp's grip and leaped backward 3 huge bounds. He gasped for breath, staring at the frozen figure. He knew that ice at this level could never hold Garp. Sure enough, 2 seconds later dense cracks spread across the surface of the ice block. Boom. The ice exploded. Kazan, those soft flimsy moves can't hurt this old man. Garp shook out his arm. Aokiji straightened and wiped the blood from his chin. In that case, let's settle this with this move, Garp-san. The blizzard above Hakanosu came to a sudden halt for an instant. Then all the cold began pouring violently back into Aokiji's body. Aokiji folded his arms across his chest, becoming the eye of an extreme cold storm. Frozen secret art absolute zero ice blade slash. Aokiji roared. An ice sword condensed before him. He gripped it with both hands and slashed down at Garp. Now that's more like it. The muscles in Garp's right arm swelled a size larger. A torrent of haki poured out of his body, forming a tangible pillar of black-red light that shot straight into the sky. Fistbone galaxy shatter. Garp held his right fist meeting Aokiji's descending ice sword with world-destroying momentum. Boom. The instant the fist met the ice sword, heaven and earth went silent. Then a blinding white light burst between the two of them. Crack, crack. Crisp snapping sounds rang through the white light. The ice sword in Aokiji's hands shattered inch by inch, beginning from the tip. Garp's fist destroyed the entire ice sword without losing any momentum, then slammed into Aokiji's gut with the force of thunder. Boom. The clothes on Aokiji's back burst apart. The shockwave blasted out through his back and hit the air with a deafening explosion. Aokiji's eyes bulged and his mouth flew open as gouts of blood streamed out. He slammed into the ground, blasting more than a dozen craters before finally embedding into a distant stone wall motionless. The blizzard stopped. At the center of Hakanosu, only a huge crater remained. Garp stood right in the middle of the pit floor, gasping for air, his chest heaving violently. Blood dripped from his fingertips and struck the ground drop by drop. In the distance inside the stone wall, Aokiji's eyes were rolled back, his hands hanging limp at his sides. His chest rose and fell only faintly. He had completely lost consciousness. Garp lowered his fist and wiped the sweat from his face. He looked at the unconscious Aokiji. There was no joy in his eyes, only a profound helplessness and exhaustion. Lei-In stood up and brushed the dust from the hem of his trench coat. Work was done. Time to count the spoils. Rein tossed the pirate officer bound tight as a dumpling onto the ground and kicked Pizarro, who happened to be nearest. This job cost me 2 billion. I'm ruined down to my last underpants. Rein threw the hemp rope aside and turned to survey the wreckage strewn across the ground. If I'd known Headquarter Island held so many valuable targets, I should have squeezed Akainu harder at Marineford. At least 8 billion. Garp sat on the edge of the massive crater, panting heavily. Hearing Ren's words, he didn't even lift his head. If you're so bored, go empty the island's treasure vault. No one will stop you. Rein walked over and looked down at Aokiji, rolling his eyes in the crater below. Tisk, old man, you really went all out on him. Garp clenched his fists but said nothing. His mind was in turmoil. Worrying about it. Rein pulled out a cigar and lit it, exhaling a thick plume of smoke. If you take him back to Marineford, now do you really think Akainu will let him go? A former Marine admiral turning pirate. That's a charge that sticks. Even if you Garp vouch for him, the rest of his life will be spent on the 6th level of Impelled Down. Garp shot his head up, glaring at Rein. I don't need you throwing shade. I'm offering you a way out, Rein said, flicking ash from his cigar. Hand him over to me. Garp paused. Let Kazan follow me for a while, Rein said, gesturing with his thumb toward himself. I've sailed these seas for decades. Have you ever seen me kill a civilian? Garp remained silent. Did I ever kill a Marine? Rein continued. You beat them senseless. Garp grit his teeth. I beat them, I didn't kill them. Besides, at least 10,000 pirates have died by my hands. Compared to what the Marines do, I keep things cleaner. Rein said this with complete conviction. Having him follow me is better than Impelled Down. Garp stared straight into Ren's eyes. Rein met his gaze without flinching. I'll handle Akainu, the person I protect. Even if that old dog grinds his teeth in frustration, he'll have to swallow it. I think highly of this kid. An ice fruit in summer. Perfect as a living air conditioner or for chilling beer. Couldn't be better. Garp's mouth twitched violently. A former Marine admiral reduced to a human air conditioner in your eyes. But deep down Garp knew Rein was right. This was the best path available. Once the Marines took Kazan back, all he would face was trial and endless torment. The boy wasn't bad at heart, he had simply lost his way. Following Rein, at least he wouldn't continue serving Blackbeard in his crimes. Garp trusted Ren's bottom line completely. If you dare lead him into anything heinous, I'll beat you alongside him. Garp rose to his feet and punched the nearby stone. All right, spare me the tough talk. Rein waved his hand, then bellowed toward the naval officers who had just disembarked. Get over here and clean this up. Load these Blackbeard remnants onto the ship. Half an hour later, the dog-headed warship set sail for Marineford. On deck, the communications officer approached Garp, trembling, clutching a den mushy. Vice Admiral, the fleet admiral is on the line. Garp, what's the situation on Headquarter Island? Have the Blackbeard remnants been neutralized? Garp picked his nose. Yeah, all captured. They're locked up below deck. Rein helped me wrap it up. Sakazuki exhaled in relief on the other end. What about Kazan? Intelligence says he was on the island too. Catch him and bring him back to Impelled Down immediately. Rein, who had been sitting nearby gnawing on an apple, tossed the core aside and snatched the din mushi. Hey old dog Akainu, what's with the temper? Rein, don't shout. I've got Kazan. Rein leaned nonchalantly against the deck chair. I find him likable, and I happen to need someone to pour tea and chill my beer. I'm keeping him. Consider the 2 billion bounty a bonus you sent my way. You're treating a former Marine Admiral as a bonus. Rein, you're being reckless. What, you want to come take him back? Rein picked at his ear. If you dare show up, I'll take another 50 billion contract and kidnap you too. That red-nosed guy's been begging for your head day and night. Snap. Rein crushed the din mushi and tossed it back to the communications officer. The boy's face went pale, his legs trembling so badly he could barely stand. Garp, sitting nearby, cracked open his sunbae and gazed out at the sea, pretending not to hear a thing. In the ship's lower cabin inside the independent infirmary, Kazan lay on a medical bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages, bound into a massive white cocoon. After a violent coughing fit, Kazan struggled to open his eyes. His vision was still blurry. Pair of aces want to play. Sir, we can't afford it. 2 threes. Haha, pay up. You rookies, your skills are terrible. A commotion echoed from nearby. Kazan turned his head. In the corner of the infirmary stood a folding wooden table. Rein sat cross-legged on a chair, a deck of cards in his hand, stacks of berries piled high on the table before him. For naval soldiers looked miserable as they emptied their purses. Where am I? Is this a transport to impel down? Kazan's head buzzed, and the pain from his broken ribs made him gasp. Oh, you're awake. Rein tossed his cards aside, gathered the berries from the table into his pocket, and waved at the soldiers. That's enough for today. Go stand guard. The naval soldiers looked as though they'd been granted a reprieve and hurried out of the infirmary, pulling the door shut behind them. Rein dragged a chair over and flopped down beside Kazan's bed. He grabbed an orange from a nearby fruit basket, peeled it, and popped a segment into his mouth. Impel down isn't so bad actually, Kazan managed after a long pause. Impel my ass, Rein rolled his eyes. This is your old man's dog-headed warship heading back to Marineford. Kazan's expression darkened. Returning to Marineford was basically the same as returning to Impel down. Don't give me that face like your father died. Rein spat out an orange seed. Your life? I pulled it from Garp's hands, and I've already spoken to Akainu. From today forward you answer to me. Kazan was stunned. He suspected Garp's punch had given him hallucinations. You're protecting me. Kazan furrowed his brows. Why, oi? Because you're old and grumpy, that's why. Rein said, not bothering with grand speeches. I saved your life. That's a favor owed. Shouldn't a person know how to repay kindness? What do you want me to do? Be my subordinate. Rein leaned forward, staring intently at Kazan. You turned pirate to see this world's truth from another angle, but among Blackbeard's scum there's nothing for you to see but robbery and dividing the spoils. Kazan fell silent. Rein had struck right to the core. He had joined Blackbeard hoping to find true justice once stripped of the Marine uniform. Yet his actions over the past months had only deepened his confusion. Pirates were still pirates. That wasn't the path he sought. Follow me, and I'll show you something different. Rein leaned back in his chair. What do you say, Yuan? Kazan looked at Rein. This man had acted freely, yet masterfully walked the line between factions during the Summit War at Mary Geos and in Wano country. Following him could truly break free from the binary framework of the world government and pirates. After all, he had nowhere else to go in this world. Does it include room and board? Kazan asked out of nowhere. Board yes, alcohol no. Figure out your own money for that, Rein grinned. All right. Kazan closed his eyes and sighed. Since you saved my life, I'll sell it to you, boss Rein. 20 capital ships and 100 standard warships. Have you Marines gotten rich recently? Outside the harbor of Marineford, the sea wind rolled with the acrid reek of gunpowder. Rein leaned against the rail of the hound-proud warship, his gaze sweeping over the dense steel jungle ahead. The entire bay was packed to bursting. Standard-issue warships of every size lay bow to stern in unbroken ranks, their main gun barrels polished to a dazzling gleam. On the decks, a full 30,000 armed Marines stood at attention, ready for battle. At the foremost end of the harbor, Pier 9 Marine Vice Admirals wearing justice cloaks stood in a row, every face drawn taut. They must have emptied their entire treasury, haven't they? Rein turned to Garp beside him. Did that old dog Sakazuki hit the lottery? Or is he planning to sweep through Sabaody Archipelago for vice and contraband? Garp folded his arms, watching the cream of the Marines, his brow knitted into a knot. I don't know either. But mobilizing 9 Vice Admirals and a Buster Call-class fleet, this is no small thing. Garp's tone was uncharacteristically heavy. Kazan stood behind them, watching the familiar flags and formations in the harbor. He breathed out a plume of white mist. A force of this scale would be enough to wipe out several countries in the New World. Rein's eyes lit up at once. A big war meant a big contract, and a big contract meant more berries than one could count. Let's go down and see what stinking scheme Akainu is brewing. Rein planted his foot on the gangway and swaggered down. The pupils of several vice admirals shrank. The former admiral, Akiji. Rein couldn't be bothered to give them another glance. With his long strides, he made straight for the Marine headquarters office building. The fleet admiral's office door was shut tight. Bang! Rein raised a foot and kicked it open. The atmosphere inside was quiet in a profoundly uncanny way. Kizaru sat with one leg crossed over the other, nail clipper in hand, trimming his nails with unhurried care. Sakazuki, the fiery-tempered current fleet admiral, was not behind his desk today. He stood stiffly by the window. Behind the desk sat an old man, St. J. Garcia Saturn, one of the 5 elders, the war god of science and defense. Lei paused mid-step and looked him up and down. Yo, a rare guest. What makes you grace the lower world with your presence? The air up there must be bad. Come down for a few lungfuls of secondhand smoke. Lei, Saturn spoke. You've been very active at sea lately. Just earning my keep. Lei blew out a smoke ring. So, you old bones ought to be retiring in the Holy Land, not coming to Marineford to block my door. With more than 100 warships out there, whose home are you planning to tear apart? Egghead. Saturn didn't mince words. The big-headed freak Vegapunk's lair. Lei raised one eyebrow. We need you to take a trip there. Saturn tapped his cane. Borsellino will be the main force in this operation, but to guard against any uncontrollable accident we need an absolutely fail-safe insurance policy. Oh, Lei stretched out the word, pointing at Kizaru. I get it. You're afraid this glowing old monkey will get the shit beaten out of him, so you want me along as his bodyguard, right? You could put it that way. As long as you sail with the fleet, and make sure the plan goes off without a hitch, money will be no object. Lei had just started to talk price, when an icy voice came from behind him. I'm not going. Kazan, who had been leaning in the doorway, straightened up in refusal. I took off that uniform because I didn't want to be a lapdog for you people anymore. Kazan looked at Saturn. The water is too dirty around Egghead. Rake however you like, but I'm not a Marine anymore. That mess has nothing to do with me. Saturn turned his gaze to Kazan and sneered. Once the Marine's strongest combat power, and now a mercenary's follower. Kazan, you're sinking lower and lower. Kazan's fists clenched so hard that white frost began to form on the floor. It looked like a fight was about to break out. Lei walked over to Kazan's side. He threw an arm around Kazan's shoulders, leaned close to his ear, and lowered his voice. You ice block head, can't you think this through? Boss, Kazan tried to argue. Let me finish first. Lei patted his shoulder, his tone playful. That old man hired me, not you. You're my subordinate. Wherever I go you follow. That's the rule. But once we're on Egghead, how the job gets done is our call. Kazan froze, then turned his head to look at Lei. Lei grinned a brazen rascal's smile all over his face. If you don't want to help the Marines, then don't. Find a cool spot, drag over a little stool, and watch the show, okay? And if you really see something you can't stand, say these Marines bullying civilians. Then if you want to punch somebody, go ahead and punch them. I won't stand in your way. So-called freedom isn't about doing whatever you want to do. Lei pointed at his own chest. True freedom means no one can force you to do what you don't want to do. Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll have the backbone to say no. That sentence struck Kazan's heart like a heavy hammer. In the Marines, orders were as immovable as mountains. He had been forced to carry out missions that betrayed his conscience. O'Hara was one. Under Blackbeard there had been nothing but slaughter and pillage. Yet this man who seemed to care only for money gave him an answer he had never found anywhere before. Do as you please, but keep a bottom line. The resistance in Kazan's eyes gradually receded. He let out a long breath, and the cold, killing intent coiled around him, ready to fight to the death, also withdrew. I understand, boss. Kazan stepped back and leaned against the doorframe again, taking on the posture of a loyal underling. I'm going with you. Lei snapped his fingers in satisfaction and sat back down, turning to Saturn. All right, my man has no objections. Let's talk business. Lei rubbed 2 of his fingers together. How much are you paying to collect your precious scientist's corpse? 5 billion. Saturn named the price. Sakazuki, standing by the window, felt his eyelid twitch violently. Generous, just as expected of the 5 elders. Business feels good when it's done like this. Lei slapped the desk. You know the rules. Put up the deposit first. Saturn sat in the chair motionless. There will be no deposit this time. His voice turned cold. Lei snapped, what did you say? Lei cocked his head and dug at his ear. Saturn stared straight at him. The full 5 billion will be paid in one lump sum after the mission is complete. Not a single berry will be given to you before the operation starts. Saturn continued to hold Lei's gaze. What kind of international joke are you playing? You don't go to a brothel and expect to settle the bill after you've had your fun, do you? I've been in this business for years. Money first, work later. No rabbit, no hawk. No deposit, and you want me to work for nothing. You're ugly, but you dream just as beautifully. Saturn stood with both hands braced on his cane. Lei, you took the mission to eliminate the Straw Hat Kid, took a 20 billion berry deposit, and in the end, could only knock him out. You took the world government's money, yet didn't follow its rules. Your credibility is worthless to us now. Therefore this time payment will be settled only afterward. This speech was well grounded, and even Sengoku standing nearby couldn't help applauding inwardly. It was high time someone cured that lawless bastard of his arrogance and discipline. Lei wasn't buying it at all. Fine. Reputation bankrupt, is it? Then this deal is off. He started to walk, waving at Kazan. Come on, Kazan. Let's go to Karai-Bari Island. Sengoku was stunned. What would you do at the Cross Guild? Lei stopped at the door, turned towards Saturn, and flashed a mouthful of white teeth in an especially radiant grin. Crocodile came to me complaining a couple of days ago, saying the Marines are always making trouble for the Cross Guild. He's been preparing to raise funds for one big job. Lei pointed to the 100 warships outside the window. I'll go ask Red Nose Buggy right now. If the Cross Guild pays me to wipe out those 30,000 Marines below, plus the 9 Vice Admirals, and an active Admiral, how much would it offer? I reckon it ought to be more than 5 billion, don't you? You dare? Sakazuki erupted. What the hell wouldn't I dare? Rein shouted even louder. You won't pay, and I'm not allowed to find another client. You really treat the sea like your own footbath, expecting everyone to dance to your rules. This tactic of outroguing the rogues left the 5 elders completely at a loss. This bastard was an out-and-out gangster. Wait. Saturn's cane came down hard on the floor, holding back Sakazuki, who had been about to strike. The old man closed his eyes and drew a deep breath, suppressing the urge to tear Rein apart with his bare hands. How much do you want as a deposit? Rein changed his expression in an instant. Even a Sichuan opera face swapper couldn't keep up with him. He walked back to the desk with a beaming smile and held up one finger. Not much, 1 billion. Call it my errand fee, my shoe leather wear and tear fee, and the compensation for the emotional damage of listening to you old fogies blather. Saturn's face twitched. 1 billion just for legwork. That was faster than robbing a bank. Kizaru, go withdraw the money for him. Saturn ordered through gritted teeth. Kizaru spread his hands, helplessly pushed open the door, and went out. Before long, 2 Marines carrying huge black combination lock cases came in and set them on the table. Rein opened the cases with practiced ease. Seeing the berries packed tightly inside, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. See, that settles it. Harmony brings wealth. Rein shoved the 2 big cases into Kazan's arms and patted his overcoat. All right. Money's in place, so the service will be absolutely in place. When do we leave? Saturn sat back down in his chair and coldly uttered 2 words. Now. The warship cut through the waves, racing toward Egghead at full speed. Inside a luxurious cabin, 4 men sat around a long redwood table. Rein leaned back with his legs crossed. Kazan sat beside him, holding a bucket of pure ice with several bottles of red wine chilling inside, emitting wisps of cold vapor. Across from them, Hozwang was leisurely filing his sparkling nails with a small nail file, his lips pursed in concentration, looking entirely unfazed, as if the world could collapse, and it wouldn't distract him from his task. Sitting at the head of the table was Satan, the old man, leaning on his cane with his eyes closed, his expression radiating an unmistakable aura of do not approach. Rein pulled a bottle of wine with an outrageously decorated label from his pocket and tossed it casually onto the table. Old man sitting around doing nothing is boring, want a drink? Rein said as he popped the cork with one hand. The moment the cork came loose and he was about to pour, Rein's thumb gave a subtle flick against the bottle's rim. A trace of fine pink powder dissolved unseen into the amber liquid. Rein pushed 2 full wine glasses toward him. Since you've already handed over the billion-belly deposit, consider this my gesture of good faith. This round's on me. Rein lifted one of the glasses and drained it in one gulp. Satan opened his eyes, his gaze fixing on the glass of wine on the table. He had no desire to engage with this rogue. What? Afraid I poisoned it. Do the 5 elders lack the courage for this? Or does a drink send your ancient bones into hypertension? Satan's expression darkened. The supreme authority of the world. Could he really be manipulated by a mercenary's few words? Satan raised the glass, didn't even glance at it, and poured it straight down. The harsh liquor burned its way down his throat into his stomach. Now you can shut up. Satan slammed the empty glass onto the table and closed his eyes once more. Rein grinned, offered no retort, and lit a cigar with evident satisfaction. 10 minutes passed, and the cabin remained silent except for the soft scraping of Hozwang's nail file. Gradually, Satan sensed something was wrong. An indescribable wave of heat surged through him, inexplicably racing along his veins straight to his head. At first he blamed the wine's strength. But seconds later the heat grew increasingly unsettling. His mouth went dry, and even looking at Hozwang filing his nails across from him, that wrinkled old face somehow appeared. Strangely handsome. Satan shuddered violently. He bit down hard on his tongue, the sudden sharp pain bringing a moment of clarity. This was absolutely not the alcohol. A sheen of fine sweat broke out on Satan's forehead as his breathing grew heavy. Turning his head, he met Rein's eyes, which were filled with mirth. Rein exhaled a plume of smoke, winking at him with an expression that plainly screamed, watching the show. Satan's heart plummeted. He'd been played. You lot. Satan turned toward the dozen Navy officers standing guard along the cabin walls, his voice barely above a whisper. Get out. The leading captain flinched, convinced he'd misheard. Get out. Satan roared, veins bulging in his forehead, as he slammed his cane into the floorboards, splitting them open. The sailors bolted without a word, and the heavy cabin door clicked shut behind them. No sooner had they left than Satan's composure cracked. His fingers dug into the table edge until the solid wood crumbled beneath his grip. Rein. Satan ground out through clenched teeth, his face flushed crimson. What did you put in that wine? Hozwang paused his nail filing and looked over with pursed lips. Kazan set down his chilled beer, regarding Satan's reddened face with confusion. Nothing much, just added a little something to spice things up. Love pollen. Clears the mind, boosts vitality. I only used a tiny amount. Roughly enough to keep an adult sea king going for 3 days and nights, Rein said with a grin, leaning back in his chair with his hands behind his head. The cabin fell deathly silent. Hozwang spat out his tea. Kazan gasped sharply and subtly pushed his chair back 2 meters. drugging the 5 elders. There really was a madman on these seas willing to risk his life for this. You beast. Satan shook with rage, nearly spitting blood onto the ceiling. The unnatural heat intensified, his reason crumbling before his eyes as random images flooded his mind. As one of the 5 elders, if he lost control in front of these people, he'd rather throw himself into the sea. Don't look at me like that, Rein said, pointing at Ho Zhuang across from him. You've got a perfectly suitable person right there. You two should just make do. Shut up. Satan roared, his eyes bloodshot. The old man was losing his mind. He panted heavily, locking eyes with Ho Zhuang. Borsellino. Satan threw down his cane. Do it. Ho Zhuang blinked. Saint Satan, what exactly are you asking me to do? Kill me. Satan screamed the order. The moment those words left his mouth, Ho Zhuang was completely stunned. He was just collecting a salary for a job, now being asked to kill his superior. This doesn't seem appropriate, Ho Zhuang said, adjusting his yellow sunglasses. Cut the nonsense. Right now, use your strongest attack. Blow me to pieces this instant. Satan was barely holding himself together. If he didn't reset his body soon, death would be preferable. As one of the 5 elders, his regenerative abilities bordered on immortality. If his body were completely destroyed, all negative conditions and toxins would be purged upon rebirth. It was his only option. How dreadful. Ho Zhuang sighed and slowly rose to his feet. His right foot lifted and blinding golden light gathered instantly at his toes. Laser. Boom. A thick golden beam tore straight through Satan's chest. A violent explosion echoed through the cabin. Satan's body was shredded into chunks on the spot, blood and flesh splattering across the walls. Rein shielded himself from the flying debris. The severed flesh on the ground reeked of char. Seconds later, black-red lightning struck the deck out of nowhere. The fragments of meat and blood surged back together as though time had reversed. Satan stood up unharmed, gasping for air, his face darker than a soot-covered pot. In his centuries of life, he'd weathered every storm imaginable. Yet today he'd been driven to order his own destruction, a first in his long existence. Rein. Satan pointed at Rein's nose, abandoning all dignity to curse wildly. You're a complete and utter bastard. A mad dog. A scoundrel. Is your head filled with fucking dung? That tirade was surprisingly creative. Instead of anger, Rein threw his head back, laughing, slapping the table in delight. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Rein wiped tears from his eyes. A revered elder of the Navy, and that's all the insults you've got. What a bargain. That recording alone could fetch Morgan's at least 200 million berries. The word, recording, sent Satan's blood pressure soaring again. You dared to record this. His rage was barely contained as he began transforming into his Gaijin form. Wait, I'm just kidding. Rein held up his empty pockets to show he had nothing. The long voyage was dull, just trying to liven things up. You lot always walk around with stone faces. I thought your expression when you exploded was far more lively than usual. Kazan rubbed his forehead, listening to this. Their captain's talent for courting death was unmatched across the seas. Satan gripped his cane, veins pulsing on the back of his hand. I'll remember this debt. He ground out between clenched teeth, then shoved open the cabin door and strode out. He couldn't bear to stay another second in that room. Ha ha ha. Lei-Yin doubled over with laughter. Holy crap, old monkey, you really pulled it off. He gave a thumbs up. How does it feel? This is an absolute first in the world government's history. To personally blast one of the Wu Lao Xing into paste. Doesn't it feel exhilarating? Huang Yuan slowly withdrew his foot. Please spare me. Huang Yuan pushed up his tinted sunglasses, his face etched with gloom. I'm merely a hired hand scraping by on a meager salary, laboring from dawn till dusk. Huang Yuan rubbed his chin. We're finished. My bonus this month is surely forfeit, and I may never see my pension. Truly a curse. Pathetic. Lei-Yin rolled his eyes and propped his legs upon the table. What is there to fear? Heaven and earth know, and so do you and I. Besides, your master himself begged you to end him. That constitutes sanctioned execution. Upon your return, they ought to award you a medal for valor. Kuzan sat nearby. I am already regretting following you, boss. He pressed his fingers to his temples. You promised 50 billion, yet you dragged me to test the world government's bottom line. You actually drugged a Wu Lao Xing. Lei-Yin grabbed a bottle and took a long burning draught. Bottom lines exist to be trampled upon. Lei-Yin let out a heavy burp. Had I not reduced him to such a wretched state, the old coxcomb would truly believe a 10 billion advance purchased him the right to play the tyrant before me. I despise those who put on airs. Besides, did you not behold the spectacle when he erupted? Quite the fireworks display. The seas are dreary with endless slaughter. What harm is there in seeking diversion? Kuzan was rendered utterly speechless. The maddest act he had ever committed was sparing Luo Bin or dueling Chi Quan for 10 days and nights across Pang, Kuhasada. Yet compared to the man before him, he was naught but a docile lamb. To drug the apex of worldly authority, then force the target to command a fleet admiral to pulverize him. Such deranged audacity would earn even a resurrected Luo Kusi's thumbs up and a cry of elder brother. I wash my hands of this. Huang Yuan slowly rose. I must return and compose a self-censure. You linger here and drink your fill, but pray do not conjure further calamities. My fragile heart cannot endure it. With that, Huang Yuan stuffed his hands into his pockets and slipped from the cabin. Days later the fleet had breached the waters surrounding Ai Guhida. The temperature plummeted and a biting chill permeated the air. Upon the deck, Huang Yuan tucked his hands deeper into his pockets and buried his neck in his coat collar. Bone-chillingly cold. He exhaled a pale mist and warmed his palms. How much longer until we sight the island? Sir. The naval sentinel snapped to attention and rendered a sharp salute. Reporting. At our present course we shall penetrate Ai Guhida's outer perimeter in under 2 hours. Huang Yuan cast a glance at the ashen sky. Let us break bread first and confer with the vice-admirals aboard the other 9 capital vessels. Aye, sir, the soldier boomed. Suddenly a thought struck Huang Yuan. By the way, what is that lord currently doing? The soldier faltered, then answered hastily. The lord has remained confined to his quarters since. The guards report he is about to dine and receives no visitors. Huang Yuan exhaled a long, weary breath. Since that day in the cabin when he had been coerced into regicide, the old man had not deigned to appear in public, presumably consumed by shame or perhaps brooding over schemes to torment Rein. So long as it was not directed at him, he cared not. Meanwhile, within the Research Institute on Ai Guhida Island, Zhang Taowan, C2 Shi's voice crackled through the communication device. I have received intelligence from the upper echelons. The Navy has mobilized 20 major warships and 100 standard cruisers fielding 30,000 troops. The command structure comprises 9 vice-admirals alongside maximum combat deployment. Fleet Admiral Huang Yuan. Over 100 vessels. Even the old man has arrived. The world government is resolved to erase Bei Jiapan coup down to the last atom of ash. Should it merely be a fleet admiral coupled with the 50 new pacifistas forged by the old man, we can still rely upon the island's laser bastions to hold the line. Zhang Taowan ground his teeth, his mind racing through tactical calculations. No, that is not the gravest concern. C2 Shi's tone darkened considerably. 2 additional figures accompanied the fleet. Zhang Taowan froze. Who could possibly hold seniority over a fleet admiral? Former Fleet Admiral Qing Ji Kuzan. C2 Shi paused. And that mercenary madman, Rein. Rein, how has he come to be here? Zhang Taowan's composure shattered, his voice ascending sharply. The world government hired him with cold coin. C2 Shi's words carried an undercurrent of resignation. Zhang Taowan's scalp pricked with dread. How could such a battle even be contemplated? Forget the 50 pacifistas. Even if every scrap of island technology were unearthed, it remained far from certain it could withstand a single stroke from Rein. Nevertheless, hope is not entirely extinguished. C2 Shi hurried to add. Rein acts upon pure caprice. Though he accepted the contract, he is a creature of amusement above all else. All we can do now is pray he chooses not to intervene directly upon the opening of hostilities. Prayers are worthless. Pinning salvation upon the whims of a lunatic was nothing short of wagering their very lives. Zhang Taowan severed the connection abruptly. He wheeled about to face the researchers and technicians in the control room, their visages drained of blood by terror. You heard correctly. Zhang Taowan roared at the summit of his lungs. The researchers nodded in frantic assent, then ceased standing like stunned oxen. Now, instantly, evacuate Ai Guhida at once. Extract every document you can carry and incinerate that which cannot be saved. All personnel board the escape vessels and abandon this maritime sector. Lord Zhang Taowan, what of yourself? Zhang Taowan hefted his massive broadsword upon his shoulder, his gaze ironclad. That elder has been more familial than any blood relative. I shall remain to carve you a window of escape. Marching toward the exit, he vowed, so long as I yet draw breath, not a single one of those naval scum shall cross the threshold of this institute. A colossal plume of water exploded before the fleet of over 100 warships. More than a dozen mechanical sea beasts, each one larger than the warships themselves, burst through the surface, their gaping jaws gleaming with cold metallic light, completely blocking the path ahead. On the deck of the flagship, a square table had been hastily set up. Rein bit down on his chopsticks and rolled his eyes at the 2 paper-thin slices of char siu floating in his bowl. Did that old dog Akainu embezzle all the food budget from Marine headquarters? Rein poked at the noodles in his bowl with his chopsticks, his face full of disgust. They're cut so thin a sea breeze could blow them away. I signed a 5 billion berry contract with you people, and this is what you try to fob me off with. Kazan sat beside Rein. Just make do with it, boss. Most of the Marine headquarters military budget went into building those dozens of pacifistas up ahead. If the logistics department can still give us hot bone broth every day, we should be grateful enough. Go get me some chili oil. This soup is bland as hell. Rein kicked Kazan. Kazan didn't mind the trouble and got up to head toward the logistics soldiers. Kazar sat across from him, swirling noodles with his chopsticks in one hand and pushing up the amber-tinted sunglasses on his nose with the other. There's meat, so we should be grateful. Kazara scooped up a mouthful of noodles and mumbled, my full attendance bonus and performance pay are both down the drain. I'll be living on air for the rest of the month, so stop being so picky. Serves you right. Rein clicked his tongue. Who told you to be so damn trigger-happy and blow up that old man? If they're docking pay, whose would it be but yours? Kazara's old face fell. He pretended not to hear and lowered his head to wolf down his food. Buru buru buru. The dedicated encrypted din din mushi on the table suddenly rang. Kizaru set down his chopsticks, slowly pulled a tissue from his pocket, wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, and only then picked up the receiver. Moshi Moshi, this is Borsalino. Old man, do you really have to slaughter us all? Kizaru picked up his chopsticks again, lifted a few strands of noodles, blew on them to cool them, and sighed. Sentomaru, you still haven't fixed that loudmouth habit of yours. Kizaru slurped a mouthful of noodles, sounding lazy. Take an old man's advice, pull the sea beasts back, take your people back to Marineford, and report in. This has nothing to do with you, and you don't have to throw your life away. How is it not? Old man Vegapunk has been good to me. I said I'd protect him, and I'll never let you cross this line, even half a step. Kizaru's hand paused, chopsticks holding noodles midair. He looked up past the scattered mechanical sea beasts toward the gloomy Egghead Island in the distance. Sentomaru, you're a smart kid. Don't place personal feelings above the orders of the world government. Those orders are bullshit. Sentomaru cursed, his voice full of indignation and fury. What capital crime did the old man commit? He just did some research on the Void Century. Just because he knew a little too much, you self-righteous Marines want to wipe out everything in one pot. What kind of justice is that? Facing Sentomaru's accusation, Kizaru's expression didn't even twitch. Researching the Void Century is an indisputable grave crime. Kizaru pushed his noodle bowl aside, folded his hands beneath his chin, and spoke into the den den mushi. Whether it was O'Hara or Vegapunk, rules are rules. As Marines, when we receive an order to erase someone, all we can do is carry it out. Sentomaru, I've told you before, once you stand on the wrong side, you don't deserve to live. Surrender. Old man, since you've put it that way, there's nothing more for me to persuade you with. Sentomaru's voice came through again, now filled with nothing but desperate resolve. Then I'll wait for you on the front line. If you've got the guts, you'll have to step over my corpse. Click. The den den mushi was hung up from the other side, and the snail's head drooped. Kizaru looked at the now silent den den mushi. After a moment, he picked up the bowl of ramen that had already gone a little soggy and shoveled it into his mouth in large mouthfuls. Such a headache. Kizaru complained through chewing, his words muffled. At my age, I still have to do this thankless job. Young people these days really have no consideration for the elderly. Kazan, returning with the chili oil, happened to hear that, and let out a cold laugh. Sooner or later, that so-called absolute justice of yours will drive you all mad. Kazan placed the chili oil in front of Lei Yan. You won't even leave him any room to repay his benefactor. This dogskin uniform isn't worth wearing anymore. Kizaru pretended to be deaf and dumb, continuing to bury his head in his food. Lei Yan held up the noodle bowl and downed the remaining bone broth in one gulp. He let out a loud belch. He didn't get mixed up in the bitter drama of Kizaru and Sentomaru's falling out between master and disciple. Lei Yan tossed his chopsticks onto the table, leaned back in his chair, and casually took out a cigar and lit it. His gaze passed over the defensive line of mechanical sea beasts and fixed straight on Egghead Island in the distance. Something wasn't right. Lei Yan exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and narrowed his eyes. Deep in the heart of Egghead Island, there was an extremely strange and extremely vast haki. This haki was completely different from the aura of any powerhouse on the sea today. It didn't spread outward wantonly. Instead, it was tightly compressed into an extremely small area, like an active volcano suppressed to the limit, ready to erupt at any moment. The last time he had sensed something this ridiculous was in Pangaea Castle in Mary Geos, when dealing with Emu, that ancient monster who had lived for 800 years. Whatever was hidden on this island was, in terms of sheer presence, no weaker than that old thing Emu. Interesting. This was getting far too damn interesting. Lei Yan flicked the ash off his cigar, a little excited. Kazan noticed Lei Yan staring at the island and couldn't help leaning and lowering his voice. Did you find some kind of big trouble? Lei Yan looked away, patted Kazan on the shoulder, and grinned brilliantly. It's just that this 5 billion might be more exciting to earn than I imagined. Lei Yan pushed the empty noodle bowl forward. Go get me another bowl of noodles. Tell the logistics guys to cut 2 more slices of meat. You need a full stomach to have strength for watching a show. Kazan strode over, carrying a steaming bowl of ramen. Here, double meat as you wanted. He pulled out a chair and sat down, casually sliding a bottle of chili oil over to Lei Yan. Lei Yan picked up his chopsticks and gave the noodles a quick stir, then unscrewed the chili oil bottle, and without the slightest ceremony, poured nearly half of it into his bowl. The chili oil instantly fanned out across the scalding soup, releasing a pungent heat that stung the nose. The entire bowl turned a vivid red, enough to make a person break out in sweat just from looking at it. That's more like it. A proper meal needs the spirit of a meat eater. Lei Yan slurped his noodles in big mouthfuls. Across the table, Kizaru sat picking his teeth with a toothpick, slow and unhurried. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The rapid thud of military boots pounded across the deck. Admiral. The major communications officer ran to the table, skidded to a halt, snapped to attention, and saluted. We just intercepted a maximum priority encrypted signal. Kizaru's eyelids lifted slightly, and he asked in a casual drawl, where's it coming from? From inside Egghead Island. And the receiving end is at the Holy Land, Mary Geos. Put it through. Kizaru leaned back in his chair. The major hastily pressed the communication terminal in his hand and routed the signal to the amplified din din mushi on the table. Ring. Click. The line connected. Hello, this is York. A crisp female voice came from the Den Mushi. The next second, an avalanche of accusations burst out of the Den Mushi. What do you mean by this? Why do you want to kill me too? I already told you that the main body had betrayed you. One of the Gorosei on the Mary Geo side responded. His voice was empty of any emotion, as cold and mechanical as a machine. You're no different from Vegapunk, York. If I had any interest in that history, I wouldn't have ratted them out to you. York's voice was thick with flustered, furious regret. Mary Geos clearly had no intention of listening to her rambling excuses. Still alive, are you? Didn't CP0 show up? How are the Straw Hats doing now? At those questions, the Den Mushi, previously so frantic, suddenly curled its mouth into a grin and began to cackle. Its facial expressions were incredibly vivid, every inch of its face screaming haughty, all-conquering arrogance. A whole night has passed, and I'm the only one who can still contact you. Can't you guess what that means? York's tone turned supremely confident. Egghead belongs to me. If you want to make a move on Egghead, I hold the Seraphim in my hands. And what about the fleet surrounding the island? Are you trying to start a war with me? York, we've changed our minds. You can produce the Mother Flame too, can't you? Yes, and the production equipment is on the island as well. The moment York heard them softening, she took the opportunity to climb down gracefully. Then she began to reveal her trump card and bluntly laid down her final terms. Listen up. Promise me you won't destroy the research facility. York paused, her tone laced with undisguised greed. And then, make me a celestial dragon. It was a staggering demand. Yet the Mary Geo side answered without so much as a pause. Agreed. Hearing that reply, York let out a heavy breath on the other end of the line. The deal is done. The expression on the Den Mushi's face suddenly changed. York, who had been brimming with confidence and overflowing swagger, began to tremble as she spoke. In that case, she sniffled loudly. In that case, the aura of absolute control she'd worn moments earlier shattered to pieces. Tears poured from the Den Mushi's big eyes, and snot burst out right along with them. Someone save me. With a wail, the Den Mushi burst into loud, full-blown crying. What the hell? What's going on? Wah, wah. From the Den Mushi, York shrieked in a cracked, grating voice. No, Straw Hat Luffy is going to kill me. Somebody come and save me. Then a rustling sound came from the other end of the Den Mushi. A bright, clear male voice with just a hint of spacey innocence rang out. Hey, my name is Monkey D. Luffy, the man who's going to become the king of the pirates. We'll be taking Dr. Vegapunk. If you still want York to live, move every ship along the coast out of the way. The instant Luffy finished speaking, York's heart-rending sobs came through the line. Come save me. What are you Gorosei even doing? Let me out. Help. The Straw Hat brat is going to kill me. Straw Hat Luffy, is it? Who else is still alive inside Egghead? Luffy seemed to be tilting his head looking around, and he answered offhandedly, let's see. There are some injured ones. Click. Before Luffy could keep leaking information, a female voice cut in from the other end. Nico Robin hung up the Den Mushi without ceremony. Toot toot toot. The Den Mushi's big eyes closed completely, its head drooped, and it went still. After that, the only sound left on the deck was the howling of the sea breeze. Rein laughed around the chopsticks in his mouth. That kid really knows how to stir things up. Wherever he goes, he makes a huge uproar. The title of Yonko isn't just for show. Rein picked up a cluster of noodles with his chopsticks and slurped it into his mouth. Kizaru sat across from him, his old face crumpled into a knot. This old man's bonus has just gone completely out the window. Kizaru set down his chopsticks, rose to his feet, and adjusted the amber-tinted sunglasses on his face. Even a Yonko has to barge in now. This job is getting harder and harder. I'll go inside and seek instructions from the senior in there. Kizaru ambled toward the cabin. Meanwhile, in the most luxurious cabin deep inside the main ship, Saint Saturn sat on a leather sofa, his expression so dark it looked ready to drip water. The humiliation of being drugged by Rein and forced to have Kizaru blast him apart and put him back together still stung like a thorn in his heart. Never in his entire life had he been so embarrassed. Yet the man was an unreasonable madman, and Saturn could do nothing about him. With all that pent-up rage left unvented, Saturn could only take his anger out on this mission. Standing across from him was Vice Admiral Doberman of Marine Headquarters. Doberman stood at strict attention, but fine sweat beaded on his forehead. Saturn gripped a newly replaced cane and struck it heavily against the floor twice. Doberman, listen carefully to what I am about to say. This is a top priority order. Doberman immediately squared his shoulders. Yes, please give the order. First, Saturn raised one finger. No matter what it costs, 3 things must be preserved: the traitor York Punk records and the fusion furnace that creates the Mother Flame. Second, apart from York Vegapunk's original body and the other 5 satellite bodies are to be wiped out, not one spared. Third, Saturn lowered his hand, his tone as cold as an ice cavern. There are still CP0 agents Rob Luchikaku and others on the island. They are expendable pieces. If necessary, they can be sacrificed. Do not send anyone to rescue them. The moment those words were spoken, Doberman froze. The words slipped out before he could stop them, but Lucci and the others are the world government's top intelligence agency. They are formidable and absolutely loyal to the government. Are we just going to abandon them? In his view, with a Yonko crew like the Straw Hats on the island, CP0 was definitely a major asset. Saturn lifted his eyelids and stared coldly at Doberman. Are you teaching me how to do my job? I wouldn't dare. Doberman hastily lowered his head. Insects are insects. Saturn gave a cold snort. If they die, replace them with a new batch. To protect the things that matter most, what is sacrificing a few insects? Don't forget your duty as Marines. Just obey and ask fewer questions. Doberman clenched his teeth and swallowed the bitterness in his chest. This was the world's supreme authority. Human lives in their eyes were not even a number. Just then the cabin door was pushed open. Kizaru strolled in lazily, holding a top-secret intelligence report that had just been printed. Yo, why so tense? Kizaru dragged a chair over, plopped down, and tossed the report onto the table. Just got this. Inside intel secretly passed along from Lucci's side. Kizaru stretched. Those CP0 guys really do have some efficiency. Saturn didn't even look at it. Speak. Kizaru scratched his head. The Straw Hats have formed an alliance with Vegapunk. They've taken control of the research level at the very top. That woman York is now their hostage. The island's defense systems are fully activated. At the top, the Boundary Dome's laser shields are up. At the bottom, Senamaru is blocking the entrance with the new model pacifistas. Kizaru spread his hands. There's no way to do this job. Above there's an anti-air shield, below there are pacifistas, and inside there's that Straw Hat brat, who just became a Yonko. Saint Saturn, you said to preserve the fusion furnace and punk records. Then I can't just casually fire off my big moves. If I sink the island and damage your treasures, I'm not taking that blame. Saturn looked coldly at Kizaru. You're a Marine Admiral. Do you need to sink the island just to break through a defensive shield? Kizaru curled his lips. You overestimate me. That's the ultimate defense set up by Vegapunk. All I can do is turn into light and fly in to take a look. If a real fight breaks out, and I can't hold back, don't dock my pay if I happen to break something. Saturn's head ached. He suddenly remembered that even more headache-inducing menace outside. What about that Rein? What is he doing? Kizaru pointed toward the door. He's on the deck eating noodles. He said the broth was too bland, so he added double meat and half a bottle of chili oil. He's eating it with great relish. The corner of Saturn's eye twitched violently. The bodyguard hired for 5 billion really thought he was some honored guest here to watch the show. Keep him outside. Saturn ordered through gritted teeth. Don't let him come ashore and cause trouble. What Saturn feared most now was not Straw Hat Luffy, but that madman Rein. What if that lunatic barged in and went on a slashing spree, chopping York and the Mother Flame fusion furnace to pieces? Then this entire trip would have been a complete waste. That might be a little difficult. Kizaru adjusted his glasses. If that gentleman wants to go somewhere, who could stop him? That's your problem. Saturn banged his cane loudly on the floor. Borsellino, break through right now, deal with Senamaru, and seize control of the pacifistas. Move immediately. Kizaru sighed and slowly got to his feet. What a thankless job. Kizaru returned to the deck. Rein had already finished off a big bowl of noodles and was rinsing his mouth with a cup of tea. What's the word? Ready to start fighting. Rein spat the tea into the sea and turned to ask. Kizaru kept his hands in his pockets as a blinding golden light began to radiate from his body. The old man has given the order. I have to go to work first. Kizaru gestured with his chin toward Rein. You stay on this ship, enjoy the sea breeze, and don't run around. The things inside are very valuable, and the old man is afraid you'll break them. Off I go. Whoosh. A thick golden pillar of light shot skyward, arced through the air, and sped straight for the coastline defenses of Egghead Island. Sentomaru stood at the very front, a massive battle axe resting on his shoulder. Behind him stood 50 new model pacifistas in dense orderly ranks. Seeing that familiar golden light streaking through the sky, Sentomaru clenched his jaw and roared. Here he comes. Old man. The golden light halted abruptly in midair. Kizaru materialized, right leg raised high, a blinding cross-shaped light gathering at the tip of his toe. Sentomaru, I told you before, if you choose the wrong side, you don't even deserve to live. Swish. Kizaru turned into a bolt of lightning and drove a lightspeed kick straight down at Sentomaru's head. Bang. Sentomaru raised the great battle axe with both hands, armament haki instantly covering the blade, and barely managed to block Kizaru's kick. A massive shockwave erupted around the pair, tearing up a layer of the surrounding ground. Oh, you blocked it. Kizaru said casually. You've gotten stronger. Don't underestimate me. Sentomaru roared, his arm muscles bulging as he shoved Kizaru away with all his might. Vacuum slash. Sentomaru shoved his massive axe forward, unleashing armament haki at full force, desperate to force Kizaru's leg aside. Oh my, what terrifying defense. Kizaru curled his lip and a golden light flared on his leg. The force behind his leg instantly doubled. But still not enough. Boom. The lightspeed kick shattered Sentomaru's defense. Sentomaru flew backward, smashing through 3 walls in a row before slamming into the ruins hundreds of meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out on the spot, his eyes rolling back. Kizaru slowly withdrew his leg. Young people are so stubborn. Kizaru muttered under his breath, his tone laced with helpless irritation. Meanwhile, inside the Research Institute's control room, alarms blared in unison. Sentomaru is down. Atlas's hands flew wildly across the console. Pacifista control transfer. Take full control and stop Kizaru now. Kizaru, who had just finished with Sentamaru, looked at the dozens of pacifistas turning their cannons toward him and shook his head helplessly. He dissolved into countless photons. This old man is in a hurry, so I won't play with you. Laser beams shot wildly through the research institute, triggering a chain of explosions. Kizaru raced through the corridors at high speed, heading straight for Vegapunk. But just as he broke through a barrier dome, a huge, plump, white figure suddenly loomed before him. Gum, White Star Gun. A colossal fist wrapped in dark red Conqueror's haki descended straight from the clouds and slammed into Kizaru's shiny forehead. Boom. Kizaru was sent flying hundreds of meters by that punch and crashed straight through an experimental tower. Ha. Luffy roared with laughter in midair. That unmistakable drum-like heartbeat, thump thump, thump thump, echoed across the entire research institute. Kizaru, I won't let you hurt Apple, old man. Kizaru climbed out of the rubble, dusted off his yellow suit, and his old face scrunched into a knot. Yonko Straw Hat Brat. This job gets worse by the day. I'm definitely asking for a raise when I get back. Despite his grumbling, Kizaru secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With Luffy here stirring up trouble, he could legitimately stall and go easy. After all, Vegapunk and Sentamaru were old acquaintances. If he really had to close his eyes and deliver a killing blow, he would feel sick to his stomach. Out at sea on the flagship's deck, Rein lounged in his chair, legs propped comfortably on the edge of the table. Chewing a piece of succulent roast pork, he picked up a telescope and watched the commotion on the island. Hear that? That kid's signature heartbeat. Rein put down the telescope, took out a cigar, and lit it. That Nika form is really tough, like a lump of rubber clay. That old geezer Kizaru is going to have a long day. Kazan stood nearby holding a can of chilled beer he had frozen himself. I know Borsellino's personality. He's just stalling. When he runs into old acquaintances, he can't muster the ruthlessness to hurt them. Rein blew out a smoke ring. Once you put on that dogskin uniform, you have to do dirty work. If you don't want dirty work, but still want a fat paycheck, the world doesn't offer deals that good. A communications officer next to him reported, Sir. Latest from the island, Admiral Kizaru has been intercepted by Straw Hat Luffy, and the battle is deadlocked. Some of the pacifistas have been taken over by Vegapunk's satellites and are savagely attacking our landing forces. Several vice admirals nearby turned pale. Doberman snatched the communicator. Order the front line to hold at all costs. Tell Admiral Borsellino to ignore that scrap metal, take care of Straw Hat, and finish the mission. Just then, Saint Saturn stepped out with a grim face. Rein glanced at him sideways and grinned. Yo, out for some air. Saint Saturn didn't even look at Rein. He feared that saying one more word to this madman would give him a stroke on the spot. A bunch of worthless trash. Saint Saturn swept a cold gaze over Doberman and the others. A mere straw hat brat and a few pieces of rusty scrap are enough to hold down a marine admiral. What's the point of the world government spending so much money to keep you lot? Doberman's head hung so low it nearly touched his groin. We are deeply sorry. We'll force our way ashore and send reinforcements. No need. Saint Saturn snorted. Relying on you fools would only end up ruining my fusion furnace. He walked to the ship's rail and tossed aside his cane. Black-red lightning burst across the sky, and in an instant dense dark clouds enveloped the entire Egghead waters. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, Saint Saturn's body began to undergo a violent transformation. The flesh of his lower body tore apart, sprouting enormous black spider legs. Twisted, thick bull horns grew from his head, and his whole body radiated a nauseating black-red haki. Mythical Zoan Ushioni form. The moment this suffocating pressure was released, several weak-willed Navy soldiers on the deck rolled their eyes back and fainted. Saint Saturn kicked off the ship's rail with his 6 enormous spider legs. Boom. With a sonic boom, his massive body shot over the sea and smashed straight into the core area of Egghead Island. Tisk, getting anxious. Rein sat in his chair, crossed his legs, and whistled. The old man is coming down to do the dirty work himself. Kazan, go grab me a bag of melon seeds. The big show is about to start. Kazan watched the departing Ushioni figure, his brow deeply furrowed. When the world's highest authority strikes personally, Vegapunk may not survive today. Vegapunk's original body, shielded by Atlas, was sprinting toward the escape route. Hurry, original. The passage is right ahead. Once we reach the lower level, we'll be safe. At that moment, a beam of golden light descended from the sky, sealing the entrance to the escape route. Kizaru pushed up his half-broken sunglasses, gasping for breath. His iconic yellow suit was torn in several places. I'm truly sorry, old friend. This old man has no choice either. Vegapunk stopped, looked at Kizaru blocking the way, and gave a wry smile. Borsellino, I know your difficulties. Come on. Kizaru raised his finger, and a dazzling cross-shaped golden light flared at the tip. At the very instant the laser was about to fire, boom, an enormous black spider leg stomped straight through the floor. Through the smoke and dust, a pair of scarlet bull eyes stared down. What are you dawdling for, Borsellino? Saint Saturn's deep voice boomed through the entire floor, causing sharp pain in people's eardrums. Kizaru opened his eyes and quickly lowered his hand. Saint Saturn, why have you come in person? If I'd relied on you, trash, my fusion furnace would have been destroyed long ago. Saint Saturn's 6 spider legs carved deep grooves in the metal floor. Move aside. I'll deal with this myself. Vegapunk looked up at the monstrous creature and sighed. So even the world's highest authority has come personally. This old man must have quite the reputation. Knowing too much is your capital crime. Saint Saturn didn't even bother with idle words. He raised one of his enormous spider legs and stabbed downward. Squelch. Blood splattered in every direction. Vegapunk's frail body was pierced clean through by the spider leg and pinned firmly to the metal floor. Doctor! Atlas screamed. Not far away, Luffy happened to witness the scene. Apple, old man. Luffy's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Fury made the Conqueror's haki around him boil instantly. You bastard. What have you done? Saint Saturn pulled the spider leg free and casually flicked off the blood. He ignored Luffy's roaring entirely and glanced at Vegapunk, who lay in a pool of blood completely still and empty of breath. A boring farce. It's over. Saint Saturn gave a cold laugh.